by Lee Westwood and Matthew Jordan. And then if you're interested in some of the big names, John Rahm has made a push. He's at 2 under through 9 as well. Shane Lowry is 2 under through 8. I know he is going to be a fan favorite in Ireland, the winner of the 2019 Open Championship at this very course. Scotty Scheffler at 2 under through 8 as well. So some of the big names making a charge if you are interested in the Open Championship. If you're interested in college football, there's some drama brewing this offseason between the Big Ten and the SEC when it comes to the college football playoff format. So, Cody, the Big Ten, and I had to read this several times because I think it's kind of bananas. They want 4 auto bids from the Big Ten to automatically be in the college football playoff. Can we stop on this for just a second? I feel like this is kind of crazy. The fact that they would say, hey, we guarantee there are going to be 4 teams in our conference every single year that are going to be among the top 12 teams. Like, how big of an assumption is this? This seems crazy to me.
Balls on this conference to actually come out loud is something else. And it's weird. Like the universe that I'm currently in, I honestly think we are in some sort of simulation at this point. Nothing can possibly be real because when we're in a position, when I'm taking the SEC side in anything, let alone they're on the right side of history saying no auto bids, we want the best teams in. Dear God, something is really glitching in like hell in the Matrix. Now, I went to UCLA, and I love UCLA. Now, if you're telling me the auto bid gets UCLA into the playoffs, okay, I might listen to you for a second. Outside of that, this is nonsensical, and this is honestly a problem that I've had with college football for the last couple of years. This college football playoff, in my opinion, now keep in mind, this is just my opinion. You guys can disagree all you want. I have not liked it even a little. I think it has been a swing and a miss year in, year out. And I thought last year was a debacle. The buys going to the certain teams, I actually appreciate it, but at the end of the day, certain teams that got buys had no business getting buys, and they got blown out in the games that we expected them to get blown out to, because it's always going to end up being the exact same teams in the finals like we always predict, because college football is built in a certain way where, let's make no mistake, there are basically 2 conferences with all the money right now. And now we got historic conferences that technically don't even exist. The Pac-12, okay, I see the teams that are going into the Pac-12. That's just Mountain West 2.
Yeah, it is. I think for me, it just, the 4 auto bids defeats the purpose of like us going to 12 teams. Because I think the reason we went to 12 teams is because people wanted to see more than just the big dogs. They say, hey, if there's a team that's really good from one of these other conferences, they need a chance. That's why we went away from 4 and we went to 12. So if you give them 4 auto bids, like, what are we doing? I understand that you're going to argue in the interest of your conference, but you cannot stand there and expect us, who are not Big Ten fans, or at least I'm not, or just college football fans in general who want things fair, to expect to agree to that. So you're right. The SEC has been rallying against this, even though like half of their rallying cries are like, I agree with the overall premise, but then they say a bunch of things that makes me not want to take their side, like saying like, well, if anybody gets the auto bids, it should be the SEC, and we're not saying that. Okay, so like, let's try to like call off the like bias, war where you're just going back and forth against each other, but it seems really stupid to me. And I feel like this is my beef with college football, is that it does feel so top heavy. And even with this current system in place, like, it's still really hard for some of those teams to get into the playoff. And for people who point their finger at last year and say, well, look at these blowouts. Listen, if we had a blowout in the NFC Championship game, would you point your finger and be like, hey, we need to change the format? No, that's just sometimes how sports go. And especially after 1 year, like, I do like the fact that they're going to reseed it. And, it's not going to be the same way where we had some of these lesser teams who got the home field advantage. It's going to be reseeded once you get to the 12. But at the end of the day, I feel like you shouldn't complain about a format, at least until we've had a few years of it.
Agreed. And apparently, it's written here in the chat, apparently the auto bids that they're wanting is they want the 4 auto bids for the 4 conference champions. Here's the thing. Here's what I don't like about this. By even suggesting it, you are saying the quiet part out loud, the thing that we already know, but I don't like it because it's you're forcing a change into college football that already exists, by the way. you're basically taking the Big Ten and the SEC, and I guess technically the ACC, and I don't even know who the fourth major conference is at this point because the Pac-12 had 2 teams in it last year. I don't know what the fourth one is. The Big 12, okay. At the end of the day, I'm looking at these conferences going, you are basically turning this, and if this is what we're doing, just get it over with and turn these 4 conferences into one mega conference, and then the rest of this college sports is going to be a minor league system. It's what it already is, so if that's what we're going to do, just do it now. Why are we going to drag our feet for the next 20 years into these four conglomerates that are always just going to eventually either merge or we're going to have a completely different league in college football?
Yeah, college football overall, I'm not going to say it seems broken, but there are just like so many things that need to be fixed. Like you said, like how much longer are we going to stay in conferences? Like we change partners so often. Like why do conferences even matter? And then we have coaches who are selecting or who are arguing for salary caps. Just go straight to what it would be like professional football. But then how do you do that with like smaller schools? Like what is their salary cap? Is it the same for every conference? So again, it just feels like we're mired in this like slippery slope thing where it just feels like every aspect of college football is just like, well, we don't know. We'll see how it pans out. Similar to what's going on with NIL and some of these, contracts that are verbal. What are we doing? Like college football feels like chaos.
It's the Wild West. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, though, Chelsea, like, what were we expecting? We went into this with no safeguards, almost no regulations whatsoever. Like this was a complete powder keg from the get-go. I'm surprised it took this long to implode the way it's imploding. My biggest problem is these head coaches who get ungodly salaries complaining about the free labor that they've had for the last 700 years in college football. Not to mention on top of that, I'm going to use the phrase again, the balls to talk about a salary cap when you don't have any salary floor implemented. Get out of here, you old rich white dude.
Well, I will say the salary cap proponent is Deion Sanders. Like he's the one that wants the salary cap. And I think it's because he probably wants his team to be able to compete with the Ohio States and the Michigans and the Texas. So like I understand like the premise of it. It's just here's the big question for everything in college football. How is it in practice? In theory, a lot of this stuff seems great. But if there is not an actual plan in place and regulations, like it just seems like a moot point. So unless we're living in fantasy land, you can't just throw out ideas. I'm like, this is what we should do. Well, if you don't have a way to implement it, it doesn't matter.
I think one of my all-time least favorite quotes was hearing Nick Saban talk about, like, well, these players are getting so much money, they won't listen to the coaches. Well, last I checked, in the NFL and in roughly every major sport, the players are making more money than the coaches. So that is the dumbest argument I've ever heard said out loud by anyone.
Well, I think we're past that, right? Because I think some of these, like, older head coaches have kind of like dug their feet in the ground. They said, remember when Dabo Swinney was like, if they start paying players, I'm going to retire. Guess what? He is not retired. And in fact, he is now dipping his toes in the waters of the transfer portal, something he said he would never do as well. But like, that's the case in a lot of things. Adapt or die. I feel this way similar in like our line of work where you can like shake your fist and be like, social media is stupid. I don't want to do it. Like it's part of the job now. And I understand that, like, there are some people who, like, live in the cliques and stuff, but, like, that's part of the job. And similar to college football where recruiting and, pandering to some of these kids and the money and the boosters, it's part of the job, whether you like it or not. So adapt or get out.
Yeah, it's what you have to do. It drives me nuts that everybody is these coaches fought so hard to keep the status quo, when it's very clear the landscape of sports are drastically changing. Social media has changed everything, that basically every player on the team can be an individual star and make individual money. And I'll never forget this. When I went to UCLA, the strict rules that we had about making money on the side, even on things that weren't sports related, like the amount of threats of things we weren't allowed, couldn't do a damn thing. Now, keep in mind, I worked at a comic book shop, but I had to get paid under the table so I couldn't get in trouble at UCLA. Like this was it was insanity to be a part of a college program of any type of sport back then. Now it's insanity just in the opposite direction.
Right. But I will say this, no matter how much has changed, it does feel like the same teams that are standing at the top of the mountain. And so it's wild to me that like we're just not going to see parity in college sports. I just feel like we're not.
Fact,
like maybe we'll have those off years where we have like TCU, even though TCU is not a small, like it's a smaller school, but it's in a bigger conference. It's not like it's from the Mountain West. But it just feels like college football is one of those sports that's always going to have like just no parity.
And also, just depending, you already mentioned, you go to like an Alabama, the only show really in town generates an ungodly amount of money. Texas A&M is, in my opinion, a cult. Like there is so much money going to Texas A&M. They famously the other year just fired their head coach with the athletic director just cutting him a $30 million check and sending him home. Like it's almost insanity money that certain college sports are playing with and certain programs are playing with. But that's also the thing. It's going to destroy the concept of parity because those teams that already generate all that money in the SEC and now the Big Ten, they're just going to continue to generate more and more money, especially as TV deals continue to increase in size.
Let me ask you this. Do you think sports need a level of parity to be successful? Because like on one side of the coin, you see the NFL, which is the ultimate example of like parity is great for the sport. And every year, we have a team that kind of comes out of nowhere. But then you look at other sports. And I think in like the world of like individual sports, like when we talk about golf, you want to see the big names on the leaderboard. You don't want the parity that maybe people talk about. Do you think this hurts college football? Because I'll say like college football fans, they are still very adamant about their sport, even if their team's not contending. Like it's wild to me, like in the SEC, how adamant fans of like Mississippi State, Ole Miss, like these teams that are good, but they're not competing for national championships are. So do you think the fact that college football doesn't have parity matters at all?
I'd like to say, yeah, I think so. I don't think it does matter. I think college football might be a little bit more immune to this. And I'll give you an example why. And I'm going to use baseball as an example because we always talk about, like, what's every sports movie about? It's about an underdog. And we try to claim that we love underdogs. There's nothing sports the world hates more than underdogs. And I think you all have to come to
the
Jesus
Pacers
with that moment that. Like, everyone
bitching
and complaining about the Pacers. The Diamondbacks and the Texas Rangers a year and a half ago in the World Series apparently was the worst thing that ever happened to the world. Oh, we don't want to watch these teams. You can't have it both ways. You either want the stars or the new stars. And you complain about it one way or the other just because that's who we are. We just need things to complain about.
Right, because that's what I'm saying. Like, do we really want, an Arizona State versus a Boise State in the national championship?
No, we don't. I kind of do, but apparently no one else does.
Right. I know. So I know people complain about like the format of college football, but like that's just the name of the game. And honestly, in college football, I think we just want to see the best teams in. Like for me, somebody who I feel like is pretty unbiased simply because I went to NC State. And listen, we're not going to be competing for a national championship probably anytime soon. So for me, I want to see the best teams go head to head. So I think the current format's pretty good. I don't think we should expand it because that's the other topic going on right now is that how can we make more money? Just add more games. It's simple. But like, I don't think we need to devolve into full out March Madness for football. Like the game is just not, the level of physicality needed for football. You can't do that.
Completely. Listen, we don't need to add more to this. Quite frankly, the college football playoff last year took 3 months, and by the time we got to the national championship game, I was so beyond didn't care anymore because they literally gave us 3 weeks in between games. The dumbest planning I've ever seen.
California Media League, Cody Decker didn't care.
Burn down the Rose Bowl.
God. All right. Coming up next, we'll dip our toe in the waters of the NFL. Joe DeLeon joins us for NFL and college football. He's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Off and running. Let's get it going here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Cody Decker, filling in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll talk some college football with Joe DeLeon. Does college football for A to Z Sports and also co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. So, Cody, my college football tradition, where sometimes it takes a little bit for me to get in the mindset of college football, because especially now, it is such a revolving door of like, this quarterback's going to this school, even though you think of him for this school, that I always get the Phil Steele, college football preview, and I read it by the pool. And I used to do this on Instagram back in the days where Instagram was like not super curated. I would take a picture of me reading the college football, preview with my legs facing the pool. Remember when people used to take pictures like that? Like, is it hot dogs or legs? So I need to do that. I have not seen Phil Steele's college football preview magazine at the grocery store checkout, but maybe I will have to go to Barnes and Noble. Do you have any traditions like this where there's something that like signifies the start of a season? Because I'm also doing this with Hard Knocks, where it gets you in the mindset of the NFL. Do you do this with any sports?
Only one. I watched the movie The Natural right before Major League Baseball's opening day. It's the only baseball movie I will watch before opening day. It's arguably my favorite sports movie of all time. Barry Levinson shot entirely in magic hour. It's an incredible achievement. Not to mention on that, rest in peace, Michael Madsen, who was a star of that movie and just recently passed away. Got to meet him one time, and I told him how much I loved him as Bump Bailey in the movie The Natural. And at this point, he was basically only known for Quentin Tarantino movies. At this point, he's Mr. Blonde, and he's one of the Deadly Viper gang from Kill Bill. I mentioned Bump Bailey. He's like, did you say Bump Bailey? Sit down. We're going to talk for 25 minutes. No one talks about Bump Bailey with me. Badass. Love it.
Okay, so confession, I've seen parts of The Natural, and so it's the movie with Bump Bailey. So this was on TV one day, and we watched like 5 minutes of it. And so Bump Bailey, please correct me if I'm wrong. So he runs through a wall and he dies? Like, isn't... Yes. What? Like, how
it's based on a real story. Like, that actually happened.
Oh my gosh. That's like the most like 1920s thing I've ever heard. Like, he just runs into a wall and dies.
Yeah, those were like brick walls back then. Look at Wrigley. Wrigley is brick out there. If you're not careful, you can die.
I remember being dumbfounded watching this movie. I'm like, so he just died? That's just it? So that's the only 5 minutes of The Natural that I have seen. So I laughed when you said Bump Bailey for that.
You have missed a good rest of the movie, but I'll admit it was abrupt.
All right, so let's switch gears a bit. We're going to talk college football with Joe DeLeon. He does college football for A to Z Sports and co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. So, Joe, let me ask you, what do you think is the biggest storyline in college football right now? I feel like we're being force-fed this beef between the SEC and the Big Ten. Is that the biggest story for you?
Well, I think that has to be brought up in the conversation. So just to start right there, it absolutely is. It is turning into this gigantic battle for who gets to declare what the new college football playoff format is going to be. And Greg Sankey's incredibly vocal, even when he doesn't have a microphone in front of his face. He's got all of these different back channels and mouthpieces that speak for him, that has been extremely outward on putting out what he wants the new playoff model to be for the 16-team playoff and for it to be 5 and 11. Next week, Tony Petitti's a little less outspoken, but I'm very curious what he will say during Big Ten Media Days. But outside of that, if we're talking like on-field stuff, the biggest storyline to me is, does Texas live up to the hype, specifically Arch Manning? I think that if Arch ends up being as good as so many of us hope, it is going to be some of the best theater that we can get in college football, and it is going to be a must-watch TV every single time they play a game.
Joe, apologies to revert you right back over to that SEC Big Ten question, but my question is, how much longer does the NCAA even have power to control these two conferences that are making more money than all the rest of the conferences combined?
I think they've already lost it. It kind of feels like, as we start to read more and more on the decision-making of the playoff and the decision-making of things like the College Sports Commission and revenue sharing and how NIL is changing and how it is turning into a completely different avenue for player payments, I think that the NCAA has completely lost all control. And I almost start to question, does the NCAA even have any power to do anything to control them? And that was something that was brought up not that long ago, that it was discussed amongst SEC presidents and Greg Sankey that they were exploring, does it even mean anything to them to still be a part of the NCAA? Now, they haven't actually done anything with that discussion, but it's something that they're considering. Like, do they actually waste their time staying connected for football when they really should be branching off and doing their own thing? I would think if the Big Ten and the SEC weren't fighting the way that they are right now, that might have happened sooner. That might have already happened. But because they can't agree to this playoff format, they're not working together like they should be doing in order to reshape the sport and turn it into its full potential best product.
Right. I wanted to ask you about Penn State, because from the people that I've talked to, it feels like a lightning rod team. There are people who are in the camp of, hey, this team is overrated. James Franklin can't be trusted. I don't trust this team at all. And then there are the people who think they can win the national championship. And I will say this, over at BetMGM, Penn State, 8-1, the third shortest odds to win the national title. Do you have strong feelings on Penn State this year?
I'm in the camp that I don't trust James Franklin, and I think it's completely justified. I look at the roster. The roster makes perfect sense for a national championship winning team. We look at the last two Big Ten teams that went on to win a title, Michigan and Ohio State. They did the same exact thing at the start of the season that Penn State just did, bringing back key, important veterans, seniors, guys who have played a ton of football games on offense and on defense. Zane Durant is a fantastic defensive lineman. Deni Dennis Sutton is a great pass rusher. Zakee Wheatley, great at safety. And then on offense, they've got the best running back duo potentially in the country with Kaytron Allen and with Nick Singleton. A lot of pressure on Drew Aller if he can play to his expectation, his potential as this big-bodied pocket passer who can attack downfield, make less mistakes, and they will get to a national title. But where I ultimately am not fully bought in, James Franklin, what is his signature win? What is the big game that we could point to and we can say, all right, he stepped up to the plate. He needs to do more of this. He just hasn't necessarily had the roster or hasn't had the quarterback. He has had all of the resources in the past to win big football games. Every single time they've shown up, they've either fallen short at the beginning by just not coming out swinging, or they have not finished effectively. I was at the Orange Bowl, and that was one of the bigger meltdowns that I can remember for a game that I've been at in person. That game was in hand. Notre Dame could not tackle Nick Singleton, and they got away from so many of the things that were working in that football game, and they collapsed. That goes on James Franklin. That goes on his ability to control the team and to get everybody locked in, while Marcus Freeman was able to make that happen. So I can't invest in Penn State because there's just been an inability for James Franklin to prepare his team for these big games. I want to be proven wrong, but I am holding my breath at the current moment.
Oh, I love it. Death, taxes, and James Franklin will always let you down. I got to ask you a personal question, my guy, because, Joe, I'm an ex-UCLA Bruin. I have not a ton of faith in this program, especially after last year's media day when the head coach, when prompted, was only able to answer one question when he said, we're in L.A., USC's there, and that's frightening. That's apparently all he knows about his program. But we got Nico, man. Is Nico going to turn this program around?
The answer very abruptly, no. The answer to that question is no. And I think I know that there's a lot of hope that UCLA can get something out of Nico, but we got to look at what he struggled with last year. He struggled with having that just natural, innate decision-making, the reactiveness, the quick trigger, attacking, just focus that you want in your quarterback. And the hope before all that drama unfolded was, okay, he's going to get an offseason of being the guy where he's going to develop and everything around him is going to come together. It is always that typical step forward from year one to year two where we see a guy really jump to his potential. But I think with all the commotion, the distractions, him changing teams, changing offenses is just so many hurdles that his progression is going to be marginal. I don't think it's going to be this big leap forward. And more importantly, He's stepping into an offense led by Tino Sinceri, who I think is a great OC, but didn't call plays last year for Indiana. We don't know what that's going to look like. And he also has limited weapons to throw to. I can't really call upon, hey, this is the guy that he can turn to in tight situations to make a big play. I think it's going to be pretty rocky this year. There's redemption available in his second year as a starter in 2026, and I hope he sticks around that long. But this upcoming year, I would keep expectations pretty low.
I want to ask you about a dark horse team, like a team that nobody's talking about that you think people should maybe be paying attention to, because obviously in the world of betting, these are the teams that we're looking for.
So I've got two teams that I've been bringing up lately for this. They're both Big Ten teams. One team that I think has the best shot to get to the playoff that nobody's talking about, it is UCLA's counterpart. It's USC. USC has quietly one of the better defenses, led by one of the best. I know I'm giving devastating
right now, Joe.
Crapping on UCLA and then coming out here and hyping up USC. I have to share though. I'm a Notre Dame fan, so this pains me just as much as it's probably paining you. They've got a really good defensive core, and they're bringing back a lot on their offensive line. Their receiver room is also tremendous, and there's an opportunity for them to really explode now that Maeva is the decided starter. I think his skill set is a lot better for Lincoln Riley's offense than Miller Moss's was. If D'Anton Lynn can unlock this defense that took a huge step forward, I think that we're going to see Lincoln Riley get this team to a playoff, especially with a very favorable schedule for them. But the other is the deeper pull, where if this team plays to what we're hoping, they can shock so many people, and that's Washington. Damon Williams, who they started to play a little bit at the end of last year, was a true freshman, and he is fast, he is quick, and he's got a very underrated arm. Go back, if anyone has the time, this is something that I wouldn't necessarily recommend, watch the bowl game that they played in. He willed them back after he started the game really slow. They did not win the game, but he ended up almost getting them back into it and winning that football game because he made so many big plays late down the stretch. And they've also got a really good run game with Jonah Coleman, and their defense could be incredibly hard to throw on because they've got two corners that are 6'4".
Joe,
all right,
we talked about it earlier. Realistic expectations for UNC.
I think that realistic, knowing that Bill Belichick's a good coach and that roster being pretty barren, losing one of their best players in Bo Atkinson, who transferred to Ohio State in the spring, 6 wins, I think, is pretty realistic, on the higher end of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a tough transition going from Mac Brown to Belichick, especially with all of the commotion. I don't think a lot of people realize how bad all of the negative headlines that were happening with Belichick will affect the locker room. It's bad enough when, say if you had a guy in the locker room who got into trouble or gotten arrested, that stuff will weigh down a team. But your head coach being a part of headlines nationally for the craziest possible headline, it is going to distract the hell out of guys, and it probably distracted them during the spring while they were trying to get ready for this upcoming year. So I think with all those moving pieces, them playing in a conference that's got some pretty tough opponents like Clemson and Miami that are going to put up a much bigger fight, I think that 6 wins is doable, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is a team that misses a bowl game.
From winning, 6 rings to 6 wins? What a step down for Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
But that's what he signed up for when he went to UNC. Great stuff today from Joe DeLeon. He is the co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and does college football for A to Z Sports. Joe, thanks for waking up early with us. College football is right around the corner, and we can't wait. Thanks for stopping by.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's what I keep forgetting is that July 17th feels very much summer to me, but college football starts in August. So I got to get to researching some of these players because that's the toughest part. Even talking about Nico going to UCLA, that's going to be something that I have to get used to because I'm in Nashville. We talked about Nico a ton, and I will always think of him as going to UT. So that's the toughest part of college football is the free agency.
It's funny because on the exact flip side, no one in LA is talking about Nico at all. They expect nothing. This is gonna be brutal. And hearing him talk up USC, just can you take the knife directly out of my back, please?
Well, on the flip side, I love how people are like, UNC, 6 wins maybe, because I went to NC State, and I will say the one thing we do is beat North Carolina in football. So hopefully that trend continues.
Go Pack!
Go Pack! That's right. Absolutely. Best bets coming your way next here on the Daily Tip. Stick with us. You won't want to miss it here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Love that.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
That's right. It's time to land the plane. It's the final segment here on the show. But luckily, we've saved our best for last because best bets come your way in just mere moments here on the show. But when I say best bets, listen, it is a downtime for betting. We don't have too much going on, but we'll hand out some futures we think worth your time and your consideration. We do have the Open Championship going on right now if you are following golf. The major across the pond, here are your current leaders. Jacob Skava-Olesen at 4 under. He is finished for the day. He's your leader, tied with Ha-Tong Lee, also at 4 under. Matthew Jordan tied for third at 3 under. We have several guys. We have 3 guys tied for third at 3 under. Nikolai Højgaard, who was making a run earlier today, is at 2 under. He is finished for the day. And Scotty Scheffler making his move. He is 2 under through 10. We've seen a bit of a fall off from Phil Mickelson, who had a good start to the day. We know he's a great putter. He's at 1 under through the day. Shane Lowry also 1 under through 10. And that's who I will be rooting for, the native of Ireland, because we know the party will be epic from Shane Lowry if he does win. Still plenty of golf left the entire weekend, so be careful in some of those live bets. And we have to monitor the weather. Also a thing when you're betting on any golf tournament in the UK, because we know the rain can always come at any moment. All right, Cody, so we know you're a baseball guy. And again, people say this is the dead time for sports, but this is a big time for baseball. And this is when the World Series moves are made. Like the one that always sticks out to me when it comes to the trade deadline is when the Astros got Justin Verlander at literally the strike of midnight, or like right when the deadline was supposed to be expiring. They got him and then they won a World Series. So let me ask you, what are some of the big seismic moves that we're expecting here, or maybe some of the players you're expected to move before the trade deadline?
So I mentioned earlier on in the show, this is going to come down to this next week and a half in Major League Baseball. And there's one team very specifically I'm looking at. Now, I'm looking at multiple teams, but there's one team that could really change the dichotomy of Major League Baseball for this second half, especially in the AL East. And that team is the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Arizona Diamondbacks on paper is a playoff team. They're a phenomenal baseball team in the World Series 2 years ago, and they absolutely upgraded their team. Now, the injuries they sustained this year, the Corbin Burns injury was absolutely devastating after the $200 million contract. Montgomery out for the year. But Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly still having phenomenal years, and make no mistake, if the D-backs try to sell, those are 2 names that everyone wants. Not to mention, on top of that, they also have a first baseman in Naylor that a lot of people are going to want, Mariners being one of them. But I want to stay focused on the AL East, because when I mention all these Diamondback players, there are 3 teams that would kill for some of these Diamondback players. And I'm going to start with the Toronto Blue Jays. Zach Gallen to the Toronto Blue Jays would be a phenomenal pickup for this team. That being said, he'd also be a phenomenal pickup for the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees. And the New York Yankees are already talking with the Arizona Diamondbacks, because Eugenio Suarez, I hope to God his hand is feeling okay after the All-Star game, because if that guy's not wearing pinstripes in a week and a half, I don't know what to say. The guy has 30 home runs. The Yankees have been anything but quiet about their desperate need of a third baseman. And Eugenio Suarez fits this bill in every possible way. They just let go of DJ LeMahieu. Everyone and their cousin knows that Jazz Chisholm is not a third baseman. He is a second baseman, and Jazz knows that too. They get their hands on Eugenio Suarez and a Zach Gallen, the Yankees are going to run away with this division. But I don't believe they're going to be able to get both. I think they can get one. I think the Boston Red Sox are going to go after Josh Naylor hard, as they should. They need somebody over at first base to supplement losing Devers, which, by the way, this team's gone to skyrocket mode since getting rid of Devers, which is making me really see perhaps Rafi was a bit of a cancer in that clubhouse. And it just simply coincides with the San Francisco Giants all of a sudden kind of falling off a cliff. Things not exactly going well in that trade at the moment. The Diamondbacks have 4 major pieces that can change the entire AL East. And frankly, if I am one of those 3 teams, I try to get at least 2 of those Diamondback pieces. If I'm the Red Sox, I get Naylor and Zach Gallen, or Naylor and Merrill Kelly. If I am over there in Toronto, I try to get Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. And if I'm the Yankees, I get Zach Gallen and I get Eugenio Suarez. This has a chance of being something really special. Not to mention, on top of that, I mean, the other names I've mentioned earlier on, the Bednars of the world, the back end bullpen names. Say Stephen Kwan of the Guardians becomes available, and the Dodgers want to upgrade Michael Conforto, perhaps. I think this has the real opportunity of going haywire overnight, and I'm hopeful that it is. And there's one more name that I haven't mentioned yet. Dear Atlanta Braves, just say Chris Sale. Just say Chris Sale. And watch everyone twist themselves into pretzels every way they can to get their hands on Chris Sale. Because you're telling me right now the Cubs wouldn't love themselves a Chris Sale, the Red Sox getting their hands back on a Chris Sale, the Yankees getting a Chris Sale, knowing that they don't have Garrett Cole the rest of this season. Guys, the trade deadline has an opportunity to be something different this year. We got a lot of buyers and not a ton of sellers, but there are a couple of teams that if they choose to be sellers, man, this buyer's market's going to be something else.
Yeah, I think especially for starting pitchers. Let me ask you this quickly because we do have to get to best bets. Which player do you think has the biggest impact? Is it a pitcher, namely a starting pitcher, or is it a position player?
I honestly think it will be a pitcher, and I do think it's one of those two names I just said. I honestly think Zach Gallen is the most underappreciated and underrated pitcher in Major League Baseball. This guy is a star if he wore any other jersey. If this guy had been wearing pinstripes, he'd be talked about in the same vein as a Max Fried, but simply because he's in Arizona and it's that underdog team that everyone pretends to like until they're in the World Series, no one pays attention to him.
Yeah, and he's already made a move once, going from the Marlins to the Diamondbacks, and he is still pretty young. And he does have experience playing in the postseason with the Diamondbacks, so it should be interesting to follow. All right, as we mentioned, it's time to get our best bets quickly and tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, so I don't have any daily action for you because there's not that much to bet on, and the Open Championship's going on right now and I haven't been able to watch. So what we're going to do for me is I'm going to do a future. And listen, this is not a hot take. It's not going to be crazy, but this is more for hedging opportunities down the road because right now the Detroit Tigers are plus 240 to win the American League. Not to win the World Series, to win the American League. That means as long as they get to the ALCS, you've got one side of the coin for plus 240. And so if you're telling me if the Tigers even get there, which they should have a good road, they have a chokehold on their division right now, they're going to get that easier path through the postseason. I think they stand a great chance. So I'm going to take the Tigers plus 240 to win the American League. Plus, I think they can win the World Series. Got a great pitching staff, headlined, of course, by Tariq Skubal, and the batters have been doing their job as well. So that is going to be my bet of the day. Cody, do you have a future for us?
Plus 650. Boston Red Sox to win the AL East. This is a team that is currently 3 games behind the Toronto Blue Jays and only 1 game behind the New York Yankees and are currently sitting in a wild card spot. Not to mention on top of that, the hottest team in baseball right now, winning their last 10 in a row, and they've been on fire since getting rid of Rafi Devers. And I already mentioned that they're going to be active in the trade deadline. If they get their hands on one of those players that I just mentioned, this team has a very good chance to win this division. On top of that, win this division at plus 650. You might want to jump on this right now before that shrinks down to plus 250.
Ooh, I believe in them maybe to win the division, but I feel like the Red Sox, they're either a terrible team or they win the World Series. It feels to me like there's usually not that much in between, even though they've been a middling team lately. I have trust issues with the Red Sox, but if they make some big moves, I can certainly see it. All right, coming up next, it's Bet Sweats here on the network, and hosting is going to be at least Chris Mack. Maybe it's Kate Constable, I think it is, filling in over there. So Chris is with us now. And Chris, I've got to ask you, when you watch Paul Skeens and you see how good he is, and you see the look on his face when he gets run support in the All-Star game, do you feel bad for the guy, or do you just feel bad for yourself for being a Pirates fan?
Yes. How about that, Chelsea? Just yes to all of the above. I mean, it's so painful. I did have the over 1.5 Ks on Skeens, which was plus 140, I think, the other night. So I was excited about it. You got to bet Skeens when you get a chance to bet Skeens. You don't have to bet the Pirates, though. That little 6-game winning streak, the sweeping of the homestand against the Mets and the Cardinals a couple weeks ago feels like it was ages ago now. They're back to being the Buccos, unfortunately.
Chris,
it was 84 years.
Buddy, I didn't know you were a Pirates fan, and I would like to just – you are aware that is not a life sentence that you are forced to do. You're choosing to continue doing this.
I was born into it, Cody. I have no choice at this point. Like
it's nutting, but that owner,
listen, there's a very important line of demarcation here, which is: do you spend money on tickets? And I have not spent any money on tickets this year. Somebody gives me freebies, I go by all means. But other than that, I am not helping pay for a small town newspaper somewhere in rural West Virginia, which is where the money ends up going.
So, Chris, I just want to point this out. It's just the second highest paid player in your franchise's history is Jason Kendall.
That is the maniacal laugh of a man whose heart has been broken so many times. I know, Cody. But look, this is what I say to people. When they do good things, like that 6-game sweep of a homestand against the Mets and the Cardinals a couple weeks ago, allow yourself to enjoy it, but understand where we are in the grand scheme of things. Allow yourself to enjoy a Paul Skeens start whenever you get it, but understand where we are, which is the middle of no man's land for the better part of the last 45 years. The last time this team won a World Series, I was quite literally still in diapers.
Ah, yes, that's a visual we all want. So what's the deal with O'Neal Cruz? Like, I think casual fans watch him in the home run derby and they see these numbers. They're like, how is he not one of the best hitters in baseball?
Because he swings like that all the time, which doesn't work too well in games when you're facing sliders. That's why.
Oh, it's sad because it was like, I felt it was a good moment for Pirates fans during the All-Star week because you had Paul Skeens, looked amazing, O'Neal Cruz, star, at least till the semis of the home run derby. So maybe you relish that. And then you look at the rest of the season and say, well, that's it. It's fine. All right, thanks,
the cockles
Chris.
of our baseball-loving hearts. I promise you.
Oh, yes. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. For me, for Cody Decker, for our entire crew, have a great Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. A quiet day on the sports front. We don't really have that many live games going on, but we still got a great show for you, a lot of previews. We continue looking at teams in the Big Ten. Today we'll discuss the Iowa Hawkeyes. We'll also look at the NFC South today as we start previewing that conference in the NFL with the Carolina Panthers. We're going to talk some baseball futures with the second half of the season starting tomorrow, and then we'll get you caught up with everything going on in round one at the Open Championship out at Royal Portrush. As always, we'd love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Any comments, any questions, any best bets that you have, let us know. Send them in to us at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. We got Scott Docterman on the show today. We're going to talk Iowa with them, but any Big Ten questions that you have, let us know, and we'll ask Scott here while he's on for about 10 minutes or so. The show, if you guys miss it over the next 30 minutes, you can check out the Send It In podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Scott Docterman. Give Scott a follow on X at Scott Docterman, national college football reporter for The Athletic. Scott, I know you're a busy man. Appreciate you spending some time with us here on Send It In. Want to get into the Big Ten as a whole a little bit later on, but focus on the Iowa Hawkeyes to start. And their head coach, Kirk Ferentz, he's the longest tenured head coach in college football, been there 27 years. I mean, how does Kirk continue to do it, and how much longer do you think he has there in Iowa City?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that I've posed to him just as recently as a couple of weeks ago when I had a sit-down with him. And Kirk is he's handled these changes really well, and I think better than I would have expected. I mean, you look at Kirk and you wonder about 10 years ago, man, he's not built for any kind of pay for play or any of these new things that have happened, the transfer portal. But instead, he's really adapted to it. He actually enjoys it, and a lot of it's his NFL background. He now looks at it as a way. He always believed the players should be paid, and now they are, and now they're paid what now they can decide who gets what through their the $20.5 million at the athletic department. So he's done really well there. Now, as far as his future goes, he turns 70 in August. And so I think he's kind of on a year to year, but he's in great shape. He seems to be energized by this new era. They really did a nice job in the portal, and they have a team that's capable, if everything plays out right, of competing for the upper level of the Big Ten and potentially a college football playoff berth. So in his case, he's done a pretty nice job, and he's got himself a pretty decent team as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever we think Kirk Ferentz, we think about Iowa, it's always about that defense, right? That's where it starts with Phil Parker, who's been his longtime assistant defensive coordinator. What do you expect out of the Iowa defense yet again this season?
Yeah, they had a lot of turnover this year, which at first gives you a pause on thinking that maybe this team might take a step back. But the players that they lost were impactful, but I think they are in many ways replaceable. Now, Jay Higgins may be a tough one. He was a first-team All-American middle linebacker, and he was all over the field, definitely the leader. That's going to be a tough ask for his replacement. But you look up front, and they've got a couple of guys that have gone from being rotational players to actually pretty good starters to now I think they're got a chance to take that next step. And that's Max Llewellyn and Aaron Graves as seniors. And then in the secondary, they've got 5 players that are really taken off. And they lost a couple to the NFL, but in some ways they're more athletic in the back end. Now, if they could be as stable there, then I think this defense is going to be comparable to what we've seen in the last handful of years, which, I don't know if they'll lead the country in yards per play allowed like it did 2 and 3 years ago, the back-to-back years, but I think that they're going to be a very salty unit that'll keep Iowa in games and not get drug up and down the field.
On the other side of the ball, Scott, obviously a couple years ago for Iowa, it was a really rough watch on offense. So they bring in Tim Lester last year, his first year. What were the overall impressions in year one with him running the offense? And what are they expecting out of that offense this year? They bring in a really experienced FCF quarterback in Mark Gronkowski.
It was a really big move to get Tim Lester. And his style of play is that he runs a Shanahan offense, which is unique to college football, but he's been in that system for a while in the NFL. And last year you saw it really take off in the running game. Iowa had its highest yards per game average since 2002. And you had Caleb Johnson, who was a unanimous or it was a consensus first-team All-American, really did a nice job in the running game because of his adjustments with that system. Now in the passing game, it wasn't good at all, which isn't unusual, unfortunately, for Iowa the last few years. But I think that they've made a lot of strides in the offseason. As you mentioned, Mark Kronowski, last year he had kind of what I would consider a subpar season for him because he had a slightly torn labrum, but he still was one of the best passers in the country. In 2023, he was FCS Player of the Year. He led South Dakota State to 2 national titles. And what he can bring this offense is he can make every pass. He can run the zone read, which is what they'll want him to do at times, some RPO, but also he'll be able to take off in those situations. And Iowa hasn't had many quarterbacks who can do that over the last 10 years probably, because he does have great straight ahead speed and he's very physical. So he brings a dimension that Iowa hasn't had at quarterback. And when you combine that to one of the most veteran offensive lines, talented offensive lines, plus some pretty good running backs and a group of receivers that they're maybe surprisingly excited about, I think this offense may surprise some people. I think they went from 15 points a game to 27 last year. I'm not going to suggest a 12-point growth again, but I think that it's fair to say that this team can get into the 30s this year scoring points on offense. And if the defense can play the way it's capable of playing, that puts Iowa squarely in the upper echelon of the Big Ten.
We're talking Iowa Hawkeyes, Big Ten here with Scott Dochterman on Send It In, National College Football reporter for The Athletic. Scott, I want to ask you about Iowa's schedule because I really think it's fascinating for the upcoming year. Avoid Michigan and Ohio State. And on paper, I think you can argue their 3 toughest games are all at home: Penn State, Oregon, and Indiana. The road schedule is really tough, though, right? At Iowa State, at Wisconsin, at Nebraska, at USC. Like, they got a bunch of games on the road that they absolutely could lose. The win total is at 7.5. What was your prediction for Iowa this season? How many games do you think they win? And what do you think is the toughest game on that schedule for them?
It's a fantastically entertaining schedule, but it's also one that is going to freak out anybody who wants to bet on them. Because, as you said, you've got those games where they play 4 teams that won 11 games last year. However, I would say that, having Penn State and Oregon at home gives them that advantage. And Kinnick is a place where top 5 teams have gone to die for almost 20 years. Yeah. So you think that they could pull that upset, but then they're playing their rivals, 3 of them, on the road in Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Iowa State. So that's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, I'd like them over on 7.5, but if things don't work out, I could see them being like a really aggravating 7-win team where they lose 4 games by 3 points or less because of some of these matchups. But I think, with Indiana coming to Iowa City, I think that's one of the biggest games in the Big Ten this year, because I think it'll tell us a lot about both teams, and it'll really dictate whether either one of them has a chance to go to the playoff this year. And then, Wisconsin has the most difficult schedule in the country, and it's part of that grind for the Badgers in October where they play Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, and then Oregon consecutively, which isn't a schedule I wish on my worst rival or enemy. And so I think, Iowa has the potential to win these games, and they have great special teams, which will help them. But, each one of these will be a very big challenge for the Hawkeyes.
Scott, I think the Big Ten is so interesting, right? It feels like it's in tiers almost. You have your Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Michigan tier, and then there's kind of that next tier with teams like Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, Nebraska. Any one of these teams could emerge. Maybe they win 10 games, maybe they just win 6 games of kind of that middle group with that tier beneath the top tier. Who's a team that you think could emerge? Maybe they become this year's Indiana, surprise some people, maybe long shot type team potentially to make the playoff out of the Big Ten.
I like Washington in that regard. I think Washington last year made major strides compared to where I thought they would sit. I mean, going from the national title game, losing their coach, 21 out of 22 starters, and then they make a bowl game. But what makes me bullish on the Huskies is quarterback. Damon Williams has all the talent in the world. He is an electrifying player. He proved it in the one start he had, but I think he's got a chance to really take the Big Ten by storm. And I don't know if that that they're going to be able to get to the playoff. It's going to be a real grind for the teams, as you said, kind of in that second tier, at least if nothing else in perception, if nothing else. But you got Iowa, Illinois won 10 games last year, returns a heavy dose of its roster. Indiana, best season in school history. Nebraska, everybody expects them to eventually get to where they should be, but we'll wait and see. But I think Washington is the one team that I will say I think has a chance to maybe take that leap and enter in the playoff conversation that people aren't talking about.
I like it. Great stuff. Scott Docterman, kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Scott Docterman, National College Football reporter for The Athletic. You can check out all of his great work there as well. Scott, really appreciate the time, man. Know you're busy. Enjoy the college football season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks for having me, PJ. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Really good stuff there from Scott. All right, you guys, let's talk some Iowa Hawkeyes now here on the show. And again, one of the more fascinating schedules in the Big Ten. They avoid Michigan and Ohio State. And then look at the home games and look at all the road games that they have. Feel like all these Big Ten schedules that we've seen, teams had a road game at Maryland, Northwestern, Purdue, one of kind of the bottom teams in the conference. Iowa really doesn't have that. You look at their entire road schedule, and they absolutely could lose any one of those games. At Iowa State week 2 against a ranked opponent, that's not going to be easy. At Rutgers, that's not going to be an easy game. They're going to be favored, but never easy to go in there. Iowa's probably going to be like 3.5-point favorite, somewhere around there against them. At Wisconsin, obviously a big rivalry game. And then at USC and at Nebraska as well, 2 of the final 3 weeks of the season. So it's tricky. The home games, though, as Scott was saying, right? Kinnick is where top 5 teams go to die. I don't know if they're going to beat Penn State and Oregon, but I certainly think there's a chance that they can win one of those 2 games. And then obviously the game against Indiana feels like it could be a massive game. One of those games that if you bet Iowa over win total, you're going to need the Hawkeyes to win. I think this is the best quarterback, though, that Iowa's had in a while in Mark Gronkowski. I was a big fan of this pickup by Kirk Ferentz and his coaching staff in the offseason. Played 5 years at the FCS level at South Dakota State. Experienced guy. Broke a ton of school records. They had a lot of success, won a national championship. He decided to stay there at South Dakota State, and now he's using his extra year to play in the Big Ten at Iowa. That's certainly the concern, right? That jump in competition, going from an FCS schedule to now playing in the Big Ten against all those types of teams that he's going to be facing this year. I mean, there's no cupcakes on that schedule outside of Albany and UMass. All the Big Ten games that they have are going to be pretty tricky. So it's a tough schedule. That's going to be obviously what Gronkowski is going to have to deal with. But with Iowa, the beauty of them is that there are certain areas where you never have to worry. You never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to offensive line, never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to running back, and you never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to defense and how about special teams. We know Iowa's always got one of the best punters, kickers in college football. It obviously is about the quarterback and the wide receiver. And the wide receiver room for Iowa. But this is one of the teams year after year, and this is why Kirk Ferentz has remained in Iowa City for so long. Talk about the word identity so much in the game of football and in sports. We all know Iowa's identity, right? Hard-nosed, physical, defense, run the football, win games 17-14. That's what Iowa wants to do. So I'm really interested to see how Gronkowski plays this season. I was a big fan of his. Watched a couple games at the FCS level. Obviously, a lot of those FCS schools open up the season against FBS schools, and you get a chance to watch him play. But he's a good athlete, and he can throw the football. They're got to replace Caleb Johnson, who's off to the NFL with the Steelers. But, man, it's really hard for me to bet against Kirk Ferentz. And the win total for Iowa is sitting at 7.5 with the over at plus 120. It's tough, right? Because, again, in theory, they absolutely could lose all those road games. The home schedule, Indiana, Oregon, Penn State, not easy at all. But Iowa, it just feels like wins at the very worst, like 8 games every single year. And you're getting them at plus 120. So I think that's a bet on Iowa personally. If I were to bet the win total, I would look over plus 120 for Iowa. All these middle-of-the-pack teams, right? Everybody loves Illinois. Talked about Nebraska a couple weeks ago. Love them. Washington's been getting some love here on the show as well. But Iowa, just every year, we kind of forget about the Hawkeyes and we look up and they win 8-9 games. So I'd look over 7.5 wins for Iowa at plus 120. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Let's go to the Carolina Panthers for the upcoming season. And when I look at Carolina, the schedule, certainly doable, right? We're away from these NFC North schedules now that it felt like were absolute gauntlets and ridiculous. And now we go to the NFC South and a little bit easy. Here's my big question with the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young's kind of reminded me of Trevor Lawrence a little bit, the trajectory. You have a guy who's an unbelievable college player, gets drafted number 1 overall, goes to a small market team in the NFL. Year 1 is a disaster. Trevor, year 1 with Urban Meyer, disaster. Bryce Young, year 1, absolute train wreck with Frank Reich. But year 2, you started to see some improvement in the second half of the season. Trevor Lawrence in that year 2 first half looked like the guy that we saw his rookie year. And Bryce Young, the first half of year 2, looked like the guy we saw his rookie year. But then both Trevor and Bryce Young flipped the switch second half of the season. Panthers all of a sudden turned into a team that we were betting them every week on the show. They were putting up points. They were pulling off upsets. They were covering spreads. It was amazing. And Bryce didn't really have anybody to throw to. He had the corpse of Adam Thielen out there. Now they go out and get Tet McMillan. They bring reinforcements in the running back room with Rico Dowdle. And that's going to be the key with Carolina this year. Is do they fall in love with what they saw with Bryce in the second half of the season? They obviously go out and get Tet McMillan with the number 8 overall pick, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Do they abandon the run and just completely fall in love with the pass game again? Because that's what Dave Canales did when he was in Tampa with Baker Mayfield. They obviously had a ton of success through the air, but they really didn't run the football. I thought the key to Carolina's success the second half of the season, certainly Bryce played better, but it was the fact that they ran the football. They were leaning on the ground game, and Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle, I think, is a nice 1-2 punch for the Carolina Panthers. Dallas Cowboys, same thing with them. They had all these problems early on in the season trying to throw. Dallas starts running the football. They win all these games. That's going to be the key for Carolina. But I compare Bryce Young to Trevor Lawrence because, again, after Trevor had that great stretch the end of year 2, they go on that win streak. They make the playoffs. He's obviously struggled here his last 2 seasons as a pro, got hurt last season. But I worry about the same for Bryce. I worry that it was just a little bit of a flash in the pan. He got hot for that stretch, and now we might start to see the regression hit again in year 3. So such a big year for Bryce Young. There's excitement. They brought in another running back. They brought in another receiver. The offensive line is improving. Dave Canales in year 2 as a head coach. There are a bunch of reasons to like Carolina. I just feel like we've seen this movie before. It's giving me Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville vibes, and that's why I'm really scared to bet anything long-term with the Carolina Panthers. Their win total is at 6.5, and the over is minus 145. I just wouldn't lay juice on a team like that. But also, I don't want to bet the under because I certainly could see Carolina winning 7 games, winning 8 games. Obviously, the division's not all that difficult. They're going to play New Orleans twice. They're going to be favorites in both of those games. Tampa's going to be down. They play them 2 of the final 3 weeks in the regular season. Atlanta, those are going to be toss-up games. So the schedule is going to be favorable. You also play the AFC East outside of the Bills. Wouldn't shock us if Carolina won any of the 3 games against New England, the Jets, or Miami. And then also this conference that they get is going to be the NFC West, which is a difficult division. But Carolina, especially against the spread, they could shock a couple of those teams, maybe beat the Seahawks, maybe beat the Rams, maybe beat the Cardinals potentially. So the Panthers are a team, they could make the playoffs. If Bryce Young is as good as what he was the second half of last season, they could make the playoffs. If Tet McMillan turns out to be a really good young wide receiver, they absolutely could put up points. It's just reminding me a little bit of Trevor Lawrence, and because of that, I'm staying away for Carolina. No bet on me for the Panthers. Not betting them to make the playoffs, not betting them under win total, not betting them to win the division. Nothing for me with Carolina. Gonna pass on them. All right, Shawnee Sharp is telling me we got some breaking news here on the show. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson is believed to have recovered from his shoulder setback as the team prepares to report for training camp next week. Richardson has been in Florida for weeks working with a personal coaches throwing the ball with velocity. Also, wide receiver Jordan Addison for the Vikings. DUI case has concluded with a fine and probation per Tom Pelissero. NFL is expected to rule on a suspension there for Addison. And then the Rashee Rice that broke, news that broke probably about 2 hours ago. Adam Schefter reported that they sentenced Rashee Rice to 5 years probation, 30 days of jail time that can be served during those 5 years stemming for his role in a multi-car crash in Dallas during the 2024 offseason. There's going to be a suspension coming from Rashee Rice. So a lot of NFL news with Anthony Richardson, Jordan Addison, and Rashee Rice as well here on Send It In. All right, you guys, let's update you on what's going on at the Open Championship at Royal Portrush. I got the TV on right here. We got a whole bunch of guys that are tied at 4 under right now. It feels like nobody wants to get to 5 under or 6 under. We got a ton of guys at 4, ton of guys at 3 under, and a ton of guys at 2 under. But the way this thing is setting up, we could have ourselves a really fun tournament. Scotty Scheffler hit 3 fairways today, and he still shot 3 under, so that's a little bit scary. He's now plus 275 to win the Open. Rory is 2 under so far through his first 9 holes. He's plus 500. Matt Fitzpatrick is 11-1. He shot a 4 under this morning. Jon Rahm shot a 1 under this morning. He is 14-1. So the 3 big favorites, Scotty, Rory, Rahm, all in the picture. And then Matt Fitzpatrick up there as well. Terrell Hatton is having a nice round. Shane Lowry went off at 1 under this morning, the defending champ at Royal Portrush. A lot of firepower on that leaderboard, which I think is creating some good value down the board because all those big names are still in contention. And again, you guys, when we're dealing with an Open, especially right off the ocean, when the wind and the weather can change at the snap of a finger, we could get some good numbers on a bunch of these guys. So maybe take some shots. Let's see. I'm going through the odds board right now. Victor Hovland, don't know exactly what he's at. He's at 100-1. I assume he's like 1 or 2 over. That was a guy who was maybe considering pre-tournament. Justin Thomas, who we were talking about, we bet him top 10. Bet him top 20 as well. He's 66-1. He did just double bogey the 9th hole, unfortunately. There's some guys. Justin Rose, obviously always a player in these majors. Sam Burns, didn't bet him this week, but has been one of the hottest putters the entire year on the PGA Tour. So it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. But again, because those 3 names at the top of the leaderboard are all in contention, it's giving you some good odds on some of these other guys down the board. Some other things that stuck out to me are we have some 3-ball bets for tomorrow. I went 2-0 on my 3-ball bets this morning, so love that. We took Scheffler over Morikawa and Lowry, and then we had Sergio Garcia in his 3-ball as well. 2 3-balls I'd keep an eye on for tomorrow morning. They already have on BetMGM the 3-ball pairings for the guys that are going to go off early tomorrow. I like Jon Rahm in his 3-ball against JJ Spaun and Xander Schauffele. Rahm, it just felt like shot a really smooth, really cool 1 under round this morning. I would expect him to shoot another under par round. I don't know if Xander and JJ Spaun are going to shoot under par tomorrow. So if Rahm can give us something under par, I would look at him at plus 120. And then the other one is Lee Westwood, man, who just feels like he always shows up for the Open Championship. Obviously from England, he is plus 275 against Thomas Dietrich and Chris Gotterup, who won the Scottish Open last week. Again, Gotterup, the stock on him was high because he's coming off a win. Dietrich, very good on these link-style courses. But you give me Lee Westwood at plus 275. I think that is a pretty good bet. Rory just made birdie there on the 10th hole. He is now 3 under par. And the odds shift at BetMGM. Scotty now goes from plus 275 to plus 280. And Rory goes from plus 500 to plus 400. So how awesome would it be if we get Scotty and Rory battling it out on Sunday for the Claret Jug? That'd be pretty sweet. All right, a BetMGM promo from our friends here at BetMGM. It's an odds boost token for the Open Championship, and BetMGM players will receive a Open Championship odds boost token. If you use the odds boost token, add a wager made up entirely of the Open wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. Score extra winnings if your wager that was made with the odds boost token wins. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Forum in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's talk a little baseball here on Send It In. Big League Peach will be back tomorrow as we're going to have everybody in action for the start of the second half of the season. Let's look at some futures. Some of the division winners that I like right now. Some of the MVP, Cy Young awards. We can go through them real quick. AL East, I like the Yankees a lot at minus 110. They're trailing Toronto by 2 games, but keep in mind the Yankees don't have to travel through multiple time zones the rest of the season. No more trips to Denver or no more trips to the West Coast. Everything is going to be Central or Eastern time zone for the Yankees. That's huge. They should get Luis Gil back here soon. If Gil can turn to form and it can be Fried, Rodon, and Gil as that 1-2-3 punch, that's going to be massive for the Yankees. And I feel like all the other teams in the AL East, the Blue Jays, the Rays, the Red Sox have won 10 straight games going into the break. All those teams kind of had their run, why the Yankees have not been playing well, yet they still only managed to be 2 games back. I'll take the Yanks at -110. Tigers are going to win the AL Central, as we know. They're up like a billion games. Astros are going to win the AL West as well. Look, the Astros, we just keep waiting for them to fall off a cliff, and it's just not happening. They continue to find ways to win games. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez at the top of that rotation is really, really good. So I like the Astros as well. And then my winner out of the American League is going to be the Houston Astros at +400. I just can't get there yet with the Tigers. We'll see what they do at the trade deadline. Their pitching staff is unbelievable. Hinch is a terrific manager. I just can't get there. The Yankees, I can't either. They made the World Series last year. I like Houston. They're playing great baseball, and I think the best value is on them at 4-1. Picks for the National League. NL East, I think, is going to go to the Phillies. The Mets pitching staff up to this point has been really good. It started to falter here the last couple weeks. I mean, that Phillies staff is really, really good, and I expect them to have a strong close to the season. So I'll take the Phillies -165 to win the NL East. NL Central winner, I think, is going to be the Cubs. The Brewers just never, ever go away. Cubs are the more talented team with the better lineup. Pitching staff good enough to get over the hump, so I'll take the Cubs. And then in the NL West, give me the Dodgers to win that division as well. And then my NL winner is going to be the San Diego Padres to win the National League at 20-1. I think the Cincinnati Reds might be worth a long shot as well at 80-1. They're 2.5 games back. Look, that Cincinnati rotation, if they get into the postseason with Hunter Green, Andrew Abbott, Chase Burns, you're telling me anybody wants to face that lineup? So I think it's just worth a flyer, and Francona's their manager because of the upside. If they get in, that is a team I could see making a run. I like the Padres, though, but keep an eye on the Reds as well. We know Ohtani's going to win MVP in the NL. I still like Skeens to win Cy Young. If he starts winning games, he's going to win the award. Pirates offense can't be any worse for him than it was in the first half. I think they'll be a little bit better. Skeens starts to get some wins. Obviously, the metrics are going to stay tremendous. So I like Skeens to win Cy Young. Mizorowski, I like to win Rookie of the Year. And then Bob Melvin, I'll take him for NL Manager of the Year for the Giants at +650. There's obviously a chance they can make the playoffs. If they do, I think he wins the award, so I'd look at him. Then in the AL side, Judge for MVP, Skubal for Cy Young, AJ Hinch Manager of the Year, and then I'll take Cam Smith of the Astros to win Rookie of the Year. That's going to be a fun race between him and the two Athletics, Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz, but I'll ride with Cam Smith at +130 to win AL Rookie of the Year. Astros Padres is my World Series exacta. That is 100-1 right now on BetMGM, so maybe worth a little sprinkle on that one, and I like the Astros to win the World Series. So give me Astros Padres and another World Series for Houston. All right, let's wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. And again, no going streaking for today. MLB off for one more day. We'll be back tomorrow. My prop lock of the day is going to be John Rahm in that 3-ball tomorrow against Xander Schauffele and the U.S. Open champion JJ Spawn, right? Spawn's having a terrific season, won the U.S. Open, have been unbelievable as a ball striker this year, and that should keep him around maybe for the weekend and make the cut. Xander, you just keep waiting for Xander to turn the corner, and he's just having up and down rounds all season long. Rahm steady Eddie. He's really good at the Open. I'll take him tomorrow at +120. Dog of the day, let's go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, over 7.5 wins at +120. Not an easy schedule for Iowa, but I love betting on Kirk Ferentz because I always know what I'm going to get out of Iowa every single year. I know the defense is always going to be good. I know they're going to be physical. They're going to give good teams tough games, especially at home. And if you're giving me plus money on them to win 8 games, which it feels like they do every year, I'll take that bet. And then my best bet is going to be the Yankees to win the AL East at -110. 2 games back of the Blue Jays to start the second half tomorrow. But I think the Yankees are the right play. Their schedule sets up nice for them. And I think they're going to get on a little bit of a run in August and September. So give me the Yankees to win the AL East. Thanks again to Scott Docterman for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We wrap up the week tomorrow. We'll see you then. Happy Thursday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. A quiet day on the sports front. We don't really have that many live games going on, but we still got a great show for you, a lot of previews. We continue looking at teams in the Big Ten. Today we'll discuss the Iowa Hawkeyes. We'll also look at the NFC South today as we start previewing that conference in the NFL with the Carolina Panthers. We're going to talk some baseball futures with the second half of the season starting tomorrow, and then we'll get you caught up with everything going on in round one at the Open Championship out at Royal Portrush. As always, we'd love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Any comments, any questions, any best bets that you have, let us know. Send them in to us at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. We got Scott Docterman on the show today. We're going to talk Iowa with them, but any Big Ten questions that you have, let us know, and we'll ask Scott here while he's on for about 10 minutes or so. The show, if you guys miss it over the next 30 minutes, you can check out the Send It In podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Scott Docterman. Give Scott a follow on X at Scott Docterman, national college football reporter for The Athletic. Scott, I know you're a busy man. Appreciate you spending some time with us here on Send It In. Want to get into the Big Ten as a whole a little bit later on, but focus on the Iowa Hawkeyes to start. And their head coach, Kirk Ferentz, he's the longest tenured head coach in college football, been there 27 years. I mean, how does Kirk continue to do it, and how much longer do you think he has there in Iowa City?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's one that I've posed to him just as recently as a couple of weeks ago when I had a sit down with him. And Kirk is he's handled these changes really well, and I think better than I would have expected. I mean, you look at Kirk and you wonder about 10 years ago, man, he's not built for any kind of pay for play or any of these new things that have happened, the transfer portal. But instead, he's really adapted to it. He actually enjoys it, and a lot of it's his NFL background. He now looks at it as a way. He always believed the players should be paid, and now they are, and now they're paid what now they can decide who gets what through their the $20.5 million at the athletic department. So he's done really well there. Now, as far as his future goes, he turns 70 in August. And so I think he's kind of in a year to year, but he's in great shape. He seems to be energized by this new era. They really did a nice job in the portal, and they have a team that's capable, if everything plays out right, of competing for the upper level of the Big Ten and potentially a college football playoff berth. So in his case, he's done a pretty nice job, and he's got himself a pretty decent team as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever we think Kirk Ferentz, we think about Iowa, it's always about that defense, right? That's where it starts with Phil Parker, who's been his longtime assistant defensive coordinator. What do you expect out of the Iowa defense yet again this season?
Yeah, they had a lot of turnover this year, which at first gives you a pause on thinking that maybe this team might take a step back. But the players that they lost were impactful, but I think they are in many ways replaceable. Now, Jay Higgins may be a tough one. He was a first-team All-American middle linebacker, and he was all over the field, definitely the leader. That's going to be a tough ask for his replacement. But you look up front, and they've got a couple of guys that have gone from being rotational players to actually pretty good starters to now I think they're got a chance to take that next step. And that's Max Llewellyn and Aaron Graves as seniors. And then in the secondary, they've got 5 players that are really taken off. And they lost a couple to the NFL, but in some ways they're more athletic in the back end. Now, if they could be as stable there, then I think this defense is going to be comparable to what we've seen in the last handful of years, which, I don't know if they'll lead the country in yards per play allowed like it did 2 and 3 years ago, the back-to-back years, but I think that they're going to be a very salty unit that'll keep Iowa in games and not get drug up and down the field.
On the other side of the ball, Scott, obviously a couple years ago for Iowa, it was a really rough watch on offense. So they bring in Tim Lester last year, his first year. What were the overall impressions in year one with him running the offense? And what are they expecting out of that offense this year? They bring in a really experienced FCF quarterback in Mark Gronkowski.
It was a really big move to get Tim Lester. And his style of play is that he runs a Shanahan offense, which is unique to college football, but he's been in that system for a while in the NFL. And last year you saw it really take off in the running game. Iowa had its highest yards per game average since 2002. And you had Caleb Johnson, who was a consensus first-team All-American, really did a nice job in the running game because of his adjustments with that system. Now in the passing game, it wasn't good at all, which isn't unusual, unfortunately, for Iowa the last few years. But I think that they've made a lot of strides in the offseason. As you mentioned, Mark Kronowski, last year he had kind of what I would consider a subpar season for him because he had a slightly torn labrum, but he still was one of the best passers in the country. In 2023, he was FCS Player of the Year. He led South Dakota State to 2 national titles. And what he can bring this offense is he can make every pass. He can run the zone read, which is what they'll want him to do at times, some RPO, but also he'll be able to take off in those situations. And Iowa hasn't had many quarterbacks who can do that over the last 10 years probably. Because he does have great straight ahead speed and he's very physical. So he brings a dimension that Iowa hasn't had at quarterback. And when you combine that to one of the most veteran offensive lines, talented offensive lines, plus some pretty good running backs and a group of receivers that they're maybe surprisingly excited about, I think this offense may surprise some people. I think they went from 15 points a game to 27 last year. I'm not going to suggest a 12-point growth again, but I think that it's fair to say that this team can get into the 30s this year, scoring points on offense. And if the defense can play the way it's capable of playing, that puts Iowa squarely in the upper echelon of the Big Ten.
We're talking Iowa Hawkeyes, Big Ten here with Scott Dochterman on Send It In, National College Football reporter for The Athletic. Scott, I want to ask you about Iowa's schedule because I really think it's fascinating for the upcoming year. Avoid Michigan and Ohio State. And on paper, I think you can argue their 3 toughest games are all at home: Penn State, Oregon, and Indiana. The road schedule is really tough, though, right? At Iowa State, at Wisconsin, at Nebraska, at USC. Like, they got a bunch of games on the road that they absolutely could lose. The win total is at 7.5. What was your prediction for Iowa this season? How many games do you think they win? And what do you think is the toughest game on that schedule for them?
It's a fantastically entertaining schedule, but it's also one that is going to freak out anybody who wants to bet on them. Because, as you said, you've got those games where they play 4 teams that won 11 games last year. However, I would say that, having Penn State and Oregon at home gives them that advantage. And Kinnick is a place where top 5 teams have gone to die for almost 20 years. Yeah. So you think that they could pull that upset, but then they're playing their rivals, 3 of them, on the road in Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Iowa State. So that's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, I'd like them over on 7.5, but if things don't work out, I could see them being like a really aggravating 7-win team where they lose 4 games by 3 points or less because of some of these matchups. But I think, with Indiana coming to Iowa City, I think that's one of the biggest games in the Big Ten this year, because I think it'll tell us a lot about both teams, and it'll really dictate whether either one of them has a chance to go to the playoff this year. And then, Wisconsin has the most difficult schedule in the country, and it's part of that grind for the Badgers in October where they play Michigan, Iowa, Ohio State, and then Oregon consecutively, which isn't a schedule I wish on my worst rival or enemy. And so I think, Iowa has the potential to win these games, and they have great special teams, which will help them. But, each one of these will be a very big challenge for the Hawkeyes.
Scott, I think the Big Ten is so interesting, right? It feels like it's in tiers almost. You have your Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, Michigan tier, and then there's kind of that next tier with teams like Iowa, Indiana, Illinois, Nebraska. Any one of these teams could emerge. Maybe they win 10 games, maybe they just win 6 games of kind of that middle group with that tier beneath the top tier. Who's a team that you think could emerge? Maybe they become this year's Indiana, surprise some people, maybe long shot type team potentially to make the playoff out of the Big Ten.
I like Washington in that regard. I think Washington last year made major strides compared to where I thought they would sit. I mean, going from the national title game, losing their coach, 21 out of 22 starters, and then they make a bowl game. But what makes me bullish on the Huskies is quarterback. Damon Williams has all the talent in the world. He is an electrifying player. He proved it in the one start he had, but I think he's got a chance to really take the Big Ten by storm. And I don't know if that that they're going to be able to get to the playoff. It's going to be a real grind for the teams, as you said, kind of in that second tier, at least if nothing else in perception, if nothing else. But you got Iowa, Illinois won 10 games last year, returns a heavy dose of its roster. Indiana, best season in school history. Nebraska, everybody expects them to eventually get to where they should be, but we'll wait and see. But I think Washington is the one team that I will say I think has a chance to maybe take that leap and enter in the playoff conversation that people aren't talking about.
I like it. Great stuff. Scott Docterman, kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Scott Docterman, national college football reporter for The Athletic. You can check out all of his great work there as well. Scott, really appreciate the time, man. Know you're busy. Enjoy the college football season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks for having me, PJ. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Really good stuff there from Scott. All right, you guys, let's talk some Iowa Hawkeyes now here on the show. And again, one of the more fascinating schedules in the Big Ten. They avoid Michigan and Ohio State. And then look at the home games and look at all the road games that they have. I feel like all these Big Ten schedules that we've seen, teams had a road game at Maryland, Northwestern, Purdue, one of kind of the bottom teams in the conference. Iowa really doesn't have that. You look at their entire road schedule, and they absolutely could lose any one of those games. At Iowa State week 2 against a ranked opponent, that's not going to be easy. At Rutgers, that's not going to be an easy game. They're going to be favored, but never easy to go in there. Iowa's probably going to be like 3.5-point favorite, somewhere around there against them. At Wisconsin, obviously a big rivalry game. And then at USC and at Nebraska as well, 2 of the final 3 weeks of the season. So it's tricky. The home games, though, as Scott was saying, right? Kinnick is where top 5 teams go to die. I don't know if they're going to beat Penn State and Oregon, but I certainly think there's a chance that they can win one of those 2 games. And then obviously the game against Indiana feels like it could be a massive game. One of those games that if you bet Iowa over win total, you're going to need the Hawkeyes to win. I think this is the best quarterback, though, that Iowa's had in a while in Mark Gronkowski. I was a big fan of this pickup by Kirk Ferentz and his coaching staff in the offseason. Played 5 years at the FCS level at South Dakota State. Experienced guy. Broke a ton of school records. They had a lot of success, won a national championship. He decided to stay there at South Dakota State, and now he's using his extra year to play in the Big Ten at Iowa. That's certainly the concern, right? That jump in competition, going from an FCS schedule to now playing in the Big Ten against all those types of teams that he's going to be facing this year. I mean, there's no cupcakes on that schedule outside of Albany and UMass. All the Big Ten games that they have are going to be pretty tricky. So it's a tough schedule. That's going to be obviously what Gronkowski is going to have to deal with. But with Iowa, the beauty of them is that there are certain areas where you never have to worry. You never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to offensive line, never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to running back, and you never have to worry about Iowa when it comes to defense and how about special teams. We know Iowa's always got one of the best punters, kickers in college football. It obviously is about the quarterback and the wide receiver. And the wide receiver room for Iowa. But this is one of the teams year after year, and this is why Kirk Ferentz has remained in Iowa City for so long. Talk about the word identity so much in the game of football and in sports. We all know Iowa's identity, right? Hard-nosed, physical, defense, run the football, win games 17-14. That's what Iowa wants to do. So I'm really interested to see how Gronkowski plays this season. I was a big fan of his. Watched a couple games at the FCS level. Obviously, a lot of those FCS schools open up the season against FBS schools, and you get a chance to watch him play. But he's a good athlete, and he can throw the football. They're got to replace Caleb Johnson, who's off to the NFL with the Steelers. But, man, it's really hard for me to bet against Kirk Ferentz. And the win total for Iowa is sitting at 7.5 with the over at plus 120. It's tough, right? Because, again, in theory, they absolutely could lose all those road games. The home schedule, Indiana, Oregon, Penn State, not easy at all. But Iowa, it just feels like wins at the very worst, like 8 games every single year. And you're getting them at plus 120. So I think that's a bet on Iowa personally. If I were to bet the win total, I would look over plus 120 for Iowa. All these middle-of-the-pack teams, right? Everybody loves Illinois. Talked about Nebraska a couple weeks ago. Love them. Washington's been getting some love here on the show as well. But Iowa, just every year, we kind of forget about the Hawkeyes, and we look up and they win 8-9 games. So I'd look over 7.5 wins for Iowa at plus 120. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Let's go to the Carolina Panthers for the upcoming season. And when I look at Carolina, the schedule, I mean, certainly doable, right? We're away from these NFC North schedules now that it felt like were absolute gauntlets and ridiculous. And now we go to the NFC South and a little bit easy. Here's my big question with the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young's kind of reminded me of Trevor Lawrence a little bit, the trajectory. You know, you have a guy who's an unbelievable college player, gets drafted number 1 overall, goes to a small market team in the NFL. Year 1 is a disaster. Trevor, year 1 with Urban Meyer, disaster. Bryce Young, year 1, absolute train wreck with Frank Reich. But year 2, you started to see some improvement in the second half of the season. Trevor Lawrence in that year 2 first half looked like the guy that we saw his rookie year. And Bryce Young, the first half of year 2, looked like the guy we saw his rookie year. But then both Trevor and Bryce Young flipped the switch second half of the season. Panthers all of a sudden turned into a team that we were betting them every week on the show. They were putting up points. They were pulling off upsets. They were covering spreads. It was amazing. And Bryce didn't really have anybody to throw to. He had the corpse of Adam Thielen out there. Now they go out and get Tet McMillan. They bring reinforcements in the running back room with Rico Dowdle. And that's going to be the key with Carolina this year. Is do they fall in love with what they saw with Bryce in the second half of the season? They obviously go out and get Tet McMillan with the number 8 overall pick, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Do they abandon the run and just completely fall in love with the pass game again? Because that's what Dave Canales did when he was in Tampa with Baker Mayfield. They obviously had a ton of success through the air, but they really didn't run the football. I thought the key to Carolina's success the second half of the season, certainly Bryce played better, but it was the fact that they ran the football. They were leaning on the ground game, and Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle, I think, is a nice 1-2 punch for the Carolina Panthers. Dallas Cowboys, same thing with them. They had all these problems early on in the season trying to throw. Dallas starts running the football. They win all these games. That's going to be the key for Carolina. But I compare Bryce Young to Trevor Lawrence because, again, after Trevor had that great stretch the end of year 2, they go on that win streak, they make the playoffs. He's obviously struggled here his last 2 seasons as a pro, got hurt last season, but I worry about the same for Bryce. I worry that it was just a little bit of a flash in the pan. He got hot for that stretch, and now we might start to see the regression hit again in year 3. So such a big year for Bryce Young. There's excitement. They brought in another running back. They brought in another receiver. The offensive line is improving. Dave Canales in year 2 as a head coach. There are a bunch of reasons to like Carolina. I just feel like we've seen this movie before. It's giving me Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville vibes, and that's why I'm really scared to bet anything long-term with the Carolina Panthers. Their win total is at 6.5, and the over is minus 145. I just wouldn't lay juice on a team like that, but also I don't want to bet the under because I certainly could see Carolina winning 7 games, winning 8 games. Obviously, the division's not all that difficult. They're going to play New Orleans twice. They're going to be favorites in both of those games. Tampa's going to be down. They play them 2 of the final 3 weeks in the regular season. Atlanta, I mean, those are going to be toss-up games. So the schedule is going to be favorable. You also play the AFC East outside of the Bills. Wouldn't shock us if Carolina won any of the 3 games against New England, the Jets, or Miami. And then also this conference that they get is going to be the NFC West, which is a difficult division. But Carolina, especially against the spread, they could shock a couple of those teams. Maybe beat the Seahawks, maybe beat the Rams, maybe beat the Cardinals potentially. So the Panthers are a team, they could make the playoffs. If Bryce Young is as good as what he was the second half of last season, they could make the playoffs. If Tet McMillan turns out to be a really good young wide receiver, they absolutely could put up points. It's just reminding me a little bit of Trevor Lawrence, and because of that, I'm staying away for Carolina. No bet on me for the Panthers. Not betting them to make the playoffs, not betting them under win total, not betting them to win the division. Nothing for me with Carolina. Going to pass on them. All right, Shawnee Sharp is telling me we got some breaking news here on the show. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson is believed to have recovered from his shoulder setback as the team prepares to report for training camp next week. Richardson has been in Florida for weeks working with a personal coaches throwing the ball with velocity. Also, wide receiver Jordan Addison for the Vikings. DUI case has concluded with a fine and probation per Tom Pelissero. NFL is expected to rule on a suspension there for Addison. And then the Rashee Rice news that broke probably about 2 hours ago. Adam Schefter reported that They sentenced Rashee Rice to 5 years probation, 30 days of jail time that can be served during those 5 years stemming for his role in a multi-car crash in Dallas during the 2024 offseason. There's going to be a suspension coming from Rashee Rice. So a lot of NFL news with Anthony Richardson, Jordan Addison, and Rashee Rice as well here on Send It In. All right, you guys, let's update you on what's going on at the Open Championship at Royal Portrush. I got the TV on right here. We got a whole bunch of guys that are tied at 4 under right now. It feels like nobody wants to get to 5 under or 6 under. We got a ton of guys at 4, ton of guys at 3 under, and a ton of guys at 2 under. But the way this thing is setting up, we could have ourselves a really fun tournament. Scotty Scheffler hit 3 fairways today, and he still shot 3 under, so that's a little bit scary. He's now plus 275 to win the Open. Rory is 2 under so far through his first 9 holes. He's plus 500. Matt Fitzpatrick is 11 to 1. He shot a 4 under this morning. Jon Rahm shot a 1 under this morning. He is 14 to 1. So the 3 big favorites, Scotty, Rory, Rahm, all in the picture. And then Matt Fitzpatrick up there as well. Terrell Hatton is having a nice round. Shane Lowry went off at 1 under this morning, the defending champ at Royal Portrush. A lot of firepower on that leaderboard, which I think is creating some good value down the board because all those big names are still in contention. And again, you guys, when we're dealing with an Open, especially right off the ocean, when the wind and the weather can change at the snap of a finger, we could get some good numbers on a bunch of these guys. So maybe take some shots. Let's see. I'm going through the odds board right now. Victor Hovland, don't know exactly what he's at. He's at 100 to 1. I assume he's like 1 or 2 over. That was a guy who was maybe considering pre-tournament. Justin Thomas, who we were talking about, we bet him top 10. Bet him top 20 as well. He's 66 to 1. He did just double bogey the 9th hole, unfortunately. There's some guys. Justin Rose, obviously always a player in these majors. Sam Burns, didn't bet him this week, but has been one of the hottest putters the entire year on the PGA Tour. So it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. But again, because those 3 names at the top of the leaderboard are all in contention, it's giving you some good odds on some of these other guys down the board. Some other things that stuck out to me are we have some 3-ball bets for tomorrow. I went 2-0 on my 3-ball bets this morning, so love that. We took Scheffler over Morikawa and Lowry, and then we had Sergio Garcia in his 3-ball as well. 2 3-balls I'd keep an eye on for tomorrow morning. They already have on BetMGM the 3-ball pairings for the guys that are going to go off early tomorrow. I like Jon Rahm in his 3-ball against J.J. Spaun and Xander Schauffele. Rahm, it just felt like shot a really smooth, really cool 1 under round this morning. I would expect him to shoot another under par round. I don't know if Xander and J.J. Spaun are going to shoot under par tomorrow. So if Rahm can give us something under par, I would look at him at plus 120. And then the other one is Lee Westwood, man, who just feels like he always shows up for the Open Championship. Obviously from England, he is plus 275 against Thomas Dietrich and Chris Gotterup, who won the Scottish Open last week. Again, Gotterup, the stock on him was high because he's coming off a win. Dietrich, very good on these link-style courses. But you give me Lee Westwood at plus 275. I think that is a pretty good bet. Rory just made birdie there on the 10th hole. He is now 3 under par. And the odds shift at BetMGM. Scotty now goes from plus 275 to plus 280. And Rory goes from plus 500 to plus 400. So how awesome would it be if we get Scotty and Rory battling it out on Sunday for the Claret Jug? That'd be pretty sweet. All right, a BetMGM promo from our friends here at BetMGM. It's an odds boost token for the Open Championship, and BetMGM players will receive a Open Championship odds boost token if you use the odds boost token, add a wager made up entirely of the Open wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. Score extra winnings if your wager that was made with the odds boost token wins. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's talk a little baseball here on Send It In. Big League Peach will be back tomorrow as we're going to have everybody in action for the start of the second half of the season. Let's look at some futures, some of the division winners that I like right now, some of the MVP, Cy Young awards. We can go through them real quick. AL East, I like the Yankees a lot at minus 110. They're trailing Toronto by 2 games, but keep in mind the Yankees don't have to travel through multiple time zones the rest of the season. No more trips to Denver or no more trips to the West Coast. Everything is going to be Central or Eastern time zone for the Yankees. That's huge. They should get Luis Gil back here soon. If Gil can turn to form and it can be Fried, Rodon, and Gil as that 1-2-3 punch, that's going to be massive for the Yankees. And I feel like all the other teams in the AL East, the Blue Jays, the Rays, the Red Sox have won 10 straight games going into the break. All those teams kind of had their run, why the Yankees have not been playing well, yet they still only managed to be 2 games back. I'll take the Yanks at -110. Tigers are going to win the AL Central, as we know. They're up like 1 billion games. Astros are going to win the AL West as well. Look, the Astros, we just keep waiting for them to fall off a cliff, and it's just not happening. They continue to find ways to win games. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez at the top of that rotation is really, really good. So I like the Astros as well. And then my winner out of the American League is going to be the Houston Astros at +400. I just can't get there yet with the Tigers. We'll see what they do at the trade deadline. Their pitching staff is unbelievable. Hinch is a terrific manager. I just can't get there. The Yankees, I can't either. They made the World Series last year. I like Houston. They're playing great baseball, and I think the best value is on them at 4-1. Picks for the National League. NL East, I think, is going to go to the Phillies. The Mets pitching staff up to this point has been really good. It started to falter here the last couple weeks. I mean, that Phillies staff is really, really good, and I expect them to have a strong close to the season. So I'll take the Phillies -165 to win the NL East. NL Central winner, I think, is going to be the Cubs. The Brewers just never, ever go away. Cubs are the more talented team with the better lineup. Pitching staff good enough to get over the hump, so I'll take the Cubs. And then in the NL West, give me the Dodgers to win that division as well. And then my NL winner is going to be the San Diego Padres to win the National League at 20-1. I think the Cincinnati Reds might be worth a long shot as well at 80-1. They're 2.5 games back. Look, that Cincinnati rotation, if they get into the postseason with Hunter Green, Andrew Abbott, Chase Burns, you're telling me anybody wants to face that lineup? So I think it's just worth a flyer, and Francona's their manager because of the upside. If they get in, that is a team I could see making a run. I like the Padres, though, but keep an eye on the Reds as well. We know Ohtani's going to win MVP in the NL. I still like Skeens to win Cy Young. If he starts winning games, he's going to win the award. Pirates offense can't be any worse for him than it was in the first half. I think they'll be a little bit better. Skeens starts to get some wins. Obviously, the metrics are going to stay tremendous. So I like Skeens to win Cy Young. Mizorowski, I like to win Rookie of the Year. And then Bob Melvin, I'll take him for NL Manager of the Year for the Giants at +650. There's obviously a chance they can make the playoffs. If they do, I think he wins the award, so I'd look at him. Then in the AL side, Judge for MVP, Skubal for Cy Young, AJ Hinch Manager of the Year, and then I'll take Cam Smith of the Astros to win Rookie of the Year. That's going to be a fun race between him and the two Athletics, Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz, but I'll ride with Cam Smith at +130 to win AL Rookie of the Year. Astros Padres is my World Series exacta. That is 100-1 right now on BetMGM, so maybe worth a little sprinkle on that one, and I like the Astros to win the World Series. So give me Astros, Padres, and another World Series for Houston. All right, let's wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. And again, no going streaking for today. MLB off for one more day. We'll be back tomorrow. My prop lock of the day is going to be John Rahm in that 3-ball tomorrow against Xander Schauffele and the U.S. Open champion J.J. Spawn, right? Spawn's having a terrific season, won the U.S. Open, have been unbelievable as a ball striker this year, and that should keep him around maybe for the weekend and make the cut. Xander, you just keep waiting for Xander to turn the corner, and he's just having up and down rounds all season long. Rahm's steady Eddie. He's really good at the Open. I'll take him tomorrow at +120. Dog of the day, let's go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, over 7.5 wins at +120. Not an easy schedule for Iowa, but I love betting on Kirk Ferentz because I always know what I'm going to get out of Iowa every single year. I know the defense is always going to be good. I know they're going to be physical. They're going to give good teams tough games, especially at home. And if you're giving me plus money on them to win 8 games, which it feels like they do every year, I'll take that bet. And then my best bet is going to be the Yankees to win the AL East at -110. 2 games back of the Blue Jays to start the second half tomorrow. But I think the Yankees are the right play. Their schedule sets up nice for them. And I think they're going to get on a little bit of a run in August and September. So give me the Yankees to win the AL East. Thanks again to Scott Docterman for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We wrap up the week tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Can anything stop the Chiefs from winning the AFC West yet again? We preview the division in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, wherever you may be in the world, inside your Odyssey app, as well as iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps. You can listen live alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Lightning bets? Sure, we might find some things to throw at the board before we wrap up the show. The Open Championship at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland continues. In the first round, Scotty Scheffler has pulled within a shot of the lead. He is done for the day, though. He's at 3 under amongst several others. You got Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia at 2 under, as well as Victor Hovland. Leaders, though, 3 co-leaders at 4 under. You've got, I'm going to screw up his name again, Jacob Skov Olesen, I believe is how you say it, as well as Hua-Tang Lee. And you've got now Matt Fitzpatrick, who has finished out his round of 67 at 4 under. BetMGM account holders, you can bet on golf with an offer you're not going to find anywhere else. Second chance. You get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner pick comes in second. Find the pro you think is going to win. If they do, great, you win. If not, and your golfer finishes right behind the winner in second, you get your stake back in cash. Check it out inside your BetMGM app as you're placing your bets for the Open Championship all weekend long. We gave you some of our long shots yesterday. If you're still looking for some of that insight, you can always go back and download it via your podcast app, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your shows. AFC West, the Chiefs, once again, favorites to win the division, Kate, minus 110. 4-1 to win the AFC, 8-1 to win the Super Bowl again. They tried to fortify their offensive line, drafted Josh Simmons. They extend Tyler Smith. Rashee Rice is back, so another weapon to sort of re-add to the arsenal for Patrick Mahomes. I look at the Chiefs and I say, okay, why shouldn't they be favored to win this division? It's hard to find reasons other than the fact that, okay, Kelsey is a little bit older. Mahomes is still at his peak, though, it feels like. I don't know. I don't find any reasons, and we'll get into the Chargers, Broncos, and Raiders in a second, but I don't find many reasons to not pick the Chiefs to win this division again.
No, I'm right there with you. I don't either. It's similar to what we talked about in the NFC East with the Eagles or Commanders. I think the Chiefs can win the division and maybe go under their win total. 11.5 wins. Like, I'm not rushing to bet the Chiefs under by any means. I probably won't ever get there to bet the Chiefs unders, because why do you want to do that with the Chiefs? Right. But you think about all like the 1-score games that they won last year. That was the big storyline, is like they were barely squeaking by a lot of teams. Now, I do think their roster is a little bit better this year with some of those notable names that you mentioned. And you still have Patrick Mahomes, you still have Andy Reid, and you still have Steve Spagnuolo. So those three right there, I'm certainly not doubting the Chiefs by any means. I think they win this division again. As long as Patrick Mahomes is on the field and in that uniform, I think the Chiefs are the rightful favorites to win the division. If anything, I think this number is a little too, like, I think you could almost go minus 150 for the Chiefs to win the division. Minus 120, that is, I don't know. That almost feels a little short. Now, I know the division is catching up. The other teams are getting significantly better, and they should be more of a challenge this year, but I'm still not sure Patrick Mahomes, in his mind, is it really that much of a challenge?
Yeah, they've got a fairly difficult schedule too. I think 6th most difficult in the league. They're another team, much like we talked about with Philly earlier, that needs to come out of the gate hot. They open up in Brazil against the Chargers. They get Philly in week 2. Yes, there's a trip to play the Giants in week 3, but then it's Baltimore, an up-and-coming Jag squad on the road, Detroit. Then they host the Raiders, but they get Washington and a trip to Buffalo back-to-back. Who doesn't love going to Buffalo, as we just got done talking about? But in all seriousness, like, the schedule stacks up more difficult at the beginning of the season than at the end of the season, and they are going to have to come out of the chute hot. They wrap up at the end of the year with, Houston, the Chargers, a trip to Nashville against the Titans. They host Denver and then at Vegas. They should be able to stack up some wins late, assuming they're healthy and all is going well. They've got to come out of the gate hot and win at least 2 of their first 4, 3 of their first 6. And that sounds underwhelming. But if you want to have a shot, if you want to get through that stacked up early schedule that you have and still have a shot at 11 wins, 12 wins, you've got to do that. It'll be very interesting to see how the Chargers attack them in week 1 in Brazil. They are second on the board, 9.5 wins. They bring in Mekhi Becton at guard, the Chargers do, but his run blocking a little more susceptible than his pass blocking, where he's really strong. A very interesting running back combination now as they draft Amarian Hampton and they sign Najee Harris. But they need this crew of young wide receivers to step up in a big way, I think. Whether it's Quentin Johnston finally paying off, Ladd McConkey, I think we saw has a ton of potential and could continue to grow. You get Trey Harris, who I still don't think has signed yet, and Keandre Lambert-Smith in the draft. Their receivers have to produce. I mean, you have Justin Herbert for a reason. It's not to have him be a game manager and turn around and hand it off 35 times a game. I understand it's a Harbaugh calling the shots, but they've got to score some points. The other thing is the loss of Joey Bosa on the other side of the ball has left them precariously thin at edge. It's Khalil Mack back on a contract extension and then a bunch of dudes like Bud Dupree behind him.
Yeah, I'm worried for the Chargers just in the sense that their defense was very good last year. I want to say top 5 in points per game allowed. But it's the offense and it's the receiving core. You have so much talent in Justin Herbert. Get him some actual weapons. Like even Ladd McConkey, he had a great rookie season, but did we see Ladd McConkey's name on the top 10 wide receiver list that ESPN put out that we talked about earlier? Nope. You see Quentin Johnson anywhere near that? Nope. Jim Harbaugh is going to want to run the ball. So they're going to want to pound the run game. Well, you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert. What are you doing? And then I worry about them once they get in the playoffs. Justin Herbert in the postseason has not had a ton of success. And you go back to last year, that was a awful performance against the Texans. You'd think that there's some learning, there's some growing from that, but I just don't think this offense is good enough with the pieces that they have. I would love to be proven wrong. Can they win? What is their win total sitting at?
9.5.
9.5. I mean, I think so based on the other teams that they play. You have the Giants, you have Miami. I don't think Miami is going to be any good. You have Colts, Titans, a lot of those games I think that they'll be fine in. It's just the division games. If they can get a couple of those, if they can split with Kansas City, if they can split with Denver, then I think they get over this number. But I am not betting the Chargers to win this division. In fact, I would take the Broncos before I would take the Chargers.
Okay, and we'll get to the Broncos in a second. What I think is interesting, Chargers minus 145 to make the playoffs. So they're in that group with the Texans at minus 140, Bengals minus 150, Broncos are minus 140, and then the Steelers plus 140. That group of those second-tier teams in the AFC that really feels like it's, probably 5 teams battling for, I guess, 4 spots in the AFC playoffs. Yeah. And so you're looked at by everyone as a playoff team, but you're also precariously close to losing a game or two you shouldn't, and then you're not even in there. And then again, we're talking about what happens when you do get there. So yeah, the Chargers, borderline playoff team for me. It all depends on whether they get anything out of their young receiving core. Denver, you mentioned them, also lined at 9.5 wins. They are all in on defense this offseason. I love the Talanoa Hufanga signing. I like what he's going to do for them in the secondary. I think he bounces back in a big way. Jedi Barron, the first-round cornerback, free agents up front, in Dre Greenlaw and DJ Jones. They've decided you're not going to be able to score on us. We're going to slow you down, which in a division with Mahomes and Herbert might be the right tack to take. My worry on the offensive side is that We could get regression from Bo Nix, obviously, and they're still really thin at receiver. It's Cortland Sutton and then a bunch of dudes headlined by Marvin Mims. They did go out and get Evan Ingram, so if he can be productive, that will help. But I don't know if Nix is enough in his second year to say they can go to the playoffs just based on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think the defense is going to win them some games this year. Is it going to be able to win them enough? That's kind of the question. You added J.K. Dobbins at running back. R.J. Harvey is who you drafted this year in the second round. Can Dobbins make it through the season healthy? I mean, he had a great start to the year last year when he saw the field, but that kind of dwindled towards the second half. I just believe in this Sean Payton, Bo Nix duo. Like, to be able to have the success that they did in their first season together, I think is telling. And similar to the Jane Daniels conversation that we had, like, does he take a step back? Does he take a step forward? Maybe he just plateaus. That's kind of more of what I see from Bo Nix. I'm not sure Bo Nix comes out and like totally lights it up and we're like, wow, this is a exponentially improved player from last year. But if he just does enough, and the defense that they have, not to mention, like, their offensive line is going to be really good too, which is only going to make Bo Nix's life a lot easier. So in the trenches, I think, is where Denver can win quite a few games. Schedule-wise, not overly difficult. You do have a stretch of the Chargers, the Bengals, and Philly week 3 through 5. And then you have, I mean, of course, you're going to play your division matchups. I don't know. Dallas at home. I'd take the Broncos in that one, I think.
Yeah.
Green Bay, Jacksonville. Like, those are solid teams, but they're also beatable teams.
I think the last 6 weeks are the most interesting part of the schedule for me. They benefit from a late bye. It's in week 12 at the end of November. And then they go to Washington for a Sunday night game. And then off to Vegas the week after that, division rivalry, throughout the records, anything can happen. And then they wrap up with Green Bay, Jacksonville at home, at Kansas City, and home against the Chargers. So a lot of division games late, an up-and-coming Jags team maybe that might be battling with them for a playoff spot possibly, and a trip to Kansas City and hosting the Packers. They do have that soft spot in the middle, which I think is their opportunity. The game in London against the Jets, the Giants, the Cowboys. After a trip to Houston, they get Vegas on a Thursday night at home. So they have an opportunity in the middle, I think, if things are going well, to stack some wins. Maybe get to that 9.5 win mark. I wouldn't bet either side of the total on the wins. I think they're going to be right on that 9-10 win mark. And right there, like I said, battling with one of those 5 teams trying to score 4 playoff spots in the AFC picture. The Raiders, lined at 6.5 wins with 34-year-old Geno Smith, their new quarterback. And Mr. Positivity, Pete Carroll, brings in Chip Kelly as the OC. They have a whole lot of Jacoby Myers and a bunch of other dudes at wide receiver. The offense is basically going to be Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers and say a few Hail Marys. The defense, it's this patchwork quilt of Max Crosby and although a little farther down the line, I do like the Elandon Roberts signing, a thumper to play inside linebacker, but I would take the under 6.5. I know some people are high on the Raiders because of the Pete Carroll effect, and maybe they still think that Geno Smith can play quarterback and Chip Kelly will help him out with the scheme. I'm sorry. There's just not enough weapons. Bowers and Genty, I like a lot. I do not like their offensive line at all.
No, the offensive line is going to be just as bad as it was last year. Geno kind of used to playing behind bad offensive lines in Seattle the last couple of seasons. But you're right. They just don't have enough. They have a couple really good pieces. But, I mean, most teams in the NFL have a couple good pieces. I don't think Geno Smith is as strong of a quarterback as they'll need to get over the hump, especially at this stage in his career. So, I mean, I would find other ways to bet the Raiders in terms of like week to week or Ashton Genty overs, Ashton Genty week to week props, things like that, because he's going to get a ton of use. Brock Bowers, but in terms of like season long things, 16-1 to surprise people and win the division. no, thank you. I would rather just give my money away.
Yeah, the Raiders are going to be, I think, down there with who else have we talked about for fewest wins? The Saints, maybe the Titans.
Browns.
There's some rebuild. Yeah, the Browns. There's some rebuilding that needs to happen there. Speaking of the Browns, we'll preview both the AFC and NFC North tomorrow as we continue those division by division previews all this week here on Bet Sweats. We've been doing college football conference previews as well. SEC earlier today. We go back down south to talk about which team may be the worst in the SEC and a few other items we haven't gotten to yet today. We'll play GTFO or Oh Yeah, coming up next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
We'll have some lightning bets. They might not be for stuff going on tonight, but we'll have bets before we wrap up the show on something. British Open continues. We'll keep you up to date on that as well. Here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, live coast to coast, wherever you may be, inside your Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And anything you may have missed, you can always download in podcast form. You do that in your Apple Podcasts, Spotify apps, wherever you catch your podcast. You can get Bet Sweats. Just subscribe today. You won't miss anything. Kate and I will be back tomorrow. We'll have AFC and NFC North previews. Talk about national championship playoff and Heisman odds in college football and whatever other nonsense, maybe something else. I mean, look, the dishwasher's broken. Our passports are 1 day shy of being valid for an international trip. Something else ridiculous will happen in my home. I have a 16-year-old daughter who we're trying to get a car for. There's many things that could go wildly wrong in the next 24 hours that I'd like to think I can entertain everyone with, Kate.
Well, I have gone in the last couple of breaks. I am so hungry right now. I'm starving. And we have no food in this house whatsoever. And I just keep going back in the cupboards and staring at the same empty cupboards, thinking something's going to appear there. I just checked in every purse that I've left laid out, every backpack to see if I have like a granola bar or something, like literally like scrounging under the couch cushions for like some sort of food in this house.
So is this actually no food in the house like Mother Hubbard's cupboard? Or is this, again, I'll reference my 16-year-old daughter, opening the fridge and the pantry, staring at everything, the mounds of food that we have purchased and going, we don't have anything to eat.
No, I have eaten 2 beef sticks in the last 2 breaks. No
There's
food in the
nothing
house.
wrong with a good beef stick.
They're great, but they're great for like on the run. Like you're out and about and you need a little snack. Yeah. Not like
two in a 20-minute span is tough.
It's tough. Like I'm sitting here thinking like I almost texted my husband and being like, I need you to make me a waffle. And I need to have it between the minutes of 10:36 and 10:41, please. Because I don't know what it is this morning. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I'm so hungry. So there's stress going on in this house, Chris. Yours is a little bit more heightened because you got the travel, you got the passport, but like, I got my own issues too.
Man, when life gets in the way, especially during the All-Star break.
It's so hard.
It's time to play one of our favorite games here on Bet Sweats and across the BetMGM network. It's time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
It's now time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
I just said that. This is where Amir, who is filling in for Paul this week, we now have my dog barking in the background. Can you guys hear that? This is ridiculous. It's turned into an absolute bleep show over here. This is where Amir, who's filling in for Paul, will throw out an item to us, and we tell him whether to GTFO with that or oh yeah. As a reminder, your oh yeahs can vary from anything like an understated Queen Elizabeth, oh yeah, all the way up to a Randy Macho Man Savage, oh yeah, give me a beef stick. Anywhere in between, too. The spectrum is wide, Kate. So, Amir, get us started. What do you got for GTFO or oh yeah?
All right, right off the top, we talked about the teams toward the top of the SEC. Now let's have a look at the bottom. The first one, Mississippi State will not win the least games in the SEC this season. They have the best odds to win the least games at -125, followed by Vanderbilt and Kentucky, both plus 250, Arkansas plus 1,200, Oklahoma plus 2,500. GTFO or oh yeah on Mississippi not finishing at the bottom of the SEC.
Kate, you want to take this one first?
I can start us off. I'm going to go with just a solid oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mississippi State is not going to finish in the bottom. And they are not because Kentucky is going to. Kentucky is 2-12 in its last 14 SEC home games. The home games is kind of where the schedule is softest for Kentucky. You go on the road. Sure, Vanderbilt and Louisville, those aren't, the cream of the crop in the SEC, but still not bad opponents. You have Georgia, South Carolina on the road, Auburn on the road. You're probably not going to win many of those as well. I don't know what it is about Kentucky playing at home, but they are not very good. They are 7-18 overall in the SEC since 2021. That's not too many wins. I think Kentucky's going to be pretty bad again this year. I would take them to have the fewest wins in the SEC. So I'm going, on Mississippi not being that team.
Yeah, Mississippi State is bad, though. Like, bad.
They
You make
are.
a great point about Kentucky's home losing streak. It's also epically horrid. I don't like Vanderbilt here, not just because I mentioned the over on their win total earlier in the show, but, I mean, they do have an experienced quarterback, some huge upset wins last year, which maybe they don't replicate this year, but they have a very soft start to the schedule. So I take Vanderbilt out of the conversation to begin with. I take Oklahoma out of the conversation at 25-1. That's just based on the last couple of years, when, granted, I wanted to run Brett Venables out of Norman, but I think he's done a good job this offseason building the roster back, getting a quarterback. I'm going to say GTFO. Mississippi State will definitely win the fewest games in the SEC this season, and I don't have to lay a big price if I want to bet that at -125. So GTFO.
All right, moving on to number 2. We talked about ranking the top wide receivers in the NFL via the ESPN article. Someone other than Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson will lead the NFL in touchdown catches this season. They both have the highest totals on BetMGM. Jamar Chase at 10.5, Justin Jefferson at 9.5, Amon-Ra 8.5, a slew of other guys, Neighbors, T. Higgins, A.J. Brown, Drake London, all at 7.5. GTFO, or oh yeah, on a third receiver, not one of the aforementioned Jefferson or Chase, catching the most touchdown passes in the NFL this season.
This is tough because there's a lot of names I really like on that 7.5 line. Like, I really like the idea of Malik Neighbors hauling in a bunch of big play touchdowns this year as Russ just chucks the ball up and lets him run underneath it. I like the idea of Marvin Harrison Jr., even if I'm not high on Kyler Murray being the key cog in that offense for the Cardinals if they're going to score points this year. So despite liking some of those names that are farther down the list, you mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown at 8.5 Amir. I like him too. I still got to say GTFO, the leader in receiving touchdowns this year, Kate, is either Chase or Jefferson, one of the LSU guys.
Yeah, I'm with you, GTFO on this one. You look at the guys on the 7.5 line, like Drake London, Mike Evans. He's going to split a lot of those touchdowns with even Emeka Egbuka. Like that receiving core, they're just going to be more spread out. Chris Godwin. I think with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, like especially Jamar Chase, he's going to have to do a lot of the scoring like we saw from the Bengals last year because of how bad the Bengals defense is. Like it's going to be the offense that totally carries that team, and Jamar Chase is going to be the beneficiary of a lot of that. Same with Justin Jefferson to a little lesser extent. I do like Amon-Ra St. Brown, but again, you have a lot of skill players that can kind of spread around some of those touchdowns, especially in the run game. Plus, what does that offense look like without Ben Johnson there? Does that take a step back at all? So I think it is I mean, in my mind, it's a clear cut that it's either Chase or Jefferson that are going to be leading the league. So I will say GTFO on that one.
Now, circling back to the NFC East, Kate, at least you seemed to be on the side of the Eagles repeating for the first time since 2004 in the NFC East. How about the Eagles will three-peat in the NFC East at least before someone else wins that division? GTFO or oh yeah? They won it 4 times in 2004. The last time this happened. That was their 4th time in a row.
I'm gonna say GTFO. I think the Commanders, give them 2 years, and I think the Commanders will be at the top of the division. Don't expect a whole lot from the Cowboys or Giants, but 3 years in a row is tough, especially this division, which hasn't had a repeat winner in 20 years. To all of a sudden say some team's gonna rip off 3 division wins in a row. As good as the Eagles are, I think the Commanders are coming for them.
It's a good point you make. The Commanders are coming and are going to challenge the Eagles for a while at the top of that division. But I think what I love is something I mentioned earlier about the Eagles, how Howie Roseman has rebuilt their defense, especially the secondary on the fly. Awful a couple years ago, right? And he's brought in all these youngsters. He's jettisoned the veteran guys. And I think that is exactly what you need when you're going up against Jaden Daniels. You need a secondary that can lock up the opposing receiving core, assuming McLaurin stays in Washington, which I think will end up working itself out as much as they want to argue about money right now. You need to lock up the opposition receivers, make difficult decisions for the opposing quarterback. It's like the defenses in the AFC North building to go against Lamar and Joe Burrow every year. In the AFC East, you got to build to go against Hurts. And in this case, if you're the Eagles, build to go against Daniels. And I think he's done a great job of that. So I'm going to say not a macho man, oh yeah, but I will give it a very mild sort of Kool-Aid man before he throws his shoulder into the brick wall. Oh yeah, I think the Eagles could three-peat as NFC East champs before somebody else wins it.
All right. And up next, we talked a little bit about the NBA expansion, rather. We didn't rank the cities because we went to a travel story instead and talked about getting passports, going to the DR, little vacation. But just to circle on back to that, GTFO or oh yeah, on a current NBA team will relocate before a new expansion team and city are named. GTFO or oh yeah.
I think this is always a distinct possibility, and maybe why you see the NBA drag their feet just a little bit on expanding to Las Vegas or back to Seattle, because they want to have that ace in the hole, so to speak, that they look at and say, well, yeah, if your franchise is in trouble, if it can't get the right arena deal, if the market isn't supporting it quite the way it used to, we got Vegas, right? There are all the wild rumors after the Luka trade about Mavericks ownership wanting a casino still not legalized in Texas. Is this a big thing to just make it so that the Mavs can set up a move to Vegas someday down the line? I'm not buying into that. It's very tinfoil hattish, but I do buy into the fact that 30 very rich people want to stay as rich as they are, or get more rich, I should say, and they don't want to split the pie. They're not excited anyway to split the pie 32 ways rather than 30 ways, especially when you've got a massive new TV deal starting. So I won't give it a full-on, oh yeah, but oh yeah, I could definitely see relocation being on the table for a struggling franchise before we necessarily get to expansion in the NBA, Kate.
I was going to give this a hard GTFO, but you make a great argument, Chris. Like, especially the owners not wanting to split the pot with another couple teams. Like, they are greedy in that sense that if one of them could move their franchise to Las Vegas, because I think that's where the next team is, whether it's a relocation or an expansion. Now, if LeBron is done playing after this season, does he push for his own team in Las Vegas, and maybe that is how we get our next one? So I'm gonna just make my own rules here and say I don't know. Neither. Not GTFO and not oh yeah. This is just the Kate. We'll call it the Kate rule.
Just a big shrug, a shrug emoji. Yeah. All right. Jake says he's got one for us for GTFO or oh yeah. Where are you going?
I will stick in the NBA as well. And regarding the news that we got yesterday, GTFO or oh yeah, the Clippers move from 20-1 to 20-1 after the Bradley Beal signing is just correct, because it's just another guy that wants to go hang out with his friends and be hurt all the time.
Kate?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Macho Man's here.
Yep, that is correct. Bradley Beal moving over to the Clippers. The odds should not have moved. Like, Vegas did it right. Keep it at the exact same as it should. I would have been more surprised if they did move and get shorter than them just staying flat where they are and staying the same.
Yeah, as well, I give it the, oh yeah, I'm going to snap into a Slim Jim like Kate has the last couple of breaks while she's starving.
I have another Slim Jim.
You can't do 3 in 30 minutes, Kate. You can't be doing that.
Sounds like a challenge to me.
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Just get a little something to take the edge off.
Mm-hmm. Yep. GTFO or oh yeah, Kate can eat 3 Slim Jims in the course of 45 minutes. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do think like it's that tells you all you need to know about this move. Now, granted, I know the Suns were doing it to get the number off the books for Bradley Beal, but the Clippers side of this thing is just why? It's the Ryan Reynolds gif, the meme of but why? Like what does this do for the Clippers that they're willing to take on Bradley Beal? Like you said earlier, they'll be lucky if all 3 of these guys, Kawhi, Harden, and Beal, are on the floor together for more than 45 games.
It doesn't do anything for me. If anything, it feels kind of like Ballmer, similar to Matt Ishbia and Phoenix. Like Bradley Beal, the name carries more weight than like what his performance actually does, and so that's why like they think the names makes the roster sound so much better. In reality, not exactly the case.
Ballmer's just collecting basketball cards at this point. We'll find some things to bet on tonight. We'll update you on the Open Championship as well. We'll do that before we wrap up Bet Sweats next, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in just a moment to wrap things up here on Bet Sweats, as well as a quick update on the Open Championship leaderboard. Before we wrap up the show alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats. We're in for Joe O and Sammy P. Don't forget, if you missed anything at all today or at all this week, amongst all the college football and NFL previews we've done conference by conference and division by division, can always go back and get us in podcast form, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you download your shows. And some great takes on the award markets for the second half of the MLB season from Josh Inglis of Covers.com just a little over an hour ago as well. All waiting for you, and you can always take us live so you don't miss anything inside your Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps as well, live coast to coast here on the BetMGM Network. Before we get to the update on the Open Championship, Kate, before we get to what few bets we may have on tonight's board, and maybe some futures we could throw out there as well, since we've talked so much about these conference and NFL previews throughout the week, let's go to a concert. Who wouldn't like to go to a Coldplay concert, right? I'm sure they put on a great show. Let's go to a Coldplay concert Wednesday night at Gillette Stadium in Boston, shall we? And as they do sometimes at sporting events or even at concerts, they bust out the old kiss cam, right? And we're going to have fun. We're going to show different couples. We're going to make them smooch. You'll find awkward interactions in the crowd, maybe. Everybody has a good laugh, and then we move on to the next song. They did that during the Coldplay show at Gillette Stadium, and it's turned into a disaster for one couple because, well, they're not supposed to be a couple. Listen to this.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Guess what, Chris Martin? It was the former, not the latter. They are having an affair. Andy Byron, the CEO of a software development firm called Astronomer, and his chief people officer, Kristen Cabot, were seen standing with each other, his arms around her midsection. And as soon as the camera hit them, bang, they both disappeared off camera. She turned around, he dove off camera. And that's why you heard Chris Martin say, ooh, they must be very shy. No, they just didn't want to get busted. Too late. Everybody's seen it now, Kate.
I mean, this is very unfortunate for the two of them and their respective partners because they are both married. I understand the reaction of like wanting to die immediately when you're on the kiss cam, or like, you know, they separate quickly. But if they had just played it cool and just stayed in their little locked arms, no one would have known. It wouldn't have been a big deal. It would have gone by the wayside, but it's the reaction. And I would have done, I mean, I think anyone would have had that same reaction of like being like, oh crap, we just got. But that's not good. And like, we're all making fun of it online and it is hilarious, quite frankly. Yeah. But like, if that's how you find out you're getting cheated on, that's how you find out your marriage is in shambles, is on the kiss cam at Coldplay.
Yeah.
Woo, that's a rough morning waking up for the two spouses this morning.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, the HR chief describes herself on LinkedIn as someone who wins trust with employees of all levels, from CEOs to managers to assistants. Oh, she's winning the CEO's trust, all right. Uh-huh.
Chris, you're a good creeper. You're like a good, like investigator. That's phenomenal. Usually it's the women. It's us, psychos that are usually better at creeping. But I didn't even think to go to LinkedIn.
Yep, they're there.
I'm proud.
And she is winning her CEO's trust. Man, this is just so bad. We have an update on this, Jake?
Yeah, and this is via Twitter, so who knows how real this is. But I'm choosing to believe it's real. But according to the internet streets, the wife of Astronomer CEO Andy Byron has updated her Facebook account to remove Byron from her last name and has now gone back to her maiden name on Facebook. So, sorry, Andy. Busted, pal.
Oh, my God. This gets better by the
She's
second.
going to take him for everything he's worth, too.
Absolutely.
Finding out like that. I did see that a lot of people have gone to her Facebook and have just started commenting on former posts that she has about this situation. So she sees it as if it hasn't already been brought to her attention. So wow. Already switching your name.
If you're her.
That's as of an hour ago, too. So.
Wow. If you are her, do you lean into this woman scorned angle and turn it into something? Like you become an influencer or something? Or like
you capitalize on it and you monetize it in some facet, and then you also put the screw to him with the lawyers. Like you just get it all. CEO of a software development company, guy's got to be worth a lot.
That's my you take everything you can from it, and then you just go retire into a quiet life. Like I don't even think you need.
You go to the DR, you take your passport, and you hit the Dominican Republic.
You check your expiry
on your
passport.
Turn the knife while you're at it, Kate. Jeez, take your passport.
Nice
just run off to the Dominican.
Also, like anybody who hasn't seen this video, I implore you to go see the video. I mean, just open Twitter, you'll find it immediately. The way he drops to his knees to get off camera is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like there's people, like somebody quote tweeted, a Big Cat friend of the show quote tweeted, said, did he just crawl out of the suite just to make sure he was not on camera again? Like that's what you got to do. You just have to go tail between the legs, all fours. Excuse me, sorry, just trying to get by here. It's just hilarious video.
Everyone already saw them too. Like the deed was done by the time they are both crawling away. She turns around as if showing her face is going to make the situation, or not showing her face is going to make the situation disappear. Like you've already been all over the Jumbotron, honey.
Underrated part of that video is the friend next to her too, who's just like leaning on the rail and just goes, damn. Like you just see her face. You're like, well, sucks to be you guys. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, also, that's the thing, too. That's what I always think about with people who get busted on kiss cams like that. You got, like, I get it, like, risk analysis, but, like, how likely are you to be the ones on the Jumbotron? But you gotta know it's a risk. And, you like, when they start showing other people on the Jumbotron, you go, hey, there's a slight chance. I'm
gonna go get a hot dog.
Maybe we go 5 feet apart. Arm's length, leave some room for Jesus here until they move on to the next song and the next segment of the show.
Or if you're not smart enough to do that, I guess you're probably not smart enough to do this either, but you play into it because we see fake kiss cam bits all the time, right? I mean, you play into it and you like hug her tighter, or give her like a kiss on the cheek or something, and then she fake slaps you, right? And it's a whole bit.
The
and that's how you get out
arms
of it.
Around the waist is a tough one to sell, though. I don't know how much you're getting away with that one.
If there are any like positions that you can be in public that aren't like over the top but show affection, the around the waist locked arms is at the top of those. Like even if you just had a hand behind an arm behind the back or anything, that's not as bad. But like she's fully engulfed in his arms. That there's no there is no getting around that one.
Oh,
engulfed is crazy, Kate. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. Other people's pain is our joy here at Bet Sweats, but that's life. I mean, the firm reportedly valued it over $1 billion. So, sayonara to over half of those stock options.
Wow,
Andy Byron, they're gone.
Yeah. Yikes. Well, also the head of HR of it to be all other like senior employees. The head of HR, has she not completed the HR training? I mean, I still have a zillion of these things in my inbox of like trainings I have to do Sorry, bosses, I'll get it done shortly. Outing
Mitch is on
myself, but like
vacation, I'm sure.
anti-harassment training, like she is the leader of that. You go to one Coldplay concert and all of that goes out the window, woman? Come on.
And you just know there's somebody that got fired recently that is just like, I knew it.
Oh, man. Like Jake said, go find it. It's on TikTok and Twitter
That's
and
so
Instagram. It's everywhere. You can't miss it this morning. Credit to Chris Martin. You know he's practiced that line before when they've gone to the kiss cam where he's like, oh, they're either having an affair or just very shy. And he knows he's going to just absolutely nail someone to the wall with it once. And he pulled it off in Boston the other night. So golf clap to Chris Martin, too. You can criticize Coldplay all you want. Big move by him.
He's been waiting 20 years to deliver that line.
Yeah. And it finally delivered, finally brought down the hammer. Quick update of the Open Championship. We've now got a 4-way tie at the top of the leaderboard at 4 under. Aaron Rai has joined Jacob Skov, Olesen, and Huatang Lee, and Matt Fitzpatrick. Olesen, Lee, and Fitzpatrick have all finished their round. Rai just about to make the turn. And then you've got at least half a dozen guys at 3 under, including Scotty Scheffler, whose number has dropped down to 250 from 5-1 where it was before this thing started. So you lost your number on Scheffler if you were going to go ahead and go in on him at the Open this weekend. Any bets for tonight, Kate? I mean, there's Summer League. I guess that's really all that's going on.
I have nothing for tonight. We're taking a little break. I will give out, we talked SEC. I do like Oklahoma's win total over 6.5. I'll give out that as a future. That's heavily juiced. So if you can find a book where you can bet a alt line over 7.5 wins, you get a significantly better price. And I still think that that is a fair number for them to get to 8 wins this season. Also, just that's all I have.
That's it. That's good.
That's it.
I got Oklahoma at a little bit of a long shot, better than 5-1 at BetMGM, plus 525 to go to the CFP. And yes, Vanderbilt over 5.5 wins. I think they get to 6 this year. We will give you some national championship and college football playoff bets tomorrow. We'll look at the Heisman market as well. Wrap up our NFL division by division previews with the North divisions of both the AFC and NFC, and get you ready for the start of the second half of the MLB season. For Amir Tyree, Brian Gertch, and Jake Hassan, for Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM. The sports book born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Happy Thursday and welcome into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. I am PJ Glasser. That is Jared Smith. We are on YBYB for yet again another day. We're with you guys tomorrow as well. Nick and Femi got the week off. We appreciate you guys being with us and hopefully with us for the next 4 hours up until 7 p.m. Eastern time. It's obviously a quiet night in sports, right? This we do know. The Open Championship really is all that is going on. But man, do we have a great show for you today. 4 fantastic guests, including the great Warren Sharp, who's going to join us here in 20 minutes. We talked about it yesterday. The NFL season is now 49 days away. Warren just had his new book drop, so can't wait to talk some football with him coming up in 20 minutes. Really looking forward to that. We also have Connor Allen joining us at 4:40 p.m. Eastern time to talk football. Sia Najad will join us 5:40 p.m. Eastern time. Get us caught up in what his thoughts were round 1 in the Open Championship, looking ahead to the next 3 days. Any live bets that he likes, maybe some 3-ball matchups that he likes for tomorrow. We already have some of those numbers that are out right now on BetMGM. And then coming up during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6:20 p.m. Eastern time, our friend Jay Croucher will join us, talk some NBA, talk some NFL as well. So a star-studded show. Going to be awesome having all those guys on. We're also going to get into college football. We're going to talk about the defending champs, Ohio State, on the show today. Also, we're going to talk Washington Commanders with their big move yesterday, getting Von Miller, and look at the NFC East. Is this the first time, Jared, in 20-plus years we have a repeat champ in the NFC East? We will break that down. So even though quiet night on the sports front, going to be an awesome show with you here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. As always, you can listen to us and watch us on Twitch, on YouTube, at the BetMGM network. You can listen to us for free on the Odyssey app, Sirius XM 205, Sirius Channel 160. Bunch of different ways to watch us here over the next 4 hours. With that being said, Jared Smith, how you doing today on this Thursday, my friend?
I'm doing good. I woke up early, turned on the ESPN app and tried to figure out where my guys were. The first round leader bets didn't quite go as planned. Jason Day just came off a little bit. Didn't really have his best stuff today. We've got a chance, an outside chance. If we get a birdie from Justin Rose on one of these last 2 holes, and if we get a bit of a meltdown from Harris English, who's putting together one heck of a round so far. But if we get him to drop a couple of shots, and maybe we can sneak Justin Rose into the top 5, but it's not looking great for the first round leader bets. It is looking great for Matthew Fitzpatrick, who Tyler Morales is very high on this week. Great start for him, but I don't know if you felt like I woke up at like 5 a.m. briefly and then checked my app, and then I went back to sleep for an hour. Like, how was your early wake-up call? Did it go as planned? Were you hitting the snooze? Like, what was the early vibes for you for the British Open this morning?
It went like it usually does, Jared, where I set the alarm, where I wake up at like a normal time, usually around like 8 a.m., 8:15, somewhere in that neighborhood. But I got up to use the bathroom around 4:15. And as one does, when you get up, you look at the clock to see what time it is.
Obviously.
And I'm like, 4:15. We've had 3 hours of golf already at Royal Portrush. I'm going to check to see how the boys are doing. And that's the problem, is once you get that first look, Jared, you know the feeling when you're lying in bed, but you don't really know if like you've slept at all? Like a good amount of time has passed, but you're just like lying there, but you don't feel like you've actually like closed your eyes and gotten like a significant amount of rest. That's how I felt between like 4:15 and 8 o'clock. I was kind of like up, watching golf, fall back to sleep, watching golf. So we were kind of in like that mode. But then once I woke up about like 8:15, I was pretty good. And then I've been watching golf all throughout the day. And you said it, Matt Fitzpatrick has looked really good, played a beautiful round today, 4 under, had a great chip in on one of the hardest holes, the par 3 16th. He looked really good. But this leaderboard, I think for me, the biggest takeaway is all the big names that are lurking, right? Rory's come apart here a little bit on the back nine. He did get it to as high as 3 under, and he was 4-1 to win the Open. That was his lowest odds. He's bogeyed 3 holes since. He's back to even par, and he's tied for 33rd. But Scotty obviously had an unbelievable day. Jared, he hit 3 fairways today, and he still shot a 3 under. So I think a lot of people who may be coming into this week were like, it's probably the one major where even though you always have to make Scotty the favorite, probably not going to bet him at that price. I think a lot of people are going to see that he posted a 3 under, he hit 3 fairways. So if today was like his C game, what does Scotty look like when he actually starts hitting fairways? But I still don't really fear him, to be honest with you. I think he'll be absolutely lurking. He'll finish top 10. I think he'll finish top 5. But I still don't think Scotty's going to win, and I certainly wouldn't bet him at the plus 240. And then the big name that we all like, John Rahm, obviously, at 12-1. He had a nice day, Jared, but he put himself in a great spot. He's 1 under. He didn't go crazy. He didn't lose the tournament today. He just did what he needed to do, under par round, and hopefully he can go out tomorrow and build on it. But I think Rahm is still in a nice spot. And look, you're getting an even better number right now than you did at the start of the day, and he's only 3 shots back of the lead at 14-1.
I agree. I think, and I don't have an outright on Rahm. I do have an outright on Victor Hovland, who didn't look great today. By the way, that feeling you're describing where you're in bed, you're awake, and you don't know if you're asleep, it's like that kind of waking, lucid dream state. That's pretty much how I feel every time I watch the New York Jets play football. It's like a waking nightmare. So I'm very familiar with that feeling. Yeah. Justin Rose, listen, we just had a birdie for Harris English, a bogey for Harris English. So he drops back to 4, and Rose is at 2. So the scenario is, now I guess Terrell Hatton could ruin this if he birdies one of his last 2 holes. But the scenario is, if we get a birdie from Justin Rose in one of these last 2 holes, very possible, and we get one more bogey from Harris English to get him back to 4 under, I think we've got a shot here to get into the top 5.
He did just bogey.
We've got a shot.
Yeah.
He did just bogey. We need one more. We need one more bogey from Harris English to get him back to 3 under. And then if Rose finishes 3 under, and then you've got 4 guys at 4 under, right? Right now you've got 5 guys at 4 under. Fitzpatrick, Lee, Olesen, Zadenhout, English. So we need one more bogey from English to get him back to 3, and then one more birdie from Rose to get him up to 3, and then Rose will be T5. If we get that scenario, remember, ties win. Ties paid out in full. That's very important here because there'll be like 4 or 5 guys tied for 5th. But that's the scenario. And listen, Justin Rose, 11-1. I mean, that's a really nice pay. I think 11-1. Maybe it might be 9-1. Yeah, it's 9-1. Still not bad. 9-1. We got a shot. We got a shot to sweat this out the last hour here. We're going to be live. Justin Rose, FRL. Come on, let's go.
That's all we want. We just want to sweat. So hopefully we can get that for you Anybody holding the Harris English ticket right now, I feel for you. It's going to be an unbelievable next hour for you watching his final 4 holes because he's certainly he is absolutely in control right now in the first round leader market. It's Harris English's to lose. He obviously just bogeyed to put himself back in the pack at 4 under par, but that is his market to lose right now. Jared, another thing that's standing out to me, man, we talked about it with the Open Championship, and a reason that I love it so much is it's just the major consistently where age isn't really a factor, right? The guys that are like 60 whatever years old and won the Open back in the 80s and are just continuing to play, like they usually aren't in it. But, I mean, like, listen to all these names, right? Major champions, Justin Leonard is 1 under, Sergio's 1 under, Zach Johnson 1 under. How about Phil shot a 1 under today? You mentioned Rosie's 2 under. Lee Westwood is 2 under. Seemingly, he's always at the top of the leaderboard at the Open. So Lucas Glover was 2 under. Glover actually had it to about 4 under, and then he made a double bogey. But experience pays around these golf courses. And I think it's something to keep an eye on, Jared, especially when we get to the weekend. And we go from 3-ball pairings to 2-ball pairings, right? And a lot of those older guys are going to play against some of the top players in the world, right? Like you could get like a Sergio against a Morikawa, or you could get like a Justin Thomas against a Lucas Glover or something like that. And you're going to get some nice prices with these older players. But, if the wind starts picking up, the whole locations are tough, man. Like, I'm excited to fire away on some of these longer shots with some of these older guys and some of these head-to-head matchups because they're going to be the experienced ones. While these younger players are trying to catch up and make up strokes from behind, they're going to get themselves into trouble. Where the older guys, they're just going to plot their way around the golf course, and they're going to put themselves in situations where they can give themselves opportunities for birdies, give themselves stress-free pars, and that might be something to keep in mind as we head towards the weekend. But, the leaderboard, again, you got major champions, you got guys in the 40s and the 50s. Rory's got another par putt up coming here at 15, so he might drop to 1 over. Jared, I told you for me personally, this was a crazy sweat. I hit both of my 2 balls this morning, which was awesome. And then I made one more bet for round 1, which was Ludwig against Rory. And it looked like it was a loser the entire day. But now Rory's back to even, and Ludwig is 1 over. So if Rory bogeys this too, they're tied, and I got a shot here heading to the final.
You really got a shot. I just watched that Rory chip. Kind of burned it past the hole there. Man, I tell you what, when they show these scenic views of Northern Ireland, those beaches look, I mean, I'm sure it's probably like 20 degrees in that water. I wouldn't want to go in that ocean water. But it's beautiful. I mean, I think that's one of my, and you mentioned it, you said this is your favorite tournament to watch.
Yeah.
From like a ambiance perspective, like we just get this culture and this vibe that's so different than any other course that we watch in the States. I mean, this really is the most unique tournament that matters all year. I mean, I know they play a lot of tournaments in Europe and the DP World Tour and all that, but we're not really paying too much attention. This is a tournament where obviously we're paying attention. It's a major tournament, but the scenics, like the ambiance, the vibe, like it's so unique. And the golf has been pretty good, right? I don't think the course. Oh, Rory just drained that par putt. That's a shame for your bet, but that was a big putt for Rory. Man, he's been really bad on the back nine. Three bogeys, including a bogey on a par 5. But this is just such a unique. Like I didn't think, and I got a lot of heat for this take. I didn't think the U.S. Open was a great watch at Oakmont this year because it was so tough and the conditions were so rough for these guys. I don't think it's going to be that difficult this week, but there will be moments where things kind of, unravel for these guys, especially if the wind and the weather peaks up. But outside of that, like this is such a unique atmosphere that I'm gonna be watching it all weekend for sure. I'll be locked into this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great finish. And again, some of these big names we have towards the top of the leaderboard, I'm really excited. So you mentioned Rory made that par save, which was unfortunate for my bet. Then I'm watching Ludwig is down in this hill on 16, which is like the worst spot on the golf course. He's got a long par putt upcoming. Victor Hovland, we talked to a bunch of people over the last couple days, Jerry, that were high on him. He's 1 over right now. He's going to have a long par putt upcoming as well to get him to 2 over. But yeah, man, it just feels like even if you're at even par, 1 over today, like if you can just kind of get it into that range, again, the leaders are only at 4 under, and it's Thursday. So there's
not a lot of
golf.
huge names on that. Like I don't expect Olsen and Lee to stay at 4 under,
No. Agree with you. Agree. All right, let's check in with our guy, our executive producer, Tyler Morales, get his thoughts on what he's seen so far in round 1. Tyler, I know you've been up early as well. You watched a ton of golf today. What stood out to you?
So I'm actually shocked. It's playing a little easier than I thought. The wind picked up a little. Like I was expecting maybe a couple guys at -4. Not like all these guys. Not like Harris English, Matthew Jordan, and a bunch of these DP World Tour guys. But like you guys said, I think even +1's like the number you want to stick at if you're that's like the last number we want our golfers to be at that are still in contention for this. So I think I bet Fitzpatrick. I liked him for 2 weeks now. I think Rahm has set up beautifully. You guys talked about this, and he's good for one especially in the Open Championship. He did this last year. He's good for like a 5 under, 6 under round. So he's gonna have a spike round and go real low and really vault himself here. So the fact that he's still under par and I think he's a great live bet if you're just jumping in this tournament. So I was shocked they played a little bit this easy, but I like where our guy Fitzpatrick and Rahm are at right now.
Yeah, great call on Matty Fitz. He's 11-1. Tyler, what'd you get on him? Did you get a 60 on
No.
Fitz?
Oh, I got 60. Yeah, 65.
65?
Nice.
Yeah, 65-1. Now down to 11-1. So that's some great value right there. Scotty, far and away, though, the big favorite at +240. Then you have Fitzpatrick and Hatton at 11-1. But yeah, I'm with Tyler. Rahm's always good for a big round or two. Jared, something that was sticking out to me, his 3-ball price for tomorrow is already out. Versus Xander and JJ Spawn, Rahm's a +120. I think I'll be betting that in round 2 of the Open Championship tomorrow. Looking forward to this one. Warren Sharp going to join us next to talk 2025 NFL season. Stick around.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Oh, it's absolutely massive for the city. Now, there does need to be some things worked out. The D.C. City Council needs to approve it, so it's not a done deal yet. But this is as close as this deal has been since this was a talking point, God, for years and years and years. And it's really interesting how quickly things have moved now that Dan Snyder is not with the team. That was a big sticking point. But now Josh Harris has come in, and very quickly things have improved like that. So when you think of this franchise and you go back, all of the history-filled videos that you see, the memories, they're all from RFK Stadium. That's when the team was winning Super Bowls, when they had Hall of Famers. The history is pretty sparse over the past 2 decades, and that absolutely has to do with ownership. So it just feels right for this team to be back in the city. And honestly, It's huge because DC almost lost the Wizards and the Capitals. That came very close to happening, and at the last second, that deal in Virginia fell through. So now the Wiz and Caps are in DC, and now potentially the Commanders could be in DC as well. If you haven't been to the nation's capital in a long time, it's not a huge city compared to LA or Chicago or New York. It's pretty small. Now, the DMV is big. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, but the district itself, D.C. proper, is pretty small. So to have all of these teams potentially right here, specifically the Commanders, with all of their history, is just huge for the fan base. Everybody has wanted this for so long. Let's just bring it back to the spiritual home, as the owners call it. So it's something that's really exciting, and there's renderings out. And if this goes through, then they want to begin in 2030 and potentially host, WrestleMania, concerts, a Super Bowl. They'll have the potential to do that. Even Roger Goodell has said, we'd love to have a Super Bowl in the nation's capital. And now that's an actual possibility.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith here with you. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. We will keep you posted throughout the show on what's going on round one of the Open Championship. But it is time to talk some NFL, and nobody better to do that with than Warren Sharp, who joins us now. Give Warren a follow on X at Sharp Football Analysis, and make sure you guys go out, buy your copy of the Sharp Football Preview. Warren, really appreciate the time. We know you're busy. Obviously, just finished the book. I want to start with the Kansas City Chiefs because they've been in the headlines. We got some news today. Rashee Rice likely heading for a suspension. Just want your thoughts on Kansas City coming into the season, a team that's obviously in the Super Bowl every single year. Do you like their offense heading into this season? Do you think they can get back to the Super Bowl? Where are you on Kansas City heading into the season?
Well, the interesting thing about the Chiefs, I definitely expect regression. They went 1-0 in one-score games. That's unlikely to happen again. They were ridiculously brilliant on third downs. They converted 49% of their third downs. That was a top 10 conversion rate since 2000. So I don't think either of those are likely to happen. However, they theoretically could regress in a more positive direction elsewhere. This is a team that was so conservative over the last 2 years. Last year was a little bit decided by the injuries that they suffered at the wide receiver position with Rashee Rice and their other receivers not actually playing a full season. They didn't have their top three receivers play a single game together. So, yes, Rashee Rice is probably going to be suspended this year, but they're going to be able to push the ball a little bit downfield more frequently. They had the number 2 highest rate of passes thrown behind the line of scrimmage of any team over the last 6 years. They were throwing the ball extremely short. That's got to improve. They've got to figure out a way to get a little bit more explosive offensively here. I think that they can shift a little bit more in that direction, and that's going to help some positive aspects of this offense as well. So while I do expect some regression, I expect some growth as well. And I think the Kansas City Chiefs are absolutely another playoff contender. I don't expect them to win 15 games, but I absolutely expect them to be in the hunt for the number 1 seed in the AFC. I don't necessarily think they're going to land it, but I think that they are going to be in that hunt.
Yeah, it's hard to see Kansas City missing any beat, as long as they have the battery. And I know that the receivers and all that has been tough, but man, when you've got Mahomes and Reed, like you can cover up a lot of warts with those two guys. Last year, we thought the Washington Commanders had a lot of warts. Their win total was 6.5 going into the year. They ended up winning 12 games, 8-4 in one-score games against the easiest schedule of opponents. Now, Warren, like the scene shifts. Like they go from the hunter to the hunted, and I think that kind of changes the vibe. Do we think Washington can keep up what was just a torrid pace, not only moving the football last year, but their fourth down percentage, their conversion rates? Like it seemed like it was a very fortunate year. All the stars were aligned. Now you've got the target on your back. What do you expect from the Commanders? They just signed Von Miller yesterday. We'll see if that improves the defense. But overall, what do you think Washington's outlook is heading into 25?
It's going to be interesting because they, like Kansas City, are probably going to regress in their win total department. And in their case, it's because of their fourth down conversions, converting 87% of their fourth downs, the best conversion rate in modern NFL history. Doing so without a single quarterback sneak or tush push. It's unheard of. It was one of the most shocking statistics. I went back and then watched all of the plays on film of their fourth downs. They had 23 of them. And just to verify, okay, are we sure that they did not have one single quarterback sneak? Nope, they didn't have a single quarterback sneak. So it's pretty unbelievable in that regard. And I absolutely think that that's going to regress back. And you mentioned the schedule. Yes, they are the hunted now. They also are going up against a much more difficult schedule. Both offense and defense last year played a ridiculously weak schedule. I wrote in the Washington Commanders chapter and listed out all of the quarterbacks that their defense was fortunate enough to go up against from like week 12 onward. They did nothing but play backup after backup after backup and a rookie thrown in there. And I'm not even saying this, this is total to their schedule to a T. It was just nothing but backups. Offensively, they played the number 2 easiest schedule of opposing pass defenses. That is obviously going to regress. I predict they're going to play the number 9 toughest schedule of pass defenses this year, the number 2 overall most difficult schedule of defenses this year. So while Jaden Daniels was brilliant last season, he was the best quarterback in the NFL and the second best quarterback in the NFL in fourth quarters. They're going to have to step it up another level this year. Now, typically, second-year quarterbacks can do that a little bit easier. They're going to have to crank it up for another notch because of the schedule that they're going to be playing, because defenses already have seen a little bit of what they like to do offensively, and because they're unlikely to have that same level of success on fourth down. So they're going to have to make up those points that are going to be left on the table when they fail on fourth downs more frequently. They're going to have to be better and more efficient on early downs so that they can skip some of those situations that were fourth down conversions last year. So I likewise expect a regression for the Washington Commanders from a win total perspective. Now, they still are lined at a 9.5 win total. And I think this is a team that's going to hover right around that number. I think it's a very close number. I don't expect massive regression because what I think could happen defensively, if their defense plays like they did last year, they're going to go under their win total. But what I'm anticipating may happen this year is Dan Quinn is going to be able to do what he did in Dallas for those 3 years, and that is get a defense that gets a lot of takeaways. And last year, this team ranked 20th in takeaways. It's not acceptable for Dan Quinn. They're going to focus on getting the ball out more frequently on that side of the ball, and that just changes the whole dynamic. It's the biggest swing in the NFL is turnover margin between wins and losses, and I think that they will inevitably have a better time of getting those takeaways defensively, help their turnover margin a little bit more, allow them to win a few more games.
Love it. Great stuff. Warren Sharp talking Washington Commanders. Warren, I want to ask you about the New England Patriots. I think they're super fascinating coming into the season. A 4-win football team a year ago. They weren't favored in a single game. Now they're favored in 11. Obviously get the new coach in Vrabel. Everybody's expecting a big year out of Drake May. When you break down New England, are you as high on them as other people are, or do you think maybe it's still a year away for the Patriots?
That was one of the other biggest, craziest statistics that I saw from my research this summer. It really wasn't that much research. This one was a lot easier to find, is how many games are the Patriots favored this year? They go from being favored in 0 games to now being favored in 11. That, to me, is a mind-boggling number. I think that the Patriots are going to be better, but absolutely the market has fully accounted for that, if not gone a little bit over the top in that regard. I am down on the Miami Dolphins, but even so, I still think that this division has some good teams in it. Like my research on the New York Jets, I don't like Justin Fields as a quarterback. I think the New York Jets might struggle a little bit this season. However, their win total isn't that big, and I think that they're going to play pretty close to that win total number, even though I don't like Justin Fields. To just assume that the New England Patriots will take this massive jump, now their win total is up at 8.5, I just think it's a little bit rich. I absolutely think that they are headed in the right direction. I still have a little bit of concern about that receiving core that Drake May is going to be throwing the ball to. I like how they beefed up their offensive line, started in the trenches. I like Mike Vrabel being there. They did have a good defense last year. They're going to have a slightly better defense this year. Hopefully their health is even better at some of the key positions there. I think this team is definitely headed in the right direction. I think that there wasn't really an adult in the room last season from a coaching perspective. I thought that their coach last year sort of lost the locker room early on in the offseason by not declaring Drake May, who outperformed Jacoby Brissett in the preseason, their week 1 starter, by going in there and starting Jacoby Brissett, losing games. And I just think that that team wasn't fully bought in last year. They're definitely going to be bought in this year. Drake May, week 1 starter, Mike Vrabel there getting the troops in order. So I think this is going to be a very solid team and much improved team, but I think that that's fully accounted for by the current market.
Warren, one of the things I love about your book and the way you kind of stack your research is you dig into some of the myths and some of the things that maybe we think about when we're handicapping games week to week. And you say, hey, here's the data. This matters. This doesn't matter. One of the more intriguing parts I noticed, and this is in kind of the first 15, 20 pages, that the bye week has not been as impactful recently as maybe we saw 10, 15 years ago. And that's because the practice schedule is different, right? Since the new CBA, before you could practice as much as you want. And, it was on the coach's discretion. You want to take the whole week off or you want to practice the whole week. Now it's mandated that they get a certain amount of days off and they can only practice a certain amount of days. And the data shows that the bye week is actually less impactful now. Is that something that you expect to continue? Because we always talk about, hey, this team's coming off a bye. That means they're well rested, they're ready to go. But it might not be a positive because of you fall out of your routine if you take too many days off.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that that is still going to be something that is an issue this season. And, I unfortunately have gone into handicapping games throughout the course of the season at times thinking, okay, this team, I like the spot that they're in. I like what they're saying and the coaching staff is saying during this bye week. I feel positive about how they're going to be able to face this next opponent. And then all of a sudden they come out with a tweaked game plan or something I wasn't expecting. And the handicap goes awry and the bet loses. And that happened several times over the past couple of years, enough to make me think these bye weeks I don't think are actually helpful as much as they once were. And the research certainly bears that out from a ATS perspective, that the rest that these teams are being viewed as a positive is not as big of a positive. And in my personal opinion, what I would now rather have is I would rather have a team that has a 3 or 4 day rest edge, which is the best rest edge to have because all the players are still practicing during that time and fully engaged, rather than an actual bye week giving them 7 to 8 days rest at times, which then they're leaving the facility and they are not mandated a certain number of practice days during that bye. They're allowed to take certain time off. It just throws everything into confusion a little bit, and teams are not performing nearly as well. Players aren't coming back from that bye quite as focused or executing to the degree that they were when they left. So it's one thing I looked at, I think the Washington Commanders might be one of those teams where they play 3 games versus teams off of a bye. Week 7, they play the Chicago Bears off of a bye. Week 9, they play the Seattle Seahawks off of a bye. Week 15, they play the New York Giants off of a bye. And as a result, their net rest edge is skewed and they don't look as strong from a rest perspective. But I would rather play teams that are off of a full bye than I would play teams that are off of 3-4 days of rest. And if you look at the games where the Commanders do play, either they have a 3 to 4 day rest edge or their opponents do. They only play 2 such games. And in both cases, it's the Commanders having the 3 to 4 days rest edge. And the biggest one I'll just call out is week 3 against the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders are playing a Monday night game in week 2 against the Green Bay, I think it's the Chargers at home. The Commanders are playing a Thursday night game in week 2. The Commanders have 3 days extra rest for their week 3 game. The Raiders are on a 1 day less rest. The game is in D.C. It's a 1 p.m. kickoff. All these things are definitely factoring into the Commanders' favor there in that week 3 matchup. And the other thing to realize is that bye weeks start week 4. So we don't usually see a 4-day rest advantage at this part that early in the season. So something to consider there for the Commanders.
Yeah, really good stuff. Very fascinating. Yeah. Keep an eye on those kind of situational spots throughout the NFL season. Warren, we got a couple of minutes left. Last year, we had a bunch of teams that were surprises, right? Minnesota obviously had a great season. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Bo Nix and the Broncos. Jared and I really like the Raiders. We think they maybe could be a potential under-the-radar playoff team. Anybody that you like is a surprise team or two in the NFL this year?
Well, I'll give you one for the positive, one for the negative. A positive, they made the playoffs last year, so this is not sneaking up, but I think that people underestimate how good this team could be this year, and that's the Rams. The Rams last year, week 1, lost their number 1 wide receiver, Puka Nacua. Week 2, they lost their number 2 wide receiver. Both of those guys did not return until week 8. So they missed the first half of the season, more or less. They were without their top 2 receivers. They also didn't play those guys in week 18 because they didn't need to. They were already into the postseason. So they didn't play week 18. They played over half the season without their top 2 receivers, and they still won 10 games. Think about how difficult that would be for like the Cincinnati Bengals to play without Jamar Chase and T. Higgins for half the season, or most other teams in the NFL. Exceedingly difficult, and they still won 10 games last year. I think the defense is vastly improved. I love the way that the Rams are playing. I think that there's a couple things that Sean McVay could tweak, and this team could go even further in 2025. And then a team that I'm a little bit down on is the Cincinnati Bengals. I just mentioned them. Cincinnati Bengals are a team that is just, if you read the chapter on the Bengals, so about Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow can only do so much for this team. They got a bad run game, a bad offensive line, and a bad defense. I mean, that's most phases of the game. Their quarterback and the receiving core is great. So when they pass the ball, if Joe Burrow has time to do so, they will be fine. But I just don't see them carrying them far enough. And their win total sitting at 9.5. They've only won 9 games the past 2 years. That division is getting more difficult with Aaron Rodgers now in there. I just think that this is a team that's probably maxing out at 9 wins, in my opinion, for a 3rd straight year. And maybe the floor is even lower than that.
All right, There you go. High on the Rams, low on the Bengals. He's Warren Sharp. Give him a follow on X at Sharp Football. Of course, Sharp Football Analysis. And go buy your copy of the Sharp Football Preview. Warren, really appreciate the time, man. Great talking ball with you. And enjoy the NFL season. Hope to do it again soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, absolutely. Warren Sharp, great talking with him. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Rolls on after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
we are 39 days, 17 hours, 34 minutes, and 15 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season. And this brings me no joy, my friends out in Wisconsin. But I have to go under 5.5 wins, even though now it's minus 164. I bet it again today because I just can't get over this schedule. Alabama on the road, Michigan on the road, Ohio State at home, but it's Ohio State. Oregon on the road, Indiana on the road. Not a big fan of the quarterback situation. Not a big fan of every single year. I mean, they have to replace their offensive coordinator again. Now, that said, I do like Jeff Grimes, but I can't get to 6 wins. Luke Fickell, only 12-13, 5-7 last year. Probably on the hot seat, but Phil Steele has this as the toughest schedule in the country. And I'm not the biggest Billy Edwards Jr. fan. I mean, he was fine at Maryland, but I don't think they get to 6 wins. So I'm going under 5.5 wins on Wisconsin. Toughest schedule in the country for the Sledgehammer.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks again to the great Warren Sharp for joining us on You Better You Bet. He did want us to tell everybody that you can go to sharp.football, type in the code BOOK, and you can get his incredible book for just $1. So once again, sharp.football, type in the code BOOK. And if you're watching us on Twitch or YouTube, Jared's holding up the book right now. I mean, look at that thing. Look at the girth.
It's like
look
an
at all the
LSAT.
pages.
It's like I'm studying
crazy.
for like to pass the bar exam. Like it's Now I won't read every page. There's no way. But I will use it as like my individual like for example, we're going to do a segment on Commanders. Like I read the whole Commanders section cover to cover this morning. And I just picked out little strands that I liked, and then I kind of wrap my head around where they're at. You know, it really is a great resource if you're someone who bets on these. And also, it's a great fantasy football resource because it's all this data that's just like, what do you do with it? You know, and if you're drafting individual players, I think it could really help you. So it's worth it for $1. For $1, it's freaking worth it. That's for damn sure.
No doubt about it. How many pages would you say is like each team, give or take?
It's about 10, 15 pages. So the way that it's structured, and I've had it for I've done it. I want to say I've bought it 3 or 4 years in a row. The way he kind of structures it is the first 50 to 100 pages is kind of generic stuff. Like I was talking about, asking the question about the bye weeks and the travel. And like, that's kind of the first 100 pages or so. And then it gets into the individual team previews. And the individual team previews, it's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 pages of text and then just all of these graphs and charts. And again, a lot of it is very deep and in the weeds. The average football fan, and even me being like an analytical guy that does this for a living, even some of it's over my head. Right. But then I'll read a few of the paragraphs and it'll kind of like resonate with me like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. And then I'm able to apply that and spin it forward to what I think about the team this year. Again, all of this, the objective is to form an opinion on every team. You don't have to bet on every team. Having an opinion on every team, I think, is crucial for anyone who wants to bet the NFL. If you're only going to have an opinion on half the teams, what happens when that one half plays the other half? Like, it's just, you have to have this like baseline fundamental opinion for all 32 teams, and then you can obviously adjust that opinion as the season progresses.
Well said. So thanks again once again, Warren Sharp, for joining us. And a reminder, sharp.football, type in the code BOOK. You can get it for $1. And as Jared showed you, I mean, the wealth of information that is in that book on all 32 teams in the NFL. We're going to talk about one of those teams, and that is the Washington Commanders. Jared, as you mentioned, they were in the news last night. Von Miller signs with Washington, so they get another pass rusher to go along that defense, obviously an area that they struggled last season. Washington is such a fascinating team going into the season because they're that classic case of you expect them to regress, right? I mean, They feel like a little better version of the Houston Texans from a year ago, where Houston had the rookie quarterback. They had the rookie of the year in C.J. Stroud. That was unbelievable. Leads his team to the postseason. We all kind of expected them to regress, and they did in terms of wins, but they still made the playoffs. And I think that is what is interesting with Washington this year, where they could absolutely regress, but does that mean that they regress and make the playoffs, or do they miss the playoffs for the upcoming season? Jaden Daniels is the real deal. He's 5th right now at BetMGM to win the MVP. As Warren mentioned, their win total is sitting at 9.5. They have the second best odds to win the NFC East at plus 225. So, Jared, your thoughts on the Commanders going into the season?
I think I'm neutral. I think the win total's fair, right? Like, their win total was 6.5 last year. They won 12 games. So now they're favored in 12 games, and their win total is 9.5. So I think, I'm always fascinated by the teams to both sides, right? I'm always fascinated by the team that increases or decreases their win total by 3 or more from one season to the next. Because, and I know that a lot of turnover can make your opinion and make your outlook on a team change dramatically, but there's not a lot of personnel changes in Washington for their win total to go up that much. And I know that it was obviously too low last year, but the question is, did we increase the win total too much to where now there's value to the under? They went 8-4 in one-score games against the easiest scheduled opponents last year. And to Warren's point, like the run of quarterbacks they faced, listen to this. From week 12 through week 18, here are the quarterbacks they faced. Cooper Rush, Will Levis, the combination of Jay Kaner and Spencer Rattler, Kenny Pickett, Michael Penix, Trey Lance. And they won just one of those games by 6 or more points, despite having a very healthy defense all year long. So I think there is a fair argument to be made that Washington kind of hung on by the skin of their teeth to win 12 games last year. Now, they made the really impressive run through the postseason, looked great against Tampa, although that game was tight. And then the explosion against Detroit, but I think Detroit was just in a very difficult situation there. I think if you gave the Lions a healthy defense and you didn't give them that week off, if they just played that game with a healthy defense the week after the season ends, I think Detroit wins that game at home. They certainly don't give up 40-plus points. But there is an argument to be made that this Washington team is not as good as their 12-5 record last year indicated. Now, the Von Miller move yesterday, it's obviously not going to hurt. The question is, how much does he have left in the tank? I like what they did in the draft. They got Amos in the secondary. I think he's going to be a big piece. You don't know how healthy Marshawn Lattimore is going to be. The pass rush was actually pretty effective last year. They were 12th in pressure rate, 11th in sacks, but their sack leader, Dante Fowler, is now in Dallas. So we'll see if Miller can replace that production from Dante Fowler. I think 9.5 is a fair win total. I'm not overly bullish on this Washington team because of just how good they were in close games last year and how easy their schedule of opposing quarterbacks were. But when you got Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn, it's hard not to see them having a good offense and a good defense. So I do think they're going to compete. I just don't think it's an over for me with the win total.
So my biggest thing with Washington is, I think people that are looking to fade Washington this year, not all of them, but some of them are going to use the argument that they just expect Jaden Daniels to regress, right? Like they think he's a good player, but they don't think he's going to be that good. I totally disagree with that. I think Jaden is legit. I think he's already a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I think he's going to be really good again this year. My biggest problem with Washington isn't Jaden. It's the rest of the team, Jared, and the fact that they have 7 primetime games this season.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I live in the area. I've grown up in this area my entire life. There's never been an offseason like this. The excitement, the expectations around Washington. I mean, it's crazy going into a season and people are thinking about division. They're thinking, can we get back to the NFC title game? Can we go to the Super Bowl? We finally have the franchise quarterback. Everybody's fired up. But Jared, I think it's skill almost. The reason that the good teams in the NFL stay good is because they are used to change. And they are used to taking everybody's best shot week after week, right?
Yep.
They obviously have the quarterback, which Washington does. So they have that part covered. But now the rest of the team, the coaches, the organization has to learn that they're going to get everybody's best punch every single week. And if you're not used to that, there is absolutely a learning curve there. Washington, for the last 20 years, Jared, they usually get one primetime game a year, maybe 2. Now they have 7 with the possibility of 8 because they play the Eagles the last game of the season in Philly. And obviously that game's for the division. That game's for a high seed. There's a good chance that game gets flexed to Sunday Night Football. So I just think for a Washington team and organization, even though obviously you have a new owner, coaches, new players in there with Jaden leading the way, all that, it's still an adjustment for those guys, I think, to go from a team that was the hunter for so long. And now they're the hunted. They're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. So a lot of the games on the schedule where you maybe looked at in the past and Washington was maybe the flat spot for one of those teams, no, not anymore. Now they're going to get everybody's good shot, right? So, I mean, like they have week 2, as Warren was talking about, that short week at the Packers on Thursday Night Football in prime time. They have a stretch, Jared, during the season. Week 6, Monday night against the Bears. Then at Dallas, week 7 divisional game at 4:25 on Fox with Brady and Burkhardt. Then week 8 is another Monday night game against Mahomes and the Chiefs. Then Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. And then you have to play the Lions and then go to Spain to play the Miami Dolphins. I mean, that's big game after big game, primetime game, good quarterbacks, playoff teams, Super Bowl contenders. Like, Washington's just not used to that. So you just laid out all the quarterbacks that they played last year, the defenses that they played last year. The fact that now the schedule's harder, they're getting everybody's best shot. To me, that's why I like Washington to regress. It's not because of the quarterback. I think Jaden's the real deal. But, Jerry, there's a reason the good teams stay good. It's because they have hard schedules every year. They're used to taking everybody's best shot. I think it's going to be an adjustment for Washington to deal with that. So I'm going under 9.5 wins for the Commanders.
I think it's a fair bet. I think this is not an over bet for me. It's either an under or pass. And, they face 3 teams coming off a bye week. And I know I just, was asking Warren about, how the bye week isn't as important as it used to be. And that's true. The bye week is not as impactful as it used to be because guys just go off for the entire week and they go off the beaten path and they're, taking breaks because they're not mandated to practice. And then they come back and they're rusty. In fact, I think there is an argument to be made now that depending on who your coach is and who your leaders are in the locker room, that the bye week might actually be a detriment for certain teams. And that is an interesting little contrarian view from our traditional opinion about the bye week. Like, hey, team's rested. They're ready to go. They're prepared. Sometimes it's the opposite. Like you saw how the Lions played after their bye week in the playoffs. And I know that there was different factors involved there. I'm not comparing the two, especially in season to playoffs, totally different animal. But there is a case to be made that when I first looked at Washington's schedule, And the quirkiest thing, so I did a write-up for schedule quirks right when the schedule came out. And Washington had one of the biggest net rest disadvantages, and they were the only team in the NFL besides the Saints to play 3 teams coming off a bye: Chicago, Seattle, and the Giants. The Giants one's a little bit later in the year. I think that one's a little bit more impactful because later in the year, I do think the bye week is important. Earlier in the year, I don't think it's as important. So just based off of that alone, I was like, oh, wow, Washington to the under, right? Big net rest disadvantage. They're facing 3 teams coming off a bye week. I'm a little more neutral on my bye week stance after reading that data that Warren presented in his book. But it's tough for me to go over on this Washington team because of how much they raised the win total and how much the expectations are raised.
No doubt. They are the second betting favorite to win the NFC East at plus 225. Dallas plus 600. Giants are 28-1. The Eagles, of course, the favorite at minus 150. Jared and I will talk. Can anybody win the division outside of Philadelphia this upcoming year? We discuss that next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
And you look at the win total, and it's 8.5 at MGM, juiced way under, minus 155. That is the 4th or 5th time I've heard somebody so far this offseason say that they're 10-win good. And I hear that, and I just know better. I mean, I went to Illinois, and we can never have nice things. Let me tell you the last time Illinois won 10 games. 2001. Now, Kittner? That was Kittner and Ron Turner, and I believe they had Brandon Lloyd at wide receiver. They lost in the Sugar Bowl that year to LSU with Rohan Davey. That was a really good team, and they haven't been back to double digits since. I don't count last year. I mean, they won 10, but they were 9-3 in the regular season, so that doesn't affect the win total in terms of getting to 10 wins. You go 9-3, then you win the Citrus Bowl. Woo! Citrus Bowl. Look, Bielema is a program builder. That much is obvious. But Luke Altmaier to get you to 10 regular season wins, I don't know, man. And I hate people that say, oh, the schedule is easy. You play Ohio State. That's a loss. You play USC. That's no guarantee. You go to Indiana, where you probably lose. You go to Wisconsin. I mean, you could be 8-4 easily. So 10 wins make the playoff. I'm just not there. And I appreciate the bold take because I know Klatt's not an Illinois guy. This is certainly not a homer take. So I respect it. I just don't agree with it. To win the conference, just to give you an idea, they are 40-1 to win the Big Ten. So that ain't happening. You're not going to outduel Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon. And then to make the playoff, I see 6-1. So a big underdog to make the college football playoff. The more hype I hear on Illinois, the more I know better, man. Oh, that's funny.
And to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's hour 2, You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser and Jared Smith here with you, filling in for Nick and Femi on this Thursday. 3 more great hours upcoming here on YBYB. An awesome first hour. Again, thanks to Warren Sharp for joining us. 3 great guests still upcoming. Connor Allen going to stop by in 40 minutes, going to get his thoughts on the NFL. We're also going to have Sia Najad join us at 5:40, a little less than 2 hours. Break down round 1 of the Open Championship. Look ahead to the next 3 days. Any value still out there on the board. And then Jay Croucher will join us 6:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll get Jay's thoughts on what's going on in the NBA and what's going on in the NFL as well. Looks like Rory McIlroy is completed his first round of the Open, and he's going to shoot a 1 under 70 as he's going to tap that in for par. So a little bit better than 6 years ago, Jared, when he started with the quadruple bogey and shot 8 over in round 1. A little bit better. So again, I think one of the big storylines here as we start to wind down round 1, the 3 odds-on favorites, Scotty, Rory, and Rahm, all very, very much alive. Scotty just 1 shot off the lead. He's the favorite, plus 250. Rory plus 750, 3 shots back. And then John Rahm is at 12-1, and he is 3 shots back as well. So it's interesting, Jared, right? Rahm stays where he was pre-tournament, 3 shots back. Rory get a little bit of value there, closed about 7-1, 750 at some spots, so he also is at the same price. But then how about Scotty, who is 2 shots clear of both of those guys, 1 shot off the lead? He has his odds cut in half. He was a 5-1. Now he is at plus 250. So of those 3 guys, you still feel the best about Rahm at this point at the 12-1, 3 shots back?
I mean, I feel like if you were going to ask me, eliminate the odds and just say of those 3, which one probably wins, I think Scheffler to me is the obvious choice because he's the highest up on the board and he's the best player. But we have to factor in the odds. And yeah, right now, based off of who the guys are and where they stand, I think Rahm at 12-1 is a good bet. I mean, I'll leave it at this. If I bet him at 12-1 before the tournament started and he put up the round that he put up today, I'd feel good about my bet, right? And the odds that move. Now, you had a chance at 14 for a minute there. Then I'd be 14 was a really good. I think you gave that out at the top of the show. I think actually our producer Tyler Morales actually was the one who mentioned that one as well. I think that was a really good bet because now you're going to get probably 12-1 down the stretch. And yeah, I mean, he's in position and we feel like he's going to have at least one good round, one really low round. So if it's tomorrow, that 12-1 is going to be 5-1 probably if he's like 4 or 5 under heading into the weekend.
Justin Thomas is tapping in for his par putt right now. He's 1 over after his first round. Got it to as low as 2 under. He double bogeyed. Going to finish his day at 1 over. Tommy Fleetwood, who finished second at Royal Portrush when they played here 6 years ago, shot a 3 over today as Tommy still looks for that first elusive win. Some other notables, how about Ricky Fowler shot a 2 under today? Brian Harmon, who won the Open a couple years ago, shot a 2 under. Tony Finau's out on the course. He is 2 under through his round. Justin Rose, 2 under as well. Xander Schauffele's even par on his round. Adam Scott is 1 over. Russell Henley is 1 over. And let's see, Victor Hovland, Ludwig Aubert is 2 over as well on their round. Matsuyama is 3 over. So, again, tomorrow's cut day. It's going to be an interesting day for a lot of these guys. We'll see what the weather looks like out there. But, Jared, I think we're setting ourselves up for a fun tournament. Man, again, the fact that the leaders are at 4 under, I mean, it's bringing so many guys into the mix, especially if the weather picks up tomorrow and, the kind of the median scores like over par. It could be nuts going into the weekend. Could be a lot of fun.
It's going to be an awesome tournament. I mean, listen, you got Scheffler, McIlroy, and Rahm within 3 shots of the lead. If you give me that on Sunday, let's just flash forward to Sunday, and I say that McIlroy, Scheffler, and Rahm are within 3 shots of the lead with 18 holes to go. Are you watching that? Hell yeah, I am.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm absolutely watching that. Yeah. So I'll watch regardless, but I'll definitely watch if it's
probably,
those three.
Probably. You'll watch if it's Hatong Lee and Bezaden-Hoot English.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll watch if it's those 3 guys coming down the wire on Sunday. I'm also going to watch the NFL season, Jared, this upcoming year. And I'm going to watch to see if the Philadelphia Eagles can become the first team in over 20 years to repeat as NFC East champions. They're obviously the favorites to do so. The reigning Super Bowl champions, minus 150. Commanders are plus 225. Cowboys plus 600. And the Giants are 28-1. It's interesting, Jared, with the Eagles at minus 150. I kind of feel like there's some value there because it's so well known how much parity is in this division year after year. And you wonder if the Eagles are a little bit like San Francisco 49er-ish, where their roster is so strong. They've made deep playoff runs. They were obviously able to get over the hump, win the Super Bowl. The Niners haven't been able to do that with kind of this core group. But you just wonder if, maybe injuries catch up with them this year. Obviously, they're going to play a difficult schedule. Maybe there's a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover. I could see both sides with Philly. I really think this price should actually be closer to minus 200. But because of the history of the NFC East, I think you're getting a better price. But we know the Super Bowl hangover is a real thing. It is a veteran team for the most part. They did have some guys leave their team in the offseason. So I'm staying away from Philly in this market, in the divisional market. I'm really staying away from their win total, any kind of futures. I think fully healthy, if they go into the postseason this year and they're fully healthy, they're absolutely the team to beat again, no question, even though we know it's difficult to repeat. The Chiefs obviously have done that recently. But at the start of the season, Jared, I think there's more that could go wrong, that could go right with the Eagles. So I'm ultimately staying away. But look, if you're looking for value, I absolutely think there is a case to be made that this number should be closer to minus 200, but you're getting value because, again, nobody repeats in this division, as we've seen.
Right. I don't really, to me, those types of statistics are really tough because it's how many years has it been since no one's repeated?
Something like that, 03, 04.
Wow, really? It really has been 21 years since no one's repeated?
Yeah.
That's crazy, actually. Records, I guess, are made to be broken. That is a pretty long stretch. When I look at their schedule, and maybe this is a crazy take, but is there a better, safer Week 1 survivor pick than Philly on Monday or on Thursday night, that opening night of the year? Do we think Dallas is strolling in on opening night and beating Philly? I don't.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of worried about it.
You're worried about that game?
Well, Dak comes back off injury. Well, Dak comes back off injury. Schottenheimer gets his first win, right? Cowboys fans, a majority of them don't like him. He wins that game. All of a sudden, he's Tom Landry, right? So it's like, I mean, I could just see that. I could see it. It's a divisional game. I think you're right, honestly. I think the Eagles are a good survivor look.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jared. It's just I don't really like betting divisional games in Survivor.
I agree with that, but also I'm so bad at Survivor that you should be
Me
fading
too.
all. I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
I've made it past week 3 like 5 years in a row. So I just fade all my Survivor takes all year long. I mean, I think the biggest burning question I have is, can Saquon Barkley do what he did again? And that, you know, like and this sounds like really like shallow, but like the tush push being back, I think obviously helps them dramatically. I think it takes away from Barkley's upside with like fantasy and touchdowns, because how many vulture scores did Hurts take from Saquon last year? I mean, Saquon probably could have had 4 or 5 more touchdowns minimum. I don't have the numbers in front of me on how many 1-yard touchdowns Hurts had on the goal line, but I'm sure it was a decent amount, at least a handful. Can Saquon repeat what was a historic year? If he can, and the offensive line doesn't skip a beat, yeah, I don't see any reason why this team doesn't win 12, 13 games and they're the number 1 seed, and we're talking about Philly. Because that was the biggest knock on the Eagles winning a Super Bowl last year down the stretch. We were talking about them having to go on the road and beat Detroit, but that never materialized. I would have liked to see that game. If I have one regret, and it's not to take anything away from Jaden Daniels in Washington, I thought they obviously deserved to be in the NFC Championship game. But then when you watch that game, you knew very quickly who was going to win. I think by halftime, it was over. So if there was one regret that I wish I could have seen from last year, it was Eagles at Lions, NFC Championship game, healthy Detroit defense. I would have really liked to see that game. That was the one team Detroit didn't face last year that I really wish we would have gotten a chance to see, because we've seen them play almost every other, big time NFC team, including all the ones that won the North, that were in the North division, Vikings and Packers, those contenders, and they beat them all. But we never got to see the Lions at peak really get after that Eagles defense, especially. Like, I think that Lions offensive line would have really done a number on that Eagles defense. I think Philly does win the division this year. I like your angle that they're probably slightly undervalued because of the narrative against repeat NFC champs. It's really hard. Like, I always find it easier to go under the teams that are going to win high, like the high value. I always struggle finding value to the upside on defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles. Like the market is priced like filet mignon. Like, they have to have a perfect season almost essentially, and everything's got to go right with injuries and rest and all this stuff for them to be able to exceed very lofty expectations. If they have one stretch where they hit an injury bug, if they have one stretch where Saquon isn't as productive as he was last year, they've got one of the toughest schedules in the league, and they've got the target on their back. So it's just I really struggle with finding upside to a preseason bet on Philly. Maybe midseason, if they hit a lull, we bet them at some capacity in a futures market way. Maybe it's division, maybe it's NFC. But right now, I feel very similarly that I feel on Washington. It's really hard to find any upside wiggle room with what their numbers are heading into the year.
The only 2 teams that I would look at to win the NFC East are Philly and Dallas. That'd be it. I wouldn't look at Washington. I certainly wouldn't look at the Giants. It would only be Philly and it would only be Dallas. And Jared, I think that if the season goes how I think it could, there could be a good opportunity to bet both of these teams. Now, I told you I think there's a chance Dallas could beat Philly week 1. I think Philly wins that game. If Philly wins that game, they go from minus 150 to at least north of minus 200, right? They're going to be a big favorite if they win that game. But then after that, Jared, after the Dallas game, at Kansas City, home against the Rams, and then they're at Tampa, a place that's been a house of horrors for them the last couple of years. They lost in the playoffs there a couple of years ago, and in that regular season game last year, I think they had like 0 total yards like midway through the second quarter. They were getting smoked. So Tampa's never been good to Philadelphia. So like there's a chance that they could start the season 2-2, maybe 1-3, probably not. But I think 2-2 is a possibility. How about Dallas? After they play Philly, home against the Giants, at the Bears, home against Green Bay, at the Jets, at the Panthers, home against the Commanders, at Denver, home against Arizona, bye week. I mean, there's a path there for Dallas to go on a little bit of a run and win some games. And plus 600 is a nice number. I mean, you're going to get an even better number if they lose week 1. And then if they lose week 1, go on a little bit of a run, you got a plus 850 in your pocket. The Eagles maybe are 2-2 to start the season. Maybe you get back closer to like even money with Philly. I think there's an opportunity to get maybe tickets on both of those teams, get yourself a nice profit. But I like the idea of betting Dallas to win the division, but I would wait to do it after their week 1 matchup. Obviously, if they beat Philly, I mean, that number is going to be cut in half. And you know, that's just the risk that you play. But I would wait. I would wait if you like Dallas to win the division. Philly wins that game, you get a better number. And then I think there's going to be an opportunity potentially because of the Eagles start to maybe jump on them to win this division as well. So that's kind of how I'm seeing the NFC East. We talked about Washington last segment. I really don't want to bet them to win this division. And then the Giants, save your money, I'm good. There's a reason they're 28-1. So it's either Dallas or Philly to me. I think there might be an opportunity to bet both of those teams early in the season.
I think if you like Dallas, it's fair to like Dallas. I mean, this is one of the first years in this Prescott run where they're, not expected to win 10 games and be a playoff team. I think they're like right on the cusp of like the playoff futures. I think they're like even odds or like barely in plus money. Actually, let me look what their number is to make the playoffs. I was doing this research last night. Yeah, they're plus 175 to make the playoffs. I mean, that's a pretty big nugget. If you think Dallas is legit this year, I think if you do feel that they are legit, I would prefer to just bet them on the money line week 1 and then find out how legit they really are. And then if you're wrong with your opinion that they're legit and they get their asses kicked week 1, well, then you can reassess your opinion with no investment in the futures market, and then you can reload. So if you think Dallas legit, I think you just bet them on the money line week 1, and then you reassess it.
Kind of think they might be. I think they might be. We'll see. Dak coming back from injury, Schottenheimer surprising some people. It's going to be fun. We'll talk AFC North coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
What he's actually trying to say is he wants to make this more favorable for the SEC. Like, make no mistake, there's an agreement in place that give the SEC and Big Ten power to make these changes, right? That doesn't mean changes should be made. And then you read more of these quotes from Greg Sankey, and they just drive me bonkers. Like this one, I think there's this notion that there has to be some magic moment and something has to happen with expansion, and it has to be forced. It's like, that's right. You don't have to expand. You have to make a decision about how you want this format to play out for 2026. You don't have to expand. So, yeah, there is that notion, but they want to expand. And that's where they're butting heads with the Big Ten, because the Big Ten and the SEC have very different ideas about how that expansion should look. Because what do they want to do? They want to make sure that they get as many of their respective conference teams in this tournament as possible. They don't give a damn about anyone else. Look, the SEC and the Big Ten are already going to get their teams in. And I hate it when you could possibly devalue the regular season. Like, I don't need to see Kentucky slip in as a 12 seed or a 16 seed, you know? This is what the regular season is for. It's all about money, and these two conferences are going to go back and forth. It's fine the way it is. They made some adjustments last season, made the proper adjustments. We don't need to go to 16, but I guarantee you they will. Guaranteed.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We got some breaking NFL news on the show. It's like they knew. Jared Smith, as we talked before we were going to break, are getting ready to pay the AFC North, and Adam Schefter is reporting that Steelers star TJ Watt has become the highest non-paid quarterback in the NFL history for the second time in his career, reaching an agreement today on a 3-year, $123 million extension that includes $108 million fully guaranteed at signing. The $41 million per year average is the highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history. The deal has been in the works between the CAA Sports and the Steelers front office for months. So there you go. TJ Watt signed once again. Comes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, $41 million a year. Leading Jamar Chase, who is $40.25.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett is $40 million. Then you have Danielle Hunter at $35.6, Crosby $35.5, Justin Jefferson at $35 million. So again, the next guy that signs that deal is probably going to be like 41.5 or 42. You know, they just keep going up and up. But look, it makes sense. People have asked me, because I'm a Ravens fan and I see Myles Garrett, TJ Watt twice a year, who's the better player? First of all, they're both incredible. I've always been in defense, though, of TJ Watt being the better defensive player, Jared, just because you can't ignore the win-loss record for the Pittsburgh Steelers when he's out on the field. It's unbelievable. I mean, it truly is, right? Like, Lane Johnson with the Eagles, certainly. You get receivers, you know, key defensive players at times, but, like, usually it's the quarterback. Obviously, when a starting quarterback's out, that's what affects the win-loss record. Watt and the Steelers, it's like night and day. When he's out there, they usually win. And when he's not out there, they usually lose. I get the Browns haven't had very good fortune with quarterbacks, but let's be honest, neither have the Steelers since Ben retired. And TJ Watt has obviously been out there, but he's a heck of a player, well-deserved. and he'll be back on that Steelers defense. And I always like targeting Pittsburgh early on in the season when they're healthy, because they obviously have a lot of veteran players. They did it again last year where they got off to an unbelievable start, and then they kind of fell off at the end. Now, their schedule was insanely hard last year at the end of the season, but that's usually the way that things have gone for the Steelers here recently, Jared, right? They start the year hot, and then they kind of tamper off, and then they go into the playoffs as a 6-7 seed. They get Mahomes, they get Allen, they get Lamar, and they're just, the talent just doesn't match up to those teams, and it's been first-round exit for them. They're hoping that Aaron Rodgers, even at this stage of his career, they get into the playoffs, and he can obviously help with that. But where are you on the Steelers for the upcoming year? We all know about Tomlin and the winning record. We know that they're competitive year after year. Would you look at a win total with the Steelers, make the playoffs? Do you think they have a chance to do damage in the AFC playoffs? Your thoughts on Pittsburgh?
I think it all comes down to Aaron Rodgers at the end of the day. I mean, I think the defense is going to continue to be good. I know they traded away Fitzpatrick, but they get Ramsey. You could make the argument that that's a wash, if anything, and maybe a slight upgrade, especially if Ramsey plays safety. I would say if Ramsey plays corner and there's a big hole at the safety position, I could see that being an issue. But it sounds like Ramsey's going to at least get a look at safety. And I think that's, a slight upgrade maybe. Even though Fitzpatrick has been a very productive player, the numbers kind of indicate a downward trend. And, I think he's still a really good player that's been in the system for a long time. So you want to say there's maybe a little bit of growing pains with Ramsey getting into a new system. This Steelers defense, should be really good, though. They should be fantastic. And if you look at what Watt brings to the table, I agree. The Steelers defense, completely different team with him on and off the field. We talk about this more in basketball than anything else, like the on-off numbers. But I'd be willing to bet that it's about as big of a delta with the pressure rate and with just the amount of stress that a defense can cause. I think, when you have a guy like Watt on the field, you've got to plan for him. And I think that also allows guys like Herbig and some of the other defensive linemen, Cameron Hayward, to eat. And they drafted a really good defensive tackle in the first round, Derek Harmon, who I'm really excited to see how he progresses. I think he was kind of the one-to-one replacement for Cam Hayward. That was one of the few draft bets I got right. In fact, I actually mocked Harmon going to Pittsburgh. A little pat, I'll strain my shoulder, patting myself on the back there.
Pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, hey, why not? Why not? You know what? And I'll just if I can find it really quick, I will read you the note that I had on them, because I think when you're getting into the draft, and it might take me a minute to find it. It might take me just a minute to find it.
I'll read what Pittsburgh's done this offseason. Yeah. So obviously they signed Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be the quarterback. Traded for DK Metcalf. Also traded for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. So a couple new weapons there on offense. Ramsey going to be one of the corners along with Joey Porter. And then keep in mind, Minkah Fitzpatrick, they traded him away to the Dolphins in that Jonnu Smith deal. Traded away George Pickens to the Cowboys. They also added Darius Slay as well. So the Steelers trying to get better in the secondary at corner, bringing in Slay, bringing in Jalen Ramsey. Yeah. They do lose Minkah, who the start of his tenure there in Pittsburgh, Jared, it felt like it was an unbelievable find. He fit right in. Towards the end, just didn't feel like it was working out. And the Steelers have obviously had their fair share of characters in the locker room here in recent years, so they didn't want to deal with anything like that and then make the signing with TJ Watt today. So they have been busy this offseason. I'm always scared of Pittsburgh, Jared. It's just, the way that they play the Ravens, you throw the records out the door when those two teams play. It usually comes down to turnovers and which way they play. So they're always live in the AFC North, because if you can beat the top team in the division, you always have a chance. If they win both of those games against Baltimore and have that tiebreaker, that's obviously massive. Cincinnati, that rivalry against them's kind of been hit or miss. Burrow has had their number here recently, and then they've obviously played well against the Browns. When Roethlisberger was there, they never lost to the Browns. Browns have fared a little bit better, but still the Steelers usually handle them pretty well. So Steelers are always tough in the division. They'll always give you that. And the schedule is not as hard as it was this past season. Their schedule last year, Jared, was the most insane thing I've maybe ever seen at the end of the year, because they had to play the final 8 games were all divisional games. 6 of them of the 8 games were divisional games. And then they also had to play at Philly and had Kansas City at home too. It was just insane. And then they limped into the playoffs and then obviously lost. This year, the schedule for Pittsburgh, they get the AFC North games. They also have to play against the NFC North as well. And then they get the AFC East. So not all that bad. They get Buffalo at home. They get the Packers at home. And they play Minnesota out in London. So they'll have some road games at Detroit, at Los Angeles. That'll be tricky. But overall, I mean, a manageable schedule for the Steelers. But working Rodgers in, right? First year in that Steelers roster with that new system, with his new coaches and working with Arthur Smith. That'll be interesting to see. Bringing in Metcalf, who's going to be a focal point of that offense. Now Jalen Warren has to split time with Caleb Johnson in that backfield. There are some moving parts on that offensive team. Jonnu Smith coming over. But, I mean, the Steelers' track record, they for the most part, under Tomlin, do start seasons pretty fast.
I'll be honest, though. Like, if the goal of the Steelers having a successful year, like if we close our eyes and say, okay, what needs to happen for Pittsburgh to have a successful year? You're right. They need to get off to a great start. I would argue that the defenses and the situations they're in early in the year are not conducive to getting Aaron Rodgers comfortable. You get the double revenge game in week 1. I mean, that game is going to be just dripping with drama. You think Aaron Glenn and that defense isn't going to be excited to get after Aaron Rodgers? They're going to be coming after him like their hair's on fire in that game. Then they get Mike McDonald in that Seahawks defense.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, that's a tough defense to face. Then they go to New England and face Mike Vrabel. And that's, again, another really tough, defensive-minded coach that gets after you. Then they go to Ireland and face Brian Flores and the team that blitzes the most of any team in the NFL. I mean, that's a really tough 4-week stretch. Like, if your goal is a soft, cushy landing for Aaron Rodgers to get off to a nice start against some defenses that maybe he can, maybe some softer defenses, I don't think there's anything soft about those first 4 defenses they're facing. I mean, I would argue Mike McDonald and Brian Flores might be the 2 most gifted defensive minds in the sport right now. So it's really tough, I think, for the early part of the year to say that it's going to be an easy start for Aaron Rodgers. And then you go on your bye, you come back, you face Myles Garrett in Cleveland, and I know Cleveland's got their problems, but it's still a pretty formidable defense. Then I think you've got the meat of this schedule where you can do some damage. You face Cincinnati twice, you face the Colts, you face the Bears, but then you get to the back half of this year. You got to face the Ravens twice the last 5 weeks of the season. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. I'll be honest, the more I talk through this schedule, the more I'm leaning under on Pittsburgh and against them making the playoffs and against Mike Tomlin continuing this 500 streak. Like, that is not a favorable defense, the schedule of defenses for them to get off to a fast start. I'll read you what I wrote in the mock draft write-up from April on Pittsburgh. So I mocked Derek Harmon. I said, I'm convinced Aaron Rodgers is waiting to see what the Steelers do in this spot before deciding if he wants to play for them or not. Savvy move considering what happened to Kirk Cousins last year, who got panicked on draft night. It feels like the Steelers' window is closing as this roster has a lot of holes. The only way to keep Mike Tomlin's above 500 streak alive is to plug one of them up front and hope Rodgers can keep the ship afloat just long enough to make another postseason run. Harmon's a force. He fits nicely into Austin's 3-4 front. He will be the successor to Cam Hayward, who turns 36 in May, carries almost a $20 million cap hit over the next 2 years. I feel like I had a pretty good read on this situation with Pittsburgh. I feel like that's pretty much exactly how it played out. So I don't think they're going to be a bad team this year, but we've thought for the last 2 years the Jets were favored to make the playoffs both years with Rodgers, and both years went awry. So having the expectations for Aaron Rodgers is one thing. Following through on the expectations is another. It reminds me of a Seinfeld episode, right? Anybody can just take a reservation. Holding the reservation is the key here. We're obviously going to have high expectations about Aaron Rodgers, but we've been let down now 2 years in a row. Hard for us to get back on the bandwagon again.
It's a terrific point about the teams that they play early on in the season, the defensive coaches they're going up against. How about also, Jared, they have the early bye week. You get the week 5 bye week, which is just
I don't like that for a veteran
brutal.
quarterback. I want the later bye week.
I completely
and a
agree.
veteran team.
not only do they not get the veteran, not only do they not get a later bye week, but off the bye week, Jared, 2 AFC North games, right? Browns and Bengals back-to-back. As you mentioned, Ravens, 2 of the last 5 weeks of the season. I kind of agree with you, man. The injuries are going to pile up for Pittsburgh like they normally do. Early bye week is not going to be good. And if they start slow, again, I mean, who knows where Rodgers' head's going to be at when you get to like week 12, week 13. There's definitely a lot that has to go right to bet Pittsburgh's over win total and bet anything at them in the futures market. I'm with you. It feels like the play is probably under win total. The more we talk about it, I think that's a good look. Yeah. What about the Cincinnati Bengals? We got about 3 minutes left. We were talking with Warren Sharp earlier, and Warren was telling us the team that he's high on the upcoming season is the Rams. Team that he's not is the Cincinnati Bengals. And it feels like a lot of people are this way on the Bengals because, Jared, they did nothing to help their glaring weakness, improve their glaring weakness from last season, which is they had one of the worst defenses in the NFL. They bring in Al Golden from Notre Dame to be their new defensive coordinator, but they really did nothing to improve the defensive side of the ball, relying so much on Joe Burrow in that offense. So where are you with Cincinnati? Are you agreeing with the masses, it feels like, at this point? You're fading the Bengals, or do you think that they have a chance to bounce back?
Yeah, I think you'd be a sucker if you just think Al Golden's going to roll in and turn this defense around in 1 year with the personnel they have. Now, can they improve? Well, yeah, it's a low bar. They gave up 30 passing touchdowns last year. That's the second most in the league. Like, you can't really go. You can't give. You go from 30th to 20th, maybe. That's an improvement, but they're still below average, right? Like, I just think there's a lot of drama behind the scenes in Cincinnati. Now, to be fair, I did get a whisper today that the Trey Hendrickson contract negotiation is moving in a positive direction. Does that mean the deal's going to get done? No, but I'm more bullish about it today than I was yesterday.
I don't know if they like that Watt deal. I don't know if they like that Watt deal, Jared.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I didn't think about that.
I don't know if they
did. That is
a
really good point.
So
that might actually throw a wrench in it some more.
Right.
But look at those first 2 games, PJ. Like, you better win at Cleveland or against Jackson and at home against Jacksonville. Because then it's at Minnesota, at Denver on a Monday night, home against Detroit, at Green Bay. Then you got a short week against Pittsburgh. I mean, goodness gracious. If you don't start 2-0, you're staring 1-5 right in the face. 1-6, really.
Jared,
so I think that's tough.
I don't have the stones to do it, and I would never, ever do it. But I think the Bengals could be a survivor play for people because it's just too obvious to bet against them in week 1. A divisional opponent on the road that they never play well against. Burrow never plays well in Cleveland. Everybody knows about the slow starts every single year.
True.
I kind of think I might bet Cincinnati in week 1.
That's ultra contrarian right there, my friend.
I kind of think I might bet Cincinnati minus 5.5 because, I mean, the whole world, it feels like, is probably going to be on the Brownies in that game. All right, Connor Allen going to join us next. Going to talk some NFL with him. Stick around. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
44 days, 17 hours, 32 minutes, and 56 seconds. That's when week 0 of the college football season officially kicks off. And usually, if I'm betting conference futures, I'm looking for better prices than plus 225. And I usually try to avoid the trendy teams, but I'm not going to do that this year in the SEC. I'm going to roll with Texas. As you guys know, I'm a Sark guy. 8 returning starters, 3 on offense, 5 on defense. Arch Manning's the guy now full-time. No more Quinn Ewers. I think he's the better fit for the Sark offense, more of a dual threat. Offense loses 8 starters from a team that averaged 33 points per game, but I think they're going to be even better, man. They got the Stanford wide receiver, Emmett Mosley. They got DeAndre Moore Jr. back at wide receiver, Ryan Wingo. The offensive line is going to be good, but they do have to replace 4 starters, which is kind of concerning, including Kelvin Banks Jr., who's now in the league. Running back depth might be a question mark. Like, that was the issue last year. They had 3 losses. In all 3 losses, or in those 3 losses, they only averaged 1.4 yards per carry with no rushing touchdowns. This year, they're going to have to get the ground game going. Defense, 5 starters are back. Watching the spring game back, Sark calls the defensive backs the best unit on the team. Anthony Hill Jr. had 113 tackles last season at the linebacker position. They're looking for ways to get Colin Simmons on the field more. Last year as a freshman, 9 sacks, 14 tackles for loss. Tough opener week 1, but I already bet them against Ohio State as 3.5-point dogs. I do think Arch is the real deal, man. I don't know that he's going to be the number 1 overall pick because I don't know that he comes out. But I'm pretty high on Texas, and I did take a shot with them, plus 225 to win the SEC.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're going to talk some college football coming up next hour. Talk the defending national champions, the Ohio State Buckeyes, Big Ten. Maybe get a conversation going with Jared's Penn State Nittany Lions, who I'm pretty high on for the upcoming season. Dive into those teams in the Big Ten and look ahead to that. But let's continue the NFL conversation as we bring on another great guest to join us today on the show. Connor Allen, Props and Fantasy, 4for4 Football, Move the Lines podcast as well. Give him a follow on X at Connor Allen NFL. Going to talk some teams, some props with Connor. But Connor, right off the bat, just want to get to the breaking news with you. TJ Watt signing that massive extension. The Steelers are an interesting team, right? Because of Tomlin's track record, never had a losing season. Rodgers comes over, making moves this offseason, bringing DK Metcalf, trading away Minkah Fitzpatrick. They've been in the news a lot. What are your thoughts on them and kind of just the AFC North as a whole? You know, like the Bengals, the Ravens, is it still the Ravens for you? Just your thoughts on Pittsburgh and the AFC North, Connor.
Yeah, this Steelers team is really interesting. You mentioned a lot of moves that they made there. I'm really most excited to see what happens when it's like 3rd down and 3 and there's a run play called from Arthur Smith and Rodgers goes up there and just like checks out of a run, just like into a slant, and see what happens. I just want to see what Tomlin does, you know, after a couple of them are incomplete and inevitably don't go as well. as we've seen in the past. So I would say, though, I'm cautiously optimistic for the Steelers team. They have a lot of good players. I still do think that Rodgers has some left in the tank and has a lot more around him than he has had in the past. And obviously, drafting Caleb Johnson helps as well with the running game. The defensive additions are huge. And they have a great schedule for the bye. Jets, Seahawks, Pats, Vikings, Browns, out of the bye. So I think that they're like a good sell high after week 6. I think there's some pretty winnable games early on in the season for the Steelers team. But this division as a whole here, I mean, the Ravens are just really tough to poke too many holes in here. Like they added more on defense. Like their offensive line is good. They have a ton of playmakers. And Lamar doesn't even necessarily need all those guys to be 100% for them to win a lot of games. So I think the Ravens are still the belle of the ball here at the top, but that the Steelers are going to win a lot of games that people might not expect, I think, this year.
Yeah, how about the Steelers? 2 games against the Ravens the last 5 weeks. I feel like that's a negative, but the opposite to that argument, Connor, is if they are kind of hovering, you do get to face the team that's probably directly in front of you twice the last 5 weeks of the year. Now we'll see what they have left in the tank. I think those first few weeks, and not to go too crazy on the Steelers, but we were just talking about it, those defensive coaches and the defenses they face those first 4 weeks, I mean, it's really tough, right? Like, the Jets are going to be itching to get after Rodgers. Then you got Mike McDonald and the Seahawks, Vrabel and the Pats. And then you go to Ireland, you face Flores and the Vikings. Like, those are aggressive, tough defenses. So if you want to say the Steelers are going to be healthy early in the year, they might not be healthy after that 4-week gauntlet right out of the gate.
Yeah, it is a really interesting stretch. I think that's actually almost like a make or break for their season to some extent because, like, that's the most winnable patch of games here. They're starting off 3-point favorites against the Jets, 1.5-point favorites against the Seahawks, and then they're like small underdogs at New England against Minnesota. So, like, I think that's really important. They come out of the bye against Cleveland, but if they're not like 2-2 in that range, or they get banged up, or Rodgers is hurt, like the floor is, I wouldn't say really low because obviously Mike Tomlin has made a lot out of nothing basically for the last couple of years offensively, but I mean Rodgers just helps everything, like helps so much more with like moving the ball. So yeah, I think this is going to be a tough team to watch and one to watch early in the season because things can change pretty quickly, I think.
Connor, you were telling us off air that you're high on San Francisco for the upcoming season. Like, how high are you on the Niners? Do you think they can win the Super Bowl? Are you looking at them to win the division? How far would you take it with San Fran this year?
Yeah, I've played a lot of different iterations of them. There are definitely holes to pick with their roster. I think that's like on paper, they're not necessarily an incredible team. They're not in the the Ravens tier necessarily, or even like the Bills, Chiefs, like not really in that range. But I think they're in that next tier. And so, but if you're looking at the NFC here, I mean it's the Eagles. There's a lot of holes you can pick with the Lions. There's a lot of holes you can pick with the Niners, but they have a really easy schedule. I think they're like 10-1. To win the NFC is pretty interesting for the Niners. And then also most wins in the league if for some reason, if they're running hot, like just because their schedule is just so easy. I mean, they're favored in all but 2 games this year, 1.5-point dogs at the Rams and at the Bucks. But they're just, I mean, they're in such a good spot here to succeed, even with some potentially, offensive line not being perfect, with the defense probably not being perfect. I think that Purdy in this offense, despite, some of the, again, wide receivers, a little bit of questions there at this point with Jennings and Ayuk. I think they're still in a good spot to succeed offensively with CMC back crushing there. So I think that's interesting. And then CMC, Offensive Player of the Year, 22-1 in some spots. If he is fully healthy, I mean, I think the downside is really low. Like he could just get injured in like week 3, but the upside is like 2,000 plus all-purpose yards, if not more.
I like it.
Yeah, to me, the Purdy MVP ticket kind of goes hand in hand with that, right? Like, I feel like that's a number that probably has some upside to it. Of all the teams, like the MVP conversation, you got to win 10, 11, probably 12 games, and you got to be a quarterback on one of those winning teams. And, of all the teams that kind of match that criteria, Purdy's got the longest odds, right? Like he's like 28-1. The other, top quarterbacks on those top tier teams are all 5, 6, 7-1. So I think Niners MVP, Niners futures in that regard make a ton of sense. How about the Bengals, right? I think they're going to get Hendrickson signed. I don't know if the Watt deal today pushed that back or moved that goalpost at all, but I'm hearing some positive reports about Hendrickson. But really, it's all about Joe Burrow and the offense. Like, is it sustainable for him to have another MVP year? It seems like he's going to have to, along with Chase and Higgins and the backfield, because if not, I don't know if the defense is going to be able to hang up.
Yeah, it seems like the Bengals had one job this offseason, and that was to acquire more defensive talent so that Joe Burrow didn't have to be a superhero all the time. And they didn't really do that. Like, I think they kind of tried, but right now I still don't think it's good enough. And it's going to be a lot of pressure on the new defensive coordinator, Al Golden from Notre Dame. Obviously they replaced Big Lou, who I thought was a pretty good defensive coordinator in his own right, but it just wasn't working, obviously. They were just getting boat raced basically every single game. And so I think this team is really interesting because I don't have a ton of confidence in their defense. I have a lot of confidence in their offense. I think Chase Brown is going to play a massive, massive role. I took some alts on him. I took 1,000 plus rushing yards and 1,250 plus rushing yards, like plus 650. But he was a workhorse in college. He's going to see almost all the work, if not all the work, basically for the Bengals this year. And so I think he's going to see a ton of volume on an offense that should be a top 3 unit. Barring something crazy happening. So I think a lot of upside offensively. I'm a little worried about the win-loss column, though. Like, I think that they don't necessarily match up super well against certain teams. I think who do they play week 1? I think it's Pittsburgh. No, it's not Pittsburgh. It's another team, though. Yeah, Cleveland. I think they match up like terribly against Cleveland. I think that this is like a kind of a weird trap game for them, like early on, that Cleveland's going to come in, pound the rock, try and control the game. They have plenty of bodies, but I think the Bengals have way more upside and a way better team, but there's just some random sneaky tough matches for this Bengals team if their defense just can't get off the field.
We're talking NFL here on You Better You Bet with Connor Allen. Give him a follow on X at Connor Allen NFL. Connor, what do you think of the Dallas Cowboys? Jared and I were talking about them in the NFC East. We think there might be some value there. They're 6-1 to win the division. Dak, I think, could have a really good season, right? Say what you want about him in the playoffs, but he has been pretty good throughout his career in the regular season. They obviously get Pickens, another weapon for him this offseason. Where are you on Dallas? Do you think they could win the division? And what kind of year do you see out of Dak?
Yeah, I think for the first time in maybe my sports betting life, there is value on the Dallas Cowboys in any category here because this offense, I think, is so much better put together, at least from a passing perspective. You add Pickens, who I think is a fantastic compliment. They desperately needed an outside guy to support CeeDee Lamb. So now he's going to be able to open up the field a lot more. I have serious questions about the running game. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball basically at all. They drafted Jaden Blue. They brought in Javonte Williams. They still have they added Miles Sanders. I mean, Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders were 2 of the worst running backs in the league in the last couple of years. So I'm not confident at all that they're going to be able to run the ball. But I think Dak in the passing game with Pickens can definitely carry this team. You have Jake Ferguson there as well. And the defense, I think, they outplayed kind of their actual metrics 2 years ago. And then last year came back down to earth, a little bit of injury issues as well. But now in this time, I think they're a good chaotic defense that can cause problems and not necessarily win games, but they'll be fine. And so I think with the passing game there, I personally played it as Dak to throw 4,500 plus yards. It's 5-1 right now. Did it 2 years ago, was on pace to do it again last year prior to injury. And then obviously adds Pickens. And like I mentioned, they're not gonna be able to run the ball. So I think it's going to be, I think legit, if he stays healthy, 4,500 yards is very, very, very much in play. And it's 5-1. So it's kind of an interesting look.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned those season-long props because no one handicaps these better than you, especially being able to track kind of what the vibe of the market is. And we got about 2 minutes left. It's about 70%, 65% unders in most of these markets, right? Especially the quarterback markets. However, when I was going through your thread, and you should definitely follow, Connor on X and check that thread out because it gives you a really good detail of what goes over, what goes under. Quarterback rushing props seem to be the one outlier that goes over. Is there a quarterback rushing prop that stands out to you right now? Because people love to bet the over. They hate betting under. Is there an over that is recommended by Connor Allen at this stage of the offseason?
Yeah. I think I play it. You mentioned so season long unders are just the way to print. I've released 8 plays so far for 4 subs. All of them are unders, but I like alts. So I've talked about Dak alts, Chase Brown alts, etc. I think a fun alt on our QB rushing prop is Justin Fields alt rushing yards. Justin Fields to have 1,000 rushing yards this year is a really good price. He's already done it once in his career against Aaron Glenn's defense. Obviously, their new head coach for the Jets. He's averaging over 100 rushing yards per game. I am very certain that Aaron Glenn is I've gotten wrecked by this guy's legs. We're going to use him as much as possible on the ground. And who's he going to throw to? I mean, Garrett Wilson's great, but like the rest of the receiving core, it looks like they just pulled us 3 off the street and like we're lining up out there, like what's going on? So I think that they're going to run the ball a ton. I think Justin Fields is going to be used a ton rushing wise. So yeah, if you want to play an over, I think that's a good look.
Very
I
good.
love it.
Yeah, really good. Connor Allen, give him a follow on X at Connor Allen NFL. Props and fantasy 4for4 football and Move the Line podcast as well. Connor, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
All right, yeah,
Great stuff,
absolutely. I love those season alt props. That Dak Prescott one, Jared. I mean, he's right. If he stays healthy, that feels like a great bet.
Yeah, because they're not running it. And Justin Fields, I mean, he could go off for 150 in that first game against his former team and get that ball rolling on the rushing yards prop. Really good nugget there.
Love it. Love it. All right, hour 3 coming up next. Ohio State wins the national championship. What are they going to do for an encore? We'll let you know up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
There are a couple that I was willing to eliminate right away that I'm not completely buying into. I have questions about. Not saying they're going to have a bad year, but I have questions about Detroit and Philadelphia for me. Those are the two teams that I do have some questions about. The depth of the Eagles and then the Lions losing both of their coordinators. Let's see how they rebound from that. And I think most wins with their schedule, their road schedule, you're asking a lot. So those are teams that I wasn't really interested in. And then the rest, it's Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco. My first reaction was, oh, yeah, Bills. I like the Bills. I like the Bills to have the most wins. And then I look at it, oh, they're the favorite at plus 350. And then I, like you, uninterested suddenly in this market with them as a favorite and only plus 350. San Francisco. Everything went wrong injury-wise last year. Everything. And I know there are some new pieces and you don't have certain guys, like you don't have Debo anymore, but I think they could be okay. They could be just fine with that. They add to the depth on that defense, but the biggest thing is that soft schedule. By far the easiest schedule in the NFL. That's why the win total is so high. Like there are questions. What version of CMC are you going to get now? How does he look coming back from the injury? Same thing with Brandon Ayuk. Like I understand all of that, but they still have the talent. They still have the all-world left tackle on that offensive line. And you bring in Robert Saleh back to run that defense. And we know how successful he was as defensive coordinator before moving on to head coach of the Jets. So at 13-1, I'm with you. I think that's very doable for the 49ers in a bounce back year where they could be in the mix for most wins in the league.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
PJ Glasser, Jared Smith here with you. Hour 3, You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Great first 2 hours of the show and a great 2 hours upcoming. We're going to talk some college football here over the next 40 minutes, and then Sia Nejad going to join us, get you caught up on what went down first round of the Open Championship today out in Royal Portrush. We'll talk live odds, any live bets that he likes, and look ahead to the next 3 days. And then we'll talk some more NFL. Jay Croucher going to join us during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6:20, and we're going to wrap the show with our best bets. As always, you guys can watch and listen to the show on Twitch, on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can check us out as well. Listen for free on the Odyssey app. Also listen SiriusXM wherever on channels SiriusXM 205 or Sirius Channel 160 as well. The Open Championship coming down to a close, and we got 5 guys tied at the top at 4 under par. So looking to break that down with Sia in about 40 minutes. But Jared, let's talk some college football. You wanted to talk some Ohio State today. Obviously the defending national champions, and got an interesting schedule for the upcoming year. Obviously, everybody's going to talk about the season opener against Texas. There's a very good chance that's going to be number 1 versus number 2 in the country. Obviously, at Michigan at the end of the year, they avoid Oregon, but do have Penn State at home this year. But like when you look at the Buckeyes, when you start to do some research, break them down, what kind of jumps out at you?
Well, you lose both coordinators, and I think that's like the low-hanging fruit of what their identity will be this year. I don't know how you feel about Brian Hartline. Personally, I think Ryan Day is going to be, micromanaging that offense significantly.
Yeah.
And that dynamic is always intriguing to me because say what you want about Ryan Day, I think he's got enough on his plate outside of having to call plays on offense. The defense with Patricia, I know you know that name. Heard that name before, right? Obviously a major step down from Jim Knowles. And that's not a knock on Matt Patricia, but I would say Jim Knowles is probably the number 1 defensive coordinator in the sport right now. So I think there's definitely room for concern about Ohio State in 2025. The upside is, despite all the talent that they lost, they still have got, I would say, the 2 best players in the country in Downs and Smith on both sides of the ball, right? You got the best offense, you got the best receiver, the only real non-quarterback that's in Heisman contention right now. And I know nothing's really started yet, but heading into the year, I think a lot of people think that if Julian Sayin, the new quarterback, plays well, I think a lot of people think that Jeremiah Smith can win the Heisman. Caleb Downs on the other side of the ball. I mean, I remember I did a film study last year in January on Knowles and the Ohio State defense, and Caleb Downs is just everywhere. An absolute freak. I like the secondary. I think they will be really solid again. Igbenamo, I always get his name wrong. He's back again. Yeah, Davison, Igbenogson.
Yep.
And Matthews. Those are the 2 corners. I think those guys are going to be solid. Linebackers are going to be good. Sonny Styles got better last year. Arvell Reese made plays, 40-plus tackles. Those are going to be the top 2 linebackers this year. The defensive line is going to be the question. Now, they're very talented, but they're replacing all 4 starters, including a bunch of dudes that got drafted. The one name I'd keep an eye on is Bo Atkinson, the kid they transferred in from North Carolina. That's kind of the name that's been floated to me as like, hey, like red star, underline, exclamation point. This could be the guy for Ohio State. That's kind of the game wrecker. And they brought in they're replacing both tackles on the offensive line, which can be concerning. But the dude they brought in from Rice is like a freak. I mean, he was like doing smelling salts in the locker room before the games, and like I would imagine the Rice players were like, "What the hell is this guy on?" So he transfers over from a group of 5 school, and we'll see how he kind of blends in to that high leverage game every week. But I think at the end of the day, they're going to be really solid. I just don't know if they're going to be as talented and as polished as they were in prior years because they are replacing both coordinators, especially Chip Kelly. I mean, let's be honest. You go from Chip Kelly to Brian Hartline. I just don't know if there's going to be an immediate, pickup of the offense. Like, I think there might be growing pains. And I think that might be a good reason to bet Texas week 1. But the follow-up question I have for you, I was listening to a podcast earlier, a Film Guy. They do a great job covering college football. And they have 3 very smart college football analysts on their panel. And they were asking what's Ohio State's most important game. And all 3 of them gave different answers. I think all of them kind of agreed that Michigan's at the top. But they gave really good reasons for Penn State and Texas being Ohio State's most important game. I think it's Michigan. Because you got to beat Michigan or else it's an unsuccessful year. What do you think?
I think it's Michigan, Gap, Penn State, and then Texas. I think that's 1, 2, 3. Michigan's beaten them 4 straight years in a row. 4 straight years. Jared, there are many Ohio State Buckeye fans out there that are obviously thrilled they won the national championship, but more ticked off that they lost to Michigan than they are happy that they won the title, right? That's how much that game means to them, especially when you're 3 touchdown favorites and you lose at home. I mean, Ryan Day's got to win that game. I think we talk about in sports, when you win a championship, you usually get like a 5-year window, right? You usually get like 5 years of good graces with the fans where they kind of let certain stuff go. Playoff heartbreak, disappointment, because you can always look back at that title and be like, you have that grace period where everything's okay. Jared, that grace period, that's going to shrink real quick if he keeps losing to Michigan. They're not going to be all too happy about that if he keeps losing to Michigan. So that's definitely one. I mean, that game, on my show, Send It In, which you can catch 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday here on BetMGM Network, I had Andrew Gillis on of Cleveland.com who covers Ohio State, and he said Ohio State has 3 goals every year. Beat Michigan, win the Big Ten, and win the national championship. The 3 goals isn't beat Texas, win the Big Ten. It isn't beat Penn State. It's beat Michigan every year. So it's number 1. I mean, that's the team that they want to beat every single year. I think it's Penn State 2 because for the first time since Franklin has been there, I think he might have the better team than Ohio State. I think his team might be better than Ohio State's, and you've never been able to say that before, which I know you feel the same way. Franklin gets a bad rap, a worse rap than he deserves because, look, some coaches have the ability to elevate their teams and get them to win games that they shouldn't, and Franklin doesn't. But what Franklin does a really great job of is he wins the games he's supposed to. And his team might be better than Ohio State's this year. So I think that's a big game for Ohio State because it would be so demoralizing to Franklin and Penn State to feel like they finally might have a team as good or better than the Buckeyes and they still can't beat them. And then I think Texas is 3 because, look, it's a massive game, but it's early on in the season. It has no implications on what's going to happen in the Big Ten. And I think Ryan Day understands that, look, I mean, he's got a freshman quarterback making his first start in that kind of game. He's losing both coordinators going into it. And even though they're at home, I think a lot of people feel like Texas might have the better team going into that game. So while you want to win it, I think Michigan's definitely 1, Penn State 2, and I think Texas is 3 for me. What about you?
Yeah, no, I think you bet Texas week 1. I do.
I agree.
You want to take the 3? You want to take the money line? Really don't care. I just think you bet Texas week 1. And then you reassess Ohio State after that game. Because it was funny when you were reading off the goals for Ohio State every year, I thought you were going to say number 1, beat Michigan. Number 2, beat Michigan. Number 3, beat Michigan. Like, I honestly think the desperation around that game will be so high that you might, and this might be a Dumbo take, and you know what? Just roast me if you think it's dumb. If Ohio State goes 1-11 but beats Michigan, like, is that a successful year for Ryan Day? I mean, obviously it's not. I'm saying it tongue in cheek. But my point being, let's say they go 9-3. Their win total is 10.5. I know there's juice to the under. It's probably like 10.25. But their win total is 10.5. Let's say they lose to Texas, lose to Penn State, and then drop another game to random Big Ten opponent on the road because they get tripped up in some weird, fluky thing. But then they beat Michigan the last day of the year. I'm almost fascinated to see what the vibe check would be in Columbus if that's the kind of season that the Buckeyes have, where they vastly underachieve their win total. Not vastly, but underachieve expectations. Let's just leave it at that. Underachieve expectations, but beat Michigan. What's the vibe coming off a national championship year? I'm not an Ohio State fan. I don't have those expectations for my team every year. Usually it's get to the ReliaQuest Bowl and don't lose for James Franklin, or maybe get to the Fiesta Bowl and don't lose.
Mm-hmm.
But as an Ohio State fan coming off a natty, let's say you go 9-3 with 2 new coordinators, new quarterback, replacing all 4 starters on the defensive line, blah, 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 blah. But you beat Michigan. Let's say you win by 40, like you just smack around Michigan, but you go 9-3. What's the vibe check in Columbus?
I don't think it's a successful season, but I don't think people are angry at Ryan Day, if that makes sense, right?
Sure.
Like, I don't think Day takes heat if they beat Michigan, if they go 9-3. Now, if you go 9-3, lose to Michigan, miss out on the playoff, next year is going to be big because it's like, okay, you won your title, but you had those coordinators, but this is the test, right? This is what the Nick Sabans, the Kirby Smarts are able to do. Win titles, stay relevant, have all that change. Obviously, Dabo Swinney struggled with that a lot when he finally lost Venables and he lost Tony Elliott. A lot of people like Clemson this year, but, I mean, Clemson hasn't been relevant here for the last 3 or 4 years. To me, that's always the test, Jared, of a great coach, is when you're good, obviously, programs around the country, they want to poach from you. They want to take your, now, especially in the NIL, they want to take your players. They certainly want to take your coaches. And when you lose guys that made you successful, can you still be that elite? And that's why the best coaches are the best coaches, because they're able to do that. And I don't know if Ryan Day can. Now, because he's the coach at Ohio State and he's a terrific recruiter and he's always getting top-tier players, they'll always be relevant. They'll win the Big Ten a decent amount. They'll be in the playoff. And, it wouldn't shock me if he won another national title, but it just really was the perfect storm for him last season. I don't know if he's going to have a situation where he has 2 coordinators that good again, but obviously time will tell. But look, I mean, the rivalry with Michigan, Jared, as you know, I went to Bama. And Bama-Auburn, I mean, the Iron Bowl is a great rivalry. It's not Michigan and Ohio State.
Agreed.
And I think anybody that tells you it's better, I think is kidding themselves. Bama-Auburn means more to the people that grew up in the state.
Yep.
Like when you grew up in the state and half your friends are Auburn fans and half your friends are Bama fans, and the winner of that game, people are coming into school and they're giving you a hard time. It means more to the people in that state. But I don't think people realize just how big the Bama-Tennessee rivalry is. Obviously, Bama-LSU has grown throughout the years. I mean, Michigan and Ohio State, it's such in a different world to those 2 schools than anybody else. I know Penn State wants to be up there. They're not. Like, those 2 schools view each other, right?
And I'm a Penn State guy. It's not even close.
It's not even close.
Even in professional sports, I'll even put Yankees, Red Sox, and I'm a Yankees fan. Professional sports don't have the same depth to it that I think these college sports rivalries have. I honestly think Michigan-Ohio State's the best rivalry in all of sports, period.
I agree. I mean, it is ridiculous. So, again, if he goes 9-3, but they beat Michigan, I think fans are good with it. They're obviously not thrilled, but I don't think he takes any heat for a season like that. You bring up the win totals at 10.5, Jared. I actually do like the under. Ohio State reminds me of the Bama team from 3 years ago when they had Bryce Young and Will Anderson. I thought at that time they had the 2 best players in the sport. You mentioned Downs and Smith, and I agree with you. I think they're the 2 best. That Bama team went 10-2. I think this Ohio State team is going to do the same thing. I think they go 10-2. I think they lose to Texas, and I think they lose to Penn State. I think they finally figure out Michigan. I think they finally get that win. But I think those are the 2 games that I would look at. Texas week 1 and Penn State as well. Everybody thinks the Illinois game could be tricky, and it could be. I think the road trip to Seattle to take on Washington is the game.
Heard who was on Washington earlier this week. Who came on and was talking to Washington? I think it might have been
Colin Wilson. Colin Wilson.
That's right.
He
I
like
got to take into
Washington.
Washington. That could be that could be a tricky spot. What's their sandwich? Who do they have before and after that game?
So fortunately, they're off a bye week, which might not be like a great thing in college. You know,
might not be.
Not be in college.
Might not be.
Teams last year, Jared, in the Big Ten, traveling through multiple time zones, 6-26 last year in the Big Ten.
And they also
6-26.
Texas. So they get Texas, then 2 cupcakes, then a bye week, then Washington.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that's a tricky spot.
Tricky. I like the under. I really do. Under 10.5. I don't think it's crazy they win 9 games, but I would take the under. You mentioned the coordinators saying I think is going to be a good player, but the kid's a true freshman, man. So we'll go under the win total on Ohio State. Just returned 3 starters on defense as well. So not only are you replacing Knowles, you're replacing a whole lot of production on that side of the ball as well. We'll talk about Jared's Penn State Nittany Lions when we come back.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I don't think there's a ton of buzz simply because it's the Titans. Like, they're not a good team. They're a mid-market, franchise. So we'll see. And we've seen this story plenty of times before. Like, you guys had it in DC with the Sam Howell offseason where everybody's Sam Howell, such a leader. Everybody loves him. But you have to produce on the field. So we will wait and see when it comes to Cam Ward.
It was so funny. I was reading a report, I think it was on ESPN, and it was going through each and every single team's first-round pick and the early reports, and every single one was positive. Not that you would expect a ton of negative headlines, but it was like, oh, this guy's a fast learner. You can tell he's way ahead of the game. Even the guys who are injured and not working out, he's not on the field, but he's a real student. You can tell he pays attention. I mean, it was just no matter what it was. Now, he hasn't been getting reps with the first team, but you can tell the drive is there. He has all the tools, great bend, great footwork. I mean, there was not a single, hey, he's coming along a little bit slower than we thought. Or this guy's going to need a little work, which I understand. But that's why I always take these reports that we hear just a little bit with a grain of salt, because everyone, before they played a single down, looks great in theory.
Yeah, I was ready to believe in Will Levis before the season started, and look how far that got me. All I have are memes to show for that.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Jared Smith here with you. Cian and Ja are going to join us in 20 minutes to talk a little Open Championship. And the news just continues to roll in, Jared. More breaking news, this time out of the association. You ready for this one? Damian Lillard, 9-time NBA All-Star, is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. Sources tell ESPN. Deal is expected to include a player option in 2027 through 2028 and a no-trade clause, a storybook reunion, home for the 35-year-old Shams reporting. So there you go. Dame going back to Portland to help, with those young guys, that young nucleus that they hope to build there in Portland. But what do you think, Dame going back to the Trailblazers?
Storybook. I mean, I think, like, when you close your eyes and you think of Dame Lillard, the first thing that comes to mind is the shot he hit. I forget who it was against to win
Thunder,
that series.
against Paul George. Yeah.
And then he did the bye-bye.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he had the one coming across, too, against the Rockets. You remember, like, coming off the screen? And he hit the three as well? Maybe it was that one.
But, like, the NBA is, like, the king of, players chasing rings and, players leaving towns. And, LeBron's done it multiple times in Cleveland, Miami, LA, right? You've got, I think James Harden's on his 19th team, whenever he decides to leave the Clippers and go to wherever he goes next. It's nice when we get one of these feel good stories, right? Like, it's nice when we get, and the irony is, I think of the greatest players that have stayed in one city and have been Hall of Fame caliber players. The irony is the guy he's leaving, Giannis, is one of those guys. Won a title in Milwaukee, understands what it's like to be at the top of the mountain, probably a Hall of Fame player, played in the same city his whole career until now. We'll see if that continues. Kobe's another one that comes to mind. Stayed in LA, obviously Hall of Famer, won a bunch of titles. It's rare that a player of Dame's caliber or Giannis's caliber stays in the same city their entire career. It's very rare. Derek Jeter in the baseball world is another one that comes to mind.
Ortiz,
yep. Oh, no, Ortiz was in Minnesota to start.
That's true.
And then he went to Boston.
That's right.
And he actually, it was that playoff series against the Yankees where he was 0 for 100. And then he went to Boston the next year and won the World Series. But you rarely get a feel-good NBA transaction. It's typically player leaves city he's been in for 10 years to go chase a ring. So it's nice that we get a little bit of a warm and fuzzy with the NBA free agency movement.
So him and Drew Holiday are going to team up now in the backcourt. You're going to have Holiday and Lillard, and they're going to try and mentor, obviously, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe. You got Denny Advia there. Donovan Clingan is going to be your big man. So, Portland, it's obviously not a team that's going to contend this year or next year, probably anytime soon. But bringing home Dame, like you said, you really don't see this in the NBA. Obviously, the era of super teams and stars leaving. Pretty cool that Dame is going back. And he signed a 3-year deal, Jared, right? He probably easily could have just signed a 1-year deal, prove it, go back home, and then you play really well, and then go and try and chase a ring elsewhere. Signed a 3-year deal, though. So, obviously, by the end of the contract, going to be 38 years old. Probably the last contract of his year, coming off this ACL injury. So, it's great. Great to see Dame back in Portland, like you said. You don't think Dame gets a statue, do you? Just a Ring of Honor guy in Portland?
I mean, Portland is not exactly dripping with sports
statue, though.
Greatness. I think it depends on how the situation ends. Let's say they do get back to some level of relevance, and maybe they make a Western Conference final or, God forbid, an NBA final. I mean, that would be, I guess I should say God willing. That would be pretty cool. I just think we're in this generation now where players chase the dollar more than the dream. And I think that's rare where you see something like this. Now, to be fair, I think Milwaukee's picking up a big portion of this check. So it's not like he's got no dollars to go fall back on. But this is a win for the city of Portland, I think, more than anything else, because now you get to market him and you get to put butts in the seats. Whether or not he plays or not, you still market him. When is he going to come back? Oh, he's coming back. He's on the mend. Here he comes. He's playing rehab game, whatever, whenever you get to that point where he's coming back, you get this marketing frenzy around him. And let's be honest, I think outside of, maybe Henderson being kind of this superstar, there's really not a whole lot of upside and a lot of excitement with the Portland Trailblazers, but now there is.
Now there is. So there you go. Breaking news. Shams reporting that Damian Lillard headed back to Portland with the Trailblazers. All right, Jared, back over to college football. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith here with you. You Better You Bet. Presented by BetMGM. Sia Najad is going to join us again in 15 minutes. Going to talk Open Championship with him. Jared, you're Penn State Nittany Lions, my friend. Are you excited about this upcoming season? Are you nervous? Like, what are the feelings heading into the college football season with Penn State?
Fear. What's the movie? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? Mm-hmm. I feel like Johnny Depp driving across the desert. I know what I know that there's something for me out there. I just don't know what it is. Like, it's a great, if you haven't seen that movie, it's such a great opening montage. The expectations are about as high as you can get. I don't recall expectations ever being this high for Penn State. Even the years that they brought in Hackenberg and Morelli, and these were all very highly touted recruits at quarterback, I still felt like there was something missing on offense. Usually a big-time receiver, big-time pass catcher, big-time skill position guy. The defense was obviously always elite. In my time when I was there, in my time before I was there, when LeVar was there, even in the 80s, obviously. That's where the linebacker U moniker kind of started. But now you get Kodo Nicki, who is a lot of people thought he was going to leave for a head coaching job, stayed. You bring back both starting running backs, and we've talked about this before. You heard Kenny Dillingham talk about this at Big 12 Media Day. Retention is almost more important now than recruiting. Well, Penn State did a great job at retaining their players. And that is very, very exciting. It all comes down to Drew Allen. And at the end of the day, I'd be lying if I said I was excited. It's more like the expectations are so high, I feel that the only way to, miss them is to go under. It's impossible for them to go over. The only way they go over their expectation is they win a national title, because that is the expectation. So it's a high bar to set. I don't think the bar's ever been this high, BJ, in State College.
No, never. I told you a week ago, I bet them to win the national title at 10-1. It's now at 7-1. So CLV bonfire, add to it. Looking forward to that, naturally. But I think there is reason to be excited about Penn State this year. I think you're right to an extent. They don't win the national championship unless Aller plays well. He obviously has to. But he also doesn't need to be Superman. He doesn't need to be Cam Newton. He doesn't need to be Burrow. He doesn't need to be Tebow. He doesn't need to be an all-time great player. Penn State this year is what Ohio State was last year and what Michigan was 2 years ago, where I think they're the best roster in the Big Ten. First-year head coach, a head coach looking for his first national title. You have an experienced team, and you have a veteran quarterback. And that's what they have. And they have two great coordinators, like you said, Kodo Nicki, and then obviously on defense now with Jim Knowles. Ohio State had two great coordinators last year. Michigan had two great coordinators 2 years ago. Penn State are those two teams. That's the team. And obviously those two teams ended up finishing the job. The reason I bet Penn State, I've never trusted them. And it's not because I think Franklin is as awful as everybody else does. I just never trust Franklin in big games because in a lot of those big games, Jared, his teams aren't as good as the ones that he's playing. And Franklin has showed the ability time and time again that when he doesn't have the best team, he can't win those games. He just can't do it. Now, there are other coaches. Kellen DeBoer is terrific as an underdog, terrific in ranked matchups. Obviously, Kirby Smart's really good in ranked matchups. Sark's good in those spots. We know there are coaches across all sports that are great as underdogs. They are great in getting their teams to play up to their competition. James Franklin's just not that kind of coach. But what's good for James Franklin is if he has the best team, like I think he might, then Jared, all he has to do is just what he's been doing his entire time at Penn State. If you're the best team, then just beat the teams that aren't as good as you. Now, we'll obviously find out if they are the best team, but I think we're getting value here on Penn State because, let's be honest, they're college football version of Purdue, and James Franklin is Matt Painter. He's a good coach. He's a great recruiter, has a ton of success in the regular season. He just cannot win the big one. And obviously, Franklin's had the Ohio State problem, the Michigan problem. He can't beat those top teams in the Big Ten. He did get to the semifinals last year. But I think this year, Penn State is Edey's senior year for Painter. I think this is his best chance. Like, this is it. There aren't going to be many times when you have a team that is as good or better than Ohio State. And this is one of those years where I think it might be the case, or Michigan, Oregon, whatever it may be. So it's all right there for Penn State, Jared. And I just think getting Jim Knowles was just the cherry on top for me. That was the thing, because Tom Allen's a great DC, but getting Knowles is massive. Kotelnicki's really good. And I'm not even an Aller guy. I don't think he's really as great as some of these other NFL people do. But again, I didn't really think Will Howard was awesome. I didn't really think J.J. McCarthy was all that either. And both of those guys won a national title because their teams were really good. And at the end of the day, if Penn State's really good, Aller just has to do enough to get his team over the top. So I bet Penn State, Jared, because I think they might be the best team. And if you're giving me the best team at what was 10-1, now they're 7-1, for me, that was a bet.
The offensive line is great. They brought in 2 electric receivers in the portal. The Pena kid from Syracuse is a freaking rock star. And then what's the kid from USC? Hudson. And then they brought in Devontae Ross as well from Troy, who's going to do a lot with special teams. So he's got tons of help. There's no excuses this year. Whereas last year in the game against Notre Dame, where they lost in heartbreaking fashion, I was there, I know. You and I had as many as a receiver, as many receptions in the game as Penn State receivers did.
Correct.
0.
And they should have won the game.
100%. Yeah. Absolutely. They had the ball, tie game, 2 minutes. I think they were at like the 30-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is not throw an interception. And you either A, go to overtime, or B, drive down the field and kick a field goal to win. And you did neither of those things. You made a bad decision, throwing off balance, late, over the middle. You threw an interception, ball game. And there were also multiple other points in that game, 2 to be specific. One of them was in the first half where he had a wide open, little flat route at the goal line, and he put it in the receiver's ass instead of putting it out in front of him. And then the second one, wide open wheel route in the second half, and he just airmailed it into the first row. I mean, it was like, I'm going to do a film study on Drew Aller before the season starts because, I don't know, I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. And those are going to be the moments that I dissect, because those 3 plays is why Penn State wasn't facing Ohio State in a rematch for the national title. And who knows? That game could have gone very differently. I think when you have to face a team for a second time in a high leverage game like that, I think the vibes are very different, because they got off to this unbelievable start against Notre Dame. Now, Notre Dame did score the first touchdown on like a death march drive, but then Ohio State scored the next 28 and the game was over. And to be fair, Notre Dame did make it close, almost covered the spread. But I would have loved, I think Ohio State still would have won the national title, but I would have loved to see Penn State-Ohio State rematch in the Natty for 2 reasons. One, them losing that game would have likely set up, you think the expectations are high now. Imagine if Penn State was a breath away from the Natty last year instead of losing in the semis. And then Ohio State loses both coordinators. One of them goes to Penn State. They get all these transfer portal receivers. They keep Allen and Singleton and everything's hunky-dory. Imagine how high the exit. They might have been the favorite. Honestly, if Penn State would have beat Notre Dame last year and made it to the national title and lost by like a field goal at the buzzer, Penn State might be the favorite to win the national title right now. Because that's just how close they were to being on the doorstep of winning it all last year with a significantly worse roster. I mean, they had made significant upgrades to the skill position and to their defensive coaching room. And I think they were pretty good on defense last year, and they should be even better this year. So it's razor-thin margins, PJ. And I think your bet at 10-1, obviously the market's agreeing with you, and I hope you're right. Let's leave it at that.
I hope my wallet hopes I'm right too, Jared.
Yeah.
Look, again, the non-conference schedule, Nevada, FIU, Villanova, they're going to go 3-0 to start the season. They're essentially going to have the entire offseason to prepare for for Oregon in week 5.
Yeah.
Because they get the bye week. Let's be honest. I mean, they're not watching much Nevada, FIU, and Villanova film. They're watching Oregon and Ohio State the entire offseason. It's a veteran group, so I like them at home against Oregon. Road trip at UCLA, Northwestern at home. At Iowa, look, you know Kinnick's never easy. Always tough.
That's been a house of horrors for us over the years.
Yes, it has. So that could be tricky. And then obviously at Ohio State, Indiana, at Michigan State, Nebraska at home, at Rutgers after that as well. It's all right there for Penn State. Going to be fascinating to see if Big Game James can finally get it done and if this can be his year to win the national title. Let's talk Open Championship. Sienna Jah joins us next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The rebound season, the revival of the CNC Football Factory. He ain't going to make you sweat, baby. He's going to live and deliver on the promise, on the hype. Buy all day on Christian McCaffrey behind a premium offensive line. I do worry about the defense, but that's not a knock against McCaffrey because they don't leave the field. You know, he's a guy that can catch north of maybe 75, 80 balls. He's one of the most tackiest, handedest receivers in all of fantasy football out of the backfield. He can get back at what he did a couple of years ago, where he was scoring a touchdown pretty much every single week, heavily utilized in the red zone. Even if Isaac Garindo, siphons off, say, 25, 30% of the opportunity share, that's a good thing because McCaffrey can maximize efficiency on 17 and 19 touches per game. On top of that, he's got a middle of the road strength of schedule. Last year sure was a waste, but the 21 touchdowns that he had 2 years ago, I can't get out of my head. He is motivated. He is going to storm back with a vengeance. Invest in Christian McCaffrey with supreme confidence this upcoming season.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith here with you. We got the NBC Sports Now Power Hour coming up in about 20 minutes. Jay Croucher going to join us in about 40, and then all of our best bets to wrap up the show. So stay tuned for that. But right now, let's welcome on our third guest of the show. We're talking with Sia Nejad. You can follow him on X at Sia Nejad, host and analyst for Sportsline, CBS Sports HQ, and the Early Edge as well. So Sia, round one of the Open Championship has wrapped up today out at Royal Portrush. Kind of what were any big takeaways that you had from round one?
Yeah, I would say the initial big takeaway, and thank you both for having me on, is that as volatile as this course can be with just the tough bounces and the tough breaks and the tough parts of the weather draw, which you may or may not caught the good side of, we still have so many incredible players lingering at the top with, of course, Scottie Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. I mean, you pretty much name it. It's a who's who. Now, granted, there's some kind of random names here too, but of course you have the Matt Fitzpatricks as well, who you'd expect to be good on link style courses. I think this really sets up over the course of, let's say, the next 2 days for us to have a final day where we have a lot of the biggest names in golf.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up is the way that the course is kind of played, at least the first day, you get your first real glimpse of it. Is there a specific big name where the style of play kind of suits the course best?
Yeah, Matt Fitzpatrick. Here's how I do my bets, guys. I have generally week to week, I have 3 primary outrights that I do on my show, The Early Wedge, for example. And then I'll give out like 1 or 2 long shots. I'm talking like in the 100-1 range, pizza money range, that kind of thing. My first outright was Xander Schauffele at 25-1. My second one was Matt Fitzpatrick at 55-1. And my third one, and I don't think this guy's out of it yet, he's +1, is Adam Scott at 75-1. And I absolutely love Matt Fitzpatrick for 2 reasons. One is, Jared, I think he's very well suited for link style courses, even though he says he doesn't love link style courses. I think he's well suited for it regardless. But also because of his form coming in, he has done everything ball striking and basically tee to green and with the short game that you would want in a golfer. The problem with Matt Fitzpatrick, and the reason why his odds were so long, is that he hasn't done it for a long enough period of time for people to believe that he's actually back. So the fact that he is standing there in first place, oh, by the way, I had him as a first-round leader, had to chop it 5 ways, still pays 11-1. But the long story short here is guys like Matt Fitzpatrick, guys like Shane Lowry, of course the superstars like Scottie Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, those are the guys that are going to be able to sustain the weird weather, the tough breaks, because they have the complete game, tee to green, and they can fill it up with the putter.
Great hit on Fitzpatrick, absolutely. Jared was sweating now. Was it Justin Rose? Jared, you were hoping
Justin Rose top 5. We were one shot away. We needed a little bit of Harris English bogey love. We didn't get there. It's a losing bet.
Yeah.
Goes in the
Good call though.
Good call. It was right there. See, any live odds or live ads, I should say, in the tournament? After round one, you mentioned there are a lot of guys lurking. I mean, the leaders are only at 4 under. So even guys at like 2 over, 3 over, if they go low tomorrow, shoot a 5, 6 under, they're obviously right back in it. As you look at the board, any value that sticks out to you, anybody that maybe would be worth a live ad?
First of all, I totally agree with you. The guys at like 2 over, for example, are very much in this thing. The thing you have to, and they don't have to go 5 or 6 under tomorrow. They could go 3 under tomorrow and still be in it. The thing you have to watch out for is where do Rory, but particularly Scottie, go? Because, I mean, Matt Fitzpatrick, I don't think people are super worried about him posting another good score and just like running away with it. But you do have to keep an eye on Scottie when you're talking about live betting in terms of like how far he takes off. But I think he's going to be held at bay by this course enough for it to be interesting for everybody else. With that said, I would probably grab Xander at even. He's even par right now. But his odds, instead of being 25-1, are now 35-1, I believe, at BetMGM and most other places. So I think that's an interesting live bet. I think if you really wanted to speculate, again, it's tough because it's a tough course and you've got so many good guys at the top of the board. So it's really tough to speculate on some of the lesser names down the board. I would probably mention, I took some notes before the show, Harris English and maybe Shane Lowry would probably be plays at reasonably long numbers that I would consider, and maybe Brian Harman at a slightly long number as well.
Is there a cutoff for you? Like, we were kind of speculating today, even par is kind of the cutoff where I'm not really going to consider anyone below that line. Does that number make sense to you? Like if we're looking at a live, bet, is there a certain score line? Like I don't want to bet anyone below this particular number, or I guess maybe a better way to frame it, how many shots back of the lead are you willing to drift down on the board? Because we know it can be tough to make up ground weekend at a major.
Well, especially when you consider who's at 1 over par as opposed to even par, I would actually consider that entire group, which really takes you, which is interesting, takes you to the top 70 players. And again, it goes back to PJ's point where this thing is bunched up quite a bit. And again, as long as guys like Scotty or Rory, or I guess maybe Matt Fitzpatrick, as long as those guys just don't take off and post some silly number tomorrow, all of these guys at +1, I mean, think about it. That's 5 strokes back. If these guys at 4 under and even the guys at 3 under just have modest rounds tomorrow, the guys that are at 1 over can shoot 3 under and be 1 or 2 shots back. So it's just one of those things where there's so much golf left to be played. I think anybody inside the top 70 at this point is very, very live.
Love it. We're talking with Sia Najad here on You Better You Bet. Give Sia a follow on X at Sia Najad. So we got the Open going on. Sia, obviously, everybody's tuned into that, but you're also tuning in to the Barracuda Championship. Any bets that you have in that one? Any live bets that you like?
Well, no live bets. I'll just tell you real quick. I think just from a betting standpoint, people really should keep an eye on these alt events because these lesser names don't necessarily get priced correctly. I hit William Mao at 70-1 last week, and nobody had even heard of who William Mao was. But if you looked at his strokes gain metrics and you looked at his short game and you saw what he had been doing over the last 4 or 5 tournaments, you could see a path for William Mao to hit. So I'll just tell you, I have David Skins, Kevin Roy, Patrick Fishburne, Trevor Cohn, Nick Hardy as my outrights. Most of those are at very long odds. A couple of them had pretty good day one, so we'll see where that goes. But I think the message there is, as much as we like to watch the Open Championship for obvious reasons, if we're talking about betting opportunities, you cannot ignore the alt events.
Every time I see Barracuda, I keep thinking of that song. What is it, by Heart? Ooh, Barracuda. Yeah. Like that's like the first thing that pops into my head. But obviously, Sia's outrights. I think that probably the second thing that's going to pop into my head if we're getting some value on some golf outrights. Von Miller's been a Barracuda on the defensive side of the ball in the NFL over the last decade plus. Does him signing with Washington, I know you're a Commanders fan, does that move the needle for you? Obviously, expectations very high in D.C. this year. Maybe a notch higher now, or are you expecting the defense to be good even without Von Miller this year?
The defense has a lot of questions. The defense has a lot of some age on it as well. Von Miller doesn't move the needle a ton. I think he's going to be, I'm just assuming, and I haven't read up on this, but I assume he's going to be pretty situational, like kind of a third down edge rusher guy. This Washington defense, like that's where the problem is, really at all levels. So I do worry about the defense. I think adding Von Miller is great. They certainly didn't have to pay him a ton of money. No, it doesn't move the needle. The thing about Washington that I worry about is their regression from such a good season last year, particularly when it comes to like 4th downs and some of those big plays that Jaden Daniels was able to hit. I think Jaden Daniels is great. I don't think he's going to have a sophomore slump, but I do think some of those 4th down conversions, some of those big plays that really changed losses to wins, I think there's just regression in order there. I don't think they're going to win the NFC East. I think that's the Eagles. I do think they'll make the playoffs, but it wouldn't surprise me if they have just a slightly lesser season than what the expectations are.
We got some. We've had a lot of NFL news today. See, you mentioned Von Miller last night. We got some news on Rashee Rice today. Likely a suspension upcoming there. What do you make of Kansas City season? Like, would you bet their win total under because they went crazy last year? You're getting them at such a short price to win the AFC West. How do you kind of view KC in the futures market?
It is a short price to win the AFC West. It's lingering around minus 120. I would probably be willing to bet that, but I will tell you, I'm really big on the Denver Broncos. They're like plus 360 to win the AFC West. I really don't think that's going to happen, which is why I think it can happen. I just don't think it won't happen, which is why I like Denver's over 9.5 wins at minus 105. You might even be able to catch that at even money. I think KC is still the class. Let's see how long Rashee Rice is suspended for. If he's only out 4, 5, 6 games, I think the Chiefs are going to be fine. Don't forget that receiver corps was so banged up last year that if they can have Rashee Rice for a little bit more than half the season, that'll be a drastic improvement from what they had last year. Xavier Worthy getting another year under his belt. I think that's going to be helpful. I love Denver. I think it's the best defense in the league. No offense to the Philadelphia Eagles and some of the other teams that can contend there, but really love what Denver did. First of all, they were a great defense last year, but they added Hufanga. They added Greenlaw, Barron in the draft. This defense is so good. The offensive line is good. This is how you build a team. It's the Philadelphia Eagles model. It's inside out. No, they don't have the weapons on the outside, but that's not how you build a team. Denver's building a team right. I don't think Bo Nix is going to have a slump this year as well, because I think Sean Payton, under his tutelage, they're going to be really, really good. Watch out for Denver. I think they can Baltimore's the best team in the AFC, but I think Denver could maybe get to the AFC Championship if things break right.
All right, I'm going to throw you a little curveball here in the last minute. So every year since 2007, a team with odds of minus 190 or higher to make the playoffs have missed the playoffs. I'll give you the 5 teams that are right now priced at higher than minus 190. You have to tell me one of them that you think is going to miss the playoffs, and they're not easy. These are not easy ones, see you. Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, Kansas City, Detroit. Are any of those teams, history says one of them's missing, any of those teams going to underachieve this year?
It would, by process of elimination, it would have to be Detroit. The thing, okay, so first of all, Detroit loses. The other 4 teams are just too good. Buffalo's schedule is too easy. Philly's too good. Baltimore's too good. Kansas City, I guess that would be my second answer. But no, I think Detroit, they had all those defensive injuries. Those guys are coming back. Let's see how that continuity is on defense. Let's see how they are without their offensive and defensive coordinator. And don't forget, there's an argument that their division is a lot better. J.J. McCarthy in for Minnesota. Let's see how that goes. But overall, that team is very good. The Green Bay Packers, I think their range of outcomes is pretty wide, but I also think it's a very good team. And the Bears can't help but be good. They have a good enough defense, so many weapons with Ben Johnson. I'm not a Caleb Williams guy at all, never have been, but I think he can trip into being good with what he has been afforded to him. So I think Detroit could potentially take a step back without those coordinators.
See, we got about 30 seconds on the flip side. Who is a team that maybe people don't think is going to be all that good this year that you think maybe could surprise, maybe even be like a surprise playoff team?
I'll just one-up that question. I'll say a surprise Super Bowl team, because this team I think a lot of people think are going to be good, but I don't think they think they're going to be great. It's the Rams. The Rams have arguably the best coach in the league. They got a young emerging defense. They got Devontae Adams to add with veteran Matt Stafford and, of course, Puka Nacua on the other side. Sean McVay, just like kind of Kyle Shanahan, I kind of put them in the same book. San Francisco might be a little bit better too, but I could see the Rams taking out the Eagles in, let's say, a hypothetical NFC championship.
We had Warren Sharp on earlier. Sia, he also was really high on the Rams. So that's 2
Let's go.
for the LA
Me and Warren
Rams.
Sharp, let's go.
You and Warren. Sia Najad, give him a follow on X at Sia Najad, host and analyst for Sportsline. Check out the Early Edge as well. Sia, really appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, guys.
NBC Sports Now Power Hour up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
rebound season, the revival of the CNC Football Factory. He ain't going to make you sweat, baby. He's going to live and deliver on the promise, on the hype. Buy all day on Christian McCaffrey behind a premium offensive line. I do worry about the defense, but that's a knock against McCaffrey because it'll leave the field. You know, he's a guy that can catch north of maybe 75, 80 balls. He's one of the most tackiest, handedest receivers in all of fantasy football out of the backfield. He can get back at what he did a couple of years ago, where he was scoring a touchdown pretty much every single week, heavily utilized in the red zone. Even if Isaac Garendo, siphons off, say, 25, 30% of the opportunity share, that's a good thing because McCaffrey can maximize efficiency on 17 to 19 touches per game. On top of that, he's got a middle of the road strength of schedule. Last year sure was a waste, but the 21 touchdowns that he had 2 years ago, I can't get out of my head. He is motivated. He is going to storm back with a vengeance. Invest in Christian McCaffrey with supreme confidence this upcoming season.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Turn it up, Jake. Welcome in to the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser alongside Jared Smith. We're also streaming live on the BetMGM network. You can check us out on Twitch and YouTube at BetMGM Network. We are having an awesome show. It's been a great first 3 hours with some awesome guests. We got one more great guest upcoming in 20 minutes. Jay Croucher going to stop by to talk some NBA and some NFL as well. We're going to dive into a little bit of the we're going to dive into the NFL here in a little bit. We got to talk Von Miller news. He signs with the Commanders yesterday. Also, look at the NFC East. But Jared, we got to break down the first round of the Open Championship. Now that it has completed, we got 5 guys at the top right now at 4 under par with Olesen, Haotong Lee, Matty Fitzpatrick, Bezadenhout, and Harris English all at 4 under. And then lurking right there at 3 under, just 1 shot off the lead, is Scotty Scheffler. He is your favorite right now, plus 240 to win the Open Championship. Rory at plus 750, who shot a 1 under today. And then Fitzpatrick, who is at that 4 under mark at 11 to 1. And then Terrell Hatton, who shot a 2 under today. Terrell shot a 3 under as well with Scotty. He's also at 11 to 1. So, bunch of big names. John Rahm's lurking. He's 12 to 1, which is what he was pre-tournament. He shot a 1 under 70 today. A lot of big names towards the top of the leaderboard, Jared.
I'm loving it. Honestly, it's like it was the McDonald's commercial. I'm loving it. It's a really great leaderboard right at the top. I think you've got just enough of the big boys and then just enough spoilers, right? Like I'd put Harris English and Terrell Hatton and, even some of the older guys like Lee Westwood and, even like a Brian Harmon, who's I'm pretty sure didn't Brian Harmon win a U.S. Open, right? He's the major champion.
Open, 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Open Championship.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got obviously the big boys, right? The Schefflers and the McIlroys and the Rahms and even Phil Mickelson read numbers today. How about that? How about Phil Mickelson read numbers today? Justin Rose read numbers. Ricky Fowler read numbers. Lee Westwood, blast from the past. Like you've got a perfect mix of young, old, and experienced. And stars, I think. And also the conditions were not terrible, right? Like it was obviously difficult, but you've got significant number of players, almost 30 of them. Yeah, 32 players in red numbers. So I think it's going to be an exciting weekend. We'll see what the weather does over the weekend. That can always derail things. And we've seen weather play a big factor in these Open Championships over the years. But after 18 holes, I have no complaints.
Yeah, I mean, look, round 1 of a major championship is always fun because of the possibilities, right? You look at the leaderboard and you always think, like, what could be? Like, imagine Rory and Scotty in the final group on Sunday when Rory's trying to win in his home country. Like, all these different things, right? So I think that's what's fun about this leaderboard. You just read off a bunch of the names. I mean, you got major champions, top players in the world, guys in their 40s and 50s, golfers people have never heard of. You got all the above. So it's going to be an interesting next 3 days. Looking forward to it. But again, Scotty is the favorite at plus 250. There feels like there's some really good value, though, down the board. Again, the leaders are only at 4 under par. So those golfers that are even at 1 over, 2 over, you can get a lot of really good names at like 100 to 1 or better. And obviously, they shoot like a 5 under, 6 under tomorrow. They are right back in it. So I think it's a fun betting opportunity right now at the Open because of the way that the leaderboard is kind of shaping up after round 1. And looking forward to seeing how round 2 unfolds tomorrow. But, Jerry, let's talk a little NFL here on You Better You Bet. PJ Glasser alongside Jared Smith. And yesterday, we had some big news out of the NFL. Von Miller has decided that he is going to sign with the Commanders this offseason. Obviously, a lot of expectation in D.C., Jared, a team that made the NFC title game last year, one of the bright young stars in the NFL in Jaden Daniels. Made a bunch of moves this offseason, right? Both sides of the ball, especially on offense. Getting Laramie Tunsil on that O-line. Deebo Samuel comes over. I mean, they are trying to do what they can to maximize this window when they have Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal. As we know, that is the time to strike in the NFL. When you know you got a quarterback and he's on a rookie contract. So how do you kind of view Washington for the upcoming season? What do you think of the Von Miller edition?
Well, I saw a video get tweeted out. I think it was last night of Jaden Daniels hanging out with Juju Watkins at her birthday party last night. So keep an eye on that little budding romance happening, maybe perhaps over the summer months. I mean, listen, I hope Jaden is focused on his sophomore campaign in the NFL and not anything else. You know, I think we've seen these situations go off the rails in the past. So keep an eye on that going in. That's a little weird offshoot narrative heading into the offseason, or I guess heading into the preseason. But now we get back to the business at hand. You go from hunter to hunted. And that is the biggest question I have about this team. Your win total last year was 6.5. You won 12 games. You were 8-4 in one-score games. You were very fortunate. You converted 87% of your fourth down attempts, the most successful team in NFL history. The next closest was the 2018 Saints at 81%. You had 15 running plays on fourth down, 13 conversions, 0 QB sneaks. Almost an unfathomable number of just regular running plays converting on fourth down. So is that sustainable? Of course not. There's no way they're converting 87% of fourth downs again this year. I would be very willing to bet an under on that number if a sportsbook made it available to me. The health of Marshawn Lattimore is huge. The health of Von Miller is now huge. I like what they did in the draft. They did get some help in the secondary with Trey Amos. But the defense really struggled last year, especially stopping the run. They were 30th in yards per carry to running backs, 31st in yards before first contact. Jonathan Allen's gone. They did add Kinlaw in free agency. Deron Payne's back after a bad 2024. They need a lot more from Jerzon Newton, who had a really poor pressure rate last year. He was their second-round pick in 24. The pass rush was actually effective. However, you lost your top pass rusher, Dante Fowler. He's now in Dallas. Maybe Von Miller fills some of that gap, but if you just missed us in our last segment, we heard from Sia Nejad, and he thinks, and I agree with him, that Von's probably going to be a situational third-down pass rusher. I don't think he's going to match the output that Dante Fowler had last year. Then you look at the offenses that they played, especially down the stretch. I'm going to list you the quarterbacks they faced week 12 through 18. You tell me if any of these guys scare you. Cooper Rush, Will Levis, Jake Haener, Spencer Rattler. That was in the same game. Kenny Pickett, Michael Penix, Trey Lance. They won those games, just one of them, by more than 6 points, despite having a very healthy defense and a great defensive coach. So that's the biggest drop-off to me. A lot of people are going to make the case that Daniel's going to take a step back. I'm not quite there. I think they have enough around him to where he'll be fine. I think the biggest trouble spot is how their defense holds up, how much pass rush they can generate, and when they're facing a much tougher schedule against significantly better quarterbacks, is that lack of a pass rush going to lead to a very difficult game script where Jaden Daniels, instead of these tight one-score games, he's constantly chasing it, which then puts him in obvious passing situations. I think that's the dynamic, PJ, that I'm most scared about with Washington. Not Jaden Daniels in the offense, but how does the defense take a step forward with a great coach, but a very fortunate 2024. I don't know if they'll be as lucky with the quarterbacks, the schedule, and the fourth down conversions in 2025.
I think it's all really good points, and I agree with everything you said. I'll also add on to it as well. I don't think enough people are talking about this year just how many primetime games Washington has on their schedule, Jared. They play 7 primetime games. The Washington Commanders play 7 primetime games with a possibility of playing 8. I should say they play 6 primetime games, 7 standalone games. One of them is out in Spain against the Dolphins. And then with the possibility, week 18 on the schedule right now, they're at Philadelphia. We know Sunday Night Football, they love to flex that game. Usually a big game, whether it's decides division like last year with the Lions and the Vikings, or if it's a game for the top seeding, whatever it may be. So there's a possibility that game could be in prime time as well. But Jared, I mean, the last 10, 15, 20 years, Commanders have gotten, what, 1 primetime game a year, 2 primetime games a year? The grind of an NFL season, I don't think people realize how important situational spots are in the NFL. So many people want to handicap NFL games week to week and just look at, is this team better than this team, and will this team cover that points, or will they win these many points? Jared, I love to look at, did a team play 3 straight primetime games? Did a team play 3 straight road games, right? Is there a sandwich spot? Does a team have 2 huge divisional games upcoming, and they're playing a 3-10 team at home the week before? All these things, right? At the end of the day, these NFL players, they're humans, and they get up for certain games more than others. They prepare more for certain games than others. It's just the way it is. You're not going to get up for every game. And I think it's going to be a tough adjustment for Washington, a team that obviously took the league by storm last year, all these expectations, and can they pace themselves, Jared, throughout the season? Do they have enough in the tank for all these primetime games when they're getting everybody's best shot? Because the days of Washington, kind of sneaking up on everybody and everybody being surprised at how good Washington is, that's way out the window. And you got a quarterback as good as Jaden Daniels, you're not surprising anybody. And every defense and defensive coordinator around the league are looking forward to the challenge of trying to beat him And all these NFC teams know, Jared, around the league, the Rams, the Niners, the Lions, Eagles, whatever it is, Washington's one of the teams that they have to go through. They were in the NFC title game last year. So I think that is such an adjustment for Washington, is going from the hunted to the hunter and all these primetime games. You know, there's a reason. The Ravens are great every year. The Chiefs are great every year. The Bills are great every year. They have a top quarterback. They have good coaches, but also they are used to taking everybody's best shot every single week. They're used to getting everybody's punch every single week. Washington's not used to that. They're not used to that in the regular season. I'm interested to see how they respond. So everything you were saying, kind of the metrics, everything went right for them last year. But all those primetime games, Jared, that concerns me with Washington as well.
They play 9 games against teams with a win total of 8.5 or higher. 6 of those 9 games are on the road. Green Bay, LAC, KC, Miami, Minnesota, Philly. That's tough, man. That's freaking tough. And this is another thing. You want to talk about Jaden Daniels taking a step back. I don't buy it as a whole, but here is one strand of it that I do buy. Did you know that last year in the NFL, Jalen Hurts had the highest EPA per dropback of any quarterback in the NFL in the fourth quarter? That makes sense, right? Everyone's expecting the run. Hurts has been fantastic off play action. That makes a ton of sense to me. You know who was number 2 on that fourth quarter EPA per dropback rankings list amongst every quarterback in the NFL? Jaden Daniels. I just, to me, and maybe he's about to be the next coming of John Elway and Steve Young and just this clutch, legit, like Hall of Fame type quarterback. But in year 2, I would be shocked if he is number 2 on the EPA per dropback list in the fourth quarter. With Allen and Mahomes and Jackson and all these other great quarterbacks in the league, I would be surprised if he's able to maintain that level of efficiency in crunch time in year 2 with the biggest jump in schedule difficulty perhaps in the entire league. There's a lot. Now, I'm not running to the window to bet the under. That's not where I'm at. We've listened to the top of the show. You asked me, how do you feel about Washington this year? The answer I gave you was neutral. It was a jump on the win total from 6.5 to 9.5. It was warranted. But I don't think there's any room to the upside with them. Like I'm not betting on Washington to win 10 games this year. Could they? Of course. Am I willing to sit on it for 6 months? No. I think there's better bets on the board, futures market-wise, in the NFL.
Jared, if our friends at BetMGM gave you a free bet and you could take the Eagles minus 150 to win the East, you could take the Commanders at plus 225, Dallas at 6-1, or the Giants at 28-1. Who would you place that bet on?
Eagles. So I will I do this every year. I usually pick 4 or 5 division winners that I like, and I'll put them in a parlay. Last year it hit. It hit last year.
Wow.
I think it was 10-1. I think it was KC, Philly, Detroit. I forget the fourth one. I'll go back
Baltimore?
and look. It might have been. I forget. I'll go back and look. I tweeted it. I'll go back and look, and I'll send it to you guys during the break. I think Philly is in the parlay this year. I think they're in the parlay this year.
You think they're breaking the streak? Because we haven't had an NFC East repeat in like 21 years. So you think they're breaking it this year?
I think there's a pretty decent shot that they're going to break it this year. Yeah.
I think there probably is too. Dallas is intriguing. They do play Philly, as we know, week 1. So maybe they lose that game. You get even better numbers on Dallas. I think they could be intriguing. Philly, obviously, though, the team to beat in the NFC East. We're going to talk some more NFL, talk some NBA with our guy Jake Croucher up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Here's why I say that their window is now. We know in this league that it's hard to keep a great defense around for a long period of time. And that sometimes you're expecting a team to have a great defense, you get a couple of injuries or something, or the league catches up, whatever the situation is. Like all of a sudden you're like, whoa, what happened to that defense? They were elite a year ago. That happens. You can go from top 5 in the league to number 20 in the league. That happens on a regular basis. So right now, this Houston Texans defense is phenomenal. How long is that going to last? Could we look back and say this is the best defense that C.J. Stroud ever has when his career is wrapped up? I think it's certainly possible. And you've got a whole career of Will Anderson and company. The secondary is outstanding as well. But that's the reason I say that their window is open. Division right now, extremely soft, tough conference, but the strength of that defense, how good they are right now, is that always going to be the case? I'm not telling you to bet them, to your point, but I do think their window is now, even though we are in the very early stages of Stroud's career.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith filling in for Nick and Femi. We got a great Summer League game going on right now. Pacers and Knicks, 5 seconds left. Looks like the Pacers are going to hang on. We got Cam Jones and Tyler Kolek going back-to-back, Jared.
Oh, wow.
Shaka Smart somewhere is just, he's got a tear in his eye watching his boys all grown up in the Summer League. I'm sure our guy Tyler Morales is sweating that one out.
Yeah.
But let's talk some NFL here during the NBC Sports Power Hour. And to do that, we welcome on friend of the show, Jay Croucher. Give him a follow on X at Croucher JD, and watch him on NBC Sports and the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Connor Rogers and Matthew Berry. Jay, always great to see you, man. We've had a lot of news in the NFL today. Last night, want to get your thoughts on some of it. I'll start with the TJ Watt deal, becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for the second time now. What do you make of the Steelers for the upcoming season? They've obviously been busy this offseason. We know Tomlin's track record not having a losing season. Where are you on Pittsburgh for the upcoming year?
Pretty low on Pittsburgh. I think this offseason has been an exercise in a team doing everything that it possibly can to stand still and recreate largely what it was last year, which is an above 500 team that loses in the first round. I don't really see what the upside is for this team. I think that Rodgers, his arm is still fine. He's still a competent quarterback, but I don't think there is any real variance that he creates just because of his age, of his lack of mobility at this point. So I don't think he's an amazing fit for Arthur Smith's system either. And then the Steelers, their downside variance comes with the fact that the defense is extremely old, and the defense could fall off. I don't think it will. I think that they have enough talent on that side of the ball that the defense is going to be very solid and the offense will be slightly below average, and it'll net out to a 9-8 team that's fighting for a wild card spot. So that's where I think the Steelers end up. It doesn't help that they're in the same division as Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. It does help that they're in the same division as Joe Flacco. But I think the interesting ripple effects off of TJ Watt, just what it means for Trey Hendrickson and Micah Parsons, does it mean it's less likely that that happens more quickly because of how Watt has reset the market and those guys want to get paid above that? I assume the most likely outcome is that eventually everyone signs, but you just don't want these things drifting into the season or even being done right at the buzzer like Nick Bosa was with the Niners a couple of years ago, and Nick Bosa wasn't really himself to start the season because he wasn't fully ramped up. So I think that's the real interesting ripple effect of the Watt deal.
Yeah, that was exactly what PJ said. Like when we covered it at the top of the show, and we were going back and forth about Pittsburgh and their chances, and then I think it was PJ, like right after we finished the segment, you're like, man, I would imagine that Hendrickson's people, or maybe it's the Bengals, really not too happy that this deal went down because now you've got a match, or maybe you've got to lowball Hendrickson again. I think that dynamic's fascinating. You mentioned 9 wins chasing a playoff berth. That's exactly what Cincinnati was last year. I don't know if you watched the Netflix documentary Quarterback, but you could just see the frustration on Joe Burrow's face when he was watching that last game. He's just sitting there eating this, I think it's sushi or something. He's like, yeah, I can't control what's going on here. We're going to miss the playoffs, and I'm just sitting here eating my stupid dinner. It feels like we're at that tipping point. We know Cincinnati's offense is great. Their defense, a ton of moving pieces, and Al Golden coming in. Are we destined for the same Cincinnati year? Burrow's maybe an MVP, but the defense stinks, and they miss the playoffs again.
Yeah, I think it's definitely in the cards. Did watch a little bit of quarterback. Joe Burrow, very charismatic individual. You can see how people gravitate to him. Doesn't hurt us well that he's one of the 4 best quarterbacks on the planet. But I think the most likely outcome with Cincinnati is that the offense is awesome and unstoppable again, because that's just how it's going to be with Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. And I think the defense will be slightly better than it was last season, just because that's how it works with defenses in the NFL. Just year to year, there is variance. You just lock into creating a few more turnovers, and it's just hard to be as bad as you were last season as the Bengals were. And so I think that Lou Anarumo going it was kind of a moving on at DC just because they had to do something because the defense was so bad. I don't think anyone actually thinks Lou Anarumo is a bad coordinator, and the fact that he was immediately hired after getting let go, I think speaks to that. But I think that with what they're going with this season, I think that they're going to have a little bit of a higher floor on defense, perhaps, not much of a ceiling. I think that I don't really see a path to this being a really good defense, but I think they'll probably just get a little bit luckier on defense, that they'll still be an awesome offense, that they'll be 9 or 10 wins, and, slightly more likely than not to be a playoff team. But I do think that this is Baltimore's division, and, they're minus 145 to win the AFC North, the Ravens. It's pretty difficult to see them losing the division if they're going to get 17 games out of Lamar.
I hope you're right, Jay, as a Ravens fan, man. I really hope you are, and I hope he stays healthy. Jay, we've had an awesome show. We've had a ton of great guests on. We had Warren Sharp on earlier. We just had Sia Najad on as well. Both of them really like the Rams for the upcoming season. Are you going to make it 3 for 3? Are you really high on LA as well, or do you still have some concerns?
No, I think that there is warranted optimism about the Rams. I would say that I think they are the best team in the NFC West, but I also think that they are less likely than the Niners to win the division just by virtue of having a first-place schedule as opposed to the Niners having a fourth-place schedule. I think that the gap is close enough that I think the Niners should be slight favorites to win that division, as they are most places. But the Rams, you can certainly see the vision, and the fact that last year they were able to do what they did and win the division, despite the fact that they were decimated with injuries, particularly on offense, particularly with the offensive line earlier in the season. They had Devontae Adams, who I still think is one of the best receivers in football. It's just he's been in really rough situations. The defense is very young. It's going to get better. It was a very bad defense last year, and the pass rushers are all young and going to improve. The secondary can't really be worse than it was last year. So I think that you add it all up, and this is a team that, they could absolutely be in an NFC title game. I think the sneaky thing with the Rams, though, which I don't hear that many people bringing up, is I didn't think Matthew Stafford was great last year, and I thought he took a noticeable step back from the year before, where he warranted being, at the back end of an MVP ballot as the Rams surged home the back end 2 years ago. Last year, he had some really shaky games. He wasn't very good outdoors, particularly down the stretch. There were some shaky performances against the Jets and against the Niners, and he still can make all the throws. And you think back to that game against Buffalo where, 44-42, and he outdueled Josh Allen. He still has those type of performances in him, but I just worry a bit. Stafford's dealt with a lot of injuries over the journey. He doesn't have the mobility that he used to. He uses all those arm slots to maneuver around that, but I just worry a bit that Stafford, I'm not sure at this point of his career that he's ready to oversee, a 14-3 juggernaut type of team. But I think the Rams will be a playoff team. I think they'll be very much in the mix for the division, but I think that the variance with the team is Stafford, which I don't think that that's a super popular opinion.
No, that is a pretty contrarian opinion, but I like it because that's usually where you find value in the NFL. You're not going to find value just following the herd. Washington was a playoff team last year. The market thinks they will be a playoff team again this year. I'm on the fence, Jay. I think their record in one-score games, the fact that they take a big step up with their schedule this year and just the conversion rate on fourth down. I mean, when I was going through some of the numbers, 87% fourth down conversion rate. That's like one of the best in the history of the NFL. So I like Jaden Daniels. I think getting Von Miller is obviously a positive. I don't think he's a 3-down, pass rusher at this stage of his career, but I'd rather have him than not have him. So there's definitely some excitement, but man, they faced an easy schedule of quarterbacks down the stretch and they converted every fourth down. I don't know if that's sustainable heading into the year. And you see a big jump in their win total from 6.5 now up to 9.5. Did it move too much, or is there still some wiggle room to the upside on the Commanders?
So the Commanders are the type of team where I'd much rather be riding tail outcomes than backing a median just over 9.5 wins or to make the playoffs at slightly minus money. I'd rather ride the upside of them in the, they're plus 750 to win the conference at MGM. I think that, in the 9-1 range, that becomes a little bit more appetizing. I think the thing with the Commanders is that the reason why I do skew a little bit more optimistic on them is that I think that there's a chance that at the end of the year that with Jaden Daniels, we're talking about him in the same breath as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and we're talking about him as, one of the 3-4 best quarterbacks in the NFL. I think he's got a very good case to be considered the 5th best quarterback in the league now. And when you look at all the underlying stuff with Jaden, some of the red flags that you'll see with other rookie quarterbacks who have really ignited, like CJ Stroud, I think had insane interception luck in his rookie season, and his PFF grading wasn't great, and his EPA per play was outside the top 10 from memory. With Jaden Daniels, all the underlying stuff suggests that he's just real and he's just a superstar. He had, I believe, the second lowest turnover-worthy play rate in the league after Lamar Jackson last year. He was incredible against the blitz. He's the real deal. And I think that the concern with Washington is just the concern about Jaden coming out of the draft is whether his body is going to consistently hold up to the rigors of a 17-game season. He was banged up in the middle of last year, and it noticeably affected his performance for a stretch where he's dealing with the ab or the rib thing. So I think that that's the downside for Washington on offense. I think that they're just going to be a really, really good offense if Jaden Daniels is healthy. Bringing in Tunsil helps. Bringing in Debo. I think that Debo, who's been largely written off and is viewed as a bit of a luxury item, I think Debo is going to be good this year. And I think that a lot of his issues last year was the fact that with no Ayuk, he was forced to play outside just way too much. And that's just not his game. Debo needs to play inside. He needs to play in the slot where his inability to separate like he used to be just isn't as glaring. So I think the offense is going to be great. The defense, I don't think, is going to be particularly awesome. The defensive line is an issue. Von Miller helps there. But I think that the most likely outcome for the Commanders, if Jaden Daniels is healthy, is this is a top 4, top 5 offense and middle of the pack to slightly below average defense, and they'll be very scary in the playoffs if they get there.
PJ Glasser and Jared Smith. We're talking with Jay Croucher here during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on You Better You Bet. Jay, what do you make of the NFC North? A lot of people have talked about this division. You can make a case really for any 4 of these teams. I think a lot of people expect the Lions to regress. People are interested certainly with the Bears and the Vikings at some nice prices. Who would your bet be at this point to win the NFC North?
So my bet would be on the Packers, who I think that people are dismissing a little bit too much because they are probably the team that had the least upheaval in the offseason, and that means that they are talked about less, but that's a good thing usually if you don't have that much upheaval. The Vikings change their quarterback, the Bears change, everything, and the Lions lose their offensive and defensive coordinators and coaching staff beyond that. I think with the Packers, they have a quarterback who has an elite ceiling in Jordan Love. They have an excellent coach in Matt LaFleur. They quietly had, I believe, the 4th-ranked defense by EPA last year. And also, they're the youngest team in the NFL. So there's just going to be natural growth off of that. And I think a lot of their issues last year just came down to a lack of continuity on offense. The fact that Jordan Love, he sprained his MCL in the first game of the season. And then he hurt his groin. And then he hurt his elbow in the final week against the Bears. To me, the 2 key data points with Jordan Love is that 2 years ago, in what was effectively his rookie season, second half of the year, the final 11 weeks, including the playoffs, Jordan Love was the number 1 quarterback by EPA and PFF grade. Last year, from weeks 11 to 17, which for me was the only stretch where he was actually healthy, he was the number 1 quarterback by EPA. So I think that Jordan Love, he's flashed an elite ceiling. The offensive line is going to be a strong unit again. They've fortified at wide receiver. They have an excellent coach. They have an excellent running back. I think that this can be, an elite top 5 offense, and it was a top 5 defense last year. So I think this team just has an immense ceiling. They have an easier schedule than the Lions as well, which is really key. And so I think that the Packers, I think they're the bet in the NFC North and the NFC more broadly.
Last one for me here, Jay. We've got about a minute left. I'm just curious your thoughts, because obviously the Lions, narrative is losing both coordinators. How much does that really matter to you? Are you downgrading them significantly, or are we kind of over the top with our, negative narrative against Detroit because of that?
Well, I think it's going to be a great test case and a great just a test trial to see how important coordinators are on both sides of the ball, because everyone thinks the world of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, even though Aaron Glenn's defense did get absolutely shredded every time that he played a good offense last year, if it wasn't Sam Darnold, though, to be fair, he was missing half of his team on defense. But I think that you just have to introduce a lot more variance into what you think of Detroit. And I think their bigger issue, or at least a big issue on top of losing their coordinators, is that Jared Goff's going to have to play outdoors a lot more this year than he did last year. And that has been a problem for Goff in the past. And I know there's a lot going around about how Goff has never really been successful without Ben Johnson or Sean McVay. It's like, well, he hasn't really played that much without either of those guys, so we don't have that much of a sample. But I think that Goff as a quarterback who is, on the fringes of the top 10, the 12th best quarterback in the league, that type of range, you do worry a bit that without Ben Johnson, he won't be the same guy. They've lost pieces on the offensive line. But for the most part, I think that the talent with Detroit should reign supreme. I still think this is a playoff team. I think that they're going to be competing for the division. I think that they'll be a tier 1 contender in the NFC. And I think the big thing for Detroit, they're just going to be healthier on defense. They were missing so many guys down the back end last year. You get Aiden Hutchinson back, you fortified cornerback, and you're just going to be healthier in general. So I think that the Lions shouldn't be written off, but certainly they have a lot more variance than they did last year.
Can't wait to see how the NFC North plays out this season. He's Jay Croucher. Give him a follow on X at CroucherJD. Watch him on NBC Sports in the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Connor Rogers and Matthew Berry. Jay, always great talking to you, man. Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right, great stuff there from Jay. We wrap up the show next. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
All right, I'm a big Notre Dame fan, so obviously I hate Brian Kelly, but I like this LSU team, and I keep saying, man, I had to go over 8.5 wins. It's pretty juiced right now, but I still like them to win 9 games. If they don't win double-digit games or at least make it to the playoff, we'll see. I mean, it's a big buyout, but he's only 29-11. They have 7 returning starters, 4 on the offensive side of the ball, only 2 on defense. One, though, is Harold Perkins, who was a 5-star stud. Now he's coming off a knee injury. Their kicker's coming back. Garrett Nussmeier is looking to be a top 5 pick or the number 1 overall pick. He comes back for his senior season. Little interesting fact for you guys. Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow won the Heisman in their 5th year of eligibility. Nussmeier in his 5th year. Last year, threw for over 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns. They bring back their leading rusher in Caden Durham. He was first-team all-freshman in the SEC, 753 yards on the ground, 6 touchdowns. Was also one of 2 players in the FBS with a reception longer than 80 yards and a rush longer than 70. So I think he could have a monster year. I like the receiver room, man. Aaron Anderson's back. He caught 61 balls last year and had 5 touchdowns. And they bring in Nick Anderson from Oklahoma, who was hurt last year, but 2 years ago, or in 2023, had one of the best freshman seasons in Oklahoma history. He had 10 touchdowns, 798 receiving yards. They have to replace 4 offensive linemen, including Will Campbell, but they bring back DJ Chester, their center. They hit the portal. I like Witt, the linebacker. Last year led the team in tackles, had 125, 10 of those for loss and 3.5 sacks. And like I said, Harold Perkins, if he could just stay healthy, man, he was a 5-star. Obviously, he's going to want to improve his draft stock and stay healthy. They're moving him to the star position. I mean, the road games against Bama, Clemson, Vandy, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma do scare me a little bit. And they haven't won a week 1 game the last 5 years, and they open with Clemson, who I also really like this year. But I'm going to take a stab with LSU, plus 135 to make the playoff, and Brian Kelly finally gets them there.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Today was a fun one on the show. You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith filling in for Nick and Femi. We'll be back with you guys again tomorrow to wrap up the week. We'll finally have baseball back, Jared. Talk some MLB games. Second half is back. We got our guy Jake Hassan. I'm sure we'll have him plenty on the show, get his thoughts on the second half of the season. So looking forward to having baseball back as well. But thank you to all our guests that came on today. Warren Sharp, talking NFL with him was awesome. Connor Allen, picking his brain with the NFL as well. Sia Najad stopping by to talk NFL and the Open Championship. And then Jay Croucher, last segment, talking NFL with him as well. Really good show today. Thank you to all of them. And, of course, our great crew behind the scenes, executive producer Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, our board op back in Chicago, our video producer Mike Brown, and then Sean Hall working the social. Always appreciate those guys making us look and sound good here on YBYB. It is now time to check in with our good friend Brad Evans. You can catch Brad, Corey Parson on BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the BetMGM network right after us. Brad, how we doing today, sir?
Hola, amigos, and bravo, slow clap, NFL. Way to trickle out all kinds of meaningful news on the slowest sports day of the year.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, Brett. Well, during your show last night, you got some Von Miller news to talk about. So what were your thoughts on that addition to the Washington defense? Do you think they could be a sneaky defense maybe in fantasy? And then your offense, the offense, obviously, like where do you put Jaden Daniels this year? McLaurin's waiting for that new contract. Your kind of thoughts on Washington heading into the season?
Yeah, Commanders are quite fascinating. Defensively, I think they're going to be a bit of a slouch. I will say that, even with the addition of Von Miller, even though at his advanced age can still bring the heat on the pocket, but I'm not going to be full and invested in them. They're probably going to be a stream-only unit in 12-team fantasy leagues, and, you're all about maximizing the matchups. I'm a strong advocate for somebody that says, just wait on a defense, bro. The 85 Bears aren't out there. The 2000 Baltimore Ravens aren't out there. So just go in and pick up whatever defense is going to face the trash of the league every single week and maximize the matchup. So don't extend that go gadget arm and get too cute and leave some meaningful players there to somebody else and being available or on the table. I will say this about the Commanders and Terry McLaurin. I think a deal will be met at some point. They have the cap space. This is all just posturing by both sides to, eventually back up the truck. They're going to sign the dotted line, shake hands, make amends, and he's going to be on the field. However, what I will say is I believe Terry McLaurin is still overvalued, even if he plays all 17 games this season. The guy that really maximizes opportunities. He was number 3 among all wide receivers a season ago in quarterback rating when targeted. Is that going to be sustainable? I don't think it could be. And Jaden Daniels could take a minor step back, though his duality is always at a peak because his legs are so ferocious. So, obviously a top 5 fantasy quarterback, but Terry McLaurin to me, not so scary, Terry, especially at his premium wide receiver 2 price. I think he's going to be more of a high-end WR3 this year.
Brad, the Rashee Rice news today was eye-opening. Like, it does seem like he is going to be suspended for at least a couple of games. I think 4 makes the most sense. How do you think that's going to impact his average draft position? And would you be willing to buy low on a guy like that? Like, what's your vibe on Rashee Rice heading into the year now?
Yeah, entering the day in drafts conducted over last month, his ADP was 31.38. He was at wide receiver 16. I thought that was outlandish, knowing that you had the specter in the room and this was always in the background. It's like everybody forgot. The early best ball drafters, fantasy drafters that were out there were like, hey, he could be suspended at a moment's notice. Don't you remember the travesty that happened a little over a year ago? It's amazing how that evaporated for a lot of people's minds almost instantaneously. So he is going to slide in drafts. Let's assume it's 3 or 4 games. And I think you're exactly right. I tweeted this out earlier at Noisy Huevos as a follow on X that is probably going to land in the 2 to 4 range. Ultimately, when it all is said and done, he could slip to like round 5, round 6, maybe even to round 7. And at that opportunity, I pounce like a panther on Rashee Rice at that price point because he's a guy that's still going to see a sizable target share, probably going to average over 7.5 targets per game. We know he's one of the best after-catch receivers in the league. Meanwhile, the other repercussion here is that Xavier Worthy over the first 5 weeks of the NFL regular season, his value skyrockets. He's a guy going to wide receiver 23 right now in average drafts. I think he's going to be maybe a top 15 wideout over the first handful of weeks. Why? Because Kansas City has a top 5 easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule to begin the year. So obviously his value increases. Hollywood Brown, his value also increasing. You can get him right now for a bucket of chicken very late in your draft. You put it all together, man. There are a lot of positives to gain here, but specifically tied to Rashee Rice, a guy that you're going to get at a better price point because the adjustment, which was sorely needed, has officially occurred.
Brad, we had a couple of guests on the show today that really like the Rams for the upcoming season. Anybody on that Rams offense that you really are high on heading into the year?
Yeah, Kyron Williams, guys. He is a pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, dance kind of running back for your old school Mars fans out there. I bet a lot of people don't know that was Mars that did that song. But anyway, he is a guy that's going to get probably another 325 to 350 total touches. He is a certifiable Clydesdale, a workhorse. He's going to pull the beer cart there for the LA Rams. And I love his price point right now in early fantasy drafts. You're getting him right now in the top half of round 3. So conceivably, you can go like best wide receiver on the board round 1 or running back, depending upon where you're drafting. Do the same damn thing in round 2. And guess who is going to fall in your lap potentially in round 3? That workhorse in Kyron Williams. He's probably going to be good for anywhere between 1,200 to 1,500 combined yards, double-digit scores. I know the advanced metrics make it feel a little uneasy, a little bit unsettling. They're not the sexiest by any stretch of the imagination, but fantasy is often a volume game. And I know Matthew Stafford is getting longer in the tooth, but I think he's still got at least a good year or two in him, especially with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams on roster. That's got to lighten a lot of the fronts that Kyron Williams is going to see, and they're going to live in the red zone this year, especially with no longer a boy, but the man genius calling the shots there in Sean McVay. So lots to like about the Rammies this year, and I'm ramming it home for Kyron Williams in round 3 all diggity day long.
We had Connor Allen on earlier, does great work for 4for4 Fantasy Football. He gave us a couple of alt player props to the over.
Yeah.
And usually Connor is an under guy in the season-long player prop market, which I understand. But these two made sense. I'll give them both to you, and you can dealer's choice which one you like best. Dak Prescott, 4,500 or more regular season passing yards. That's priced around 4-1. Justin Fields, my new quarterback with the Jets, 1,000 or more rushing yards, priced at around 5-1. Both are very intriguing to me. Which one do you like better, Brad?
Wow, I love both of them, quite honestly. I'm a huge Justin Fields supporter. He may be a lousy passer, very sketchy, especially in the short to intermediate game because he puts too much air into the ball, throwing laser beams and bringing that Paul Skeens heater when they're in the pocket. And that is always a concern, is that accuracy within that, 10 to 15-yard range. But that duality, man, he has got legs for days. And that team is going to be run first, run often, run heavy. I think 1,000 yards on the ground, which he achieved a couple of years ago, is very much in play. If I had, gun to my head, I got to make a pick, I'd probably go with the Dak attack, guys, knowing that he got George Pickens and, the Gumby, I call him, the Cirque du Soleil star with the bends and the contortions that he can do in the open field and the ball adjustments with those moonshots down the field. And then you got CeeDee Lamb, who is one of the premier wide receivers in the entire league. And on top of that, too, we can't forget there are a lot of question marks about it's not Big D, it's Little D. On that side of the ball in Cowboys land, which could springboard initial attempts, shoot out appeal opportunities for the Dak attack. So I think he is very much in the conversation for 4,500 plus and very much in the conversation with Joe Burrow and other dark horse. And ain't he so purty, Brock Purdy, to have the most passing yards in the NFL this season.
Always great talking fantasy with Brad Evans. As you guys can see, the man knows his stuff. Tune in to BetMGM tonight. Coming up in about less than 10 minutes, Brad and Corey Parson. Brad, have a great show.
Draft Kenneth Walker III. I'm out.
All right.
Usually we get a bet, but there's really not much to bet on right now.
That's why I was waiting to see where he's going to go, because I'm with you. All right, Jake, let's drop the dope-ass beat, and let's pay the bills here on You Better You Bet. BetMGM players will receive a Open Championship Odds Boost token. To use the Odds Boost token, add a wager made up entirely of open wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. Sportsbook born in Vegas, please gamble responsibly and get ahead of the competition this fantasy football season with our team of experts on the Roto World Football Show. Stay up to date on player news, team-by-team analysis, and draft strategies with new shows every Thursday throughout the summer. Subscribe to the Roto World Football Show on the NFL on NBC YouTube channel or follow wherever you get your Apple Podcasts. All right, there you go. Jared, awesome show today, man. A great guest list again. Make sure you guys go listen to the podcast. Warren Sharp, Connor Allen, Sia Najad, and Jay Croucher as well. Anything like a favorite bet, Jared, that stood out today that somebody said that maybe just like you wrote down or stuck with you? Any highlights from today for you?
Well, I wrote down 4 things. I'll just read them all to you because honestly, I love all my children equally. Rams arrow up, Bengals arrow down. That was from Warren Sharp.
Yep.
And then I just gave you the 2 that Connor gave us that really stood out to me. Justin Fields, 1K rush yards.
Yep.
Dak Prescott, 4500 on the pass yards. I think both of those are going to be bets for me this year. Hey, parlay them together. Get a little extra juice on that sucker.
I mean, yeah, for 2 of our guests to be that high on the Rams, that stood out.
Yeah.
I agree with Warren on the Patriots. I just think they're too overvalued. And then those 2 player props Connor gave out, I mean, you guys know who are listening, right? When somebody gives something out, you just hear it and you're like, ooh, I like that.
Light bulb.
That Dak and Justin Fields bet, I was liking that quite a bit. All right, we're going to do it again tomorrow to wrap up the week. PJ Glasser, Jared Smith, we're in again tomorrow for Nick and Femi. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your night.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM Tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise on another ballin' edition of BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside the one, the only on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And Corey Parson in for the vacationing Ryan Horvat. And yeah, it might be the slowest time of the year when it comes to all things sports. But we got major breaking news that went down in the National Football League, where the ripple effects for fantasy football purposes. So we're going to break it all down on the show tonight. Of course, we're going to view our cards, our top three quote-unquote plays. I'll explain why it's a little bit different given the few choices that we have to choose from tonight. Then Parlay B's got to drop on by. We're going to say hello to our little Frank. Get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. Then we got back-to-back insider interviews. The outstanding Andy Behrens going to be joining us to break everything down at fantasy football. Followed by Tim Grunhard, and appropriately enough, he covers the Kansas City Chiefs. And that was one of the major stories that hit the wire today. We'll get his insights on Rashee Rice. We'll talk Patty Mahomes. We'll talk Travis Kelce. And is it going to be a return to maybe the top 15 level for fantasy football purposes for the Punisher, Isaiah Pacheco? We're going to ask Tim Grunhard all those pertinent questions. Then Emily Laker is going to be joining us talking Minnesota Vikings. Another major bit of news that came off the wire is Jordan Addison as he pleaded guilty to his DUI charge on a lesser vehicular, crime that was attached to it. So he really is only going to get probation, a couple of online classes, but still a guy that is in the disciplinary system for the NFL. How many games could he face in suspension? 1, 2, maybe more? We're going to ask Emily that question, followed by our 3-point stance of the Kansas City Chiefs. Fantasy pick'ems. That was a big time segment for us yesterday. We're going to run it back today. We'll do some more MLB futures and fade or follow what Brandon working the board and EPN on the show tonight, likes over the MLB second half, getting underway tomorrow, and so much more. So if you want to talk to us, you, member of the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program, simple way to contact Corey and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: red alert, with which Kansas City Chief is your top pick to outperform his fantasy football draft ADP? Your options are Patrick Mahomes at pick number 69.31. Nice. Isaiah Pacheco, pick number 80.08. Xavier Worthy at pick number 48.35, and that price tag might be going up. Or Travis Kelce at pick number 89.09. So far, over 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let me bring in my handsome colleague, Corey Parson. And Corey, again, the NFL, just all kinds of pertinent and impactful news made the rounds today. And let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs. So we're going to be talking a lot on the show today. And Rashee Rice, as finally a ruling came down on the car racing incident that resulted in a multi-car crash a little over a year ago, as he has some criminal offenses tied to him, as he is going to be facing a 30-day jail sentence, which he can serve over a 5-year probationary period. I don't know if he can do it like in intermittent parts here and there, all in one fell swoop, but he is going to have to deal with some jail time. He's going to be on probation for 5 years. But most importantly, for fantasy football purposes, he is now subject to disciplinary action from the NFL. Now, a number of people out there are trying to figure out, surmise exactly what Warden Goodell is going to do. Is going to be 2 to 4 weeks. Is it going to be 5 to 6 weeks or 5 to 6 games? Is it going to be more than that? That is to be determined. But what were your instantaneous thoughts when this news jumped off the wire for fantasy football drafters?
Yeah, obviously, this is the time of year where these things start to happen and pop up. And obviously, you have to start considering what's going on suspension-wise and how that's going to matter to your fantasy football team, right? Because here's the thing, there's also an appeal process, so that can really cloud things. You remember Ezekiel Elliott from years ago when you didn't know really what was going to happen. So we got to see how they attack the appeal process, or if he just accepts the suspension. Now, one of the things that I've been doing over the years, right? We know who the player is. We know how much people like the player. Now, the thought of the suspension to the people that's been drafting already, more than likely, Brad, has already factored into his ADP. So if there was no suspension, the ADP would jump. But early drafters, just like early bettors, are normally the sharpest of the bunch. So what they're doing is they're putting in his ADP is already built in the suspension. So what I would say is right now, I'm looking at drafts, leagues, whatever you want to call it, where he is going in the 4th round of fantasy drafts. So to me, the suspension is already built in to the ADP that I'm looking at. And these are some sharp cats that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, if that's already built in, when you get the number, right, say it's 2 games. This is what I like to do, depending on the situation, depending on the round. If it's 2 games, cut it in half to 1, drop him 1 round. If it's 4 games, which that seems to be heavy, cut it in half, drop it to 2 rounds, and so on and so forth. If it's 3 games, you can't drop him a round and a half, but you get what I'm saying. That's how I would do the math when you're trying to figure out where he fits in on your ADP and on your board, because the suspension is not going to come at the end of the season. It's going to come in the beginning of the season. He could be going crazy at the end of the season. So the value on the player is still there, but now it's clouded because of the suspension. But me and Brad Evans been doing this for a long time, right? And we just told you our opinions on it. It'd probably be a good idea to listen to us.
Yeah, look, here is the strongest takeaway. Draft and stash Rashee Rice, especially if he slips in your fantasy exercise. I mean, I think you're spot on with that assessment. It could be a round or 2 adjustment, and quite frankly, it was needed. The draft ADP that I saw today at Best Ball 10s and drafts conducted over the last month, he was going at 31.38, wide receiver 16 off the board. And in my opinion, at that price point, the value was a little bit too rich. So there is a proper adjustment now that takes place. So maybe he slides into the 40s, maybe he slides in the 50s, depending upon duration of the suspension. I got him right now as a back-end WR3 in my latest ranks run at thegamingjuice.com. And I will say this as well. Other major takeaways. You look over, say, over the first 5 weeks. Maybe he gets a 5-game suspension. The Chiefs have a top 5 easy fantasy strength of schedule for fantasy wide receivers. What does that mean? Xavier Worthy to the moon to begin the year. He could be one of the hottest cats on the WR block, to begin the season. A player that can beat you in a variety of ways. Obviously, get carries on the ground with some of those jet sweeps. He was a guy that was the apple of Patrick Mahomes' eye inside the red zone last year. Xavier Worthy was entering the day going to wide receiver 23. I think now he's in the conversation to be a top 20 fantasy wideout until Rice comes back. And, you have the luxury, even though you have to spend a decent draft round valuation to get Rice on your roster, just draft for depth, fill the hole. And then when Rice comes back, probably going to average around 7 to 8 targets per game. We know what we saw a couple of years ago. He was top 5 in the NFL 2 seasons ago in total yak. The guy lives after the catch with a shimmy, the shake, and the speed that he has. So, don't knock him down too much, only ever so slightly. And I would move Xavier Worthy up. Meanwhile, Patty Mahomes and Travis Kelce, their values remain unchanged. So there you go. The ripple effects tied to the news of Rashee Rice and the to-be-determined suspension that's going to be issued by the league office here in short order. All right, let's get after with our cards this evening. These are not our top 3 plays of the night because where the sports at, bro? They're not going on at all. So we're going to pivot, and instead talk about our top 3 must-haves in fantasy football drafts, no matter what the ADP is. So numero uno on your must-have list in fantasy drafts this season. Who is it, Corey?
It's Omarion Hampton. Listen, over the past couple of days, all the talk about him and the opportunity that he's going to have, and not to mention the players coming behind him, this is going to be a chance to be a breakout season for a rookie running back who a lot of people are tied to, and a lot of people are tied to, and his ADP is coming at a good price right now. Listen, I've always said, people that know me and follow my work for years, I like running backs with less tread on the tires. So you bring a rookie running back into the league in a system that's going to run the football behind a team that's going to play the game the right way. Yeah, give me some Omarion Hampton as a player that I think is a must-have in fantasy football this year. Get your boy on your team. You heard?
I like that guy a lot. Again, he's built like a Sherman tank, and I think he is going to pulverize many would-be tacklers. Numero uno on my must-have fantasy football draft list. Let's say the running back position and go with Kenneth Walker III of the Seattle Seahawks. An excellent fit for this Clint Kubiak zone blocking scheme. I talked to Brandon Funston earlier this week from The Athletic. He's a die-hard Hawks fan, and he really talked up Walker this year based on the schematics. And, with the eye test, you look at the advanced analytics from last season, I am buying indeed what Funston was selling. Mike Clay's got him projected for 275 carries, 1,146 rush yards, 9 rushing touchdowns, and 54 catches for 370 through the air, and a couple of more scores. Got him at RB14. I think he's going to flirt with top 10 numbers at the running back position. He had handsome yak per attempt numbers last season. He was top 5 in total missed tackles force and number 13 among running backs in yards created per touch, earning right around 72.5% of the opportunity share. I know you got Zach Charbonnet lurking in the background, but I like Walker the Third a ton. Numero dos on your must-have fantasy draft list. Who is it?
I'm going to be a little bit of a homer with this one, and I'm going to go with Dallas Cowboy wide receiver George Pickens. This is a chance that the Dallas Cowboys have got a position. They filled the position that they really need. A solid wide receiver 2 to go alongside CeeDee Lamb. And yes, Brian Schottenheimer, Marty's son, is really a coach that likes to run the football and get behind Dallas's big offensive line. But I think both wide receivers can be efficient. Now all the things you do in the middle with CeeDee Lamb, now what happens is now you have George Pickens, an elite deep threat, right? That Dak Prescott's going to be able to get the ball to. And then in that Dallas Cowboy Brian Schottenheimer passing game system, this is the player that they identified and they went out and got. Give me George Pickens as a must-have.
Numero dos, I'll go quick on this one. We talked about him extensively last night. Evan Ingram of the Denver Broncos, formerly the Jacksonville Jaguars, going after pick 100. I think he is the best value at the tight end position. I'm going to say at a minimum, if he plays 17 games this season, he's going to catch 80 or more balls this year, and he has the 7th easiest projected fantasy strength of schedule for plus-size targets. So I'm all in on the Broncos, Evan Ingram. Numero tres, your must-have fantasy football draft list. Who makes it?
I've come full circle. I've gone from somebody who would never put Justin Fields on my team to Justin Fields on my must-have list. And this New York Jet offense, he's going to be the type of quarterback that they are going to rely on. Now, we know that throwing prowess is not really there, but he is a quarterback that can run the football. The Jets going to have a solid running game. They're going to be playing, solid defense under Aaron Glenn. Justin Fields makes my list. How about that? Who would have thought?
Oh, and numero tres for me, Drake London, a guy you're getting right now. Pick around 16 overall. I would definitely extend the go gadget arm for him. I think it's going to be minimum 95 catches, 1,200 yards, and possibly double-digit scores. So Michael Penix twirling the pill to him in the ATL. All right, we got to take a little CS here on BetMGM time. We come back. Parlay Pete dropping by. We're going to say hello to our little friends and give you some more bets in the futures market. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Arvad bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, bartender, pour my guy and I a healthy drink. I've heard from the Mexican government that you consume tequila. It's good for bone density. And I'm all about preventing osteoporosis. And so is one Corey Parson, who is joining me tonight. We're going to be talking more betting here, but you're going to be tapping in the futures markets momentarily. We'll talk some more fantasy football throughout the entire show. And we have some timely interviews based on the news that came out, tied the National Football League, coming up a little bit later on in the show. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy with us, maybe you want to talk futures betting in the NFL, maybe the WNBA at the All-Star break, or the second half of the Major League Baseball season gets underway tomorrow. Simple way for you to contact Corey and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Also, a friendly reminder, you can listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast and also listen to BetMGM Tonight wherever you want, live, anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn app. So listen to BetMGM Tonight, again, live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And if you want the podcast version, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, we got to get some actual bets on the board. We covered a lot of fantasy, our 3 must-have players in drafts. That is what led the card tonight. We're going to give you some action as well in the sports betting world. And pardon me for a second, it's Tequila Thursday, though this guy's getting rum drunk. I got to yell at him at the bar. Hey, drunk pirate dude, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house. No sports. Parlay Pete says, get out of here with that nonsense. There's always bets to be made. And he's looking to parlay a couple of futures in the National Football League on this two-legger leg. Numero uno, Parlay Pete rolling with the Dallas Cowboys, also Corey's team. 7 or more wins. And leg numero dos, roasting down the Sonoran Desert, taking the Arizona Cardinals also to achieve a lucky 7 or more wins. He's going to stop right there. I will reserve the juice that Parlay Pete has, but I will give you the reasoning straight for the cold, dead hand of my very bony pirate friend. Again, leg numero uno, Cowboys, 7 or more wins this season. Mike Clay at ESPN's got the Cowboys projected to win only 7.8 games. I think that algorithm is slightly off. I think this team has a chance, high watermark, 9, maybe even 10 wins on the season. The question mark is the defense. Clay's got it projected as the 8th worst unit entering the regular season in the NFL. And if they're even average, I think that offense is going to be electric this year, that they're going to easily get to 7+ wins. That offense projected to be a top half unit overall, adding George Pickens this offseason. I know they got question marks at running back. But Javonte Williams, maybe he'll be a juggernaut. He didn't live up to my prior hype as a member of the Denver Broncos. And yes, the strength of schedule overall, only the 23rd easiest in the NFL. Clay only gives them a 52% or greater win probability in 7 games. But I think the Cowboys overachieve. And Parlay Pete also is buying that idea. He says, the boys, giddy up, win 7 or more games this season. Leg numero dos, the Cardinals also to win 7 or more games. Mike Clay, again, ESPN's got it projected for 8.7 wins this year. Gannon's got quite the club and one that could be ascending this season. A 50% or greater win probability, Clay has him in 8 games, and all that it was required is 7 wins. They have the 7th easiest projected strength of schedule entering the regular season, and a team likely with a top half offense and definitely likely to have a top half defense. Don't underestimate the Desert Birds could be flying high this season out west. So to recap, yar, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete rolling with a pair of futures, Cowboys, 7 or more wins, and Cardinals, also 7 or more wins. Put those hands together, a cool plus 110 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete now up over 6 units lifetime of this exercise. He cashed in last night in the WNBA at plus 126. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Corey Parson. My guy, what is a phrase that pays?
The phrase that pays is daddy need it, daddy want it, daddy gotta have it.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, let's get into the Sledgehammer special for Thursday, July 17th. We got to go to the futures market because there ain't that much else going on. So I'm going to go to the WNBA futures market. I'm going to drop a little W action for you. Now, listen, it's only 2-1 odds. You can't knock everyone out the park, but sometimes you got to take what's the best bet on the board, and that's the Minnesota Lynx to win the WNBA title. Listen, it looks like it's a 2-team race right now between the Lynx and the New York Liberty, a rematch of last year's final. But this year, I think the Lynx and Nafisha Collier actually get it done and win the championship. Some say that they probably should have won the championship last year. Very controversial call down the stretch of that game. So there you go right there. Minnesota Lynx, you are up and at 'em. Daddy want it, daddy need it, daddy gotta have it.
I love it, man. Go with the W. That's some fine action right there. I'm going back to the National Football League. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, baby. I got a muy interessante market here. Mr. Parson last night said the Giants are going to royally suck this season. He said they're going to have the worst record in the NFL at 6-1. And I'm going to, kind of tap into that narrative. I say the New York Giants have exactly one win over the first 5 weeks of the regular season. You can bet on that at plus 185. You look at the G-Men. Here's who they open up with. At Washington, they only got a 34% chance to win that game, according to Mike Lee at ESPN. At Dallas, 39% chance. Kansas City at home, Godspeed, at 36%. The LA Chargers at home, 46% chance of winning that one. And then here is their lone victory in week 5 against the sorrowful New Orleans Saints down in the Superdome. They have a 64% chance of emerging victorious in that one. Look, I think the defense is going to be solid. It could be a borderline top 10 unit this season, but that offense, even with the Malik Neighbors, and I know Russell Wilson is there saying he wants to play 5 more years, a lot of question marks. I think in general, the Giants are going to be rubbish this season, and they're going to show that out of the gate. They're going to lose their first 4 games, win in week 5, and we cash in with exactly 1 victory through the first 5 weeks NFL regular season for the New York Giants at plus 185. Speaking of plus money, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, thank you, bartender, for the handsome pour on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. That agave is flowing. Let's take a shot, Corey, and catch a buzz. What do you like at plus odds?
All right, plus odds, plus money. SEC championship game winner, the LSU Tigers at 8-1. Taking Brian Kelly and the LSU Tigers at 8-1. This is the year where LSU got to kind of show what they're made of. Now, I'm not saying that Brian Kelly's on the hot seat because that buyout is ridiculous. But when you look at the schedule, and so much about the SEC is how you look at and view the schedule. They don't have to play Georgia. They get Florida and Carolina in their place. They also get Texas A&M in their place. They have to go to Alabama, and they have the week 1 game at Clemson. Other than that, if they play this schedule right and they do what I think they should do, because no matter how much fun we make of Brian Kelly, he's a hell of a football coach. He's got to win that week 1 spot in Clemson. Then after that, this team can get on a roll. So I'm going to take them to be to win the SEC championship game. Now, if you want to follow me on this one and tell me on this one, when that game does come, let's just say it's Texas versus LSU for the SEC championship. Texas ain't going to be plus 8. I mean, LSU is not going to be plus 800 in that game. Nope. So you might have a good hedging opportunity on your hands right there. So I'm going with the LSU Tigers at 8-1 to win the SEC. It's nice hedge equity in that bet.
Yeah, I think it's a call, and I ain't scared of hedging. I know there's some people out there, they're like, oh, never hedge, just let the bet ride. But when you have an opportunity to profit, you take advantage of that situation all diggity day long. Great advice there from Corey Parson. All right, I'm going to go back to NFL, and I say Puka Nacua is going to punk everybody in the league at wide receiver. I think he's going to lead the position in receiving yards this year at 12-1 odds. Really, I think the only major deterrent that is going to prevent Puka Nacua from being in this conversation is Andrew Amp. It was always menacing. He's looking around every corner, and a guy that, because of his violent style in the open field, can be susceptible, can be prone to the Imp's bite. But let's say he plays 16 games, 17 games this year. I think Puka Nacua is going to light up the scoreboard for fantasy footballers, and also for those bettors out there that are willing to tell me on him to lead the NFL in receiving yards, again, at 12-1. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 165 targets. That's crazy. 113 catches, 1,520 receiving yards, and 7 touchdowns. Got him a wide receiver 3 for fantasy football purposes. He is arguably the best wideout in the NFL after the catch. He could catch a simple screen and take it to the house. Lightning quick. He can also beat defenders down the field. He's got that break tackle ability, wins a lot of his routes there in the open field. And Matthew Stafford ain't no slouch, despite being a bit of a graybeard. And you know that Stafford is always getting a good night's sleep on a sleep number bed, right? At 37 years old. So he's got to wake up daily, fresh, and twirling strikes to my guy Puka Nacua, who I believe is going to lead the NFL in wide receiver yards at plus 1,200. All right, it's bonus time. Corey, weather in the WNBA. Maybe you look at the second half of the MLB season. College football, the NFL. I need another futures bet. Give it to me. Give it to me.
I'm going to go to the NFL on this one. Going to bring it home. Coach of the year at 15-1 odds. I am taking Aaron Glenn, brand new head coach of the New York Jets. I think the New York Jets are going to be a team that's going to be in the contention for a playoff spot this year. You know how I always say, I'm not getting behind the flashy coordinators. I'm getting behind the guys that can build organizations. I'm getting behind the guy that was a Bill Parcells guy. I'm getting behind the guy that sat in that room with Dan Campbell as well. So give me Aaron Glenn and a return to his stomping ground, his trenches, winning the NFL Coach of the Year, 15-1 odds for the New York Jets. Jets.
Man. Yeah, I like that. It's a handsome payout. I think Aaron Glenn is definitely going to exceed expectations this season in the NYC. All right, bonus time for me. We talked about the Denver Broncos and a 3-point stance last night, as a matter of fact. I think they have exactly 3 wins over the first 5 weeks of the NFL regular season, also at plus 185. So more plus money. Every single bet we featured in this segment, significant plus money. And this one staying on that line as well. You look over the first 5 weeks, they open with the Tennessee Titans at home. That's a win. That's almost the G word, the L word. Not going to say it because I want to curse myself, but that'll be a win for Denver in week 1. Then at Indianapolis, I think they will emerge victorious in that game as well, whether it's Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson, who got some good news today about his shoulder. He's already back at practice. Who's going to be under center for the Ponies in that one, but I believe the Mile High Ponies and the Broncos will take that one. Then it gets a little dicey. The next 3 games at the LA Chargers, they have a 52% chance of winning that one, according to Mike Clay. At home against Cincinnati, a 55% chance of emerging victorious. And then at Philadelphia, the reigning Super Bowl champs, that'll be a tough one. 37% chance of scoring the W. All they got to do is win one of those games. I think they're going to suffer a couple of losses, more than likely on the road against LAC and at the PHI. But this defense is going to be elite. They're in the conversation to have the best unit on that side of the ball in the NFL. And the offense is going to be damn good as well. It's not going to be a sophomore slump. It's going to be a sensational campaign for Bo Nix. So again, the Broncos exactly 3 wins over the first 5 weeks of the regular season. A cool plus 185. Corey, quickly, you buying or selling that one?
I'm buying that. Definitely getting behind that. I like the way you broke that down. I can definitely see them getting those 3 wins in the first 5 games. I'm surprised that's at plus 185. That's a nice look right there.
Yeah, really good payout for sure. All right, stick around, folks. We got to take a little siesta. When we come back, do we have a treat for you? The lovely, the outstanding, the incomparable Andy Behrens is going to be dropping by, breaking more things down in the world of fantasy football. Don't go anywhere, fools. We're going to be right back. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside Corey Parson on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, keep the drinks flowing, my man. Oh, thank you very much. Muchas gracias. We're going to be talking to Andy Behrens, breaking down more fantasy football conversations. Again, big news day in the world of professional tackle football with the Rashee Rice news, Jordan Addison news. Mike Williams abruptly retired out of nowhere as well. Maybe Trey Harris at value. Pointing upward, and he actually signed a contract, so his butt's going to finally be in camp, which is going to be very important in his development ahead of the start of the NFL regular season. Further reminder, before we bring Andy on, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day posted right now on X at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this: red alert, which Kansas City Chief is your top pick to outperform his fantasy football draft ADP? Your options are Patrick Mahomes at pick number 69.31, Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 80.08 overall, Xavier Worthy at pick number 48.35, or Travis Kelce at pick number 89.09. So far, over 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we bring on the always handsome, dashing, and trim Slim. The man's still running like ultra marathons at his age, the one, the only, Andy Behrens, a man who has got tremendous fantasy football insights. He may be making announcements sometime soon, so make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Andy Behrens. Again, on X, at Andy Behrens, one of the best fantasy football minds in the business, and a man who I work with for a number of years at Yahoo Sports. Andy, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. It's an absolute pleasure having you on, mi amigo. Let's go ahead and dive in immediately here. What a day for wide receiver news in the NFL. As, slowest sports day of the year. Yeah, get out of here with that nonsense. Rashee Rice, in light of the legal ruling on his multi-car crash 2024 in Dallas, is facing suspension. We don't know how many games it's going to be. It's going to be 2 games, 3 games, 4 games, 5 or more games. That's TBD. Jordan Addison, meanwhile, he pleaded guilty to a, quote, lesser vehicular charge, and he's also facing disciplinary action of an unknown length of time. And Mike Williams, as already mentioned, abruptly retired. So we don't really care about Mike Williams, but give us your fantasy fallout on the Rice and Addison situations. What kind of movement are you doing in your rankings with those 2 wideouts and the associated parties?
Yeah, first of all, absolute pleasure to be here. Lovely to join you, Brad. Lovely to be here with Corey as well. Weird that we actually have news to talk about in the middle of July ahead of the opening of training camps. For Rice, for me, this one is just a situation where I think it's going to save a bunch of people from their own worst impulses, because I already didn't like where Rashee Rice was going in drafts, underdog on high stakes platforms. I thought it was pretty crazy. He was getting taken like end of the 2nd round, start of the 3rd round, very early, certainly in keeping with like the first 3 games of his season last year. But boy, if I'm gonna take somebody that early, it's gonna be because I think they have a chance to finish as like the overall scoring leader at their position, which I don't think is within the range of outcomes for Rice. So I think people are going to be off that now. I already had him at like wide receiver 23. I've got him at wide receiver 25 right now. Now that there's some certainty about at least the fact that a suspension is coming, I'm not going to try to guess at what that's going to be. I will say with both of these guys, players who get suspended generally, it's not like a guy coming back from injury. Like when they're back, they're back. These are 2 players who are attached to offenses that they know, where they have a comfort level. Obviously the biggest variable in Minnesota is actually JJ McCarthy. So whether Jordan Addison misses a couple games or not, it was kind of already baked in, that possibility. I didn't move him at all because I already expected probably 2 games out of this and for it to hit this season. But it's your expectations for McCarthy that matter there. With Rice, it's kind of tough to price in because this might be 4 games, this might be 6 games. It's going to be a chunk. It was a pretty serious punishment. So it's going to be some length of time. And then it's a question of how good you think you can be for, like, you're going to be without him potentially as much as half of the fantasy season. So that's a worry.
Andy, my man. I just want to start right at the top since, it's still July and we're a couple weeks away from August. How would you rank in the mind of Andy Behrens the top 3 running backs in ADP right now, which is Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, and Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, I've got Bijan. I've got Bijan on top, and some of this is obviously it's not that I don't think Saquon can do exactly what he did last year, and he's got a great offensive line, obviously, and he's got a known role, and he's coming off a historic season. We love everything about it. I'm a big believer in the receiving upside, obviously, for Bijan Robinson. Also, if and I don't want to insult people. People probably watched plenty of NFL football last year. Bijan Robinson did 3 things a game last year that were among the most thrilling that we saw all week. He is just as great as Saquon is, and I know the backward hurdle, all that good stuff. I feel like half the best highlights that I saw last year came out of Bijan Robinson. Like he is absolutely incredible. He is a phenomenal runner, wonderful receiver. I think there's room for him to, man. You told me that Bijan Robinson was going to finish this season with 2,200, 2,300 scrimmage yards, 70 catches. That's all in play. Like a historic running back season is in play for him. It's year 3. Let's go. Like he's at the top of the board for me. Saquon is right behind him, and Gibbs right behind
him. In fantasy baseball, they use the term post-hype sleeper, right? You hear it every now and then in fantasy football circles, but basically what happens is one season the guy gets pumped up, whatever, doesn't live up to value, doesn't live up to expectations. Then the next year, his value slides down the board. I remember last year, I think when we was going, probably heading into Labor Day weekend, whatever, Marvin Harrison Jr. was on the 1-2 turn. He was cracking the first round in some spots. This year, in early draft data that I'm looking at, he's on the 3-4 turn. Is Marvin Harrison Jr. a post-hype sleeper?
Yeah, so an absolutely wonderful spot to land him, right? If you can get him the early 4th round, there's a lot of profit potential baked in. The Cardinals are going to have to do some things, but they're going to have to ask more of him than they did last season. We know that, right? Like he's not immediately stepping into a situation where we can foresee 170 targets, 165 targets. I don't know that that's out there for him. And again, relatively limited usage last year. Didn't run like the full route tree. And this is a team that was seeing him every day. So presumably they expect him long term to be somebody who can run any route from any formation. They just weren't asking that right away. Can he do it in year 2? I think he probably can do it in year 2. And I think he can probably get to 145, 150 targets. If he gets there, it's pretty hard to avoid the wide receiver 1 range. So yeah, I think this is a great spot.
We're talking to the great Andy Behrens right now. Man, that runs the Fantasy Sports Writers Association, one of the primo fantasy experts around, and he's also a massive Caitlin Clark enthusiast. Get her healthy and back on the court, and hopefully she's going to find her 3-point shot. I'm tired of her losing me money right now. And the props market on threes made has a pride member of the Iowa Hawkeyes, one Andy Behrens. Behrens, among this year's batch of rookie running backs, outside of perceived studs and Ashton Genty and Amari Hampton, who Corey adores and loves, and I kind of do too, who are you targeting right now in drafts?
Oh, look at you teeing me up to talk about an Iowa running back. I knew I loved you, Brad. Yeah, this has got to be Caleb Johnson for me. Listen, you talk about a player where the team itself had just a Caleb Johnson shaped hole in the roster, and they filled it with the actual Caleb Johnson. Come on, it's just a perfect system fit. And I don't think Caleb could succeed necessarily just anywhere. I don't think you plug him into any offense. And this is not Ashton Genty that we're talking about. There are some unknowns here. It's not like he was a high volume receiver at the college level, although I will say the signature offensive play of Iowa's season, such as it was, came against Nebraska. It was a Caleb Johnson reception in which he broke like 9 tackles, something like that. He's just a wonderful player, like a wonderful zone runner. He's going to be great in that Arthur Smith offense. Exactly what they want a back to do, he can step in and do. I know people got tired of Najee Harris. Najee Harris was a pretty good RB2 for fantasy purposes, never missed a game. I think Caleb can step in and give you 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. 10 touchdowns might be reaching a little bit, but I just think the role there is so clear, and he's so what a wonderful complementary player in a backfield alongside Jaylen Warren. I just think those two have skill sets that complement each other really well, and he's coming into a known role in a great system. It was perfect for him.
All right, Bears, only got about 30 seconds left. Give me a true sleeper pick in fantasy drafts, a guy that's going after pick number 100 overall.
I heard you talking about Bo Nix a little bit earlier in the show. Man, I'm gonna go with Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims goes late. Marvin Mims goes like outside the top 120, 130 picks. That guy, if you just look at his final 8 games last year and extrapolate it over a full season, we're talking almost 70 catches, 950 yards. He made some of the biggest plays of Denver's season. I think that guy's great, and I think he can sustain that over a full year.
Oh, outstanding stuff from the one, the only, the ever so handsome Andy Behrens. Follow him on X at Andy Behrens and check out all his fantasy advice at a to-be-determined location near you. And by the way, Behrens, thank you for the inside information on Caleb Johnson. I know I can bilk it for, $50 in our auction draft.
Heck yeah.
At Casa de Evans. Again, we appreciate the time, mi amigo. We got to scoot to break. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, Tim Grunhard is going to join us for breaking down the Kansas City Chiefs and the Rashee Rice news. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside Corey Parson on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be chugging down some more shots with Tim Grunhard, our Kansas City Chiefs insider, and a guy that we're itching to talk to because we had some major news break earlier in the day in regards to their perceived top wide receiver weapon. And Rashee Rice will get some thoughts on Patty Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and in that backfield as well. Is it going to be a renaissance for Isaiah Pacheco this fall in KC? Again, we're going to be talking to Tim Grunhard here momentarily. A friendly reminder, if you want to talk with us about, I don't know, some fantasy football, some futures bets in the NFL, college football, the WNBA, futures bets in the second half of the MLB season, simple way to contact Corey and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Don't be shy. Give us a call. We're happy to help answer your various fantasy football and sports betting questions. Right now, let's go out to the phones and talk to Tim Grunhard, a man who knows Kansas City inside and out. He's a Kansas City Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021 inductee. He's a Chiefs radio analyst, and a man you gotta follow on X. He's always giving it to you there at Grunny61. Again, at Grunny61 on X. Tim, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away, earlier today, the Rashee Rice news broke. He received 5 days of 30 days of jail time and 5 years of probation. That's what I want to get out. Stemming from a 2024 multi-car crash in Dallas. As ESPN's Adam Schefter reported, expectations are he'll serve a suspension this season. We don't know how many games he's going to get. So I ask you the question, how many games do you feel he is going to get? And what is the contingency plan with him out?
All right. Hey, guys, it's great to be on with you. Obviously, a tough situation for our wide receiver, Rashee Rice, happened today. You got to pay your dues, make bad mistakes. And, like you said, he's got 5 years probation. He's got to serve 30 days of jail in those 5 years. Plus, he's got a little hefty fine / paying off some of the people that were injured, over $1 million. So pretty expensive afternoon for Rashee Rice. And listen, the point of emphasis for the Kansas City Chiefs this whole offseason leading into camp next week is to find a way to make some big plays down the field. The point of emphasis are the chunk plays from the Kansas City Chiefs, as Marty Schottenheimer used to say. Rashee Rice being out, the over-under, I believe, is 4. I'm going to go with, let's say 5, because I'm going to say 4 games he's going to be suspended. So if the under-over is 5, I'm taking the under. But, those 4 games are going to be tough because, listen, he's a big-time weapon for the Kansas City Chiefs. Xavier Worthy came into his own last year. He just admitted that the first 8 games of the year, he wasn't quite sure what he was doing out there on offense. So you got a guy like Rashee Rice, who we'll see how long he's out. Xavier Worthy is going to be a formidable wide receiver. Hollywood Brown, if he could stay healthy, is going to be great, and Smith-Schuster. So I like their wide receiver room, but it's in flux because you just never know what's going to happen with the Rashee Rice situation. But the one thing you do know, everybody out there, is Patrick Mahomes has made it a point of emphasis that he wants to get the ball down the field this year. His stats last year, quite frankly, sucked.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. And
yeah, I mean, listen, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but he was not happy with the production he had down the field last year.
Yeah, that's kind of was going to be my question was this last season, Mahomes really, as far as statistically, put up just about career lows just about everywhere, right? Even that average pass was under 7 yards. That seems like a quarterback on the downside of his career. Now we know that's not what Mahomes is because obviously the situation was different. I guess the question I'm asking is this team when the Chiefs, through the first part of their dynasty, it was carried by like Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelsey, and their offense. More recently, it seems like this team is being led by its defense. Does that continue this year? Or, outside of the Rice news, do you think that Mahomes is going to get his wish and be back over, 4,000, 4,500 passing yards?
Yeah, I mean, that's his wish. And so, listen, the Chiefs this whole offseason have been talking about, bringing in some offensive linemen at Josh Simmons, and they brought in Taylor Moore. Taylor Moore. He came in from San Francisco. So they tried to solidify that offensive line. This is the left tackle was a revolving issue last year. They had some major issues with giving Patrick Mahomes some time. And if you can't give a quarterback time, you can't get the ball down the field. And the last thing you want to happen is Patrick Mahomes to get hit and get hurt. So he was just getting rid of the ball. And Andy Reid, he's like, listen, we're just going to get the ball out and see if our playmakers can make some plays on the edges. They really never threatened it down the field last year. And then the other thing we talked about, 2 years ago, Rashid Rice was a rookie wide receiver. In Andy Reid's offenses, it takes some time for those receivers to get an idea of what they're doing and get on the same page in the chemistry with a quarterback. It's just it's a tough offense. So 2 years ago, Rashid Rice came into his own in Las Vegas against the Raiders about week 10. Xavier Worthy came out this offseason and said, listen, I always having issues with knowing what I was doing or where to go for the first 9 weeks of the season. So the two best receivers for the Kansas City Chiefs over the last, I'm talking about receivers, obviously not including Travis Kelsey, but the two best receivers were young guys that weren't quite on the same page chemistry-wise with Patrick Mahomes. So this year, at least, Xavier Worthy's going to have an idea of what he's going to have to do and how to do it. Rashid Rice, we'll see how long he's out, but Rashid Rice, if you can get those guys on the field with Hollywood Brown and stay healthy, they can get the ball down the field. And Travis Kelsey's just going to be a piece this year, I believe. 5, 6, 7 catches. He's going to draw some attention. He always does. The safety maybe coming up and bracketing him a little bit early in the season. So that should open some things up. But, yeah, Patrick Mahomes has said, listen, he wants to get the ball down the field. And I think there's a lot of gas left in his tank. But in the reality, he just didn't have the weapons around him over the last couple of years to make those big plays down the field.
Good stuff. You mentioned Travis Kelsey. Is this it for him?
Yeah, I think so. I was to be really honest, surprised he came back this year. But I think he wanted to have a swan song and kind of go through the year of retirement, and he well deserves that. I think it is his last year. I think there's a bright future in Travis Kelsey, whatever he wants to do, whether it's in entertainment or whether it's in movies or whatever the heck he wants to do. There's a bright future for him. And he's slowed down. Listen, when you guys know, when you turn 30, 31, 32 years old, all those little aches and pains, they just start to add up. And it looked like last year, he was a little bit heavier last year. He had lost a little bit of weight coming into this camp. So we'll see if that helps out a little bit. But, the pain and injuries have caught up to Travis, and he's out there gutting it out. But I'd be surprised if he goes past this year.
Yeah, right now, Travis Kelsey, just 4.5 receiving touchdowns, a prop available at BetMGM. In his swan song, I kind of like the over on that. I still think he's going to catch at least 5 end zone strikes off the hand of Patrick Mahomes. We're talking to Tim Grunhard right now, all Kansas City Chiefs all the time. He is a member of the Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021 and also a radio analyst for Kansas City in that organization. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Grunny61, again on X, at Grunny61. Tim, last season, Kansas City had a largely backfield that was a patchwork. Kareem Hunt was decent at times in his second tour of duty with the franchise, but he was no world beater. Andy Reid has spoken highly of Isaiah Pacheco this summer. What do you believe the distribution of touches is going to be in this backfield? And do you see Pacheco getting back to what he showed in 2023, in which he was a top 15 fantasy running back? So are you buying a revival for Isaiah Pacheco, and how many touches per game do you see him getting?
Yeah, he got hurt pretty early in the season and tried to gut it out and then got banged up again. So, yeah, as long as he stays healthy, I think he could put up some good numbers. I think you're going to see Kareem Hunt more as a third down back and maybe a back, in goal line situations. So if you're a fantasy guy, Pacheco's going to get you some yards, but I think that Kareem Hunt's going to be the guy that's going to have more touchdowns. Pound for pound inside the 5-yard line, they're going to give him the ball. But Pacheco, he's got great explosion. He runs angry. He's one of those guys that just really plays physical, plays hard, plays tough. But you guys know as well as I do, once you get banged up and you get a little aches, pains, and your ribs are sore and your ankles are sore and your knees are sore, it's hard to do that. So last year he was a shell of himself. He really was. I think he tried to gut it out. He's a tough Jersey guy. He tried to gut it out, just couldn't pull it off. Hopefully this year he can stay healthy and get back to where he was at. I mean, this is a guy who was drafted in the 7th round and came in and took the NFL by storm. And I really think he can do that if he can stay healthy again. But once again, I'm kind of circling back to the original point, is the Chiefs want to get the ball down the field. So we'll see. Listen, this whole cover 2 shell stuff everybody's been talking about, how it's been slowing down the Chiefs offense. You looked last year, they weren't even running that anymore. They were bringing the safeties up and they were trying to stop the running game because they weren't worried about the pass down the field. So if the Chiefs could throw the ball down the field and make some plays down the field, that might open up some room for Pacheco and the running backs to be able to, get some good production. So, it's a catch-22. You want to throw the ball down the field, you want to make those big plays, but yet you still have to have that little bit of a running game. So it'll be interesting to see. I think the Chiefs are going to put up some points this year. I'm excited about the Chiefs offense this year. I think Patrick Mahomes has got a chip on his shoulder. I think he's playing pissed. And, anytime you get Patrick Mahomes in that kind of situation, Katie bar the door, man. That guy's going to come out flying.
And the over-under right now on Patrick Mahomes with BetMGM for passing touchdowns this season, only 27.5. I would windmill slam dunk the over. I think he's going to have at least 30 passing TDs this year, especially behind that stout offensive line, which should be one of the best in the NFL. Pass blocking, run blocking efficiency. Hey, Tim, we'll get you out of here on this. Over or under 11.5 wins for this franchise. Which was really in bed with Lady Luck last year. They won so many games by 8 points or fewer. Is it going to be the story yet again? Or, do you see this team taking a step back or really racking up the W? So 11.5 is the over-under on wins right now on BetMGM.
Well, I got my BetMGM app, and I already bet the over. So I'm going to have to go with my gut. I think they're going to win 13 games this year. Last year, you're right. I mean, starting from the first game against Baltimore when I forget the wide receiver, but he was about a half a foot out of bounds or maybe a half a toe out of bounds. And then the rest of the season kind of fell in the line with that. But I think the Chiefs are going to be more productive on the offensive side. They may drop off a little bit on the defensive side. I don't think they're going to win 15, 16 games like they did last year, but I think they'll be over 11.5. I'm going with 13.
All right, you're expecting another big year for the Kansas City Chiefs, and, well, it only makes sense when you have Patrick Mahomes running the show. Tim Grunhard, we appreciate the time. Kansas City Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021, Chiefs radio analyst, and follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Grunny61. Tim, safe travels, my guy, and we shall talk soon. Real football right around the corner. Can't wait.
It's here, guys. It's going to be great, and looking forward to visiting you during the season. I love your show.
Thank you, Tim. And again, we appreciate the 2 cents on everything Kansas City. Let me go and bring in Corey right now. Corey, he's emphatic. And he's dunking Dominic Wilkins old school style with a windmill on the over 11.5 wins for this team. Again, man, they were so fortunate winning so many games by a single possession, seemingly in the final 2 minutes. It was just rinse and repeat, week in and week out. Do you see Kansas City sailing past 11.5 wins? Do you see them taking a step back, or are they going to be right there at that number? What do you say?
They're probably going to be a 12-13 win team. When you look at the schedule for the Kansas City Chiefs this year, their schedule as it stands now. I was talking with B. Diddy last night, right? And we look at and we try to project what's going to happen in the season and, strength of schedule and stuff like that. Well, we don't know what's going to happen. Injuries and things like that take place, and teams emerge and teams step back. But if you look at the way the schedule sets up now for the Kansas City Chiefs, I mean, they got the Giants on their schedule. They got Jacksonville on their schedule. They got Houston, Tennessee's on this schedule this year. So it's like they have the the blessing of having a situation to where they're not playing one of the tougher schedules. Now, they do have elite teams like Baltimore and Buffalo and Philadelphia on their schedule, but kind of in some of them dry spots, they kind of got lucky. They should be able to get to it, but it's going to happen. Here's the deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. Are they going to be in the AFC Championship game again this year?
Well, yeah, that's the $64,000 question. We're going to find out. I hope not, because I'm honestly sick of that narrative, and I'm pulling for the Ravens, and I'm pulling for the Bills. All right, I got to pull myself out of here along with Corey because we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Emily Likers breaking down the Minnesota Vikings. More wide receiver news dropping today. We'll spin it next. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, my guy, Corey Parson, billing up to bar with me. Emily Liker is actually going to be joining us. Oh, thank you, bartender. In an hour, she's going to move the interview back. So we're going to move everything up. And we're going to be covering the Kansas City Chiefs. Had an awesome conversation with Tim Grunhard right before he went to Siesta, breaking everything down in terms of the Rashee Rice news. Who is that going to impact and benefit in the near term for this organization? Really talked up Xavier Worthy. We talked about the backfield, Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, and how that spread distribution could go down in touches. And Patrick Mahomes, is it going to be a snapback? Is it going to be a rebound after kind of back-to-back largely mediocre seasons for a supposedly generational quarterback? If you missed any of that, by the way, you can always listen at your leisure with a BetMGM Tonight podcast, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you download your podcast, get the BetMGM Tonight podcast. And also as well, if you want to talk to Corey and I, a very simple way to do so. If you want to have a fantasy football conversation, maybe got some questions about your draft, some keepers top of mind, or just want to get our insights on some of the sleepers and busts that are out there. You want to talk NFL futures. You want to talk college football futures. You want to talk the MLB second half or the WNBA now with the All-Star break. You absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. So, yeah, don't be bashful. Don't be shy. Give Corey and I a call. We would love to hear your voice. All right, with that business put to the side, let's get after it with another edition of the 3-Point Stance.
Ready, set, hike. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath are lined up in their 3-point stance to blitz through every NFL team on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, again, we're putting the cherry on top of the sundae in regards to this series. And this week, we've been covering every single team in the AFC West. And what better way to finish it than a discussion on the Kansas City Chiefs? Tim Grunhard believes going to win 13 games. My esteemed colleague Corey Parsons says they're going to win 12 to 13 games. Probably going to be right there in the conversation when the dust settles for the Super Bowl, maybe a title, and the AFC Championship, possibly at a minimum. But in this segment, we're going to talk fantasy values. We're going to do a little prop stop on some of the props available there at BetMGM and have a discussion team lean over under on win. So let's dive in on the masterpieces that is the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, let's start off with the fantasy values. And first and foremost, Patty Mahomes. Right now, in drafts conducted over the last 30 days, Corey, his ADP is at quarterback 7 positionally. Overall, it's 69.31. So with that valuation, is Patrick Mahomes overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, my guy?
Well, it's kind of twofold on this one right here, because if you look back at what he did last year, that you would say that he's overvalued going off the board at this point. But the expectation of what this offense could be this year, had that conversation with Tim Grunhard. So we feel pretty good about them wanting to push the football down the field, which was the strength of that offense, and which we saw Mahomes put up those monster numbers. But I'm not so sure that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be a team led by their offense. I think the defense has now become the strength of this football team. So in my opinion, I would say he still is a little overvalued at this spot right here, because I don't think they're going to ask him, as much as he may want to, I don't think they're going to ask him to do that. I think they're going to do what wins football games. And listen, yeah, they got shellacked in the Super Bowl, but guess what? They was in the Super Bowl.
That's exactly right. And that could be a knock, obviously, with his fantasy value. If you got a supportive defense, that is going to diminish the pew, 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 shootout appeal of some of the games and ratcheting up the volume on pass attempts. I'm not going to knock Patrick Mahomes. I think he's slightly undervalued. I think he will have a rebound season. I got him at quarterback 6 right now on my always free rankings at thegamingjuice.com. You look at my Clay at ESPN's got a projected for 4,373 passing yards, 30 passing touchdowns. You get him a plus money right now to throw 30 passing touchdowns. I think that is worth an investment. 12 INTs, 368 yards on the ground, and 3 rushing touchdowns. Also has a quarterback 6. Strength of schedule, the 9th toughest among fantasy quarterbacks. That's not great. Last season, middle of the pack, only number 15 adjusted completion percentage. He was number 5, though, in red zone completion percentage, but a lowly, uncharacteristic number 34 in deep ball completion percentage. And the Rice news today certainly doesn't help, although we don't know how long he is going to be suspended for. So I'm still buying Patrick Mahomes at quarterback 7. I think he's slightly undervalued at that price point. All right, let's go with the Punisher. Isaiah Pacheco next here. RB29 is a positional ADP, 80.08 overall. Tim Grunhard, I'm shivering in my sneakers, said that Kareem Hunt could be a goal line gremlin this year for Pacheco. So with that in mind, what are your thoughts on Pacheco? Is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued at 80.08 overall?
I think Pacheco is coming into this season a little undervalued, maybe after being a little overvalued last season. There was a time in fantasy football circles to where you can look at the Andy Reid running back and say, okay, this guy right here is playing in Andy Reid's system as a running back, and he's going to be a top 5 back, a top 10 fantasy back. That's not necessarily the case no more. I mean, Isaiah Pacheco is going off the board down in the area of dudes like Tony Pollard and Tyrone Tracy. We know the talent is more than that. Those injuries and disappointments pushed him down to where he's at now. A bounce back season to fix that. I think he's undervalued.
I think he's grossly undervalued. I got him at RB24 right now. I think he's going to be a back-end borderline RB2 in 12-team formats, whether standard, half-point PPR, full-point PPR, it doesn't matter. The biggest key for him is just staying upright, right? Because he's got that violent downhill running style, which leaves him susceptible to major injury, which we had last season with a fibula setback. Also had a rib injury that cost him a game. Clay's got him for 208 in terms of carries this season, 881 on the ground, 6 touchdowns. Rushing, 42 receptions, 301 receiving yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns. He also has them at RB29. Again, I think it's going to be a little bit better than that, despite having only the 20th easiest projected fantasy strength of schedule for running back. He's a guy that had the 4th lowest, which was strange for him, the yak per attempt. And again, it was all tied to his lack of good health. But if we get back to what he was in 2023, he will be a top 15 running back this season. So a lot of profit potential in my mind at pick number 80.08 for the weight on a running back crowd. Let's go to Rashee Rice. Again, in light of the news, entering the day, Corey, he was wide receiver 16, 31.38 overall in terms of ADP. So at that valuation, we'll just roll with it. Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued. And you and I unanimously agree there's only one answer here.
He's overvalued. At this spot right here, he is overvalued at wide receiver 16. So because we don't really have a clue of what the offense was going to be. And then even if you didn't have this situation where, this announcement comes out today and this news comes out, you still knew a suspension was coming. So to rank him there, knowing that there was possibly and now almost certainly going to be time missed, he's overvalued in this spot. But the thing about it is this, though, he could be a league winner. So you got to walk that tightrope in your draft when you're trying to figure out when's the right time to take him. You don't want him on your team as a WR1. I can tell you that much right now, because you're going to need to have a lot of depth at wide receiver if you're going to carry him. I think 4 games is over the top. I mean, I'm not, quite sure the whole story and, if there were fatalities and stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is, I think 4 games over the top. I say it'd probably be 2. I'd take him probably in the 4th or the 5th. as a
Yeah,
WR2 with depth behind him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think it's pretty much where he's going to slip. Assuming it's like 3-4 game suspension, which feels about right to me, but we have no inside information. Nobody really knows. That's going to come down from Warden Goodell and that decision. Rice is just a beast after the catch, and he's probably going to slide right back in and getting like 7.5, 8 targets per game immediately once reinstated. So he is a guy that, yeah, you may have to wait until like week 6, week 7 for him to make some fantasy noise, but he could be responsible for propelling you to a fantasy football playoff berth. So again, if he slips a little bit further down the ladder in your draft and in like round 4, round 5, round 6, jump all day on Rashee Rice. But yeah, wide receiver 16, he was always overvalued at that valuation. Let's go and give it to you. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver 23 entering the day, and that number could climb 48.35, the overall ADP. Is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, CP?
Xavier Worthy is overvalued, and he's going to be more overvalued now with this news coming out about Rashee Rice. Listen, we like, what we think he can become. But let's look at what he was last year. 59 receptions on 98 targets. He averaged 10 yards a catch. That's not elite level for a while. And I'm not saying that everybody got to be Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase and average 15, 16 yards a catch. But for somebody who is going in that range, I want more yards after the I want a little bit more deeper depth of target. I want to show where you can get downfield. Last night, right, we was talking about Cortland Sutton of the Denver Broncos, right? He's going around the same place as Cortland Sutton. And you look at Sutton averaged 13 yards a catch. Sutton had 135 targets last year, caught 81 passes, had 8 touchdowns. And I would take Cortland Sutton over Xavier Worthy.
Interesting. I think he's undervalued still at wide receiver 23. And today's news only justifies my conviction even more. He is a guy that can do a little bit of everything. And yeah, he's got to improve on some of those downfield routes, which he did over the second half of the season. But the trust from Mahomes and Worthy really grew throughout the entire year. And I love the utilization of him. Jet sweeps, quick screens, some of those behind the line of scrimmage passes. He's a guy that can get chunk gains in the drop of a hat. He was number 16 in total YAC last season, number 10 as well in total red zone targets. Clay's got him for 954 and 7 touchdowns, 112 on the ground and a rushing touchdown. I am buying Xavier Worthy as a potential top 20 fantasy wide receiver this year. All right, let's fly through the prop stop, my man. Patrick Mahomes, 27.5 passing touchdowns, so minus 115 on the over, minus 105 on the under. What do you say?
I got to hammer that over right there at minus 115. I think he's going to be able to get the 30 touchdown passes this year.
Yeah, I think he's going to get to 30 as well and get that plus money in the alt market, so I am taking the over too. Isaiah Pacheco, 725.5 rush yards, minus 115 either way.
That number right there is spot on. I think I'm going to take the over, but this is a tough one right here. I see why the juice is even on both sides. That's a tough call right there on Pacheco. I probably wouldn't take that to the window, but I would go over. Man, this one is tough. I think he creeps over that number.
I think he creeps over. He's, again, got an elite run blocking line in front of him. It's all about staying healthy. Just give me 14 games to Isaiah, and I think you're going to cash over on 725.5 rush yards. So what about Rashee Rice? Actually, no, we're going to throw that out the window because I had that earlier today. That number no longer exists. We'll move on to the next one. Let's go Travis Kelce instead. 4.5 receiving touchdowns, so minus 115 either way. And a possible swan song. Is he going out with a bang?
Yeah, 4.5 is too low of a number for Travis Kelce right there. It's so low of a number, it makes you think, do the odds makers know something that we don't know? Because you would think that Travis Kelce can at least get 7, 8 touchdowns on the season. Like we do know this is, like you said, the back end of his career, but he's still going to be a player that's looked towards in the red zone. So I would say he gets over that number.
Yeah, he led all tight ends in red zone targets with 26 last year. And I know the touchdown suffered. He only had 3 TDs, but you're going to have some negative regression as a result. So put it all together, yeah. I mean, if Kelsey gets a similar workload, which, again, he can still get the separation, a very savvy receiver in the red zone, he's got to reach the over on 4.5 touchdowns. All right, team lean on wins. 11.5 is a number. Plus 100 on the over, minus 120 on the under. I think you're already on the record for taking the over, or are you doubling down?
I'm doubling down on that over right there. This team is going to win 12 to 13 games this season because they don't have one of the tougher schedules. You look at the teams in the NFC East and who they got to play, and then you look at the AFC West schedules. Those teams are going to be have big records this year.
All right, I might be drunk. I'm taking the under. I may be on an island all by myself at minus 120. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, another edition of Player Pick'ems and Fantasy. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, my guy, Corey Parson, sipping Mas Tequila with yours truly. And we're going to get down. Thank you, bartender. Just go ahead and leave the bottle at this point. And again, hopefully it's a fine añejo. I love the vanilla and caramel notes that come off the good stuff. By the way, if you're ever looking for a tequila recommendation, something around $50, $55, Reposado or añejo version Casa Noble. You can get it pretty much everywhere. You'll thank me later. One of the best premium tequilas at an affordable price. Again, go Repo or go the añejo version and just pour it neat and sip and enjoy because it's one of the finest tequilas that is out there. We're going to be breaking down a little player pick-em here momentarily, another 3-pack of players, and Corey's going to throw out his thoughts and his pick, and I shall do the same. A quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Got to get your mind in place with fantasy football, the heart of the draft season on the immediate horizon. By the way, if you missed any of our prior segments, great interviews with our Kansas City insider, Tim Grunhard, also with a great Andy Behrens in the world of fantasy football. Any of the other interviews we have done all week long or are inside some of the creative segments we churn out here on the program. Listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Download, subscribe to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, let's go and get after it, Corey. Another edition of Player Pick'ems. Again, we introduced this segment for the first time ever, this kind of game, if you will, earlier this week. Resounding success. So I think we're going to, feature this often throughout the fantasy football draft season. And as we get into the NFL regular season as well. That's right, folks. We're more than just gambling and betting advice and thoughts here on BetMGM Tonight. We're bringing down everything in the gaming world, and that includes fantasy football, because we know there are millions of you that play the virtual pigskin, including Corey and I. We're very passionate about exactly that. All right, let's get to some gunslingers first in our group one of quarterbacks. Here's how this works. I'm going to give you a 3-pack of players. They're all kind of similar right now, an average draft position in some of these early drafts, but I need an answer which one you would go with in your draft and presented the opportunity to pick one of the 3. You're going to select that player. I'm going to give you the reasons why, and then I will do the exact same exercise, and we'll move on to the next group. So again, group 1 on quarterbacks. Here are your choices: C.J. Stroud, Justin Fields, or Drake May. Corey, out of that thrice, who is going to be most nice in fantasy this year?
I'm going to go with Justin Fields with the rushing upside and the ability to have a wide receiver on the outside like Garrett Wilson. I think he's going to be coached right, coached properly. We've heard, stories out of the Jet camp, out of the Jet organization that the team has really taken to him. I had him as one of my must-have fantasy options for this year. That rushing upside, a little bit more of a steady organization. And you're saying, oh, my God, you're calling the Jets a steady organization. I think they will be under Aaron Glenn. So I think he's got some weapons. I think he's got some feats, some tools to get it done on the ground. So I would take Justin Fields out of that bunch.
I'm with you, man. You and I are going to go hand in hand on this one. Mike Clay's got a projected for 3,398 passing yards. All right, that's kind of ho-hum, 17 passing touchdowns. But that's not where his value lies. His value lies with his legs. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Remember those days? I mean, a few years ago, he ran over 1,000 yards, and I think that is still very much in play this year with the Jets. Clay's got a projected for 823 on the ground and 7 rushing touchdowns. A quarterback 11. He's got a forecast to be a back-end QB1 in 12-team drafts, and I think that is achievable. Again, in 2022, 1,143 rushing yards and 8 rushing touchdowns. That follow-up, he took a step back had 657 on the ground, only 4 rushing touchdowns. But a guy that has improved somewhat as a passer. I remember in 2023, decent, number 13 in deep ball completion percentage. He was also number 17 in red zone completion percentage. Now, last year, only number 30 in adjusted completion percentage. So hopefully he's got to have a little bit more touch on those intermediate passes. That's his area of weakness. Can really zip it down the field. You mentioned Garrett Wilson. I like Justin Fields quite a bit. I am going to be focused on grabbing him if I do play the weight on a quarterback strategy, because I think he's going to exceed expectations this year. And a lot of people, I think, have given this 3-pack are probably going to go Drake May, but Fields, Corey and I feel, is the right answer. Let's go to the running back position in this group. Who do you like most? Chuba Hubbard, Joe Mixon, or James Conner? Who's your pick?
This one right here is interesting because I'm not as high on any of these guys, to be 100% honest with you. But I would go Hubbard because he has the job. Looks like he projects to be a 3-down back. You know, he had that breakout season last year. I think we are in agreement that we think the Carolina Panthers are going to be a better team this year than they were last year. You know, last season when he had that big year, his numbers wasn't really tied so much into the touchdown production, right? And that's what I like about, running backs. Now, he had a career high with 10, but he had 250 totes, and he averaged almost 5 yards a carry. So that right there was impressive. He also caught 43 passes last year, too. Now, the 43 receptions came at 4 yards a pop. That's not Alvin Kamara, Christian McCaffrey. You know what I'm saying? That's check, baby, 1-2. But the quarterback, you know what I'm saying, was spotty throughout the course of the season. But I think Hubbard's the safest one out of that bunch.
Yeah, I'm going to go the desert, man. I like James Conner. I'm fully invested in him. I know he's on the wrong side of 30, but I think he's got one spectacular season left. A guy that last season was advanced metrics darling. Let me give you the evidence why. He was RB13 in yak per attempt, RB3 in total missed tackles for us, RB6 in yards created per touch. That is tasty. I know a lot of people are high on Trey Benson, who is a power back. But, I think Connor's going to get every bit of the 66.3% opportunity share he had last year. Clay's kind of projected 1,400 combined yards, a dozen total touchdowns, and he has the third easiest fantasy running back strength of schedule. I think Connor's going to be a top 15 back. He is my pick over Hubbard and Mixon. Let's go to wide receiver. My cousin, Mike Evans, Marvin Harrison Jr. saying the desert there, or DJ Moore of my Chicago Bears. Who do you have?
Excuse me, Brad, and the listening audience, and the people in the studio producing the show. I want to apologize to everybody, for coughing into the microphone just now. Allergy season is really, kicked up down here. It's hot, steamy in the South. But that's neither here nor there. Now, we got to get back to the business at hand. Look at these wide receivers, Mike Evans, Marvin Harrison Jr., and DJ Moore. Mike Evans is a Hall of Fame wide receiver. He was drafted in the same draft class as Devontae Adams, right? And you ask most people who had a better career, Devontae Adams or Mike Evans. Majority of casual fans will tell you that it was Devontae Adams. It's been Mike Evans. I cannot get enough of Mike Evans, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going back to Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm going back to MHJ. I got to. The talent is too real. He's too young. I almost felt like Kyler Murray didn't want to throw him the ball last year. Like, what are they doing? They need to utilize him. And Brad, you know what? You mentioned it a couple times today. You like the Cardinals this year, huh? You like them as a team. What are you seeing them?
Oh, I see a very good defense, more than a lot of people are giving respect for. I think that's got a chance to be a top 10 unit. I think the offensive line has shown some improvement in the restructuring there. Kyler Murray, I know, is the dachshund of the desert. He is short to the ground, but I think he is going to have a phenomenal season. Why? Because Marvin Harrison Jr. looks absolutely yoked. And I'm not, worried about him going full David Boston. from back in the day, a guy that was too yoked and he couldn't move as a result. I think the added strength that he is bringing to the table is only going to propel him to outstanding production this season. I mean, Clay's got to project for 83 catches and 1,145 yards and 7 touchdowns. If he gets to that level, he is going to be the best of this bunch. Because he also was number 10 in total route wins last season, number 6 in total air yards, number 7 in deep ball targets. I love the talent. I love the pedigree, obviously. Those genes of his dad, I think, are going to come front and center this year. And Father Time is still undefeated. Marvin Harrison is a hell of a lot younger than Mike Evans. And DJ Moore, we'll see. I think the Bear breakout receiver is going to be Rome Odunze. So I'm with you, man. I'm going with the Desert Bird. Got to fly high. And Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's get one more in here in wide receivers. Your choices are Travis Hunter, the aforementioned Rome Odunze, or Chris Olave with Tyler Shaw, I guess, throwing to the rock. Who do you have there?
Yeah, this one right here is interesting to me, right? So I'm gonna take the guy I took as one of my keepers in Rome Odunze. Olave is probably the most talented one in this bunch, but we don't really know what that's going to look like this year. So you kind of got to take a pause on that one right there. The Travis Hunter thing, last night when I said the Giants were going to have the least wins, you know how close I was saying it was going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars? They should stick Travis Hunter in the secondary as a shutdown corner and not fool around with this experiment. They got Brian Thomas Jr., and I understand how much we love Travis Hunter and what he can do, but he is best as a corner. But that's neither here nor there. For fantasy purposes, I am going to stick with the guy that I stuck with on Keeper Selection Day, and I'm going to go with your boy, your man's, Rome Odunze.
Yep, that is a pick here in my opinion as well. I think he's going to be a breakout sensation here in the 2025 NFL season. A guy that was top 35 in total route wins last year. He was number 2 in unrealized air yards. So with those unrealized air yards become more realized, he's going to be good for well north of 1,000 yards, at least a handful of touchdowns. Invest in him with supreme confidence as your wide receiver 3. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back from the gridiron and the diamond, we're talking MLB futures. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move, take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my guy Corey Parson on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And the agave has been flowing. Oh, it's so tasty when it hits the lips. Oh, yes. Thank you, bartender, so much for another little sweet treat. And we're going to take some hacks a dish here in this segment. We're going to do another edition of Feed or Follow Major League Baseball futures, second half of the season, getting underway tomorrow. Thank God for that. My Chicago Cubs going to be back in action at Wrigley Field. So we may have a couple of bets about them in this segment. Why? Because Brandon working the board here and EPing at the same time, juggling a lot of duties on BetMGM Tonight this evening. He is going to tee us up in this segment with some of his favorite second half futures in Major League Baseball. And then he's simply going to ask Corey and I, are you going to fade or are you going to follow? And by the way, if you want to follow some of our 2 cents, our advice, our commentary, and you want to personalize, a simple way to contact Corey and I, if you have a fantasy football question, maybe you want to talk about Major League Baseball after the All-Star break. You want to talk to me, you want to talk futures in college or the NFL? You absolutely can. All you got to do to contact Corey and I here on the show is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Don't be bashful, folks. Corey and I at the top of the show ran down our top 3 must-have fantasy football draft picks this season. What are your must-haves? We want to hear them. So again, dial us 833-732-3875. We'll bring it live on the air and give you our insights as well. All right, it's time to get after it. Let's bring Brandon in right now for this MLB Futures Feed or Follow edition. Again, Brandon's going to throw out a bet right now available at BetMGM. And he's simply going to ask us, either Corey first or myself, guys, you got to fade or are you going to follow? So let's take some swings, hopefully take it out of the park. Brando, what do you got at first?
All right, guys. So I saw this one earlier this afternoon, and I got to tell you, I can't wait until baseball gets back. But I put a lot of money down on this one because I really feel like this one's going to hit. Cubs to have the most wins in the month of July. Corey Parson, are you going to fade or follow that?
That's interesting right there, right? And that's a good way to get in on some action on your favorite team. But being that it's a homer bet, I'm going to fade it. Looking at the back half of the schedule for the month, you got Boston, Kansas City, you got your crosstown rivals who stink, and then you got the Brewers. You're on the road for a lot of these games too, but it doesn't really matter the way the Cubbies been playing right now. I'm still going to say they won't have the most wins. I am going to fade you, B. Diddy.
I am not. I am going to follow you. Why? Because I have an extensive Brian Sandberg car collection, and I just acquired from a friend an Andre Dawson signed Hall of Fame Cubs jersey. Truth be told, I love the Hawk back in the day. So because of that reason, I can't really bury the bias. I think Corey brings some smart and astute points. Beantown's white hot offensively right now. Now, the Royals, though, they can't really score, even with Bobby Witt, Salvador Perez on that roster. The Sox suck, and the Cubs are going to be playing them in the Crosstown Classic coming up later this month. And then at the Brewers, and that's going to be a pivotal series for the Cubs, not only in the month and your bets, but for the division as well. The Brewers just keep overachieving and keep winning. The Cubs are going to be in the market, the trade deadline. They're number 3 in WRC plus on the year. PCA is having just an enormous breakout season. Kyle Tucker, I'm always a sucker for. Seiya Suzuki leading the bigs in RBI. I can't fade my Cubbies. I can only follow them, especially at a handsome juice that you just laid out. So I'm with you there on that one, Brando.
Brandon, I gotta give you guys both the reason why you shouldn't fade this. And Corey, after you hear this, you might decide, you know what, you're right. The Cubs right now are the 3rd best team record-wise in the month of July. coming out of the All-Star break. The two teams ahead of them are the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox were on a 10-game winning streak heading into the All-Star break, but the Red Sox have the Cubs for 3, the Philadelphia Phillies for 3, the Dodgers for 3, and then the Minnesota Twins for 3. The other team that was 1 game ahead of them was the Blue Jays, and they have San Francisco for 3, the New York Yankees for 3, the Detroit Tigers for 4, and then the Baltimore Orioles for 4, while the Cubs do play Boston, so the winner of this series could very well dictate this bet. But then they do get Kansas City, they do get the White Sox, and then they do get the Milwaukee Brewers, who they've played well against all year long. Yep. I think that this is at plus 700, it just seemed too good to not take.
Yeah, thank you for thank you for clarifying that. I will be logging on and putting that wager in. Hey, Salvador Perez got to be 50 years old. I mean, I can remember doing the show with Scott Engel. You know what I'm saying? And us talking about Salvador Perez. Salvador Perez got to be 50.
He's ancient, but believe it or not, he's only like 35 because I looked it up the other day. I'm like, he's pushing 40. No, not quite there yet. So shockingly enough, may still have like 4 or 5 years left in the bigs. Brando, what do you got up next?
All right, so this one, I need to know whether or not you guys are going to talk me into it. This one is Toronto to win the AL East. They are 3 games up right now at plus 165. Are you going to take that, or are you going to fade it, Brad?
No, I'm going to follow you. Look, the Blue Jays have been one of the hottest teams in the big leagues over the last month. And a team, too, if you look at the rest of the season schedule, it is a little bit deflating. They have the 10th hardest remaining strength of schedule. And the ERA team-wide on the year, not great. Number 21 in the category of 4.16. But obviously, they're going to be buyers at a deadline. And they're scoring. And they're scoring at will. They're now number 10 on the year in WRC Plus with Bo Bichette, Vladdy Daddy Guerrero Jr., George Springer has come on here of late. I am buying an Canada. Yeah, I'll take the Blue Jays to win the AL East because the Yankees are overrated. I like that, especially at the price at plus 165. Corey, how about you?
I'm wearing a Yankee hat. You think I'm going to follow that bet? No, I'm not going to follow that bet from our brothers from the North. Nah, the Yankees is going to get it together. They're going to have a big second half of the season. They're going to win the division. Now, what happens after that, that's up in the air, but they will win the AL East.
Yeah, I think over the next couple of weeks, is good. Whatever Brian Cashman does for this trade deadline is really going to determine how deep the Yankees go. But with the Blue Jays having the 10th hardest schedule in all of baseball the rest of the way, and the Yankees chasing them down, I think the Yankees are just too talented to not win this division. So I don't know if I'm going to talk myself into that one. Let's move on to this next one, which you actually might like, Corey. So let's start with you. The World Series winner to be from the state of New York, which means it's either going to be the Mets or the Yankees, plus 450.
No. I don't know if the Yankees are a World Series team this year. Like you said, we got to see what Cashman does with the deadline. So I'm going to be 100%. And then I think the Dodgers are the best team in baseball, right? When it all boils down to it, I think they go back to back. Now, I'm not ever putting money on the Mets to win the that's the Mets. If the Mets win the World Series, it'd be an accident. You know what I'm saying? You ever notice every time the Mets World Series, one year they won and they won it back, it was like either the Miracle Mets or the Amazing Mets. It takes an act of God for the Mets to win the World Series. So no, I am not following that bet right there. Because if God wanted New York to win the World Series, he'd send the Yankees, not the Mets.
All right, look, I kind of agree with Corey here. Not so much on his downcasting of the New York Mets, but I will give the Mets credit. The Mets are top 5 on the year in team-wide ERA at 3.58, the number 6 in WRC plus. Now the Yankees are setting the pace in WRC plus on the season. Thank you, Judge, Aaron. But that pitching staff has got some question marks. And the Yankees have underachieved offensively at times over the last month and a half. So I don't think either one of these teams is winning. I don't think the Dodgers are winning it. I think it's going to be somebody literally out of left field. Maybe it's the Phillies. Maybe it's the Cubs. Maybe it's somebody else. Maybe like the Blue Jays if they get into the postseason. I don't think it's going to be a New York team, and I don't think it's going to be an LA team. But for the sake of just this bet alone, I am fading that New York-style pizza because I am a Chicago-style kind of guy.
Yeah, and I have a plus 650 bet for futures bet from before the season started, Corey Parson, that the Dodgers will not win the National League pennant. So I stick by that. I thought before the season that this team wasn't going to do it, and I still don't think that they're good enough to do it. I think that they're too injury prone, and they're one more injury away from really starting to collapse. All right, let's move on back to a team we know and love, Brad Evans. Let's start with you here. PCA to lead Major League Baseball in steals. He is 6 back of the leader right now at plus 700.
Not going to happen. Look, I love PCA like a child, and it's just been a remarkable thing to see him explode onto the scene. I mean, he's doing historic stuff. Maybe going to be a 40-40 season for him, maybe even better than that. But as I mentioned on the show last night, I like Chandler Simpson of the Rays to lead the major leagues and stolen the bases at plus 140. Guy's just been ultra efficient. He's only played 53 games, only has logged 185 at bats, but has 26 stolen bases. The downside for PCA is that a high contact hitter. The walk rate is suppressed. He's got a high K rate. You look at the on-base percentage, only at 302. Again, that contact rate, 73.1%. Walk rate at 4.5%. Zips got it projected for 14 more steals this season. Simpson just gets on base more because he has a higher contact rate. And I think he's going to take advantage and take the title on the base pass with the most swipes. So, no, I'm going to fade PCA, and I feel very sick for saying that.
I'm going to fade it, too, because I'm going to fade every Chicago Cub bet that is brought up.
Oh, my God. Get out of here.
I'm telling the truth. You know what's cool? I went to Chicago. I came to Chicago in 2020 for NBA All-Star Weekend. You know, it wasn't that cold, right? So the first night was freezing cold, but it was mild the rest of the weekend. I think it might have been Saturday night. Me and my cousin was riding around. You know what I'm saying? And next, I had a couple in me, so I wasn't driving. I had a couple in me. I wasn't really paying attention. And next thing you know, we turn a corner, and I'm like, oh my God, that's Wrigley Field. That was pretty cool to see Wrigley Field. And I see how that setup is by Wrigley Field. And I'm like, this must be very nice to hang out at in the daytime on like a Saturday afternoon. Get yourself a couple cold ones. You got the co-eds walking around and stuff like that. So I probably would never get a chance to experience that because if I want to go see co-eds walk around, I probably won't go to a Cub game. I probably go to a Braves game. But it's a good one right there.
Not a Yankee game, huh? Not a Yankee game.
No. I done did too many of those. You know what I'm saying? I might run into somebody I know, so we're not going to do that. I'm past that. I'm reformed. But yeah, shout out to Wrigley Field. It looked like a nice environment to hang out on a Saturday night, on a Saturday afternoon.
It's the greatest environment to hang out on a Saturday afternoon. It is. All right, last one, guys, and I think that, I don't know how you wouldn't buy in on this. He's already got 38 home runs heading out of the All-Star break. Cal Raleigh, 63 or more home runs for the season, plus 800. Corey?
Man. Yeah, that number's too juicy for a player that's too hot right now. That's kind of like the first bet, the one where the Cubs with the most wins in July. Like, that's a soft line right there. And then what's cool about this bet is, right, you get a chance to sweat it for the rest of the summer. So now you're sitting up there every time he hits a home run. You're like, you got your ticket. You're like, so you really get a chance to get emotionally involved in it. So, yeah, I would follow that one right there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to place a wager on that. How about that? Thank you, B. Diddy.
I like it.
Yeah, I love the
financial advisor.
Oh, yeah, well, you should. Look, I like the psychological take there from Corey, kind of, sucking me in as a result, but I don't think it's going to happen, guys. You look at Zips, he's got a projected prognostication service for 15 or more home runs. So if you have 15 plus 38, I know math major, but that's well south of 63. I mean, the ISO mark is outlandish at 375 this season, a 49% hard hit rate. He may smash 55. He may smash 60, but is he going to get to 63? I can't buy it.
He's absolutely getting to 63. It's 25 more home runs the rest of the year. He's hit 38 already. I just don't see any way that this guy doesn't do that. So I'm all over this one as well. That one and the Cubs' most July wins, my two favorite bets.
Well, yeah, they're both very handsome juicing. And Cal Raleigh, 63 or more jacks on the season at 8-1, and the Cubs' most July wins at 71. Awfully enticing, to say the least. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Emily Liker is going to join us. We're going to break everything down. Minnesota Vikings. She is a writer for the Star Tribune. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Corey Parson in the house alongside yours truly on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be talking a little Minnesota Vikings football. Skull with Emily Liker from the Star Tribune here in a second. We had some major news breaking earlier today tied to Jordan Addison. As his DUI charge and the associated punishments came out. Not really harsh, but he is going to be subject now to disciplinary action by the league office. So we're going to pick Emily's brain on what maybe that could be and maybe how many games he could be out, because we know that fantasy football drafters, they have their exercises just around the corner. So they're trying to evaluate whether or not they're going to move up or down Jordan Addison on their cheat sheets. By the way, we have our pole dancing poll question today posted right now on the X. We're always giving it to you there at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this. Red alert, which Kansas City Chief is your top pick to outperform his fantasy football draft ADP? Your options are Patrick Mahomes at pick number 69.31, Isaiah Pacheco, pick number 80.08 overall, Xavier Worthy at pick number 48.35, or Travis Kelce in his potential swan song at pick number 89.09. So far, close to 170 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Bring the noise and drop us a comment. We're going to read those coming up here in the next segment on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and talk to Emily Liker, who covers the Minnesota Vikings for the Minneapolis Star Tribune. Make sure you follow her on X, where she's always giving it to you there at EM Liker. Again, at EM Liker on X. Emily, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, first question, let's dig in on the big news that happened today as Minnesota standout receiver Jordan Addison. Some of that news finally trickled out as he pleaded guilty to a lesser vehicle offense. As a result, he's slated to pay a fine and complete 2 online courses tied to that DUI charge. However, he could face disciplinary action from the league office. From what you have gathered, do you believe Addison is going to receive a suspension? And if he does, potentially for how long?
Yeah, thanks for having me first off. And it came out today that Jordan Addison, he had a pretrial hearing out in LA, which is where he had been arrested in July of 2024. He had originally been charged with driving under the influence, a DUI, and another driving under the influence charge, driving with a .08 blood alcohol content. And he pleaded down to a wet reckless driving charge, which is a funny name, but means exactly what it sounds like. It's reckless driving, but under the influence. He acknowledges that he had something in his system, basically. And he pleaded no contest to that, which basically means that he's not admitting guilt or saying that he didn't do it. He's just kind of taking the charge to kind of get this all over with. And so, yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation when it comes to his potential league punishment. This is his second arrest. He had also been arrested for a driving incident in July of 2023, summer of 2023. That did not involve alcohol or any other substances. And so the league policy for first-time alcohol or substance abuse issues, which you have to be guilty, you have to admit guilt or be convicted of a charge to be handed down a suspension, is a 3-game suspension. And so we would assume that is the standard that they're looking at with this right now, because it is his first alcohol or substance related event. But the fact that he pleaded no contest, the fact that he managed to get a lesser charge maybe could bring that down. I don't know how likely that is, but I certainly don't think it would be more than that standard 3-game punishment for a first-time offense.
Interesting. Good stuff. Talking in fantasy circles, right? People are like, Oh, you got to be careful, Justin Jefferson, this year because his quarterback is J.J. McCarthy. And I keep saying, I don't know about that. Number one, Justin Jefferson is quarterback proof. Number two, Kevin O'Connell may coach the quarterback better than anybody in the NFL. What is the feeling around the team, the organization about what J.J. McCarthy is going to do this season?
I mean, everyone in the organization is really high on J.J. McCarthy. I think, obviously, like you said, everyone knows that Kevin O'Connell is very good when it comes to coaching quarterbacks, and he's been very confident in JJ's progression over the past year, even obviously being limited with the injury and not really being able to do a ton until this spring. And I think, speaking of Justin Jefferson, like Justin's also very confident in JJ, and that part of it aside, like you said, I think Justin Jefferson, his thing he likes to say, right, is that, like, doesn't matter who's throwing him the ball, they just need to throw it, and he's going to come down with it. So in terms of having a rookie quarterback, or essentially a rookie quarterback in there, having a younger guy, like, I don't think that is a big concern when it comes to Justin Jefferson.
Interesting. Good stuff. The tight end room led by TJ Hawkinson, he's kind of been up and down. Where is it, is there not enough targets to go around? Is there anybody else coming down the pipeline at tight end for the Vikings?
Yeah, well, they just re-signed Josh Oliver as well, who has been their number 2 guy for the past couple years. I think he is a little bit bigger of a build than TJ Hawkinson, and they're certainly going to rely on him a little bit more. Obviously, Hawkinson was down with an injury last year, recovering from an injury, and only kind of got that back half of the season. So I expect he will look a little bit better than he did in November and December, which is really all he played last year. But they also have Josh Oliver, who they're pretty high on, and then they drafted a tight end, Gavin Bartholomew, out of Pittsburgh, who I think they're looking to work into the pipeline, obviously, and they have a couple other undrafted free agent guys that we will see if they end up making the roster this training camp.
Oh, awesome stuff. We're talking to Emily Liker right now. She covers the Minnesota Vikings for the Minneapolis Star Tribune. Make sure you follow her on X, where she's always giving it to you there at M Liker. Again, on X, at MEM Liker on X. Emily, Justin Jefferson is obviously the offensive centerpiece for Minnesota, but the organization is hopeful Aaron Jones will also contribute consistent numbers. With Jordan Mason now in the mix as well, do you anticipate a similar 70% or so opportunity share for Jones this season? Also, do you think Mason vultures several goal line carries away from Jones this year?
Well, I mean, I certainly think the Vikings want to use Jordan Mason on the goal line. That is a place that they struggled last year with Jones, with Darnold. Like, it was just a place that they could not get things done in the run game, and they brought Jordan in because of his physicality and what he can do getting through that line of scrimmage, and especially in a goal line situation like that. But I do still think Aaron Jones is probably going to get the predominant amount of reps here, right? Like, he's coming off a career high season, which is kind of crazy to say at his age, but he had a 1,000-yard rushing season last year. Obviously, near the end, he had some of the aches and pains that a veteran does, but he was still producing for them. And as their primary back, also got involved in the receiving game a little bit and stuff like that. So I do think it will still tip towards Aaron Jones, but I think there's going to be a lot of situational reps for Jordan Mason.
Yeah, that's really interesting. A lot of fantasy players out there racking their brains at what the distribution is going to be. So tremendous insights, to say the least. Emily, we'll get you out of here on this. The over-under right now on the Minnesota Vikings to win is a 9.5 games. Where would you side on the over the under with this franchise this year?
I think I would go over that line, not necessarily dramatically over, but I think the NFC North as a whole looks a lot different than it did last year, right? I mean, obviously coaching changes for the Lions in terms of their defensive and offensive coordinators leaving, and Ben Johnson going to Chicago and kind of changing things there. So I think the division is going to look a little different, which in turn will impact obviously overall records and such. But yeah, I would take probably like a narrow over there if the line's 9.5.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an ultra-competitive division, to say the least. It might be the best, top to bottom, in the NFL. Tremendous, outstanding stuff from Emily Liker. who covers the Minnesota Vikings for the Minneapolis Star Tribune. Again, give her a follow on X, would you kindly? At MEM Liker. Again, on X, at M Liker. Emily, we appreciate the time. I will hopefully catch up soon and enjoy the rest of your quote-unquote off season, which I think has already ended.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
All right, there she goes, Emily Liker. Again, biggest takeaways here immediately, Corey, that come to mind. Based on her in-depth knowledge of the Jordan Addison situation, he's likely going to be suspended. Probably at most, though, maximum 3 games. That might get, brought down to like 2, possibly 1 game, but he's probably going to miss a little bit of time. So something you got to consider for fantasy purposes. And the other major takeaway from that interview, and she hit it, immediately on the head. The coaching staff has said this publicly. Jordan Mason's going to be a problem with the goal line for Aaron Jones. Period, end of story. So what are your takes on Addison, and what are your takes as well on this backfield in the land of 10,000 licks?
Yeah, the Addison thing, he's a player I like a lot too. That's the thing about it that kind of scares me. When you get in your draft, if it's the right price, go ahead and do it. But you know that you got to build depth into it, just like we talked about earlier with Rashee Rice. Man, here's the other part about it. Justin Jefferson to the moon now, right? Because, you could have 2-3 games with no Addison. It's just going to be throwing the football to Justin Jefferson. And J.J. McCarthy is going to be able to get it done. So you got to take that. Listen, we know what Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are anyway, so you can't really move them up that much higher. But, if you're in an auction league, maybe you want to spend an extra $1 or $2 on J.J.
Yeah, definitely. Look, if Addison is indeed out a game or 3, the target share is going to be astronomical for Justin Jefferson. I mean, he may be able to lure 15, 16 looks in each of those contests. It's not outlandish to say anyway, stretch or form. And, he is a guy that obviously has supreme separation skills. He beat guys on some of those cross routes. He can beat guys on quick slants. He can beat guys down the field on out routes and also on some of those post routes as well. He can do it all. I mean, he's got the drip. He's got the ice around the neck that he plays with because he's earned every dollar of the investment he has made in that neck wear because one of the best wide receivers, if not the best, certainly in the conversation in the NFL. So, yeah, I'm certainly in on him. And, yeah, people don't sleep with Jordan Mason. That's all I'm going to say. Especially if you're in a standard league, maybe your league hasn't evolved and, you have no rewards or reception. Jordan Mason may score 6, 7, upwards of 8 touchdowns on the ground this season. He's not going to kill it in yards by any stretch. He may only have 600, 650, 700 rush yards. But could he be a modern day, here's a throwback name for you, TJ Duckett? That is a distinct possibility. You didn't think coming to the show today that I would throw TJ Duckett out, did you, Corey?
No, I was not expecting a TJ Duckett reference today. But what I'll say is that player like Jordan, player like Mason, when you get into the depths of the bye week, you're going to look at your bench and you're going to see him and you can be like, thank God I got this dude. And he very well can score a touchdown for you and save you from a donut.
Yeah, that's the kind of glory of it. And that's why we always say, and we've constantly preached here throughout the show the entire week. And when Ryan Horvat and I have been on other weekdays here on BetMGM tonight, you got to draft for depth because the injury imp is always lurking. Guys are got to exit stage left and they're going to miss time at some point. So it's your ability to fill those gaps, to circumvent those situations and have solved them with sizable and reasonable solutions is how you can succeed over the long term. And a guy like Jordan Mason, you're getting ultra cheap in drafts. He's slipping right now in some cases right around the double-digit round mark, so round 9, round 10, and he may be RB5 on your roster, but when those rainy days occur or when those bye weeks kick in, you're exactly right. If you can go out there and get even 40 yards and a touchdown in a standard format, that is 10 points. Let's say he doesn't catch a pass. 10 points you would still take in a half-point PPR scenario or in a points per reception league when there are slim pickings out there. So do not forget about Jordan Mason. Highlight him with fluorescent yellow on your cheat sheet before you go into your draft this year, because I think he's going to pay at least a decent dividend. Won't be a handsome dividend, but a decent one, because he will be one of the ultimate goal line gremlins in fantasy football this year.
I love it. A goal line gremlin. Where'd you get that one from?
I pulled it out of my ass years ago. I've used that phrase several times. I think we should emblaze that out on a t-shirt. Goal line gremlin. I love Gremlins back in the day. It was a good show, and a good movie, to say the least.
The thing with Mason, though, right, is, the offense is also going to be good enough to where they're going to be scoring points. So then you have more opportunities. So I don't think it's going to be tush-push type, you know what I'm saying, numbers, but I think we get it done.
Yep, no doubt. And we got to get it done right now. Take a little siesta. We come back. Final thoughts on this Thursday night edition. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Corey Parson in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And you know what? I need one more pour. Give me a nightcap, bartender. Come on. Daddy's still thirsty. Oh, yeah. It's going to be downright tasty, and it's going to go down ultra smooth for your boy. Maybe in real life here in a moment. Don't forget, Corey Parsons is sticking around for a bonus hour here. BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And if you missed any of the show, man, we have had a dandy. We interviewed Andy Behrens, formerly of Yahoo Sports, one of my best friends in the industry. We actually are having a fantasy football draft at Casa de Evans, salary cap / auction in a couple of weeks, a keeper league. And he's really high on Caleb Johnson. He was talking him up because he's an Iowa grad and saw every single snap of him playing college. And, you know, he believes that is going to transition quite nicely to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So he's going to be working in concert with Jalen Warren. We got his thoughts, too, on the big news today and Rashee Rice. And we also had Tim Grunhard on, who covers Kansas City Chiefs on radio and is in the Chiefs Hall of Fame, inducted in 2021, getting his thoughts on Rashee Rice and, you know, how much time he could miss. Nobody really knows exactly the number of games he's going to be suspended for, but it could be upwards of 7 or 8 at probably the most. At the lowest, it might only be like 2 or 3. And it, you know, could fall somewhere there in the middle. So we're going to have to wait and see what the verdict is officially from the league office here in the coming days. And too, we talked to Emily Liker in the last segment breaking down Jordan Addison, who could also be suspended, stemming from his DUI charge earlier in the day. So, you know, Emily Liker saying it could be upwards of 3 games for suspension for him. We got her thoughts on J.J. McCarthy, got her thoughts on Jordan Mason, Aaron Jones, and that distribution and touches. Justin Jefferson, the whole shebang. So if you missed any of the show today, apologies, but you can always go back and listen on your free time whenever convenient via the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Also, phone line still wide open if you have any fantasy football questions for Corey and I. If you want to talk sports betting in the futures market, whether tied to baseball, WNBA, the NFL, or college football, we're open for business. All you got to do to contact us, you pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And I'm going to shut this down, where we had our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it was asking you this, red alert: which Kansas City Chief is your top pick to outperform his fantasy football draft ADP? Your choices were Patrick Mahomes at pick number 69.31 overall, Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 80.08, Xavier Worthy at pick number 48.35, or Travis Kelce at pick number 80.09. We had 169 votes cast. Corey, who led the way?
The way was led by Xavier Worthy.
No, he was the second place finisher.
Every day this week I've gotten this wrong. Jesus Christ.
I think you've gotten second place on every single guess you've had this week. He did draw 23.7% of the vote. The guy that led the way is my guy, the Punisher, Isaiah Pacheco, at 39.6%. The bronze medalist, kind of shocking. You know, a lot of people go with the brand names. Patrick Mahomes at 21.3%, and Kelce bringing up the rear at 15.4%. We had a couple of comments. Brandon Combs working the board and EPing tonight here on BetMGM Tonight chimed in and said if the Chiefs are going to get back to the dominant offense that they were, they are going to need Isaiah Pacheco to be a force. I think he can be just that if he can stay healthy, and that's a big if he can stay healthy. They feed him the rock a lot this year, and if you are getting him around round 6, it's great value. Completely agree there, Captain Combs. And Rangers 2025 chimed in, I don't want any of them. So he's fading all the Chiefs. I think you're crazy for doing that. Good luck to your last place punishment in your fantasy league. Maybe it's an inner thigh tattoo. Maybe you got build a boat and paddle across a local lake. That was an actual punishment I saw on social media this year. Or possibly you got to go to the Waffle House, which that punishment is played out. 24 hours of Waffle House. It's played out. A lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people doing it. Like if you're just going for a simple meal, it's not a punishment at all. I bring that on all day. But if I got to be for 24 hours, and a lot of times people say, well, if you're there for 24 hours, you also got to be eating constantly in that 24 hours. Yeah, that's rough on the old tongue.
That's too much right there. Yeah,
to say the least.
And
so there
Waffle
you go.
House, you might get your ass whipped too, because the Waffle House employees are very good at throwing hands.
That they can. You give them the business, they will give it right back to you. So,
Yes.
Waffle House employees, we do appreciate you and all
Shout out
the
to y'all.
fixings that you are working there on the griddle and the skillet on a nightly basis. So keep doing your thing, and hopefully the coffee will keep coming from me as well, and no hands will be going in my general direction. Yeah, don't want any of that. Yeah, no doubt about it. All right. A lot of people are going to maybe be fighting over Rashee Rice, depending upon how far he slips in fantasy drafts. Again, tied to the vehicle incident in a multi-car crash, and there were some severe bodily injuries as a result of it a little bit over a year ago in Dallas. With that car racing incident, he is going to have to go to jail for 30 days at some point, and he has a 5-year period to serve that 30-day jail sentence. That is a probationary period. There was $1 million fine attached as well. So, tough day there for Rice. But this was always lurking in the background, Corey. So entering the day, Rashee Rice was barely a top 32 pick in fantasy drafts, a wide receiver 16. I thought he was terribly overvalued, knowing that the risk was attached, that this verdict could come down at any moment. When people are drafting him in like best ball and other leagues, like, oh yeah, it's no big deal whatsoever. He's going to be okay. He's going to play 17 games. We're not going to have any kind of punishment doled out, but we don't know the duration of the suspension. We know it will come. We know it is going to be served this year because the Chiefs have already said it will be served this year. So what are your thoughts on Rashee Rice's fantasy value as it stands right now, given the big unknown and how many games it's going to be out?
Yeah, you got to pipe down a little bit if you're pulling the trigger too aggressively and anxiously on Rashee Rice. Obviously, this is going to be a situation that's going to play out throughout the course of the offseason. So it really makes his kind of draft value unsteady until you finally get a word. And knowing Roger Goodell, you ain't gonna get a word till Labor Day weekend. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, right now, in some of the places I've been looking, his ADP kind of has the suspension built in going in the 4th round. Like I said, whatever the suspension is, cut it in half. So if it's 2 games, drop him 1 round. If it's 4 games, drop him 2 rounds, and so on and so forth. 3 games, drop him a round and a half. That's how I am handling the Rashee Rice situation. And listen, he could end up being a league winner down the stretch. You got to build your team for depth, knowing that he's not going to be there to start the season.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But he's a guy that could be a league difference maker for your fantasy franchise. One of the most played out phrases, I don't know what you think about it, Corey. I hate it with a fiery passion, league winner. Right? One guy could make somewhat of a difference, but it's a collective. It's like, the MVP award always going to a quarterback. There are other valuable positions that exist in football. It is a team effort, and the same applies to the virtual gridiron. But he could be a guy that could help you get over the top, to say the least. And if you're getting him at a much more palatable price, I always thought wide receiver 16 was criminally overrated. But now if he slides to, like, I don't know, the wide receiver 30 to wide receiver 36 range, so you're essentially getting him at a wide receiver 3 price, he could easily turn out, when he is back on the field and active, a wide receiver 2 valuation. Now I'm buying, because you know how good he is after the catch. He was number 4 in total yak yards a couple of years ago. Mike Clay had him projected this season over a 17-game slate to catch 98 balls. Now, obviously, that is going to be lower as a result of whatever the suspension is. But the dude is a shot caller. The dude is a baller with the ball in his hands after the catch. And yeah, he's tied to one of the best in generational quarterbacks in the game, and Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, I'll be an investor in Rashee Rice based on his value likely slipping. And I am too an investor, and X gonna give it to you. And Xavier Worthy, who could be outstanding for the first 5 weeks of the NFL regular season, because the Chiefs have a top 5 easy strength of schedule for fantasy wideouts to begin the year.
Yeah, and that is something, Brad, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't believe in strength of schedule, because you never know what a team is going to look like as the season progresses. So I think it's a good tool to use, right, to kind of give yourself a baseline maybe. But when it's all said and done, you kind of really don't know what these teams are going to look like coming down the stretch of the season.
Oh,
Injuries
that I agree
and what
with.
have you. Yeah, injuries and what have you, and things like that. So, it's not really something that I put into my analysis. You know what I'm saying?
I do for the early stretch of the season, and that's why I think it really applies to Worthy. But you're 10,000% correct. Injuries happen, roster turnover happens, guys get benched, guys do other things, and they're on the sideline. Yeah, exactly. So rosters are always ever changing, and thus the strength of schedule also changes as a result. You always got to monitor it though as the season unfolds. St. Lisa, and by the way, shout out to T.J. Watt. $128 million man signing his extension, one of the wealthiest contracts in NFL history, especially for a D lineman. And this moron last night took the under on 11.5 sacks for him this year. A bulletin board material, to say the least, for Mr. Watt, who's probably going to break NFL records and look like LT out there this year. You're welcome, Pittsburgh fans. All right, I got to exit stage left. Here on the program, Corey Parsons sticking around for a bonus hour. Until next time, I'm back Monday, the following Monday. Adios, amigo sports. Where you at?
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome into the bonus hour of BetMGM Tonight. Your host, Corey Parson, the fantasy executive. Just wrapped up with our boy, Brad Evans. Ryan Horvat vacationing. Had a good time on the program. Coming up this hour, we'll talk a little Kansas City Chiefs football. They've been in the news a lot today with the situation with wide receiver Rashee Rice. Obviously, fantasy implications all over that one, as well as Xavier Worthy as well. Coming up a little bit later on the program, me and B. Diddy, EP on the program today. We will look at some different players and decide who we want to build teams around, things of that nature. So got a good hour coming up for you. Thanks for rocking and rolling. Thanks for hanging around with us, especially on a day like today, day that is probably one of the slowest, if not the slowest sports day of the year. But we are having a good time, and we're thankful to have you along for the ride. Now, B. Diddy, while we were doing the program today, right, every now and then I would hear something, and I would take out this trusty magic marker right here. If you're watching at home, you can see the magic marker. And I would jot it down. And I put a couple of things down as we go around the show. And I'm like, okay, let me write that down. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. Now, my writing is chicken scratch, so some of it, you know what I'm saying, I may have to figure out what I'm talking about on the fly. But I got a couple of things right here, my man, that I want to discuss that took place on the show today, right? Things that were said by either Brad Evans, things that were said possibly by Andy Behrens, whatever the case may be. If it was mentioned on the program today and it caught the fantasy executive brain, I said, let me jot it down right quick, and I'm going to talk to B. Diddy about it in the bonus hour. Brad Evans really likes the Arizona Cardinals this year. Now, last year in one of the popular handicapping contests out in Las Vegas, I finished about two games below the cash line. Now, mind you, this is against the spread. I was 12 games over 500 and didn't cash. Now, what I realized was I went back and I looked through everything, and my problem was I could not figure out the NFC West. I knew San Francisco was bad, but I couldn't figure out Arizona. I couldn't figure out the Rams. I couldn't figure out the Seattle Seahawks. Is that a real animal, a Seahawk? Trivia. Now, he likes Arizona this year, right? So I'm thinking to myself, interesting. Arizona is down in New Orleans in the Dome in week one of the NFL season. Everybody think the Saints are the worst team in the league. There's some people around like Brad Evans, and I'm sure it's others, that think Arizona could possibly be a playoff team or maybe even win the NFC West this year. Let me ask you a question, B. Diddy. Would you, in a survivor pool, use Arizona in week one down there in the Dome versus the Saints?
Yeah, I mean, look, I want to, for all the listeners that are joining us for the first time, I want everybody to know he's saying B. Diddy, not the other letter.
Yeah.
And I own zero stock in baby oil. Zero stock in baby oil. But getting to the Arizona Cardinals, man, look, when you look at their schedule, I think that's why everybody is so high on this team, right? Because when you look at their out-of-division schedule, they've got the Saints, which we all know is probably going to be the worst team in the league. They are probably in the Arch Manning sweepstakes, right? If Arch Manning comes out. But then they got the Panthers, who I'm high on. I know you're high on them. I know a couple other people that think that they're going to be a lot better than they have been this year. But a lot of people also look at that as, not such a tough team. Then they've got the Titans. They've got the Colts. They do have the Cowboys and the 49ers, but they have the Jaguars. They have the Texans. They have the Falcons. You know what I mean? So their out-of-division schedule is not very tough, and I think that's why a lot of people are so high on them, because they are going to be playing a last-place schedule. I still, man, I think that they go maybe 1-5 inside this division, and when you go 1-5 inside your own division, it's really tough. And you might beat the Saints. You might beat the Panthers. You might beat the Titans. You might beat the Colts. But then you got the Packers, the Cowboys. You got the Buccaneers. You've got the Texans. You got the Bengals. You got the Rams, obviously in your division. But you've got all of these other teams that I like. For me, I still see this as like a 7 to 8 win team. I don't see it. Like, I know Brad's high on them. I just don't see it.
Would you use them in Survivor in week 1? In a Survivor pool?
God. You know what's funny is that last year, was it the Bengals against the Patriots that everybody was
Yes,
taking?
it was the Bengals versus the Patriots. The Bengals were 5.5 point road favorites.
Yeah.
And they lost outright.
Man, new coach, wanting to make a statement. Everybody's doubting you this year. I think I stay away from them this year in first week Survivor, especially with the Cardinals. I'm probably going to go and try to pick on a different team and not take that chance with that one, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I'm probably going with the Carolina Panthers week 1 in Survivor because I like their matchup first week 1 in Survivor against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That's risky right there.
But I love them. I'm not high on the Jaguars at all, and I am not a Trevor Lawrence guy whatsoever.
I think I like Sunshine, but I do think that he has been mishandled so far. Let me get your thoughts on the Rashee Rice situation. Obviously, the news comes out today. Now, what would we call this? A wet reckless?
Yeah, no,
that
was
sound
the
like
Jordan
the name of
Addison one. That's the Jordan Addison one.
Jordan Addison has the wet reckless. That sounds like a gentleman's club name.
I think it's because isn't his operating I believe he was operating like a ski-doo or something under the influence.
And
I don't think his
pleaded.
Yeah, I don't think his was an. Yeah, I don't think his was an actual like on the road, but I mean, still, just look here's what I don't get, man. Why does the NFL not come down harder on these guys? Why is it that when Josh Gordon smokes weed and does his thing and constantly fails the drug test, which I understand at the time wasn't legal everywhere like it is now, but he loses basically a full career. But you get guys now that are with these reckless homicides and everything, and the only reason why they're getting a harsher punishment is if they go to jail like Henry Ruggs did. You getting 2 to 4 games for a reckless driving where you hit another vehicle going over 100 miles an hour.
That's serious business right there. Rice pleaded guilty in district court to 2 third-degree felony charges. Collision involving serious bodily injury and racing on a highway causing bodily injury. That's pretty serious stuff right there. I don't want to speculate what the suspension is going to be, but how are you going to handle Rashee Rice on draft day? And I hate to go from such a serious thing to talking about fantasy football, but this kind of is the nature of our business.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and that's what we're here for, right? And for me, on a fantasy standpoint, like I was already not extremely high. I was with you and Brad on that. I was not extremely high on Rashee Rice. And I felt like he was extremely overvalued in a lot of these drafts. So for me, I was already one of those. If he's available in the 7th or 8th round, he might be worth a look. Now it's, depends on the length of the suspension, right? Like, I don't know what this Kansas City Chiefs offense is going to look like, and I don't trust what I saw last year. I actually think that they take a step back this year. I'm on the under the 11.5 wins. I'm on the I don't know that Travis Kelce is as potent as he was. I don't think that I think that what he has done, Patrick Mahomes, in his first 7 years now in the league, and he's been to the AFC title game every single year. He's been to Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. I think he was blessed with great teams around him. And when you start to see that the talent starts to dwindle a little bit, it hasn't been the exact same. And I think that, you see the body he's walking around with now. He's okay with having the dad bod and all of that stuff, which is great. But I tell you right now, man, I have a dad bod, and I used to play softball and hockey and all this stuff. You ask me to run away from a 300-pound lineman right now, they're going to kill me. So
is Patrick Mahomes in the GOAT conversation?
He is. If he goes to a 4th straight Super Bowl, whether he wins it or not, I mean, you have to have that conversation. in Monty in the chat saying he's already the GOAT. He's not the GOAT already. You can't. I mean, look, Tom Brady went to 10. He spent half of his career going to Super Bowls, and he won 7 of them. So I can't necessarily say he's the GOAT yet, but I think he's in the conversation. I think he's already top 3 all time, right? Like, do you put him?
When I say GOAT conversation, to me the GOAT conversation is Patrick. Not the GOAT conversation to me is Tom Brady, Joe Montana.
Ooh.
To me, that's Peyton? The GOAT conversation.
Do you put Peyton in there?
It's not. The playoff success just wasn't there. He could be the regular season GOAT, but the playoff success wasn't there for Peyton.
But
Manning.
I could argue with you that the playoff success wasn't there because he played in the same era as Tom Brady.
But then you got to beat Tom Brady to be the GOAT.
Right, but I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like when you're talking, like, it's definitely not.
His legacy was on the line. When his legacy was on the line in the Indianapolis Colts uniform, 2-minute drive to win the Super Bowl, he threw a pick 6.
For me, no, I agree with you. For me, I think Joe Montana's out of the conversation too. I think it's Tom Brady.
You ain't seen Joe Montana. Must ain't seen Joe Montana play.
I saw Joe Montana play. I saw Joe Montana play, and I know he never lost in the Super Bowl. But you know one thing that Tom Brady never had on his team? Jerry Rice. You know one thing Tom Brady never had on his he never had a running back the way that Joe Montana had. He never had the offensive lines and the innovative offenses that Joe Montana had. Joe Montana's offense was ahead of its time. He was a product of the system for sure. For me, it's Brady or Mahomes because I mean they're just doing it with so much far less talent than what Joe Montana had around him, I think.
All right, let's get to the next one. Xavier Worthy or Cortland Sutton? Fantasy football purposes, you're on the clock.
I'm going Cortland Sutton over Xavier Worthy, and here's why. I believe that Bo Nix is in a better situation right now, and I believe that Cortland Sutton is going to be a huge part of that offense. We talked about this last night, that if you believe in Bo Nix, you have to believe in Cortland Sutton. You have to believe in Marvin Mims because those are the guys that he's throwing the football to. So I'm going with Cortland Sutton because I just think he's going to have a better year.
All right. T.J. Watt signed his deal today, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. And this is where the Dallas Cowboys mess up. Because now they got to pay Micah Parsons. Why didn't they get Micah Parsons done before T.J. Watt got done? Jerry Jones always does this, and it ruins the salary cap. Bad move by Jerry Jones.
Are they paying Micah?
Of course they
I think that's the bigger question.
You know Jerry Jones. You know how Jerry Jones do. Jerry Jones wait to the last minute, and then he call you know I was gonna get there.
I don't know though, man, because now you're really handcuffing yourself with not only the Dak Prescott contract, all of these big contracts that Jerry Jones hands out. You handcuff yourself, and that's why they can't get over the hump.
Because you got to pay the player before the extension comes. That's what you got to do. That's what the smart teams do. Jerry sit down there, wait to the last minute, and make a show of it. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Anyway, that's my little thing about Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Caitlin Clark, second season, injuries, not going to be in the All-Star game. Reminded me of Michael Jordan, his second season, injuries, rattled. Then it got to the postseason and he went crazy. Do you think Caitlin Clark, after being banged up all season, can go on a year 2 Jordan-esque run in the WNBA playoffs? Right now, the Indiana Fever are the 6th seed in the WNBA playoffs.
I love Caitlin Clark, but sir, when you have a Michael Jordan rookie card hanging behind your head, how dare you? How
I got a Caitlin Clark one. I got some Caitlin Clark ones that I spent more money than people spend on a car on. So you know what I'm saying? That goes to know what I think of her.
Blasphemy. But look, Caitlin Clark, if referees would start calling fouls on her and stop letting the rest of the league just absolutely ambush her every single time that she's on the court, maybe she could stay healthy. I do think that she could have a great run. I do think that she's going to win championships. I do think that she can carry her team on her back. I watched her do it in college. I know for a fact she could do it in the WNBA. As soon as, look, you get to a point where you have to start protecting your superstars, and once the WNBA realizes that, then the WNBA will be a better product for it because Caitlin Clark will stay healthy.
All right, there you go right there. Got plenty of stuff coming up on the rest of the program. BetMGM tonight. Coming up next, though, we slow it down. We talk a little bit about the Kansas City Chiefs. Had a comment on Twitter, on X earlier today saying, fade all Chiefs. We bringing in my man, Tim Grunhart. He'll let us know what to think about the Kansas City Chiefs reigning AFC champions. It's BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
GM Tonight, Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside Corey Parson on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be chugging down some more shots with Tim Grunhard, our Kansas City Chiefs insider, and a guy that we're itching to talk to because we had some major news break earlier in the day in regards to their perceived top wide receiver weapon. And Rashee Rice will get some thoughts on Patty Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and in that backfield as well. Is it going to be a renaissance for Isaiah Pacheco this fall in KC? Again, we're going to be talking to Tim Grunhard here momentarily. A friendly reminder, if you want to talk with us about, I don't know, some fantasy football, some futures bets in the NFL, college football, the WNBA, futures bets in the second half of the MLB season, simple way to contact Corey and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Don't be shy. Give us a call. We're happy to help answer your various fantasy football and sports betting questions. Right now, let's go out to the phones and talk to Tim Grunhard, a man who knows Kansas City inside and out. He's a Kansas City Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021 inductee. He's a Chiefs radio analyst, and a man you gotta follow on X. He's always giving it to you there at Grunny61. Again, at Grunny61 on X. Tim, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away, earlier today, the Rashee Rice news broke. He received 5 days of 30 days of jail time and 5 years of probation. That's what I want to get out. Stemming from a 2024 multi-car crash in Dallas. As ESPN's Adam Schefter reported, expectations are he'll serve a suspension this season. We don't know how many games he's going to get. So I ask you the question, how many games do you feel he is going to get? And what is the contingency plan with him out?
All right. Hey, guys, it's great to be on with you. Obviously, a tough situation for our wide receiver, Rashee Rice, happened today. You got to pay your dues, make bad mistakes. And, like you said, he's got 5 years probation. He's got to serve 30 days of jail in those 5 years. Plus, he's got a little hefty fine / paying off some of the people that were injured, over $1 million. So pretty expensive afternoon for Rashee Rice. And listen, the point of emphasis for the Kansas City Chiefs this whole offseason leading into camp next week is to find a way to make some big plays down the field. The point of emphasis are the chunk plays from the Kansas City Chiefs, as Marty Schottenheimer used to say. Rashee Rice being out, the over-under, I believe, is 4. I'm going to go with, let's say 5, because I'm going to say 4 games he's going to be suspended. So if the under-over is 5, I'm taking the under. But, those 4 games are going to be tough because, listen, he's a big-time weapon for the Kansas City Chiefs. Xavier Worthy came into his own last year. He just admitted that the first 8 games of the year, he wasn't quite sure what he was doing out there on offense. So you got a guy like Rashee Rice, who we'll see how long he's out. Xavier Worthy is going to be a formidable wide receiver. Hollywood Brown, if he can stay healthy, is going to be great, and Smith-Schuster. So I like their wide receiver room, but it's in flux because you just never know what's going to happen with the Rashee Rice situation. But the one thing you do know, everybody out there, is Patrick Mahomes has made it a point of emphasis that he wants to get the ball down the field this year. His stats last year, quite frankly, sucked.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. And
yeah, I mean, listen, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but he was not happy with the production he had down the field last year.
Yeah, that's kind of was going to be my question was this last season, Mahomes really, as far as statistically, put up just about career lows just about everywhere, right? Even that average pass was under 7 yards. That seems like a quarterback on the downside of his career. Now we know that's not what Mahomes is because obviously the situation was different. I guess the question I'm asking is this team when the Chiefs, through the first part of their dynasty, it was carried by like Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelsey, and their offense. More recently, it seems like this team is being led by its defense. Does that continue this year? Or, outside of the Rice news, do you think that Mahomes is going to get his wish and be back over, 4,000, 4,500 passing yards?
Yeah, I mean, that's his wish. And so, listen, the Chiefs this whole offseason have been talking about, bringing in some offensive linemen and Josh Simmons, and they brought in Taylor Moore. Taylor Moore. He came in from San Francisco. So they tried to solidify that offensive line. They said the left tackle was a revolving issue last year. They had some major issues with giving Patrick Mahomes some time. And if you can't give a quarterback time, you can't get the ball down the field. And the last thing you want to happen is Patrick Mahomes to get hit and get hurt. So he was just getting rid of the ball. And Andy Reid, he's like, listen, we're just going to get the ball out and see if our playmakers can make some plays on the edges. They really never threatened it down the field last year. And then the other thing we talked about, 2 years ago, Rashid Rice was a rookie wide receiver. In Andy Reid's offenses, it takes some time for those receivers to get an idea of what they're doing and get on the same page in the chemistry with a quarterback. It's just it's a tough offense. So 2 years ago, Rashid Rice came into his own in Las Vegas against the Raiders about week 10. Xavier Worthy came out this offseason and said, listen, I was having issues with knowing what I was doing or where to go for the first 9 weeks of the season. So the two best receivers for the Kansas City Chiefs over the last, I'm talking about receivers, obviously not including Travis Kelsey, but the two best receivers were young guys that weren't quite on the same page chemistry-wise with Patrick Mahomes. So this year, at least, Xavier Worthy's going to have an idea of what he's going to have to do and how to do it. Rashid Rice, we'll see how long he's out, but Rashid Rice, if he can get those guys on the field with Hollywood Brown and stay healthy, they can get the ball down the field. And Travis Kelsey's just going to be a piece this year, I believe. 5, 6, 7 catches. He's going to draw some attention. He always does. The safety maybe coming up and bracketing him a little bit early in the season. So that should open some things up. But, yeah, Patrick Mahomes has said, listen, he wants to get the ball down the field. And I think there's a lot of gas left in his tank. But in the reality, he just didn't have the weapons around him over the last couple of years to make those big plays down the field.
Good stuff. You mentioned Travis Kelsey. Is this it for him?
Yeah, I think so. I was to be really honest, surprised he came back this year. But I think he wanted to have a swan song and kind of go through the year of retirement, and he well deserves that. I think it is his last year. I think there's a bright future in Travis Kelsey, whatever he wants to do, whether it's in entertainment or whether it's in movies or whatever the heck he wants to do. There's a bright future for him. And he's slowed down. Listen, when you guys know, when you turn 30, 31, 32 years old, all those little aches and pains, they just start to add up. And it looked like last year, he was a little bit heavier last year. Had lost a little bit of weight coming into this camp. So we'll see if that helps out a little bit. But, the pain and injuries have caught up to Travis, and he's out there gutting it out. But I'd be surprised if he goes past this year.
Yeah, right now, Travis Kelsey, just 4.5 receiving touchdowns, a prop available at BetMGM. In his swan song, I kind of like the over on that. I still think he's going to catch at least 5 end zone strikes off the hand of Patrick Mahomes. We're talking to Tim Grunhard right now, all Kansas City Chiefs all the time. He is a member of the Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021 and also a radio analyst for Kansas City in that organization. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Grunny61, again on X, at Grunny61. Tim, last season, Kansas City had a largely backfield that was a patchwork. Kareem Hunt was decent at times in a second tour of duty with the franchise, but he was no world beater. Andy Reid has spoken highly of Isaiah Pacheco this summer. What do you believe the distribution of touches is going to be in this backfield? And do you see Pacheco getting back to what he showed in 2023, in which he was a top 15 fantasy running back? So are you buying a revival for Isaiah Pacheco, and how many touches per game do you see him getting?
Yeah, he got hurt pretty early in the season and tried to gut it out and then got banged up again. So, yeah, as long as he stays healthy, I think he could put up some good numbers. I think you're going to see Kareem Hunt more as a third down back and maybe a back, in goal line situations. So if you're a fantasy guy, Pacheco's going to get you some yards, but I think that Kareem Hunt's going to be the guy that's going to have more touchdowns. Pound for pound inside the 5-yard line, they're going to give him the ball. But Pacheco, he's got great explosion. He runs angry. He's one of those guys that just really plays physical, plays hard, plays tough. But you guys know as well as I do, once you get banged up and you get a little aches and pains and your ribs are sore and your ankles are sore and your knees are sore, it's hard to do that. So last year he was a shell of himself. He really was. I think he tried to gut it out. He's a tough Jersey guy. He tried to gut it out, just couldn't pull it off. Hopefully this year he can stay healthy and get back to where he was at. I mean, this is a guy who was drafted in the 7th round and came in and took the NFL by storm. And I really think he can do that if he can stay healthy again. But once again, I'm kind of circling back to the original point, is the Chiefs want to get the ball down the field. So we'll see. Listen, this whole cover 2 shell stuff that everybody's been talking about, how it's been slowing down the Chiefs offense. You looked last year, they weren't even running that anymore. They were bringing the safeties up and they were trying to stop the running game because they weren't worried about the pass down the field. So if the Chiefs could throw the ball down the field and make some plays down the field, that might open up some room for Pacheco and the running backs to be able to, get some good production. So, it's a catch-22. You want to throw the ball down the field, you want to make those big plays, but yet you still have to have that little bit of a running game. So it'll be interesting to see. I think the Chiefs are going to put up some points this year. I'm excited about the Chiefs offense this year. I think Patrick Mahomes has got a chip on his shoulder. I think he's playing pissed. And, anytime you get Patrick Mahomes in that kind of situation, Katie bar the door, man. That guy's going to come out flying.
And the over-under right now on Patrick Mahomes with BetMGM for passing touchdowns this season, only 27.5. I would windmill slam dunk the over. I think he's going to have at least 30 passing TDs this year, especially behind that stout offensive line, which should be one of the best in the NFL. Pass blocking, run blocking efficiency. Hey, Tim, we'll get you out of here on this. Over or under 11.5 wins for this franchise. Which was really in bed with Lady Luck last year. They won so many games by 8 points or fewer. Is it going to be the story yet again? Or, do you see this team taking a step back or really racking up the W? So 11.5 is the over-under on wins right now on BetMGM.
Well, I got my BetMGM app, and I already bet the over. So I'm going to have to go with my gut. I think they're going to win 13 games this year. Last year, you're right. I mean, starting from the first game against Baltimore when I forget the wide receiver, but he was about a half a foot out of bounds or maybe a half a toe out of bounds. And then the rest of the season kind of fell in the line with that. But I think the Chiefs are going to be more productive on the offensive side. They may drop off a little bit on the defensive side. I don't think they're going to win 15, 16 games like they did last year, but I think they'll be over 11.5. I'm going with 13.
All right, you're expecting another big year for the Kansas City Chiefs, and, well, it only makes sense when you have Patrick Mahomes running the show. Tim Grunhard, we appreciate the time. Kansas City Chiefs Hall of Fame class of 2021, Chiefs radio analyst, and follow him on X, or he's always giving it to you there, at Grunny61. Tim, safe travels, my guy, and we shall talk soon. Real football right around the corner. Can't wait.
It's here, guys. It's going to be great, and looking forward to visiting you during the season. I love your show.
Thank you, Tim. And again, we appreciate the 2 cents on everything Kansas City. Let me go and bring in Corey right now. Corey, he's emphatic. And he's dunking Dominique Wilkins old school style with a windmill on the over 11.5 wins for this team. Again, man, they were so fortunate winning so many games by a single possession, seemingly in the final 2 minutes. It was just rinse and repeat, week in and week out. Do you see Kansas City sailing past 11.5 wins? Do you see them taking a step back, or are they going to be right there at that number? What do you say?
They're probably going to be a 12-13 win team. When you look at the schedule for the Kansas City Chiefs this year, their schedule as it stands now. I was talking with B. Diddy last night, right? And we look at and we try to project what's going to happen in the season and, strength of schedule and stuff like that. Well, we don't know what's going to happen. Injuries and things like that take place, and teams emerge and teams step back. But if you look at the way the schedule sets up now for the Kansas City Chiefs, I mean, they got the Giants on their schedule. They got Jacksonville on their schedule. They got Houston, Tennessee's on this schedule this year. So it's like they have the the blessing of having a situation to where they're not playing one of the tougher schedules. Now, they do have elite teams like Baltimore and Buffalo and Philadelphia on their schedule, but kind of in some of them dry spots, they kind of got lucky. They should be able to get to it, but it's going to happen. Here's the deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. Are they going to be in the AFC Championship game again this year?
Well, yeah, that's the $64,000 question. We're going to find out. I hope not, because I'm honestly sick of that narrative, and I'm pulling for the Ravens, and I'm pulling for the Bills. All right, I got to pull myself out of here along with Corey, because we had to take a little CS, so we come back. Emily Likers breaking down the Minnesota Vikings. More wide receiver news dropping today. We'll spin it next. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
All right, final segment, BetMGM Tonight. Your boy Corey Parson, the fantasy exec, holding it down. Bonus hour, BetMGM Tonight. I want to thank everybody for rocking and rolling with us. Had a great show today. I want to thank my main man, Andy Barrett, for dropping by. Tim Grunhart and Emily Leaker all came through the program today. Good stuff as always. I want to thank Mike and B. Diddy for putting the whole shebang together. Shout out to him. Shout out to Andrew Williams sending me a text message and saying, hey, you want to do some work, Ryan Horvat? And I was like, yes, sir, because I need some monies to line my pockets so I can get ready to head on out to Las Vegas and get ready to do my thing in Las Vegas as we push closer to the kickoff of the 2025 NFL season. 2025 college football campaign. That's very interesting news in the break, but I'll save that. I'll save that for off here.
I was just gonna tell you that Vegas thing. That's my dream vacation, man. I've never been to Vegas. It's one place in the United States I've never been. I need to go. I would love to go to play poker. To be honest with you, I'm a big poker guy.
You're a poker guy.
But oh yeah, I love playing poker. But I've never actually been to Vegas. So yeah, it's a dream vacation. I'm gonna go at some point.
I'm actually thinking about. That's crazy. I actually was thinking about getting a spot out there in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to have my son move out there at one point, have him hold that down, and then help him with that. But that is neither here nor there, huh?
No, I was gonna say I there's no way I could live in Vegas with 6 kids.
No. It's probably Did we find out during the break that B. Diddy got 6 kids?
Yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing.
And I just was like, wow, I never knew that Brandon Combs was Sean Combs. No, let me stop. This was really the story of the break, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out some certain things. But then there's more to it. But I'm not going, like I said, I'm not going to disclose everything we talked about in the break, but there's more to it.
Good call.
Yeah, no doubt. Really threw the whole segment for a loop when this took place. You said you are you're a poker. I'm a roulette. My thing is I'm a roulette. Like when I get out there, get the contest signups and stuff like that. I don't do Survivor out there, but I do the against the spread thing out there. Like I said, I was 12 games over last year and didn't win a dime. How does that happen? You know what I'm saying? But if you're up 12 units at the end of the season, you're doing pretty good. Now, hopefully, I guess I got to be up 15 to hit that cash line, make yourself feel special. I do work with the Fantasy Football World Championships. So, doing their drafts, hosting their drafts and stuff like that, working with that crew out there. So I'm out there for almost the whole month, right? And what ends up happening is, you kind of assimilate to the Vegas culture. You got to wash clothes, you got to get a haircut, this, that, and the third. It's not a vacation. You're essentially living there when you're there for almost 20-something days. But I am get my work done, do what I got to do. And then after that, I'm kind of like more of I like to sit at the roulette table, right? That's where I'll do more of my bigger wagerings at the roulette table. And then if I'm just chilling, trying to see who rolls up, I will sit at video poker. I don't put much in video poker though, because if you don't get that royal flush, you're not really making nothing back.
Yeah.
That just be to pass the time. And then I was on a WNBA heater last year. So I was tearing them up in the WNBA last year when I was out there in Las Vegas. I mean, and then I had a morning where I started at the roulette table, right?
Mm-hmm.
I started the roulette table like 1 a.m., right? I think I had like $50. I turned 50 into 90, right? And that next morning I got up and I hit what was the wager? It was college football. It was a college football day game early in. It had to be week 0 or week 1. And I hit that. Then I rolled that into South Carolina on the money line versus Kentucky. South Carolina had looked bad in week 1 versus a FCS school. So, but I knew Carolina was better than that. So I rolled that, put that on the money line. Carolina won that easy. Came back, hit 2 WNBA bets. And then I forgot what the last bet of the night was. So that $50, I ended up leaving with $700 off that.
Oh, man.
Off that 50 that I took to the roulette table that night and just kept rolling it back, rolling it back, rolling it back, rolling it back. So I had some money in my cash. I had some cash in my pocket when I got on the airplane, when I got on the red eye to head back out east.
Hey, if you leave Vegas with cash in your pocket, I'm told that that's a very good thing. So I mean, hey, kudos to you, because I'm a home run prop guy. I hit quite a bit of home run props in baseball. I also like the hit props as well. I love parlays, man. I love like the 4 or 5 leg hit parlays, just you turn a little bit into a little bit more, right? Like,
yeah.
And so I love those. And I generally don't go with more than 1 hit per game. So if I do a 4 hit parlay, it's on 4 different games and it's 1 guy per game, right? Like I'm not doing some crazy 7 hit parlay in the same game. And so I'm that way too, though. In my BetMGM app, once I hit something, I roll it back over, right? And I keep rolling it over until something doesn't hit, and then that's when I start cashing out. But yeah, no, it's always a good thing. I would love to go to. I mean, dude, sports gambling in Vegas, it's a sports gambler's dream, right?
Well, you're not really, because it's not really. No, because you can't really. We're so used to the BetMGM app, right?
Yeah.
Where you can mix and match and do this and do that. A lot of time when you go into that window, they're not honoring a lot of those parlays. They're not trying to get their head kicked in. You know what I'm saying? So
okay,
you got to really maneuver and play with things to get the right parlays. So really, it's a lot of single game betting that I was doing when I'm out there in Las Vegas. Like I said, I'm rolling over on. Started at the roulette table. And then bam, bam, one college football game, another. Really, it was the Carolina win that kind of set it off. Then the back-to-back WNBA wins, you know what I'm saying? And I started to stop at the roulette table on my way out, you know what I'm saying? But I said, let me take this and get my tail back to the East Coast. And let me tell you something, that was the worst red eye I've ever been on in my life. Like it was 6 hours in the air. I couldn't go to sleep. I'm like, yo, can y'all turn the air on? The lady said everybody else is cold. And I'm like, well, something must be wrong with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you're leaving Arizona. I mean, how that's probably why everybody's cold. Or now you're leaving Vegas in the desert. That's why everybody's cold, because anything below 110 degrees.
The thing about it is, I had been out there for 20 days. So my body was weary, and my body was tired. And then coming to the big conclusion in the finale of the fantasy championships and stuff like that. And so fantasy executive had just been through a lot, but we was able to get back out east with some money.
How many days does it take to recover from something like that? Because I hear when you go, like if you go to China or you go to Japan, they say for every hour that the flight is 1 day of recovery.
That's interesting. I got back here I was home for kickoff of week 1 Sunday. I got back here. When I got to Columbia, South Carolina, I felt like death. But I was in my house for kickoff of week 1. I remember pulling up, getting the truck out my pop's crib, and then driving the truck over to my house. That was Sunday. I wasn't really back feeling right maybe till about Wednesday.
Yeah. That's okay. So it's a pretty good recovery time. So I'll have to make sure that if I ever do go, I plan a vacation and I go Wednesday to Wednesday, and that way when I come back to work on that following Monday, I'm already recovered. Is what you're saying.
You can do that.
That's a good plan right there, right?
But you wasn't out there for 20 days though. See, I wasn't on vacation. True. I was grinding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can tell you some other stories, but that would be on BetMGM After Dark, and that is not that edition of the program.
That's for the other platform.
Mitch and Andrew have not approved that yet. If they do approve that, I'll definitely tell you some stories about what goes down
Well, I'm a Marine, so I got some stories for you too. We'll just have to
I'm
catch
sure
up
you,
and,
well,
and,
let me
and,
tell you, you
and have
already
some
told me
stories on
some
the bar.
stories. B
That's
Diddy, we
fair.
got Rob
That's
Brown.
fair.
We got me. It's gonna be me and Rob Brown tomorrow.
Yeah.
Try to talk, get some good college football talk. And me and Rob Brown both down here in the Palmetto State. Rob is in the upstate area. I'm more in the Midlands / Low Country. So he's up there with the Clemson Tigers. I'm down here with the Gamecocks. So
Yeah, and he just went to SEC Media Day, so we're gonna preview the SEC tomorrow. We're gonna have Mike Haas, the Saints play-by-play guy, on tomorrow.
Nice.
We'll probably preview a couple of NFC divisions I've got planned out, and then we'll do some fun stuff. Usually Friday nights, man. I say it all the time. Friday nights are for the boys. Right, so when we're here and we're having fun on a Friday night, and we have a different type of lineup. Brad Evans is out. It's kind of like when the cat's away, the mice will play type thing. That's what we do. So we'll have some fun segments lined up too. Usually do like 5 athletes you'd like to have dinner with, or 5 athletes you'd like to fight. Stuff like that.
All right, whatever you want to throw in there, I'm cool with it. We used to have this thing called a Handshake Hall of Fame, which was like people that you would want to shake hands or people that you have shaken hands with that, would make your Handshake Hall of Fame. Kind of the same thing as the dinner conversation. We do that. I definitely know who my number one is. But listen, I want to thank everybody for rocking and rolling with the program tonight. Shout out to Brad Evans. Doing a great job holding it down. BetMGM tonight. We went pole dancing and we looked at some average draft positions, talked to everybody talked about the Kansas City Chiefs and those in that situation going down. Got those 2 fantasy wide receivers, Jordan Addison and Rashee Rice, looking at possible suspensions this year. Caitlin Clark out for the WNBA All-Star game, so that really puts a damper on that event. But, it's still going to be a cool event. Looking forward to that 3-point shootout as well. Got a big program lined up on deck for everybody tomorrow, so make sure you come back. Filling in, it'll be myself again with my man Rob Brown, talking some down south football, getting some SEC action in. For B Diddy, for Monty, it's your boy Corey Parson, the fantasy exec. Do not let me forget for Brad Evans too. And I gotta say it every time I close out. Long live Jaden Parson. BetMGM tonight. We out.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network.
And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Back to the Futures, back again here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, Brandon Sprague, out here in Portland, Oregon. With me, as always, my co-host, the wonderful, the delightful, the beautiful, the second greatest Hockinson High School football prospect of all time, Will the Thrill Ortner. How we doing, Ortner?
Doing all right, man. Recovering. Had a little camping trip over the weekend, so good times. Wasn't too hot where we were at. Had some shade. Got the nice mister. Whoever invented the mister, I want to kiss them right now because it saved my entire Saturday. It was warm, and if we didn't have that mister, I would have been struggling. But doing good. Glad to be back in civilization.
Absolutely. Kenny brings up a good point, and I want to apologize. I didn't think I'd be off this early. I saw 2, and I thought, man, second all time is pretty good. Looks like it says 82. The 8 was blocked by this. I had the camera, and so it was all messed up. So I apologize. 82nd greatest prospect from Hockinson High School. So you were like, are you out remote, like you're at a campground, or are you super deep camp random spot guy?
See, I'm actually not a big camper, but the crew that I was with, they're big camping people. So this was like their 3rd or 4th camping trip in the last month. Like they go all the time. So I just kind of tag along. They have all the big stuff, and then they just ask me to get some drinks or get some food, and then I just kind of tag along. Where we ended up camping out, it was kind of by a river, but it was on a baseball field. So what we did is we camped out. Then they had a concert that weekend. We went out and did the concert. And then we stayed mostly in the campsite otherwise. But it was a good time. I really enjoyed it. Saw Nelly.
Right. I'm glad you had a nice weekend of mushrooms. We have a lot to get to here in a loaded show tonight. We will talk SEC football. Obviously, college football is around the corner. Might dabble in some NFL. We'll see if we have time to get to it. Baseball, the first half of Major League Baseball is just about in the books. We'll talk about that. We can actually start the show there, given everything that's gone on. Maybe get into a little summer league basketball today as well. Do any of the play of the rookies intrigue you for futures odds for Rookie of the Year? Cooper Flagg scored 31. I believe he tied the record. He is not going to play again. That's all they needed to see from him out of Dallas. So we can talk about that. But let's start. First half of Major League Baseball is just about done. I know my team is wrapping things up in St. Louis. Give me a takeaway for you, Will Ortner. The first half of Major League Baseball over. What is something that has stuck out for you?
I think that the Tigers are probably the most exciting team going on in baseball right now, but they're surprising to me, right? Like, remember last year, they were sellers at the trade deadline. They couldn't sell right, and somehow they end up into the postseason. Tarek Skubal obviously gets his first Cy Young, but really he kind of puts himself on the map with his postseason performance. And you go, oh, that's a fun little ball club. They got a couple good things going over there. There's no like real big name player other than Skubal, but they just find a way to win. And then this year, they're one of the best, if not the best team in baseball. Like, we knew the Dodgers were going to be where the Dodgers were, right? Like, we knew they would be one of the top teams. Nobody thought that Detroit was going to be one of the top teams in the league. You thought they might win the Central. You thought they might make it to the postseason again, but no one thought that they would be dominating as much as they have. And yes, I am doing a sneaky plug because my Mariners did just finish a nice sweep of them to end the first half of the season.
No, that's certainly worth noting. I would say this. I got a team for me. My baseball team has been terrible this year. I don't know if I have much faith that they're going to be able to turn it around. They're in a tough division. The Atlanta Braves are bad. Like, the Atlanta Braves deserve to be called out as probably one of the bigger flops in the first half, given their talent, the roster, all that stuff. It's just been terrible for them. So it's definitely not going to be my team. I would say I have two. I have a player, and I got a team. And I know there's pitchers worth mentioning. You mentioned Skubal. I think Skeens, despite being 4-8, but he has a 2.01 ERA, is ridiculous. Like, there are guys, a Miz in Milwaukee, there are guys to mention this year. I don't know how. And here's a great follow-up. I got a follow-up question to my player. I think Cal Raleigh is my guy And when's the last time the first half of Major League Baseball ended and the Seattle Mariners had the player of the first half?
It'd probably be Ichiro in 01, right? Like if that's what you want to talk about as far as having an unbelievable season, it's either Ichiro in 01 or it's the guy that Cal just beat the first half of the season home run record for, and that's Ken Griffey Jr. So you're going all the way back. If it's not 2001, it's the late 90s. So the Mariners don't usually have batting like this. Usually, if anything, they're going to have a pitcher or two that's doing well. And yes, Cal is the story. But I'll tell you right now, I don't want to jinx anything going on with Cal. I'm really worried. Like, that's my guy. That's my catcher. I want him to keep performing at the level that he's on, and I want to see him beat as many records as possible. But I also think the fact that, like, he's not going to catch Bonds. He isn't, right? And so I think that takes some of the allure out of it. Like, I remember a couple of years ago when everyone was getting excited about Aaron Judge, and I didn't really care about it because he wasn't going to beat the real record. It's like watching the shot put in the Olympics. Like, cool, you won gold. The real winner of the shot put won it in like the 80s, and he threw it 10 meters further.
Yeah, but okay, let me interrupt here. I can't believe why am I the pro Mariner guy? I don't even like the Mariners. It's ridiculous. Shoved down my throat as if we live like an hour away from them. It's utterly stupid. Why that position? Like, oh, Cal Raleigh's not going to best 73 homers. And I'm not expecting him to. But what I would say is if Cal Raleigh did what Aaron Judge did a couple of years ago, you'd be losing your ever-loving mind, dude. If Cal Raleigh finishes the year with 60 dingers, I don't know. Who cares if he didn't break the record? That's the greatest season in your franchise's history by a player, right? What's Griffey's season total? What's his high? Is it 58? Did he get to 60?
I think the lockout screws him, and he only ends up with I don't think he ever got to 60. I think he was high 50s. I think 58.
The lockout definitely screwed him. He would have broken the record. If people go look at the lockout numbers, I think at the lockout was something insane. I looked it up once, and it was like he had to hit 29 homers or something with a ton of games left, and he could have done it. I want to say his high. Zach, could you look this up? I think his high is like 56 or 58. And if I'm wrong, if it's 60, then okay. But if Cal Raleigh hits 60 homers, why do you care if it's the record? That's the most special season of a player you've ever seen.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong. It is the most special year from a player from my team that I would have ever seen, right? I don't know. It's just maybe it's because it's not him being the first person to do something. I was really excited last year turning on and watching Shohei Ohtani try and go for the 50-50 club, when he was on his run trying to get home runs and stolen bases, because it was something we'd never seen before. It was really exciting. And I'm really excited about Cal Raleigh. He's one of my favorite players. And that Mariners team is going to go the way that he goes. If he can stay hot and keep playing the way he has been, the way Randy Arozarena been jumping on, the way Julio just had a great series, if all those guys start hitting and mashing the ball, this Mariners team is scary when you combine that with their pitching staff. But again, there's something about seeing something that we've never seen before that I always will find more exciting than seeing something that we've only seen a handful of times. I want Cal to go for the record. I want him to break the catching record by Perez and have 50 home runs. I want him to keep stealing bases. He's on a list of 3 people right now for most stolen bases and home runs to start a season, which is really funny to me because he barely has 10, but he still has 10 and he's a catcher, and that's awesome. But I always will go for, and I think I'll get more excited for, hey, this is something I've never seen before, and we've never seen someone do it until now, and Cal Raleigh just doesn't, he's not going to do that.
So Tigers are the most exciting team to you. I'm going to go with one where record-wise you look at it and say, maybe not as good as it should be. But when I watch them play, I'm just thoroughly entertained. And that is the San Diego Padres. I have to admit, I kind of am jealous. I like watching the Padres play. I know they lost to the Phils today, but I like watching San Diego play. I have since the start of the season. They swept my team to start the year. They're just kind of exciting. I know the Dodgers are in their division, and so it's you're not going to catch the Dodgers. But I think in the first half, Cal Raleigh is the story to me. And then team of just takeaway, I really like the Padres. If we look up the futures right now, by the way, the current World Series odds, Dodgers are plus 220, Tigers are plus 650, Yankees plus 750, Phillies are 8-1, Astros 10-1, Mets 11-1, Cubs 12-1, Jays 20-1, Brewers 30-1, Giants 31, Mariners 31, and there is down there the San Diego Padres are 35-1. That's tasty. That's tasty.
Sneaky good odds there. I'll tell you right now, like, I don't hate the Mariners. I know Kenny back home, we're always talking on the Sunday pregame little meetings and stuff like that about how if the Mariners can just get in with their pitching staff, 30-1 isn't terrible. There's a part of me that kind of thinks the Phillies are due at plus 800. Like, they've been here so many times. Schwarber's mashing. Bryce Harper's finally back. It's a team of older guys, so they know if they don't get it done now, like, that's probably it for them. So maybe there's a little bit of pressure or added on like presence, a grind. Now you're playing through more things just because you aren't the new kids on the block. You've been here before and you haven't been able to finish, and you need to finish because you know everyone's getting older. And then, I mean, shoot, the Tigers at plus 650. Like, if Skubal stays healthy, like, you're basically guaranteed one win a series just by him pitching alone, right? Maybe even two if you get to games, 5 and 6 where he comes back in for a second time. I don't hate any of those three long future odds.
I wouldn't even be mad at the Dodgers at plus 220, to be real with you, man. It's a little over 2-1. Like, I totally get why you do it. If anybody can repeat, that we know they have the roster to do it. Step into the batter's box with BetMGM. You snag these odds boost tokens and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season, to be sure. When you're looking at futures in the Major League Baseball, I can't believe the first half is done. Like, that's the other takeaway I have is I was like, I always get the extra innings package for my team because they play in Atlanta and, the TBS thing doesn't happen as much. I always get it. And I will say there was like a 3.5 week lull where they were just in the skids. I couldn't do it. I started missing games. I'd look at the box score and kind of keep tabs on what they were doing. But it is crazy how quickly the first half seemingly has gone. As we're basically mid-July at this point. And so it's a nice reminder that, hey, summer's just kind of done almost. And we have a home run derby. I want to talk about the home run derby. I know summer's not over, but it's like it's speeding through, basically is how it feels. And so we'll talk about the home run derby. But I just can't believe Major League Baseball's first half is over. It's just nuts how quick it went.
Well, and I think some of it, though, is also the NBA being extended out as long as it was. It feels like everything, it's all seasonal, right? Like, when football starts, everyone dives into football, and then there's a brief little lull when you have the MLB playoffs. But it is football all the way until the Super Bowl. Once the Super Bowl hits, then everyone kind of starts, and I know this is different because you're a basketball guy, but that's when everyone starts really diving more into basketball. And it does feel like once basketball and hockey end, then everyone dives into baseball. And when basketball goes all the way until the last game that they possibly could go to, they go to game 7 of the finals. Now, all of a sudden, you're not really diving into baseball until right when the All-Star break happens. So I think it's also just part of the cyclical nature of sports. And, like, when do you really have both eyes and you're focused on your team and your sport? And unfortunately for baseball, they kind of have to deal with the NBA going a little bit longer than they normally do.
Very quickly, I one more question for you on the futures odds. I was looking at this board and I was trying to see value. And I think there's some pretty good value with a lot of teams. One team we haven't talked about that I should throw in here because I saw yesterday my boy Matthew Boyd, formerly Oregon State, go Beavs. He threw 8 innings, no runs allowed to the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium. That has to be a top 3 to 5 moment of his life to be able to go and do that. The Chicago Cubs, where are you at on the Cubbies? I think right now on the BetMGM's odds futures, they're 12-1. The Cubbies are 12-1. I don't know if people know how good they are. I mean, I assume if you're a diehard baseball fan, you do. But for people that kind of not keeping all the way track or watching every day, Cubs really sneaking up on a lot of people this year.
Yeah, well, I think that, to be honest, that division kind of is. Because, like, with the Brewers, like, other than when Miz is pitching, how locked in are you on the Brewers, right? Well, they have 56 wins on the year. The Cubs are at 57. Like, those are two really good teams. I see a lot of stuff about PCA, right? And so Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong are having great years. But the one that you don't really hear about who's probably having the best is the Suzuki kid, right? Or say the younger kid. He's been absolutely mashing the ball this year. And so you hear about all these other names, and Sneaky, maybe one of their better players, if not their best, is kind of a no-name guy with 25 homers and 77 RBIs right now. So I think with these Central teams, for whatever reason, they just don't get as much shine as they probably should. Your nails on that too. Plus 1,200 is a good deal for that team.
Yeah, it's a good deal. Let's get into some other odds. We got the home run derby right around the corner. We'll talk about that. Talk a little summer league, college football. It's a loaded show. Back to the Futures. Will Ortner, Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back in. Back to the futures here on the BetMGM Network. Brandon Sprague with you. My co-host is Will Ortner. You can look him up. Hockinson High School's finest, the 194th ranked high school prospect out of Hockinson High School of all time. Just like a crazy list of talented players, and Will Ortner's in there somewhere. More of a small dot, I would say, than a top of the rank guy. But you can look him up, find all his stats. He had a lot of pushes, and he had a lot of good pass protections. You can find those in the advanced analytics department. We have a lot to get to here in the show. Home Run Derby is around the corner. We talked about the first half ending, and Home Run Derby is some years the names can get me, and other years the names don't. I would say far more than the dunk contest, baseball gets a lot of young, great players to participate in this event. And so, opposite of the dunk in a way. Now, the format is kind of been wonky in some years versus others. I'm a little bit of a traditionalist, and I also admittedly miss hearing Chris Berman's back. I do admit that I kind of like that. I know it annoyed people, but I don't hear it. I'm like, this is weird. Here are your list of participants: O'Neal Cruz, Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Matt Olson, Byron Buxton, Brent Rooker, Junior Caminero, and Jazz Chisholm. Now, it should be noted, Byron Buxton had a fun Did You Know? Byron Buxton, 2 days ago, did you know it was bobblehead day for Byron Buxton? And Byron Buxton hit for the cycle. That's got to be kind of a cool feeling. You got your own bobblehead coming out, and that day you hit for the cycle.
Well, that's probably like a 1 day in his life. Maybe like getting married or having kids will jump it one day, but Buxton's pretty young, if I remember correctly. So, hey, that's probably the best thing that you could ever hope for, the best thing I could ever hope for.
Here are your odds. Now, this is the names I just read are basically the order of the odds. O'Neal Cruz plus 310, Cal Raleigh plus 360, James Wood plus 475, Olson's plus 550, Buxton 9-1, Rooker 9-1, Caminero 10-1, and Chisholm 14-1. Do you have a home run derby prediction for me? Is there somebody that you're eyeing? Are you gonna put all the chips in on your boy Cal, or are you going for a value bet, or are you going the favorite?
Whenever I bet these, because I will bet this, I always bet with the value. To me, I would think that James Wood or Matt Olson would be kind of where I'd throw my money at. And my reasoning for that is I believe you want younger players in the home run derby. They're going to be a little bit, and I know Olson isn't the youngest anymore, but you want like a younger player who doesn't have to swing super hard to get the home runs because they're going to have to last and last and last. And it also means a little bit more to them, I think. Like James Wood winning it for the Nationals would be a big deal, and it would be a big reason for making him kind of a household name. Like, remember, Adley Rutschman did well, and we know who Adley Rutschman is because he's a Portland kid, and he went to Oregon State, and he was a great player for the Beavers, and then he was great with the Orioles, right? Or has been up until this year. I felt like in his home run derby performance, more people kind of, hey, who's this Adley Rutschman character, and kind of get to know him. Josh Hamilton, same kind of deal. He goes off and has this historic kind of performance, and then for like 10 years down the line, I kept taking him in fantasy baseball because it's like, hey, remember when he mashed all those home runs at Yankee Stadium? Like, that was fantastic. Love that guy. I do think also, though, with some of the favorites, like O'Neal Cruz, I know he can rake, and he's going to hit the ball a ton. And he'll have a big viral home run that I think everyone will be talking about. But I think guys like that are going to tire quickly. Cal Raleigh bouncing back and forth, I don't know if that's either going to help or hinder. So I'm just going to stay away. So then you're telling me I can get Wood or I can get Olsen right at that plus 475 to plus 550. I might throw down half a unit on each one and then just hope it comes home for me.
You're not going to bet on your boy?
I might throw some money on him. Maybe I'll do a third of a unit on there just because it's Cal Raleigh. It's easy for me to say right now. Once I see him walking out there in the Mariners uniform, getting ready to hit, he's got his dad throwing to him. Maybe I'll get a little nostalgia going. I'll put some money down.
Are you excited for the All-Star game?
MLB? Maybe. Kind of. Sort of.
No, NHL.
I don't know. Look, like MLB is the only one that I'm even going to give like an eyeball to. I didn't watch the NHL one.
What All-Star game would I be talking about right now? Why did
PLL's going right now. WNBA just had their draft. Caitlin Clark just traded her coach away. What are you talking about? All-Star games are happening all the time. Look, the MLB All-Star game will get my eyeballs on it because it's the only thing that's going to be on.
That was all-time guys hungover from camping trip response. Just like,
no, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It'll get an eyeball from me. I will tune in and I'll have my eye on it.
Well,
let's just say
I'm excited that it's in Atlanta for obvious reasons, right? It just sucks that my team is so damn bad. Like the year they finally get it back, they're terrible. I really don't. This is a curmudgeon-y, old-timer, old person thing to say. I really wish they wore their uniforms. I get this big money grab we do in sports now where our all-star situations have to have different unique jerseys so we can con the fans into spending $80 to $150 for a jersey that, the player definitely earned in having a great first half and season. But I think it's dumb, and I wish they'd just make their own jerseys, like the gray and the white, and I wish they'd wear a big, all-star specialty patch on it. Like, I'm more inclined to want to buy my team's jersey with an all-star patch than I am a player's all-star jersey. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. Well, I'm kind of out on the whole jersey thing just in general because it's all a money grab. And half the time now with any of the jerseys that you get, like they're not the same quality as they used to be. I do agree with. I was just looking it up right now as you were talking. I thought they were going back. They're only going back to wearing the hats, I think. So before they had the MLB All-Star, like the full uniforms, I think I'm going to create in a complete agreement with you. I want my players, like if I see Cal Raleigh out there, I want him in a Mariners uni. And you can sell a specific uniform that if people want to waste their money on it, cool, waste your money on the Cal Raleigh All-Star uni. But I want to watch Cal Raleigh playing in a Seattle Mariners uni out there on the All-Star game. Same thing with Randy Arozarena, same thing with Andres Munoz, and the list goes on, right? So I don't think it's an old man take. I think it's honestly coming more into the fold where everyone's in agreement with you.
Any more baseball thoughts before we transition? You got any other first half or all-star game things that you're eyeing? Are you betting like the celebrity softball game? Like you're pretty sick degenerate. Do you have any other thoughts on Major League Baseball?
I love this celebrity softball game. I was watching highlights of it today. I'm not even gonna lie,
you dirty little
that
dog.
was my favorite. I'm not even like betting on it. I just watch it out of pure fun. I think Chris Canty hit a bomb today. I saw. Is T.O. back in it again? Like Jenny Finch is always in it.
I'm trying to see who the roster. Give me a second. Let me see who the rosters are.
I guarantee you Jenny Finch is still in it somehow. All I know is that after the home run derby, my brother and me and my mom, we'd sit down and we just soaked up that entire celebrity softball game. I love it. I love watching like celebrities who have no athleticism at all try to do sports. It cracks me up.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Oh, actually, this already happened.
They rerun it, don't they?
I guess. I didn't even. Okay, so this tells you how much I didn't know was happening. First of all, you're 100%. Jenny Finch she played. Okay, here we go. She always does. You had Jordan Childs from the U.S. Olympic gymnastics
Vancouver
team. You had Atlanta's very own Quavo. You had Latin music superstars Eladio Carrion, Young Miko, Mike Towers, and Wizen. Comedic actor and entrepreneur Drewski. Fear of God luxury street founder Jerry Lorenzo. Olympic gold medalist Jenny Finch and Natasha Watley. And you had CC Sabathia. That was your celebrity all-star game that I missed. I missed that one.
Hey, they'll rerun it after the home run derby. They do it every year. Get some popcorn, sit down there, and just soak it all in. Enjoy all that the celebrity softball game has to offer. Shout out Jordan Childs, by the way. That's a Vancouver legend.
Yeah, Vancouver. Yes, absolutely. She is number one from wherever she went to high school. I'll tell you that much.
Went to Prairie, right across the street from Hawkinson.
Did she really go to Prairie?
Yes, she went to Prairie.
Wow. Yeah, then it's her and then Dan Dickow, I would say. Probably 1-2 from Prairie High School.
Oh, no, we're
and
talking
then my
baseball.
cousin.
Richie Sexson. Dude, Richie Sexson is probably 1-2 out of there. Then Dan Dickow. Richie Sexson was an MLB All-Star. Richie Sexson rocked, dude. Richie Sexson was really good at baseball for like 2 years.
Fun fact, my cousin dated Richie Sexson. He grew up going to their house. And so we always give, well, we don't always anymore, but we used to give my cousin a really hard time. Like, yo, you could have been married to a guy that made like $100 million. What are you doing?
You fumbled the bag on that one. Should have been nicer to him.
Well, her current and very long time husband doesn't appreciate that reference. Sorry.
I wouldn't either. If I was him, I would be upset too.
Do you have any other All-Star game thoughts? Because you clearly weren't just thinking about one All-Star game.
No, I mean, I don't know. I think we come into a perfect time right now where the dumbest All-Star stuff gets watched. And the fact that I keep looking at the WNBA stuff where I know that they're having an All-Star game, but somehow one of the players is a captain, but they all think that she sucks, but she clearly doesn't suck. And then I think she just traded away her own coach. Like, I'm very confused. I'm trying to catch up, man. I was camping. I got back, and my Twitter feed, I'm scrolling through. I'm like, what happened? How'd this person end up here? How'd that person end up there? I got All-Star game stuff all bouncing around.
Have you watched any NBA Summer League stuff?
I've watched the most amount of NBA Summer League that I've ever watched. Do you want to know how much NBA Summer League I've watched? I watched a full game of Bronny versus Cooper Flag. I watched the entire thing locked in, and then I saw a Yang Hansen highlight, and I'm pretty sure that my future that I put on him for Rookie of the Year, I probably have already made money. It's basically a smart investment that I responsibly place. And so, that is the most amount of Summer League that I have watched after absolutely poo-pooing it, last week when we did the show together?
Well, I'll tell you right now, man, as a guy who, I want to turn it on, I do want to watch it just to watch some of the young cats. I don't put a lot of stock in, hey, did you see so-and-so had these stats? Like, Young Hansen, take him, for example, right? Everybody in Portland is now losing their minds. We think we have Chinese Jokic, but the next day after his first game, because he had a nice stat line, the next day there were two players I'd never heard of, and one of them had 19 points and the other one had 18 and 10, and I'm like, oh yeah, Summer League, man. Summer League can fool everybody into everybody thinking certain players are certain things, and it's just utterly not nonsensical. But I will say, in watching it, one, their schedule, you got to button this up, man. Like, why am I watching a game and it says on my TV guide, Blazers, Grizzlies 7:30 tip. That game didn't tip off till 8:20. These games are going too long. We're calling too many fouls. Just get these games over with already. The second thing is, unfortunately, Summer League used to be like, yo, so-and-so is going out and he played a great 4 games. And now it's like, so-and-so played a great game. They're shutting him down. And I'm like, for the amount of money that this event does like bring into Vegas and brings to the NBA, all the basketball sickos are there. They love this. They get to interact with their media members. They get to get access as close as you can to young players. Like, for all of what that does, this league is failing again, because I get you don't want your young prospects to get hurt, but it's like VJ Edgecombe hurt after game 1, never playing again. And I'm like, they had Dylan Harper after the Bronny and Cooper Flag game. And I was like, oh, great, Dylan Harper. And ESPN even teased it. And then the game, they get to the almost the start of the game, Will, and guess what? Like, the announcer on the sideline had to tell the main announcers, Dylan Harper's not playing tonight. And they were just like, oh, okay, no Dylan Harper tonight. And I'm like, well, then I'm not watching. Like, I care about Carter Bryant, but, like, I want to see Dylan Harper play. So the load management mixed with, like, not even playing the full slate of games, it's been a little bit of a bummer for, I think, as a Summer League guy.
Well, it's essentially just preseason, but for the NBA, like, as compared to football, right? Like, it's kind of the same idea. And it's why I don't ever get really all that excited about preseason NFL games. It's why I don't watch spring games in college football. Like, I don't care. It's all scripted out. Or if you start doing well enough, they're going to sit you down so that way you don't get hurt and they can use you in games that actually matter. It's why I'll never fully lock in. Just one eye on those games.
Well, right around the corner is college football. Let's talk about that. We got media days that have happened and media days that are arriving. Let's talk some college football. Wrap it up next. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brendan Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Down. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, good breaking news to update everybody with. According to Hopkinton High School football guys rock.com, Will Ortner is now the 204th greatest Hopkinton High School football prospect of all time. Devastating for anybody that was betting Will Ortner to move up during the show, and good news for those that laid the favorite that he would move, I guess, down, back, whatever you want to call it. He went from 192nd to 204th. Been a rough show for Will Ortner here, but he's recovering from a camping trip, and so we're just happy that he's here. God only knows what single mother's house he's currently at, another wood panel that he has to be in front of because, we don't want to wake the baby in the other room while the father is out for the weekend as he's finding a place to lay his beautiful head. Let's talk a little college football here, or Will Ortner.
Great AC, dude. That's all I'm going to say. Great. I'm going to stay silent. Just let you know there's great AC over here. That's all I got to say.
I bet. I heard that the dad of those kids really – you put in some work. Glad you're reaping the benefits of that. College football media days are happening, and SEC is about to start, and we got the Big 12. Dion making headlines. Can I just tell you that it doesn't matter if it's politics, if it's sports, if it's whatever it is, right? Anything in society. I love when somebody says the most obvious thing that everybody's been saying, and then we have to go, oh, so-and-so said this, what do you think? And I'm like, it's not newsworthy to me that Dion was like, I think we need a salary cap. Yeah, we've been saying that for a year, bud. I'm glad Dion agrees, but why has it turned into Dion Sanders asking, should there be a salary cap? And I'm like, everybody that has a brain that's been paying attention to this sport says these things. But I digress. He sounded off at the Big 12 media days. I'm going to tell you something. You may not like this. I like the Big 12 was like, we're not doing preseason predictions anymore. Arizona State was picked at last. They got a bye. They won the conference. They aren't doing this anymore. I don't know how Arizona State got hurt by it. Your mark seemed to indicate they were. I don't know how that made any sense. But where are you at college football? It's a big deal out here for us in the Pacific Northwest because of Oregon, and we got Washington, and then you've got slightly smaller schools in my alma mater, Oregon State, and you got the Wazoo Cougs. Like, we got football fever out here for college. Where are you at with college football being just right around the corner? SEC media days are about to happen. We've had the Big 12, the ACC, like all of these media days happen, and within a blink of an eye, there's camp, and then it's week 0.
Right. Well, I mean, once the media days start coming around, that's when you start seeing the old Phil Steele up on the shelves. If you're walking through the grocery store, if you go to a nice Barnes and Noble, something like that, and all of a sudden, I just start like daydreaming. I'll be in the middle of like, ooh, sunny day, and I'll be like, I can't wait until October 8th when this game happens or whatever. And you just start daydreaming about college football. The video game just came out, so now everyone's talking about, is this guy rated high enough? Is this guy rated low enough? If I was that one punter, I'd be very upset about what my toughness rating was. But it's that time of year. Like the MLB All-Star game has come in, and so now people are starting to do the college football is back. What teams are going to be good? That guy went there because of the transfer portal. This coach is now here. Like I'm fired up. I can't wait. And the Big 12 was like the beginning appetizer, right? And we're starting to get into the deep and nitty-gritty with the SEC Media Day taking place next week. And then I believe the Big 10 Media Days are the week after.
Yes, Big 10's last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't wait, dude. I'm locked in. I'm ready to go. Let's play college football. We should just fast forward to football right now.
I like the summer.
You just said it was over like a segment ago.
I didn't say I'm happy about it. I said that I like the summer. Whoa, Kenny coming in hot. Summer sucks. What are we talking about here?
Are we power ranking the seasons? We should definitely do this.
You want to power rank? Well, okay.
Mount Rushmore seasons?
Well, what's tough is like you could power rank seasons if you want. I think the tough thing is like Oregon, for example, has what I call kind of the combo pattern of they have a summer fall. And so it's like the leaves are changing, they're dropping, but it's like still pretty nice out. Like surprisingly, you get like 60-degree days. Like I don't think our fall, like even yours, Ordner, because you're not that far, but like I think our fall, however you categorize that, I would say our summers are like July to mid-October. That's Oregon summer.
Agreed.
And June is like underrated crappy.
Yeah, like if it was up to me, I would make school in the Pacific Northwest states. They would start end of September, beginning of October, and they would end right around the 4th of July, because then you'd actually enjoy the real good summer months. Plus, then for that first month where you just have college football, you can be locked in on football and NFL and still be doing the nice summer things. Because like when, you have week 2, week 3 games that are pretty good on the slate, you're also having to tell your buddy, like, can we bring a TV on the boat? Like, would the TV be able to get the game while we're trolling down the river? Like you get to watch games. College football games get watched outside here in September because it's still that nice.
I would say this too, because Kenny has power ranked his seasons: fall, spring, summer, winter. Look, Kenny is coming from Chicago, so this is just going to be a matter of where you live, right? I think spring blows. I think spring is pretty terrible. We tend to get a lot of rain out here. Yeah. And it's like you're at that point, you're at the breaking point mentally where you've endured the winter. Oregon doesn't get a lot of snow, so it's just cold and it's wet and it's just miserable. And then like spring's here and it still rains and you're just like, you're ready to snap. You're ready for the sun. So I'm going to go fall 1, summer 2, winter 3, spring 4 for me.
See, I think I go fall, and fall's always going to be like head and shoulders above everything else for me, just because of how much nicer fall is over here, just like we talked about, but also because of football. Like fall is always going to have a special place in my heart, just because I love the game, and that's when the game comes back that I love. I'm going to throw in, I still think I go summer. I like summer as number 2. I think I might go spring still at that 3rd spot, because when you do get the nice day, when you do get the nice day, especially here in this part of the country, it feels like you earned it. Like you have to fight through months where it's not that great, a lot of rain, a little bit of snow here. But when you finally get that perfect spring day, the very first one, that first day of like fake summer, you get it right around like middle of April where it's nice. It's like 70, 80 degrees for like a Saturday, Sunday back to back. There's nothing better than finally getting outside and really enjoying it, not having to wear a coat. Like you can wear like an athletic sweatshirt, one of those lighter sweatshirts. And then in winter, I'm just not a big snow guy. Like snow's like whatever. Like I'll do it once or twice. I'll go to the mountain or whatever. But other than that, I don't want a lot of snow.
Well, the stepkids like it, so it's at least something fun to do depending on whoever you're dating at the time. You know what I mean? Just depends on the season, I guess. Let me ask you very quickly on some futures here. If you were to pick the SEC right now, because we got the media days coming, Texas is the favorite overall in college football, but the favorite in the SEC at plus 225. Georgia's plus 375. Bama's 5-1. LSU plus 750. And then Missouri and A&M are 14-1. Tennessee and South Carolina are 18-1. Florida 20-1. Auburn 22. Oklahoma 25. Mizzou is 40-1. Do you have a favorite in the SEC?
I think LSU is sneaky, really good value. Like plus 750. I'm getting my quarterback returning. The defense
seemed really to do it. Better. He finally do it there.
Right, exactly. And it feels like if he doesn't do it, like they might be kind of moving on from him. They moved on from Coach O pretty dang quick after he won a title. And there's a lot of complaints already over there with Brian Kelly.
It's not been good.
No, it really hasn't. And so, like, when you look at this LSU team defensively, they got better as the season went on. So maybe they figured some stuff out there. They got better when the Perkins kid wasn't even in. Ironically enough, he was probably their best defensive player. I think Nussmeier, like, hopefully he can take that jump. Not, it's not fair to compare him to Joe Burrow, but that's kind of what Joe Burrow did, right? He was fine his junior year. His senior year, he became, Joe Burrow, and he became what he is today, right? One of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And he probably, we've talked about it before, he probably had the best season ever in a college football year. So if Nussmeier can do 80% of that, why couldn't LSU end up getting all the way and winning the SEC and winning the SEC championship, getting into the postseason, going on a nice run? And I'm going to get them at better odds than I'm going to get Texas or Georgia or Bama. Like, I really like
that. Texas is interesting to me. I don't know how to feel about Texas quite yet. You got the fine bombs in the world. There's a lot of stock being put into Arch. I love getting Georgia as not the favorite. Anytime I get Georgia over 3-1, I'm going to take that all day. It's Kirby. Georgia's still going to be a playoff team. And the other one for me, I totally get your LSU reasoning. Nussmeier has a chance to be really special this year. This could be a year that saves Brian Kelly's job. I like Bama in year 2 for DeBoer at 5-1. Now, I think I'd more bet Bama to make a playoff than I would to win the conference. But I think even despite how last year looked to people, overall could have been worse, but should have maybe been a little better. But it's the first year and the recruiting and the portal and everything else. Like, I just think Kalen DeBoer knows how to win. I think he's that kind of coach. So I think Bama at 5-1 and Georgia plus 375 are two for me that I like.
You also get your OC back, which is nice because Grubb it was a failed experiment up in Seattle with the Seahawks. So what does that add in there? Sneaky, I know they're long shots. I really like the QB play at South Carolina and at Florida. South Carolina 18-1, Lenora Sellers. When that guy was in and healthy, they were one of the best teams in the SEC. And Florida at 20-1 right now. Like, that young kid that came in was the freshman QB.
Lagway.
Dude, thank you. His name escaped me there for a second. He was awesome. I just don't know if Napier's the coach to get them over the hump and actually do anything in the SEC and win a title.
Well, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Kenny and Zach behind the scenes. Great job producing. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner. Give him a follow. I am Brandon Sprague. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you next week. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment.